This story tells how a portal from a dungeon appeared in the sky more than 100 years ago. From this portal came monsters that could not be defeated by conventional weapons. The only ones who could fight these monsters were people who had supernatural abilities at the same time as the monsters appeared. It was a cohort of chosen awakened warriors who made the world stable again. While monsters, mana, and a new civilization were emerging, some of the heroes became hunters whose task was to destroy these demons. But decades later, there were too many hunters. As soon as the secret mechanism was revealed, it became possible to artificially awaken people, and anyone with money could take advantage of it. Of course, the number of people willing to become hunters immediately began to increase. Everyone wanted to become heroes. It was then that the great era of hunters flourished, and even the weakest of people became powerful warriors thanks to this. Problems began, and the government introduced a professional exam, and only after passing it could one become a hunter. Educational institutions immediately appeared to prepare for this exam, teaching all the theories and training students. After that, special universities even appeared to train future professionals. Such universities were called hunter academies, and they could teach you how to defeat even a giant dragon. Becoming a hunter has become the dream of millions of young boys and girls around the world. But in order to master all this knowledge and become a professional, you need to undergo full training. Those who studied and trained hard, did not miss classes, and were disciplined to achieve their cherished goal. They successfully passed the exam and became professional demon hunters. They were trained by experienced masters, and then they could travel around the universe and restore balance. This story will tell us about one of the young guys who succeeded. He is a 27-year-old guy named Kim, who is awakened because he was born with more powers than others. But to pay off the debts of his parents who died in a car accident, he has been transporting dead monsters for 9 years. There is only one thing that helps him to withstand such hard work and mental pressure due to debts. It is his goal to become a professional hunter, and he has been dreaming about it since childhood. He has been looking for a good academy for a long time, but he has too little money to pay for it. In the past, all those who were born awakened immediately became hunters, but now they have to pass an exam. The professors at the university are real professionals. They share their experience and give you the knowledge you need to become a hunter. This is why a huge gap has appeared between those who graduated from the academy and ordinary people. The time has come when, to become a hunter, you have to go to university and pass an exam. Kim recently received $40,000, and now he has enough money for a year of studying at the academy. Of course, you need to choose a university that is not too expensive, but something more suitable. He saw an advertisement for the Cultivator's Academy, and he had never heard of it before. The academy promised to provide students with experience and knowledge, talked about individual tasks for each student and future prospects. There were also a lot of comments from students who had completed the training and achieved incredible results. All this beautiful wrapping was very interesting for the young man who had long dreamed of something like this. The website looked like all the others, but the guy was worried because he had never heard of this academy before. He started looking at photos of professors with funny names, and he didn't like what he saw. Kim also watched a few training videos on the website and wondered if it was a real academy. This video shows a basic dispel technique using a magic staff. What he saw seemed impossible to him. It wasn't some kind of bullshit. Kim knew a lot about the training of future hunters, so he was not easy to fool. After that, he saw on the website that the upcoming lesson would be taught by an experienced master. The guy tried to sign up for this lesson and was told that it costs money. After taking a closer look, he realized that a full course at this academy would cost him all his money. One of his assistants at work saw that Kim was in a good mood and asked what was wrong. The guy said he decided to start studying at an academy called Kovcheg. According to him, he had long been tired of transporting monsters, and he confidently decided to change his life. He said goodbye to his assistant and said he had to go home. Someone once said that life seems like a comedy when viewed from a distance, but a tragedy when viewed up close. As Kim passed over the huge monster, the platform holding it snapped and fell. The guy was terribly wounded and realized that in order to laugh sincerely, he had to accept his pain. The doctor explained that he had nerve necrosis in his legs, all due to rapid regeneration because he was awake. His boss at work refused to pay compensation and said that Kim was to blame for everything. According to the doctors, the operation will cost $40,000, and it must be done urgently before the nerves permanently fuse with the bones. Kim began to learn to look to the future while enduring this hellish pain for 9 years. All his savings that he had been saving for all these years were spent on the operation. He had almost nothing left. The guy was incredibly upset and unsure that he would be able to repeat his journey again. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the phone and saw that Kovcheg Academy was offering a free pass in honor of the anniversary. At first, he could not believe his eyes. it seemed like a miracle that could not happen to him. He was told that after the free lesson, because of his special situation, a year of tuition would cost only $3,000. If he collects everything he has left and borrows a small amount from his friends, he can raise the necessary amount. He realized that such a chance comes only once in a lifetime, so he had to try. As soon as he paid for the tuition, his phone started ringing loudly, and Arc Academy congratulated him on entering their university. What happened next was hard to explain. A small person appeared from his phone. It was a little boy. He said hello to Kim and told him that he would be his new mentor at school. Kim didn't like this very much, thinking that it was unlikely that a little boy would be able to teach him anything. But the mentor looked confident and asked the boy not to worry about anything. Kim thought it was strange that his mentor's name was Mentor. Was it a joke? The mentor replied that there was nothing funny about it. He also told us that he was the teacher of Odysseus, a hero of Greek mythology, who was his first student. It's been a long time since Odysseus became a cultivator, but he still comes to the academy sometimes. Kim decided to ask what was the difference between a hunter and a cultivator academy. The mentor explained that they cannot be compared at all because they are on completely different levels. According to him, their teachers can destroy hunters with just one finger. He asked Kim to fill out an initial questionnaire for new students to understand what kind of cultivator he wanted to become. It will also help you understand the entry level and prepare a personal learning strategy. The mentor asked the boy to answer as honestly as possible and not to lie. The mentor said he would teach the boy how to destroy mountains with a single punch. The guy did not quite understand whether it was really possible, but decided to believe him. The mentor also said that one should not be afraid of studying, because the academy never expels its students, and those who become members of the academy will remain members forever. Kim continued to answer questions. It took a long time. The mentor said that they would analyze his profile and draw up a curriculum for the first time. He immediately realized that Kim's best method of fighting was with a spear. For mastering the spear technique, it is better to use the Oriental Q technique instead of mana. The mentor also saw that in addition to physical injuries, the guy had mental problems. Because of this, Kim must learn his studies from the lectures of Professor Buddha. Thanks to his lectures on psychology, he is one of the most famous professors, and his subject is required for the cultivator's exam. Usually you need a lot of money to watch his lectures, but today is Kim's lucky day. The mentor also said that after this lesson, Kim would receive the title of Steadfast Heart. Even if it seems like Kim is losing her mind while watching the lecture, you should still watch the video to the end. The mentor said goodbye to the guy and said he would come back later to analyze his profile. Kim calmed down a bit and decided not to postpone the lecture for later and start watching right away. He turned on the video and began to listen carefully to what the Buddha was saying, no matter how ridiculous it looked. At first he thought the professor looked like a living golden statue. Buddha explained that the word I did not exist, so he did not exist. He continued to say various incomprehensible phrases as if he had taken illegal drugs. Kim immediately recalled how his mentor had wished him good luck, probably meaning that this lecture would be very difficult. The Buddha did not stop talking about how the world and the universe are created at the moment a person is born and will perish when a person dies. He said that he was really Kim and that the world was just a figment of the imagination, like a drunk professor. The guy watched only 1% of the entire lecture, and he thought he had lost his mind. A week later, a doctor congratulated him and said that thanks to the amazing speed of his recovery, Kim had completely cured his injury. Although he had previously treated awakened people, this was the first time in his 30 years of work that he had seen such regeneration. Kim was pleased. He hadn't dreamed it. He had only completed 2% of the lecture, but the effect was already incredible. Thanks to this Buddha's lesson, his heart calmed down, and this accelerated the speed of his body's recovery. He wondered what would happen when he finished listening to this lecture. The doctor suggested that he spend a few more weeks in the hospital, and without hesitation, he agreed. He also decided to start watching Professor Chiron's lecture, which was a rather low rank compared to Steadfast Heart, but it didn't matter. He started watching Chiron's lecture, hoping that through his experience he would learn more about body cultivation. This professor is a centaur, a creature with a human torso and the lower body of a horse. He was the teacher of almost every hero of Greek mythology and prepared students for the stage from which they could move to the early levels of cultivation. The professor said that in the initial lecture, combat techniques would not be the most important topic. The boy was happy and excited to watch the professor. This lecture was already much more interesting than the psychology lessons from Buddha. Suddenly, Corona called Kim a little rascal and ordered him to get up and move quickly. Not realizing what was happening, the boy was frightened and began to fulfill the will of his professor. The next morning came and Kim woke up to the sound of a message on his phone. This message from the academy said that he had received a new task for today, which was various physical exercises. He mentioned how his doctor had asked him to take it easy for the next few weeks, and it looked like Doc was going to be unhappy. Kim thought he didn't have to do these tasks, but decided to just listen to the lectures while he was in the hospital. He wanted to turn on a new lesson, but he got a message that he couldn't do it until the daily task was completed. The guy quickly realized that trickery would not help him, and he would have to work hard. Kim said that a week would not solve anything, so he had better fully recover his strength. He wanted to watch Professor Bud's lecture and saw that the free pass would expire in 83 days. Now he realized that admission to lectures is temporary. After all, this is a full-fledged academy, and it is logical that you have to pay for it. If there are only 83 days left, then at the beginning he had 90 days. Kim didn't understand how the academy worked, but it seems that in order to make progress, he needs to listen to lectures and reach a new level of understanding. After watching some of the video, he did not see any progress, and it made him angry. The guy watched the Buddha's lecture many times, and his level did not change. He began to doubt that he could complete the course in 83 days. It looks like the free pass is just a trial period, a clever marketing ploy. Remembering that he hadn't worked out for a long time, Kim decided to warm up and develop his physical skills. He recalled how for the past 9 years he had been carrying dead monsters that weighed at least 70 kilograms all day long. Although he does not yet know how to use magic, he is an awakened person and is confident in his physical strength. Compared to my previous job, training on the sports field seemed very easy. After he finished doing the push-ups, he was surprised to see that the system did not credit him for this task. Perhaps there was a glitch in the academy system, so he decided to repeat the task again. Only later did he realize that he was not performing the exercise perfectly, and that was why the system did not credit this task. So to graduate from this academy, you need to forget about tricks and work hard. Kim pretended it wasn't a problem for him and continued to train, performing the task almost perfectly. The training turned out to be much harder than he expected and lasted for many hours until the evening. When he finished doing all these things, it was already dark and he had no strength left. He was not sure he could continue to train with such intensity every day. A few days later, his grandmother met him in the hospital and said that Kim was getting stronger every day, probably because of the suit. The guy explained that he had started to actively engage in sports, and it helped him to restore his health. At that moment, the news broadcast urgent news that at 5 o'clock in the morning, a level 4 impaler had been found in the city. According to rumors, he was sleeping, but the monster transportation service did not know this, so the impaler ended up in the city center. Many of them could have died, but by chance there was an awakened one nearby who detained the monster. The grandmother in the hospital said that thanks to the hunters they were saved again. Then she looked at Kim and asked if he was awakened and if he was going to study at the academy. The guy said that he had already started his studies and that maybe in the future he would also be shown on TV. The man sitting next to them looked at Kim with a displeased face. He said that now it is very difficult to become a hunter. The chance is 1 in a million, but before it was different. He said that Kim was probably not studying at the academy and was only wasting his time training. He would never become a hunter, so it was better to give up right away. He asked the boy not to waste his youth on dreams that will never come true. Kim immediately recalled all his years of hard work for his dream. He got very angry. My grandmother started shouting at the man and called him stupid, and the man replied that he only wanted to help. The man believed that by telling the truth, he was doing a very good thing for Kim. The guy replied that he would decide for himself what to do in life and asked not to give him unnecessary advice. The man started shouting and called the boy a snotty little boy with milk on his lips. He also said that adults should be respected, and Kim did not listen to him, so he turned around and walked away. He has already become a student of the Cultivator's Academy, and within a week he felt the effect of the training. The guy is absolutely sure that he will become a professional hunter. That is why no matter what, he will continue to train and pursue his dream. Meanwhile, there were those who were tired of being a professional hunter. Those who thought that there was no point in the academy because of the expensive tuition have almost no students. So while Kim was dreaming about this profession, there were people who were dying of boredom working as hunters. Soon the guy realized that he had fully recovered from his injury, and there was no point in staying in the hospital any longer. He was happy to return to his home and was glad to spend the night in his own bed. Although he has a small apartment, he still considers it the best. With 1 more year left before the exam to become a hunter, Kim wondered how much money he had left. He seemed to have almost nothing left. The guy did not understand how to live his life. He also remembered that he had done all his assignments for the day, but forgot to watch the new lectures. He decided to start watching Professor Chiron's classes because he was one of his favorite teachers. The professor greeted him and looked at him as a child who was about to take his first serious steps in adulthood. He explained to the boy that the first step in becoming a cultivator is feeling. The next morning, Kim realized he needed to make money and return to his old job. His boss immediately started yelling at him, saying that if this situation happened again, he would be in big trouble. He did not want to return and had no choice. He had run out of money. If he doesn't work, he won't be able to buy food, while if he works hard, he won't be able to study. Kim also mentioned that if he did not have time to complete his daily tasks, he would not be able to watch the professor's lectures. He faced a serious dilemma and had to make an important choice. The guy recalled the last lecture on sensations and the important role they play in battle. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell are the 5 senses that Professor Kirona talked about. The teacher promised to teach Kim how to work with these feelings and manifest her hidden capabilities. He said that the boy would be able to learn about something completely different from these 5 senses. It was about the 6th sense that is hidden in a person, intuition. At that moment, his work friend Park approached the guy, greeted Kim, and tried to hit him on the back in a friendly way. Suddenly, something happened that Park did not expect and had never seen before. It was as if Kim's eyes had grown on his back, and he had somehow managed to dodge his hand. Later, they both started working, and the guy again made his friend wonder. This time, Kim demonstrated incredible muscle strength and easily lifted a load several times his size. Everyone around him was surprised by such a rapid change in his behavior. He had just been in the hospital, and now he was demonstrating the power of Captain America. Although their boss tried not to pay much attention to it, Park noticed a change in his friend's behavior. At that moment, Kim felt as if his strength had increased several times, as if his training had not been in vain. He decided to complete his daily task because he would not have time for it after work. The guy was very surprised to see that the system counted one of his squats as 3. It seems that the additional weight increased the effectiveness of the exercise. Kim was pleased and happy in the meantime, so asked him to rest and take a break. He replied that he did not need it and said he could work harder. There is no point in wasting time on exercises if he can train at work. The more weight, the less exercises. The guy was happy until he returned home and felt a terrible pain in his muscles after all the exertion. Combining work and training turned out to be effective, but too hard, and it seems that only a real fool could have come up with this idea. At least he saved time, and that's enough to be satisfied with himself. After checking his profile in the academy, Kim saw that all tasks were completed successfully. He had already listened to several lectures, but he still felt like he was wasting his time. Realizing that repeatedly watching the video did not add to his progress, he decided to sign up for another course. Since he had no money, he started choosing free lecture options. He was offered to watch a lecture by General Bolg to become stronger and more resilient. This is the legendary king of the Western Black Sea, known for his superhuman strength. Since the lecture was absolutely free, Kim decided to try it. And if he succeeded, he would receive a spear that moves mountains. General Bolg started laughing at him and said that he was a loser who couldn't even lift a spear. Then this majestic warrior said that he would still try to teach Kim the spear technique and the power of the mountain. He told him to start swinging the spear, to feel it with every cell of his body and understand its power. The boy was upset because the professor said only a few sentences and that was the end of the lecture. So Kim started doing these tasks even though it was already night outside. The next day, a girl came to Kim's workplace to check for live monsters. Her name was Kira. She was a B-class hunter and she came to personally check this company. The boss said that his company had never had a single accident, thanks to safety and caution. Looking at her, Kim thought that she might be the granddaughter of the Star Sword. The Star Sword is a legendary warrior named Bond. 100 years ago, he was one of the Awakened Ones who received their incredible power at the moment the gates were opened. In those days, almost nothing was known about the Awakened. The monsters were cruel and could easily kill people in the streets. It was a difficult moment, and humanity was not sure that it would survive. When there was almost no hope left, a cohort of special warriors came to help humanity. Bond was one of the first Awakened Ones who saved hundreds of lives with his Star Sword. He helped the human race survive and wrote his name in golden letters in history. Many years have passed since that glorious time, and Bond has become an old and experienced master. But despite the fact that he is no longer young, the Star Sword can still show his skills and compete with anyone. Kim thought it was none of his business and continued to deal with work-related issues. When Kira saw him squatting with a monster on his back, she asked who he was and why he was doing it. The boss told her that he was a mentally retarded child and it was better to ignore him. At that moment, his friend Pak called him and said he needed urgent help. Kim replied that he would be happy to help as it would speed up the daily tasks at the academy. Park did not understand the point of these exercises. and said that the guy would soon injure his back. But he was pleased that thanks to Kim's activity, there was less work. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. The monster the boy brought began to move. Kim was the first to see it and realized it was going to be fun. A few seconds later, this huge demon rose up and began to roar as if it was going to kill everyone around it. Along with the monster, everyone else started screaming, but they did it out of fear. At the same time, Kira was doing everything she could at this enterprise. She was happy that the boss of this company had left her alone. She thought he was an annoying fool. For many people, the Star Sword is a superhero, but for her, it's a label she can't shake. From an early age, her grandfather taught her how to be a hunter, but the level he demanded was too high for his granddaughter. Her real dream was to teach people and become a teacher, but her grandfather never listened to her. This is why the granddaughter of the Star Sword cannot live a normal life. Soon she and her grandfather agreed that she would open her own academy and start teaching. Because of her surname, everyone around her believed that they would be taught by a real Star Sword. But as soon as it turned out that my grandfather would not be a professor at this academy, everyone immediately lost interest. They wanted the legendary Bond Warrior, not a young girl they had never heard of. Those who stayed later also left the academy because of Bond's threats. Now no one knows about this academy, and Kira dreams of at least one student. While she was thinking about it, the workers started shouting and ordering her to leave immediately. They told her that one of the monsters was alive and that it would not be easy now. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to escape, and Park was injured and close to death. Kim did not understand why Manticore was found alive, but he was not going to leave his friend. Park asked the boy to leave him and save his own life. Kim realized that he was facing a real monster, but if he ran away, his friend would die. An ordinary person will never defeat a monster, and an awakened one cannot use magic. Manticore is a 4th-level demon, and even a professional will have a hard time defeating it. The boy remembered that the granddaughter of the Star Sword was nearby. Maybe she could help, although if she doesn't make it, Park will be left without a head. Kim realized that he had no time to think and had to act immediately. Someone has to do something right now, otherwise Park will die, but who? Realizing that no one would come to his rescue, Kim grabbed the nearest stick and started to act. He pretended not to be afraid of the monster and ran straight for it. The guy tried to scare and distract Manicore's attention so that Park could escape. His friend was of course happy and afraid that Kim was now in mortal danger. When the boy was left alone with the monster, he realized that he had to hold on and wait for the hunters to arrive. He tried to calm down and not be nervous, even though at that moment he was facing a real demon. Kim recalled everything he had learned at the academy about the basic 5 senses and spear technique. He also recalled the words of Professor Buddha, which helped him calm down a bit. The professor once said that we need to cover the entire universe and understand where it is moving. If the guy manages to do this, his fast-beating heart will calm down. Kim decided to trust his new knowledge and put it to the test in the real world. He really managed to calm his heart despite the fact that he was being attacked by a monster. Kim decided to trust his instincts and physical fitness. The time has come when all this grueling training can help him in real life. He completely relied on his feelings and started attacking. He recalled how one of his professors said that monsters have a blind spot. He also thought about the words of General Bolg, who said that victory requires courage and confidence. So to win, you have to believe that you can break a mountain in half and not doubt yourself. Kim realized that he had no choice and had to believe in himself. He concentrated on feelings of power and the ability to break a mountain in half. Strangely enough, it worked. He activated his inner energy and delivered an incredibly powerful blow. The strength of his inner CI was so significant that it seemed like an atomic bomb had exploded. Kira and other employees did not understand what was happening and what kind of explosion it was. The girl was not afraid and ran forward to see what happened. She ran to the central square and saw the body of a young man in the dust. Soon, everyone realized that Kim had single-handedly destroyed Manticore with his stick. The guy started smiling. He could not even believe that it really worked and it was not a dream. While the system showed his progress, Kira tried to understand what exactly had happened. Did an ordinary employee of the Enterprise, without proper weapons, destroy the monster? It seemed unbelievable because he doesn't even study at the academy. Kim wasn't going to talk to the girl about anything, even though she was the granddaughter of a Star Sword. He immediately ran to his friend to make sure he was okay. At that moment, the director of the company approached her and said it was an accident. She didn't really listen to him and watched the young man being greeted by his friends. Looking at this, she thought that she had found a really worthwhile student. Soon the working day ended and all the employees went home. Kim was very pleased to see that his performance improved after today's fight. It seems that defeating Manticore is much more important than listening to lectures. So practice is the best way to increase progress in the academy. While he was thinking about where to find extra money for his studies, Kira was watching him. She decided not to remain silent and called the boyfriend to talk to him. Kim realized that she was a huntress who worked with their company and remembered that she was the granddaughter of a star sword. The guy didn't understand what she wanted from him and decided to meet her. Maybe it would be a useful acquaintance for the future. She decided to get straight to the point and invited him to meet her grandfather, which was really unexpected. The guy looked at her without much emotion and said he wasn't interested, which was really unexpected. She was sure he was bluffing and really interested, but Kim turned around, said goodbye, and walked away. Kira decided not to give up and invited him to join her own Cultivator training academy. Kim didn't understand why he had to do it. There were no students in this academy. Was it a joke? In her entire life, she has never seen anything like this, and this guy might be really special. She remembered all his strange training and how he had destroyed a level 4 monster. The girl said that her academy had everything he needed. She would give him a new uniform and personally train him. The boy kept refusing, so she decided to suggest that he take some lessons from her grandfather. She knew that all hunters dreamed of learning from the Star Sword, but Kim calmly replied that he was not interested. She was not going to let him go so easily and kept trying to convince him that he was wasting his time. Kira also told him that they had received a license, and if he agreed, he would be able to go into the dungeon tomorrow. If he doesn't need teachers that much, she can let him be and give him some time to train on his own. But her key argument was that it would be completely free. Strangely enough, this is what interested the guy. He thought that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The girl said that until he became a professional hunter, he would compete for her academy in competitions. Kim realized that this was a very favorable offer, and he could solve all his problems. The girl said she chose him because she saw the incredible potential to become a legendary warrior. This touched him a little. He smiled and thought that he had never heard such words. So he decided to agree, said his name, and shook the girl's hand. He returned home and rested until the next morning when he received a phone call. It was one of the employees. He started shouting at the guy and said that he was the reason why the director of the company was fired. Kim recalled how yesterday he asked Kerr to get the director fired because he didn't like him. But he told his friend that he had nothing to do with it and was sure that the director had quit because of yesterday's situation. On the way to the Hunter Academy, he met Kerr on his way, and the girl smiled and said hello. It was obvious that she was happy to see him, and Kira took a temporary license for Kim out of her pocket. He thanked her, although he doubted that she could really do it all in one night. Although he has not yet become a professional hunter, he has already taken the first step towards his dream. He believed that this was only the beginning and asked Kira to tell him how to go on raids. He was surprised when the girl started laughing and said that it was not necessary at the moment. She told him that she had prepared weapons for him. He should choose what he liked and go to the dungeon. She said she had already signed a contract and they could go together through the portal. Kim was not very happy. He reminded her that she had promised not to interfere with his training. She replied that she could not leave the only student of the academy unattended, especially one so talented. Since it is his first time in the dungeon, he needs help because there are not only kobolds around. Kobolds are second-level monsters, ideal for training beginners without combat experience. Luckily, Kim can easily pierce their magic armor, just like in the battle with Manticore. Suddenly, he bent down sharply because he felt a kobold attack, and even Kira didn't see it in time. The guy was surprised. He easily destroyed the opponent and did not understand why his attacks were so effective. After that, he looked at his phone and saw his progress in some disciplines increasing step by step. Of course, not as fast as after the assassination of Manticore, but still not bad progress. Kim thought that he could make good money in the dungeon, so he looked at the girl and said that he had to hurry up. He ran forward to destroy the monsters as if he were farming experience in a video game. Kira immediately realized that something was wrong with this guy, and now she was scared. What is this fool doing? Ever since they returned to the dungeon, he has been looking at his phone, which is turned off. But the worst part is that the strange things are only just beginning. A newcomer who first came to the dungeon destroys kobolds like a trained professional. He also constantly does strange exercises with dead monsters. Maybe he has some kind of mental disorder? Kira was worried that she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't hide the fact that she had a student from her grandfather anymore. The girl doubted whether she had made the right choice. Kim is a very talented and strange guy at the same time. Meanwhile, the student was happy. He could not even guess that he could earn real money for completing daily tasks. Of course, this required a lot of work. It was not easy, but his activity was not in vain. But the problem was that it took too much time and effort, and he didn't even have time to listen to the lectures during the day. He began to think about how to spend the money he earned, whether to continue saving or buy something for himself. While training in the dungeon, he earns money and increases his level, but everything goes slower than he expected. He wondered if there was a quick way to become stronger and reach the level of the great celestial warriors. On his way home, he decided to use the money he had saved to buy access to new lectures. He had no money before, so he even forgot that there were paid lessons. But it was not so simple because the lectures by experienced masters cost more than $2 million. It's an incredible amount of money. Even C-class hunters can't earn that much. He thought that this was not the most important thing, and if he did not have money for lectures, he could buy a new uniform. He went to the academy store to look at the training uniforms for the hunters. He saw a lot of interesting things there, including Bupan's elixir, Aegis's shield, and even Longinus's spear. Even if they are fakes, they are still legendary things. It's strange that they are called training uniforms. Even a beginner will realize that this is something incredible. Who would have thought that you could get legendary weapons and level up so easily? The next day he was met by Kira, who was again surprised by what he was doing. As it turned out, Longinus's spear is very expensive, so Kim now has to train even harder. He doesn't understand where he's going to get that much money and has nothing better to do than continue training. Again, it was all about money, and it was very upsetting for the guy who wanted to become a professional. Kira approached him and invited him to participate in a competition between the academies. These competitions take place every year, and each Cultivator Academy wants to show that it is better than the others. Now, their academy is at the 4th level, and if you perform well in competitions, you can raise your level. The higher the level, the better the academy, and the more support it will receive from the state. The best students are sent to these competitions, which is why Kira wants Kim to take part in it as well. He immediately wondered whether the results of the competition would affect his progress in his lectures. He understands that competition is practice, so it sounded good, so he agreed. The girl said that as far as she knows, the winner is the one who gets the most points for the raid and the duel. Kim started to get a little worried because all his combat experience was defeating kobolds and manticore. Did he think that maybe someone would agree to train with him before the competition? Then he looked at Kira and realized that he was the perfect candidate to help him. He started laughing at the girl and said that she could not refuse a newcomer. Kira is a B-class hunter, not the pinnacle of the pinnacle, but she was trained by a star sword. He was very happy that she would be able to help him, and he had long wanted to see what she could do. Kim said he was just a newcomer to the field, so she shouldn't attack him too much. The girl agreed and said that as soon as he was ready, he could be the first to start the attack. Kim believed that such an offer could not be refused and thought that it was okay to beat the girls if it was training. He wanted to show his best side, and his movements were fast but very careless. Kira could easily see the beginnings of his attacks, so she dodged and struck back. At that moment, she thought that she had overestimated his capabilities. He was a beginner in Africa. She didn't understand how he got the confidence that he could defeat her. She decided to finish this training and destroy Kim, but something unexpected happened. Somehow he managed to defend himself from her hellish sword blow. She didn't understand how this newcomer could hold back her CI energy. He held back her blow with magic, but the weapon had to jump out of his hands. At that moment, she began to realize that this guy was actually as simple as he seemed. Kim felt the power in his body and realized that he could use it. That's why he told the girl that he would now fight 100% and show her his true strength. The girl immediately felt that his movements had changed. His attacks were clearer and faster, as if a different person was fighting her. He felt that he had to start with the obvious attacks and then add feints that would distract her. If it can assess the situation, it will change its tactics, so you can't stand there like a tree and be exposed. A real Mortal Kombat began in which there was no favorite, with Kiev trying to attack and Kira defending herself. She defended herself because she felt that the guy had changed, as if a professional hunter had awakened inside him. The spear became a deadly weapon in his hands, and in this short time he mastered the art of combat at the highest level. He repeated various distractions in order to wait for Kira to let her guard down. As soon as he felt the opportunity for his real attack, he immediately went forward for the victory. Kim was trying to put all his strength and power into his punch and demonstrate that he was no longer a beginner. Seeing this, the girl got scared. She felt the strength of the opponent and realized that she could get into trouble. Kim delivered his decisive blow. His CI energy was incredible, as if he were Thanos. With the last of her strength, Kira defended herself, and a few seconds later, when the glow of energy disappeared, she could not understand what had happened. As it turned out, the guy is still really too weak for serious fights with professional hunters. He lost this fight and his mouth was bleeding. He admitted his defeat and said he would definitely take revenge. The girl told him that she was a B-class hunter and that it would take many years of hard training to defeat such an opponent. Kim said that the difference between him and a professional hunter is that he still has everything ahead of him. He looked at his phone and saw how much his progress had increased, and his training had not been in vain. After realizing this, he suggested that the girl practice a few more times before the competition, as it would be very useful for him. Although Kira thought it was strange to continue training after serious injuries, she promised to do it with him every night. She also said that if he could win this competition between the academies, he would receive a lot of money as a gift. She said that this money would be enough for a Longinus spear, and he was very interested. He immediately started asking when the tournament would take place and showing that he was very interested in it. Kira replied that there were still 2 weeks before the start, and Kim realized that he had no time to sit around because he had to train. He started doing various exercises with weights again, and she started looking at him like a fool again. She still couldn't understand what he was doing and thought it was some kind of problem with his brain. Maybe he fell on his head a lot as a child. 2 weeks passed and the day of the competition came, and last year's winner also participated, as did a large number of other fighters. A guy named Chen arrived on time and saw the venue of the tournament. He didn't expect so many people. Although the Awakened have become more numerous, it's rare to see hunters fighting, so this tournament will showcase a real spectacle. He went inside the building and found a waiting room. The guy was nervous and tried not to show it. When he saw his future rivals, he got really scared and couldn't move like a rock. All of his future rivals were wearing expensive armor and the latest weapons, and they looked like real professionals. All of them looked very strong, which was not surprising because the academies send their best students to these competitions. Suddenly, he saw an unknown soldier with an old weapon and a simple tracksuit among them. Chen couldn't believe that a village boy had come to such a serious competition. He would probably lose immediately and go to the hospital. He thought that this poor guy had been forced to participate in the competition, and he was looking at the turned-off phone like a blind man. Chen didn't understand why this guy decided to take part in the competition. It would be better for him to go home right away. The guy thought that this poor peasant was like a new student in the classroom. He didn't know anyone and was trying to pretend to play on the phone. It seems that these 2 young men both came to the competition without support and do not know anyone around them. They looked into each other's eyes, and Kim decided to say hello and introduce himself. Chen told us his name and said that he was 19 years old and had been awakened since birth. Chen asked if he could sit next to Kim, and the guy agreed, and it looks like a real friendship is emerging before our eyes. Chen pointed to a large hunter and said that he was Chuck, a promising warrior from the Gochuri Academy. He fights with an axe, and his best skill is to show strength and cruelty. At that moment, he was in conflict with another soldier named Lee from the Mint Military Academy in the west of the city. While Chen was telling all this, Kim was looking at him in surprise and did not understand why he needed all this information. While the guys were talking, a real conflict was brewing that could have started a bloody massacre. Another young talent, Wang, a student of the Revenant Force Cult Academy, intervened in this conflict. As soon as Wang started talking, everyone else fell silent, because he is the favorite of the tournament, and everyone knows that he will easily win. Chen said that Wang was invited by a large number of top academies, and all the professors want to teach such a gifted student. The reason is unknown, but he refused. Probably he was very confident in his abilities, because even the granddaughter of the Star Sword invited him to visit. Wang was unhappy that he was forced to participate in these competitions and fight these weaklings, all because of his uncle. The boy thought that winning such a tournament would not bring him recognition. If he had known that it would happen like this, he would have agreed to join the Star Sword Granddaughter Academy. He refused her offer because it was an unknown academy, although he could have used Kira and then gotten rid of her. Suddenly, he saw that someone was watching him, and he was surprised because he had never seen people in tracksuits at such competitions. Kim was surprised that Kira invited this guy to her academy and wanted to get a fight against him. At this point, a judge entered the room and said that the first stage of the competition between the academies would begin soon. The students began warming up and preparing for the upcoming tests, and Chen was visibly nervous. Over the past couple of weeks, Kim hasn't seen much change in his progress, but the training and lectures have helped him in any case. Compared to the others, he has little experience, but he tries to make up for it by training in the dungeon and competing with Kira. He was preparing for the competition and said that he didn't care whether it was a human or a monster in front of him because he would destroy them all. Soon the first stage will begin and Kira will see that she was right to invite him to her academy. He was ready to do everything to earn a lot of money for winning this tournament, and the first stage was underway. This year, the stadium was packed with spectators, all of whom wanted to watch the future professionals. There were all kinds of people at the stadium, including very wealthy and influential businessmen and ordinary industrial workers. On their way to their seats, the man and woman bumped into each other, and at first it seemed like an accident. The man's name was Sun, and he told his friend that this woman was very familiar to him and asked what the first stage of the competition would be like. His friend explained that there would be a race in a maze, And during this stage, you cannot attack other people. The main task is to get out of the maze. Although this is a 4th level competition, it's unlikely to be that easy, and there will likely be a lot of monsters to defeat. This will be a kind of test to see if the participants have the necessary skills to raid the dungeon. This year, we have a really strong lineup of participants, so the fight should be life and death. On the screen, the audience watched. The same legendary warrior whose name was Wang appeared. The audience immediately recognized him. Everyone believed that he was on a different level and could easily defeat all the other participants. It looks like our old friends were among the spectators. It was Kira who disguised herself and tried to blend in with the crowd. She saw Wang's face on the screen and started to worry. She didn't know he was going to participate in this competition between the academies. She was also worried that someone would notice and recognize her, as she is the granddaughter of the legendary Star Sword. Kim, meanwhile, wasted no time in warming up for the first stage of the competition. Although he looked funny and didn't know how to get out of this maze, his ambitions were no less than the tournament favorite. He remembered the lectures of his professors and thought that it was a good idea to use the power of CI to break the walls of the maze. Walking a few dozen meters ahead, he saw that he had several options for continuing his journey. The guy thought that he should work according to the main rule, that is, to go with one side to the very end. He was not sure that this plan would work, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, he felt strange feelings. It seemed that instead of sticking to the left side of the maze, he should go to the other side. Perhaps this is the same sixth sense of intuition that Chiron told him about in his lecture. He wasn't sure it would work, but he decided to trust his intuition and take a chance. Along the way, he heard an announcement that some participants were being eliminated from the tournament, as if they were competing with monsters. This seemed strange to him because he had not met anyone or fought with anyone during his entire journey today. Only later did he think that perhaps his intuition was helping him to find a path without demons. So if he studied all the lectures, he would be able to look forward to the future. At least he hoped so. His new friend Chen was nearby, and he told him to be careful because there could be monsters everywhere. Despite the fact that the competition had already begun, Chen was still very nervous and did not know where to go. When he heard that Kim was going at random, he started shouting and said that this plan could lead to bad consequences. He offered his method of left and right hand, but Kim said it was better to trust his intuition. He still couldn't understand why Chen was following him and suggested that they split up. Zhang said that they were brothers in adversity and should stick together, and looking at Kim, he thought they were very similar. Kim hadn't heard anything dumber than that in a long time and thought he'd found someone as crazy as he was. He decided to make an exception for his new friend and show him something truly incredible. Chen was touched. He thanked his friend and showed him a photo of his younger sister. Kim called her very beautiful and started to run away, but things were not as simple as he thought. Chen said that they should stick together because it would be suicide to travel alone in such a dangerous place. Kim decided to ask him if his parents and sister had come to watch the tournament and support him. The answer was very unexpected. The guy said that his parents had died a long time ago and he had no one left except his sister. Kim immediately realized that their lives were very similar. He had also lost his parents a long time ago and felt alone in this cruel world. Chen said that it was a long time ago. His younger sister is still young and cannot come to support him in the competition. After that, Kim felt that they were real brothers in misfortune, so he offered him to go through the maze together. But he immediately warned me that they were not one team, and since it was an individual competition, he would win the main prize. After these words, Kim confidently walked forward and told his new friend to keep up with him. Zhang was surprised that Kim had no doubts at all and chose the future path without even thinking. Kim continued to trust his intuition and go where it told him to go. But this sense of intuition also needs to be trained because after 10 minutes, the intuition led both guys to a dead end. At first glance, he should have turned around and walked back, but Kim continued to trust his sixth sense and realized that there might be a door in the wall. This door led to the finish line. The guys were the first to come here and more than doubled the previous record. The audience was surprised. Everyone thought that Wang would be the winner, not some hick with his cowardly friend. Kira was even more surprised when she saw that her only student had won the first stage of the competition. At this point, Kim didn't show any unnecessary emotions. He considered it an unnecessary waste of time because he didn't get any progress for it. On the contrary, Zhang was happy. He realized that the meeting with Kim was not accidental, and thanks to him, he took second place. At that time, everyone around us was talking about the winner. He was from the Maria Academy, which no one had even heard of before. Everyone thought that Wang would win this task, but he ended up taking only third place, which was considered a disgrace for him. While Kim was watching the lectures on his phone, Wang walked over to take a personal look at his competitor. Kim didn't understand why he was looking at him like that and what he was trying to say. Maybe there was going to be a fight, but everything ended up being much easier than he thought. And after a short pause, Wang calmly turned around and walked away. Other participants believed that Kim was just lucky. Without luck, an unknown student from an unknown academy could not win this competition. When everyone was discussing the winner, a guy walked into the room and asked everyone to be quiet because he was going to tell them about the second stage of the competition. He said that in the second stage, the participants would have to fight each other. And if one of them could not continue, the judge would stop the fight. 32 students are left in the second stage, so there will be 5 rounds where the participants will decide the strongest. The guys started waiting for the judge to announce their future opponents, and Chen was visibly nervous and tried not to show it. Suddenly, everyone heard that one of the participants approached the judge and asked to be removed from the competition, and no one understood this decision. Kira was still at the stadium waiting for the second stage of the competition, and she was happy that no one had realized who she really was. She tried not to show her face to anyone and stay in the shadows until the second stage began. She heard that instead of 32 participants in the tournament, only 5 remained. All the others refused to participate in the second stage. She realized that these men were betting on a winner and that Wang was the main favorite, but he had small odds. The men said that no sane person would bet on anyone but Wang. It was after these words that an unknown person in a raincoat approached and said that he was betting $100,000 on Kim's victory. Kira was watching all this time. She didn't understand who else could believe in this newcomer. She tried to look more closely but could not see the face of this mysterious person. Kim didn't even realize that there were people who believed in his victory. He was bored and wanted to start fighting as soon as possible. He was very surprised to see the participants approaching the judge and refusing to continue participating in the competition one by one. Chen told him that in 4th-level tournaments, this happens a lot, and the same people almost always win. Everyone was afraid that if they started fighting with Wang, they would be disabled, so they refused to participate in the competition. Besides this champion, there were other serious rivals, and no one wanted to be live meat for them. That's why most of the participants refused to continue fighting. Their health is more important. In this strange way, only 5 participants remained in the tournament to compete for the first place. Soon a judge came into the room and said that the first match would be Kim versus. Chen is very unlucky. He will have to compete with the main favorite of the competition, Wang. Young Master Li from the Min Academy won an automatic victory and advanced to the next stage. Kim was wondering, after winning the first stage, if he made it to the final, would it be enough to win the tournament? At this time, Chen was trembling with fear. His fight against the main favorite of the tournament would soon begin. Kim asked him not to worry. The fight hadn't started yet, and he already considered himself defeated, and that's not right. Because of this fear, Chen even thought about giving up on further competitions, but decided to try. The referee asked the fighters to get ready and come out for the first fight, and Kim got up and confidently walked forward. At the last moment, Chen stopped him, took him by the hand, and asked him if he was really not worried at all. Kim replied that he was absolutely confident in his abilities and was only concerned about how much experience he would gain from this fight. Of course, Zhang did not understand what this meant, but Kim was not going to explain anything and went to the arena. The second stage of the 63rd Academy tournament is about to begin, and only the strongest participants are left. The new record holder of the maze race, a young and promising talent, Kim, will be the first to fight. But it won't be easy for him because his opponent is a real killing machine, the giant with the axe, Chuck. This giant was absolutely sure that he would defeat this unknown opponent and reach the final of the tournament. A few seconds later, the judge officially started the first match of the second stage and ordered the students to start fighting. As Chuck from Gochuri Academy ran forward, Kim was still standing still and not moving. His new friend was watching the match on TV, and he was very worried not only for himself, but also for Kim. He realized that in addition to his friend fighting a real monster, he himself would soon enter the arena. He respected his opponent and decided to fight to the very end no matter what, in case he could win. Wang and Chuck are representatives of well-known and large academies, and it will be a real challenge for anyone to beat them. While Chen was thinking about what he would do in a fight against this monster, the first fight in the arena ended in a few seconds. As it became known, a guy from an unknown Maria Academy, Kim, won this quick fight. Seeing this, Wang said that garbage belongs with garbage, and looking at Chen, he said that this also applies to him. He tried to break the guy down emotionally before he entered the arena, a clever trick of an experienced warrior. The first fight in the arena was unusual. The favorite of the fight immediately began to attack and try to take his opponent's head off. He tried to show his incredible strength, but Kim calmly and confidently defended himself, showing that it was nothing for him. The unknown master showed miracles of defense. He dodged his opponent's blows like Neo from the movie The Matrix. Chuck was very surprised and did not understand why his powerful attacks did not work. He was not as confident as before. He decided to do what the masters of the Gochuri Academy had taught him, to strike the green dragon. But something incredible happened. The unknown master used his ordinary spear to defend himself against this powerful blow. The powerful axe slipped out of Chuck's hands and flew away, so it seems that the green dragon's blow is not as scary as they say. In a few seconds, the bodybuilder was on the ground and the referee stopped the fight, so everyone saw a real sensation. Oddly enough, instead of being incredibly happy and excited, the winner looked upset and unhappy. He didn't see much progress on the phone and was upset because he thought that defeating Chuck would bring him more Chu power. Upset, he returned to the waiting room and decided to win the competition to buy himself a new spear. He was immediately met by Chen, who was very energetic, and said that he had watched the fight and was pleasantly surprised. As they were talking, the judge came into the room and said that the participants of the second fight should get ready to enter the arena. When Chen saw Wang get up, he became even more worried and thought about running away. Chen came closer to his friend and said that he felt the kinship of their souls and believed that their meeting was not accidental. When Kim won his battle, Zhang rejoiced as if it were his own victory. But he's not as strong and powerful as his friend, he's not as lucky, and he doesn't have the same talent as Kim. But he's ready to fight to the last drop of blood just to make his little sister proud. The boy ran into this huge arena and prepared to fight against a martial arts master. Wang looked furious. He didn't like his opponent. He thought he was a weakling. He did not like many things. He considered it a great shame to participate in such a tournament and fight against such a pathetic student. At this point, Chen did not answer anything and remained calm, preparing for battle. Soon after, the judge finished the last preparations and told both guys that they could start the battle to reach the final. Wang looked at his opponent as if he were prey, useless garbage that lives only to be eaten. He believed that Chen was at the very bottom of the food chain and that a predator like him should eat him. He believed that Chen was lucky to be at these competitions and needed to be shown his true place. Wang believed that he should have won the first stage because he was ahead above all these bastards. Chen wasn't going to give up easily. He knew he had to set an example for his sister, so he drew his sword and prepared for battle. The example of his new friend inspired the boy. He believed in himself and decided that he could also beat the favorite. That is why when the referee announced the start of the fight, he threw the first punch. One managed to defend himself and launched a counterattack, his sword almost beheading Chen. As always, Wang lived up to expectations and continued to attack with his wild tiger technique. He thought he had to defeat this disabled man in less than a minute and send him to the hospital. He struck a strong blow to the opponent's stomach. Chen's mouth bled and his glasses fell to the floor. The guy thought he couldn't win because they were on completely different levels. Like a beginner fighting a professor, Chen really wanted his sister to be proud of him, but was there absolutely nothing he could do? At this difficult moment, he thought that he wanted to become as strong as Kim and defeat all his enemies. It seems that these thoughts had a positive effect on him because he gathered all his courage and got to his feet to continue the fight. Chen thought that he should strike at least one more blow so that he would not be ashamed to return home. He swung his sword to try to touch his opponent at least a little. A few seconds later, the entire crowd in the stadium began to go wild and scream with satisfaction. They got what they came for. Unfortunately, Chen did not succeed and Wang easily defeated him and reached the final of the academy competition. The fans weren't even surprised, as they believed Chen was not up to the task of fighting against real masters. But as it turned out, this weak guy still achieved his personal goal. He inflicted a small wound on Wang, and his cheek bled. No one around appreciated it, except for one little girl who watched the competition at home on TV and was proud of her brother. A few seconds later, the martial artist's wounded face was shown all over the stadium. Everyone wondered if this warrior was not as powerful as everyone thought and did not belong to the elite. Wang approached the judge and loudly said that he was leaving the tournament and would not compete anymore. He then approached his opponent and kneed him in the head. He started shouting that this tournament was created for the disabled, which is why there will never be any fighters above the 4th level here again. He didn't care that he could be disqualified for saying that he thought he was right. Stepping on Chen's head, he said that these cockroaches should realize where they belong. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. There was a warrior who decided to take revenge for Chen. It was Kim. He started attacking Wang and said that their battle was fate and Wang would not escape from it. Kim promised to beat him so badly that even the best surgeons in the city would not be able to put all his bones back together. He ordered him to immediately remove his foot from his friend's head, apologize, and promise to never hurt the weak again. Wang replied that he liked to do it and was not going to listen to unknown guys from the village. After these words, Kim used force and pushed Wang, whether it worked or the opponent did not expect it. It was quite an emotional moment, and Kim picked up his friend to make sure he was still alive. Wang said they were acting like girls and explained that they were not worthy of competing in such competitions. This conflict was closely watched by thousands of spectators who gathered in this arena today. Nothing like this had ever happened at such competitions before, and people were surprised and did not understand why the judge did not intervene in this situation. But as it turned out, the judges were ordered not to interfere and to observe, and it seems that a mysterious person in a cloak was involved again. Of course, Kira was watching. She was very worried about her student and hoped that it would all be over soon. Wang said that this world is arranged in such a way that without talent, a person cannot achieve anything. To succeed, you have to go head-to-head. According to him, there is no place for dreams in the world, and there are only those who achieve their goals and losers. Kim listened carefully to these words and realized that he had thought the same way many years ago. All these 9 terribly long years when he endured everything to become a hunter and constantly faced a cruel reality. He hated himself for having neither money nor talent. He hated his helplessness. His work helped him only to survive, but he could not achieve anything more. He asked himself hundreds of times how his life would have turned out if he had decided to give up and chosen a different path. There is probably nothing more pathetic than clinging to something that cannot be achieved through hard work. He constantly lived in fear and doubted himself, which is how most people get depressed. He said that he looked at Wang and asked him what he would say to that. Even though the judge tried to stop him, he took out his spear and ran to attack, forgetting the rules. At that moment, thousands of spectators held their breath as the conclusion of this incredible competition was approaching. His opponent didn't move and just smiled, thinking it was a joke because he was much stronger than Kim. A battle of two worlds began, incredible natural talent versus hard work and discipline. Kim was determined and was not going to take a single step back. He attacked, trying to remember everything he had learned from Kier and the professors at the Cultivator's Academy. The spectators at the stadium thought that the competition was over and that real gladiatorial fights had begun. Kim felt the strength and power of his opponent. No wonder he was so overconfident and arrogant. In his previous fight against Chuck from the Gochuri Academy, he had no doubt about his victory. But now everything is different. Kim realized that now was not the time to think about it. He had to relax, trust his inner feelings, and go with the flow. Surprisingly enough, these simple and clear rules immediately helped him, and he dealt a powerful blow to his opponent. Someone else would have fallen to the ground and started crying from this blow, but Kim is fighting a real master today. The judge was shouting at the boys. He said they would both be disqualified and never allowed to compete again, but they didn't listen to him. Wang thought of himself as a predator at the top of the food chain. But when he looked at Kim, he realized that he also had the eyes of a true predator. He found it quite funny and interesting, but decided to prove that there was only one true predator in this arena. He approached his opponent and told him that nothing would remain of his dream when he faced the cruel reality. The battle of the two titans continued, and the audience was happy and satisfied to see such a Hollywood action. So far, Kim has been trying to defend himself and do his best to block his enemy's sword blows. The battle had been going on for a long time, and it was not clear who would eventually win. No one deserved to be defeated. It began to look like Kim was getting stronger and stronger with each successful defense against the opponent's attacks. At these moments, he looked like a real monster that grew at a frantic pace when he saw his prey. They dealt each other powerful blows, and each of them felt the strength of the other. Wang stopped underestimating Kim and realized that he was also a true martial artist. That's why he thought it was time to use heavy artillery and end this battle. Kim was surprised he hadn't been able to control his mana yet, and that's why it was a serious problem for him. He thought that the best option for him was to run away, but for some reason his legs did not obey him. He thought that if he ran away now, he would betray everything he had learned and betray himself. At that moment, General Bolg spoke to him and told him that he had a similar situation when he was surrounded by the army of the Min Kingdom. There were 10 times more opponents, but he still didn't run away and started fighting because he realized that he had already lost and that he couldn't change it. That was the first time he felt real despair. Defeat scared him even more than death. But he started attacking and fighting the enemy anyway, because even if everything points to defeat, you have to fight and believe in victory to the end. Even with the strength of a mountain, no one can win forever. So it was through defeat that Bolg became a hegemonic king. And now he gives Kim rock-breaking strength and a spirit that can turn the whole universe upside down. He told you that he is a predator, and Kim is his prey. and he will wipe his feet on him after he wins. But Kim didn't listen to these words. He believed his master and confidently went on to win. Each of them was absolutely sure that he was the top of the food chain and that he would win. Although the judges tried to stop them, this train has long since reached maximum speed. And until it encounters something else, it cannot be stopped no matter how hard anyone tries. After these two energies collided, an explosion of bright light occurred in the arena, and the audience was amazed. These special effects would be the envy of even the best Hollywood superhero movies. The audience held their breath and waited to see who won, good or evil. Only a few seconds later, when everything became clearer, everyone saw that Wang was lying on the floor coughing up blood. So the one who had no natural talents and lived in poverty won thanks to incredible desire and discipline. It was a truly epic finale to this battle, with a standing ovation for the winners and the loser. Most of them shouted the winner's name out loud, and the boy was pleased to hear it. Kira was delighted. 2 weeks ago, he could barely block her punch, and now he was using the aura himself. Among the happy crowd, she noticed a mysterious person in a black cloak. This person was also incredibly surprised by the outcome of this story. It turned out to be a young man. He was so surprised, as if Kim had broken the laws of the universe and become a god before his eyes. It was strange to see his sincere surprise because he had bet a lot of money on Kim's victory. The girl wanted to approach him and talk about it, but this young mysterious guy had already left. Soon after, these legendary competitions ended, and Kim went home for a fair rest. He was exhausted and felt pain in almost every part of his body, but it was worth it. The only downside was that he was officially disqualified for violating the competition rules. He was warned about the consequences, but he did not listen to anyone and beat a student who had already left the competition. For his behavior, Wang was also disqualified from future competitions. He enhanced his sword with an aura, which is considered an attempted murder, and the Hunters Association will ban him from taking the exam for the next 5 years. Lee automatically became the winner, Chen took the second place, and Chuck took the third place. Thanks to these competitions, Kim's experience increased, which is probably why he was able to use the power of the mountain. To speed up his progress, he decided to enroll in another course at the academy. At that moment, Kira caught up with him, still dressed as if to hide her identity. She asked him how he was feeling and whether he had suffered any severe injuries because the fight had been tough. Kim said that everything was fine. He may not look weak, but he is actually a tough nut to crack. The guy was upset because he felt that he was close to winning, and if he hadn't broken the rules, he would now be considered a champion. The girl began to calm him down and said that it was not the most important thing. He had gained experience and showed everyone his own strength, and that was the main thing. Only after these words did the guy remember that his main goal at this competition was not a trophy, but money. He was upset because he realized that now it would be difficult for him to buy Longinus's spear, and he would have to find money to continue his studies. Although he was upset, he realized that if he had not intervened and protected Chen, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Kira assured him that money could not be the main goal in life, and said that he would be fine in the future. While they were talking, another guy hurried up to them. Judging by his clothes, it was Chen. He had noticed them a long time ago, but he couldn't walk any faster because his whole body was sore from the last battle. He asked Kim to wait and asked him if he could be as strong if he was disciplined in his training. It was a difficult question, and Kim thought for a few seconds to find the right words. Chen looked closely into his eyes and waited, even though he was badly beaten and his spirit was not broken. Kim explained that it would be very difficult, and to be honest, it's hard to become a professional hunter without talent. Of course, they say that you can achieve anything if you work hard, but the world is cruel and you can't go far with just dreams. Kim said that you shouldn't focus on becoming a hunter because you can find another job and be happy. These words really helped the guy. He said that he did not want to upset anyone and only came to say goodbye. Kim asked him not to let anyone tell him what to do and to always listen to his heart. Because Chen has no talent, he will constantly be told that he will not be able to achieve his goals and will fail. But the opinions of these people should not worry him and become a reality for him. Kim also said that if he wants to achieve something, he has to do it no matter what, even if the whole world is against you. He promised to come visit Chen and his younger sister sometime in the future and said goodbye. Kira was listening to this emotional speech all the while and was pleasantly surprised. It seems her only student is a real motivator. The girl encouraged him and told him that he now had a new fan, and that was worth a lot. Kira also thought that she had missed a good opportunity to invite him to her academy. Meanwhile, the tired Kim turned around and went home to rest and get a good night's sleep. Kira caught up with him and told him that he had done very well in these competitions and deserved to receive a new spear, which could be considered a scholarship to the academy. While they were looking for a good store with weapons for cultivators, an interesting conversation took place outside the city. A man in a suit arrived at a large and wealthy house and said that he needed to speak to the master immediately. He said that it was urgent, but despite the fact that the master was meditating, he came into his room. This man's name was Simon. He was the right hand of the Star Sword, and it was to him that I came now. The master was unhappy to be distracted from his meditation and began to shout at his assistant. He immediately cast a spell of incredible pressure, so Simon couldn't even move. With the last of his strength, he was able to say that Kira had participated in the Academy's tournament, and the master was immediately interested. He promised the master that they would soon find out about everything and tell him all the information. The only thing that is known now is that Kira has a new student, an unknown guy with high potential. Simon offered to help and said that he could solve all these problems himself without the help of unnecessary people. But Master Bond replied that this was not necessary because he had to see the person whom his granddaughter decided to teach. The next day after a good rest, Kim immediately started training with the spear. He was performing his daily task and did not even realize that he was being watched at that moment. It was Kira. The girl again did not understand what he was doing because she did not give him the task to train in the morning. She still didn't understand why it took him so long to choose a new spear yesterday and finally decided to stay with the old one. The guy replied that he didn't think he was worth such expensive gifts, and that's why he decided to refuse. But in fact, after seeing the weapons created by cultivators, he cannot look at anything ordinary. The girl was upset. She promised to give him a gift and was ready to pay any money to make him happy. Forgetting about it, she decided to ask about his strange mana-boosting technique he used yesterday. She personally saw him destroying monsters and winning competitions with this technique, which is probably a high-level technique. Kira had never seen him train mana power, which was not surprising since Kim did not know any such technique. Mana-boosting technique is a technique that allows you to use mana in the most efficient way. There are many different types of this technique. Depending on the effectiveness, it is divided into lower and higher class techniques. Every hunter has their own mana-boosting technique, which is why Kim wanted to go to the academy to learn it. He asked the girl to teach him the technique of mana amplification of the Star Sword, but she said that her grandfather forbade it. This was not surprising because if my grandfather had not forbidden it, there would have been hundreds of students at this academy. Kim realized that a hunter cannot become a professional without this technique. And in his last fight, he felt how important it was. Realizing that he didn't have much free time, he thought about taking a course to strengthen his mana technique. When Kira saw that Kim was not listening to her at all, she was offended, turned around and walked away. She said that she had urgent business, and as soon as he finished training, he should be sure to close the door behind him. The girl looked upset, and it seemed to her that Kim did not take her seriously and did not consider her a full-fledged master. To understand what mana is, one must realize that everything in the world obeys the laws of cause and effect. And it is mana that can destroy all these basic laws of the universe. That's what it is. If you know mana, you can know the whole world, as the legendary Professor Archmage Merlin always said. At that moment, Kim was attending a lecture by this professor to understand this topic. It was not easy, and he was losing his mind step by step. The professor explained that it was better to start practicing right away and ordered me to create 1,000 spheres of mana today. The guy was angry that he had to do his daily task again, but he decided to try it anyway. He quickly realized that it was not so difficult to feel and control mana, probably due to the additional lectures. He felt the power but could not give it a shape. The professor said that he needed to connect his mind with the outside world. You have to transfer your mind to reality by deceiving it and assuring it that everything happens according to the law of nature. The most striking example of this is a power that does not exist in nature, the manifestation of mana in the form of an aura. When he realized what he had to do, he started to try it and saw that it was not so difficult. He was incredibly happy and considered himself the greatest sorcerer of all time, although his results were at the level of a mentally retarded child. This is all he managed to do in a few hours of training, but it's still better than nothing. After looking at him, the legendary professor said that even his cat makes a much larger sphere of mana. The guy tried to continue training and the legendary Star Sword entered the building. Master Bond came to the academy to see his granddaughter's only student, and Kim immediately realized who he was facing. The legendary master saw what the boy was holding in his hand, and his experience immediately told him that it was a clot of mana. The master understood that it was not easy to create something like this. Maybe this guy looks like a fool, but he has talent. In his opinion, there is only one reason why such a gifted boy would come to this academy, to use his granddaughter. The frightened boy immediately greeted him and told him his name. He had only seen the Star Sword on the internet and was happy to meet him in person. Thinking that the master had come to see his granddaughter, he said that she had gone away on important business. The master was very surprised and aggressive. It seemed that he was going to chop the guy into Caesar salad. But then he looked at Kim in surprise and asked why he was still standing on his feet. His thirst for murder paralyzes everyone below the C class, but the guy still stands on his own 2 feet. Kim was very surprised. Perhaps he could resist this magic with a calm heart. Bond realized that with such talent, the boy would be accepted to any academy, but he decided to get closer to Kerr. So Kim must be a pervert, and the master drew his sword and said he wanted to hear the truth. The guy realized in time that he could lose his arms and legs and said that they had misunderstood each other. Kim felt in danger and tried to get out of the conflict situation to establish a connection with the Star Sword. So far, he hasn't been very good at it because Master Bond has launched a Star Sword attack. The guy was lucky to dodge the first blow. He was very scared and felt like a prey. At the same time, his beloved granddaughter Kira was in the house of the Star Sword. She was surprised that her grandfather was not at home and asked where he would return. The girl was upset to hear that the master was very busy, and today she wanted to tell him about her new student. The girl did not even realize that the master had already met Kim and was trying to cut off his head. He looked at the boy with hatred and asked why he had entered this particular academy. Kira wanted to keep her new student a secret, but after the academy tournament, she couldn't hide Kim any longer. She was greeted by Simon's assistant, who said hello, and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Simon explained that he was going to call her right now, but Kira didn't understand what was going on. When she told him to come to her grandfather, Simon said that the Star Sword Master had gone to her academy. The girl immediately realized that a disaster had happened and ran to her academy without saying goodbye to anyone. She did not understand how she could let her guard down, as she realized that her grandfather could come to her at any time. She could not allow the 2 men to meet without her, for a catastrophe would result. Meanwhile, the boy saw that Master Bond hadn't even taken his sword out of his armor. It was a good signal because it seems the master is not going to kill the guy and just wants to scare him. Kim tried to calm the master down and said that he didn't understand what was going on and why they had to fight. The master thought the boy was a liar. He knew how to control mana and moved perfectly in battle. So it's all just a show to hide his true intentions and use his favorite granddaughter. Kim asked the master to calm down and talk calmly, explaining that he was not going to hurt Kier and use her. The guy realized how difficult the situation was, but he didn't understand why the master saw him as a liar. Bond was furious because no one told him that his favorite granddaughter had found a student. Kim realized that he would not be able to negotiate with the master, but his movements made it clear that he would not kill the boy. If the Star Sword really wanted to kill him, it would have done so the moment it felt his presence. Kim realized that he was the closest person to his ideal, and he had an incredible chance to show his best side. The master immediately felt that the boy wanted to try to attack. It seems that this young man overplayed video games or watched too many Superman comics. But very quickly, Kim felt that the mood of the Star Sword had changed, whether it was good or bad. During his life, he saw a large number of hunters, and only one of them looked into his eyes without fear. It was Kim. He must be very strong, but what does he want from the granddaughter of the Star Sword? Master Bond began to strike hard, and it was hard for the guy because he didn't see his attacks and didn't even feel them. He saw the master's eyes light up blue as if he were possessed by a demon. He didn't even see Bond's punches and realized that his power was beyond his comprehension. The only question that worried the guy at this difficult moment was how much longer he could hold out. Kim decided not to wait for his death and show his opponent that he also had strength and potential. Holding on tightly to his spear, he ran forward and Master Bond hardly even moved. This legendary warrior easily dodged the young fool's attack and, thanks to Lanai's kick, pushed the boy back a few meters. Kim realized that he was missing something, but he couldn't let it end so badly. As long as the Star Sword Master is not serious, he has a chance to win. You will have only one chance, and you will have to show all your skills and end the fight with one punch. The guy didn't understand how to do it. Yesterday, he was an ordinary employee of the company, and today he fights like a legendary warrior. The master still did not use his sharp sword and fought with his hands and feet. Kim was waiting for the right moment to counterattack and wanted to use mana to take her will and deceive the whole world. I had to imagine that his thoughts obeyed the eternal law of nature and the universe. The guy remembered all the lectures he had watched on his phone and all the training sessions he had participated in. This helped him combine this knowledge with the strength of his own body and thus deliver the most powerful blow he could. It looked very impressive and powerful, as if Captain Marvel was fighting instead of the boy. In real life, it's not so simple. When you're facing such a legendary warrior, even all your strength may not help. Bond easily defended himself against the guy's attack and made him fall to his knees like a defeated gladiator. When he saw that the guy was in pain, he called him a scoundrel who finally showed his true face. Kim did not understand what he was guilty of. He just defended himself and hoped that Kira would return soon. But it seems that the master was not going to wait for his granddaughter to return and wanted to end this conflict right now. He came close to the boy and told him that he would personally send him to the world of the dead. When Kim thought that his life was about to end and despaired, the door opened and Kira ran into the room. She started shouting at both men and said that what they did was terrible. She was so angry that Kim thought it was better to fight a Star Sword Master than to deal with her. Master Bond looked at the boy and showed his displeasure as if he were looking at some garbage. He said that despite the presence of his granddaughter, if he wanted to, he could complete this case to the end. Kira looked at her student and was surprised. She had never seen anyone talk to her grandfather like that. She went to intervene in this conflict and asked her grandfather to calm down and talk about everything calmly. She apologized to him for his injuries and promised to tell him everything later. The guy replied that it was nothing to worry about. He only had a few bruises and the girl was not to blame. The master listened to this conversation and showed his dissatisfaction. He did not believe that a real fight had taken place between them. Feeling the pain, Kim said that he should go to the hospital, so he said goodbye and left. Kira once again apologized for the inconvenience and promised to pay for his treatment in full. As soon as she saw the boy go outside and close the door behind him, she immediately returned to her grandfather. She looked very angry and told him that they needed to talk urgently and resolve this conflict once and for all. On the way here, she had decided to tell him everything, but now she was as if she were spellbound and couldn't move. Looking at her grandfather, she saw that he looked rather strange. What could it mean? All her life, she listened to his advice and orders. Her grandfather had completely ignored her own opinions since childhood. Even with the academy, there was a compromise, and if something went wrong, my grandfather would immediately intervene. Whenever Kira found a promising student, her grandfather would come and mentally destroy them all. All her previous students left because they could not stand such treatment, and she understands them perfectly. Master Bond said that tomorrow she should expel Kim and tell him that he can no longer study at her academy. He tried to intimidate the girl and heard in response that she was not going to always do what he wanted. According to her, her new student Kim is not like all the others, which is why she is not going to expel him. The grandfather got angry and said she would get in trouble, but the girl was not going to give in and started shouting that she would decide for herself. She said she didn't want to hear from her grandfather all the time and reminded him that this was her personal academy. According to her, there is nothing between her and Kim, but when she looks at him, she feels strange feelings. She wants to be with him more often and help him realize his own potential. Now she doesn't understand why this is happening, and that's why she wants to figure it all out, and it will take time. She said that she no longer wanted to live in the shadow of the legendary Star Sword and would not do so. The grandfather was amazed. He had never heard his granddaughter yell at him and express her disagreement with his decisions. Without waiting for him to respond, Kira apologized for her emotions, said she would do everything of her own free will, and left. It was the first time he heard her scream, and Bond was moved and felt that he was wrong. At that moment, he immediately remembered how many years ago the dungeon opened and horrible monsters came out of it into the world. A great catastrophe began, and soon he received terrible news. Simon came running and said that unfortunately his son had died while defending the city from demons from hell. All he had left after that was a little girl, his granddaughter named Kira. Looking at this little girl who had also lost everything, he realized that he had to teach her how to defend herself. His rigidity in her upbringing was necessary to achieve this goal, although Kira was not happy about it. She didn't like martial arts and fencing, but he still insisted on constant and hard training. She had always wanted to take a different path and become a teacher, but Bond believed that was not why he taught her. He told her that he did not even want to hear about such desires and ordered her to always do as he said. Kira was unhappy, yet she obeyed the will of the closest person in this world. Constantly pressing her down, Bond realized that sooner or later she would turn against him, but he tried not to think about it. And that's how it all ended. It happened exactly as it should have. It was a mutiny on the ship. This is not surprising. Kira had been holding grudges inside her for a long time and eventually exploded like a powder keg. The next day, Kim left the house in the morning. He was fine and recovered quickly from the fight. It was as if he had been born again and believed that a new conversation with the Star Sword would not be a serious problem for him. He recalled how Bond attacked him and was proud that instead of dying, he survived with only a few scratches. Although if Kira had arrived a few minutes later, everything could have ended very differently. He understands how difficult her childhood was because last night she called and told him about her relationship with her grandfather. Kira spoke about all these years of harsh tyranny and the fate of her past students at the academy. But Kim realized that even this was not enough to feel her pain. She probably hadn't told him everything. The only thing he still doesn't understand is the reasons for the Star Sword's bad attitude towards him. Returning to the Academy of Dreams, the boy wondered if the legendary warrior would ever apologize to him. Kim was happy because he saw on his phone that his progress had increased significantly thanks to the battle against Master Bond. I'm sure if he ever gets beaten by a Star Sword Master again, it will be great. What he didn't expect was to see Master Bond when he entered the training room. He thought he was about to be beaten again, but the experienced master calmly greeted him and invited him in. The boy was in no hurry. He carefully approached the master, sat down opposite him, and kept a noticeable distance. He asked not to suspect him of any bad deeds and said that he had nothing to hide and his heart was pure. Bond understood that the boy was not lying, and where he got such great talent and strength from, the master had never seen so much power in an ordinary student. The Star Sword also mentioned that when the boy saw him angry, he was not only not afraid but also felt inspired. He decided to let the boy train in order to look at him and understand what he was hiding. At the moment, he was sure of only one thing. This guy must be mentally retarded because he was looking at his phone off. Perhaps it is a kind of meditation. An experienced master has never seen such strange behavior of his students. Meditation is a great workout, but you need to be careful with it and feel a sense of balance so that it strengthens your mind and spirit. The master saw that the boy was not interested in listening to this at all, so he decided to offer him a little training. The boy immediately reacted. It seemed incredible to him that the Star Sword personally decided to train him. Bond felt that he had rushed into this offer and decided to show his students some new techniques. At that moment, Kira came into the training room. She was late because of traffic jams. She was about to start training with Kim, but what she saw scared her. She was angry and asked her grandfather why he had come. Had he decided to start fighting with her student again? Bond calmly walked up to his granddaughter, leaned into her ear, and told her that her student had some mental problems and should be taken to the hospital. Looking at Kim, he asked the girl if he always behaved like this during training. Kira replied that she didn't see anything strange in this and that he always behaved like this, and the master was surprised. She said that she understood her grandfather's feelings perfectly, and she used to think the guy was a bit strange. But now everything has changed. She thinks he is special and wants to help him realize his potential. The Star Sword still felt that he did not like the boy. His too strange behavior frightened the experienced master. Although he was not particularly smart, when Kira looks at him, she always smiles. The master wondered if his beloved granddaughter really enjoyed talking to him and spending time together. My grandfather had never seen her smile so much, so maybe there really is something about this guy. After all, the happiness of the granddaughter should come first, and the master was pleased to see her like this. Although Bond was angry when he realized that this impudent boy wanted to fall in love with his favorite grandson. Suddenly, Simon ran into the training room and said he had urgent news for the master. According to him, the Order of Truth summons the Star Sword, but the master replied that they must come to him themselves. Then Simon said that Sir Callius wanted to see the master in person, and these words made a strong impression on Bond. But the most important thing is that Sir Callius wants the Star Sword to come with a guy named Kim. What a plot twist! It seems that the fame of this young student and his performances at competitions between academies has gone very far. Master Bond called the guy a liar and a scoundrel, so he must be one of them. Otherwise, why does Callius know him? Kira recalled seeing a strange man in a black cloak at the competition. Is this person somehow connected to this situation? Kim said he wasn't really interested and asked if he had to go to this meeting. Kira was amazed that this legendary Order of Truth includes 7 apostles who are on the same level as the heads of the world's largest states. Sir Callius is the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, and usually people like him do not make personal appointments. Kim replied that he didn't really care and that he was just an unfamiliar old man who was not interesting to him. Simon said that Sir Callius most likely knew right away that Kim would refuse his offer and asked him to give something to the boy. He said that this meeting would be special and that if Kim came to it, he would receive $100,000, exactly the same amount as Longina's spear. The Order of Truth is a religious organization, and it does not serve human gods, but serves the truth. The same mysterious man in a black cloak who appeared at the competition between the academies is a big voice. This order revolves around 7 important qualities: abstinence, patience, charity, gratitude, chastity, reconciliation, and diligence. 100 years ago, the Order of Truth was considered a simple cult, but when the cataclysm struck, they joined forces with the forces of heroes. This legendary order is ruled by 7 majestic apostles who transmit the will of God, that is, the truth. Thanks to them, peace was restored in the world again, and most importantly, the Berserker monster was destroyed by this order. It appeared when everyone thought that everything was over. Even the heroes could not defeat it, which is why it was called the Second Cataclysm. Only the Great Voice and the 7 Apostles could stop and defeat this demon, and that is how the Earth was saved. Eventually, Kim agreed to the offer and went to the meeting with the Order of Truth with the Star Sword. Bon was unhappy with the place of the meeting, as well as with the fact that this little crook was standing next to him. They were not forced to wait long, and soon a large voice came to their feet. He kindly greeted the guests, said he was sorry for the delay, and invited them to follow him to meet Sir Kalia. Kim trusted Kier's opinion. It seemed that he was really being watched during the competition between the academies. But why? He wondered if these people knew anything about him. Maybe they were related to the Cultivator's academy. They went into the central room where they were asked to wait. Sir Kalia would soon come to them. The legendary Star Sword was furious. If he had known that he would have to wait, he would never have come here. Kim was sure that the Star Sword knew Kalia and was surprised to learn that they had never met in their lives. The master said that during the first cataclysm he met the Apostle of Chastity, but he did not meet his successor. The boy decided to ask his grandfather if he knew the Big Voice, and Bon replied that this person had appeared in public only once, during a battle with a berserker. There are many legends about that day, but the Star Sword has never met this legendary person until today. He had seen him several times from afar, but had never talked to him in person. Very soon the door to the room opened, and Sir Kalia came in. He greeted me and said that he was pleased to meet me. The Star Sword Master showed his displeasure and said that it was not nice to keep guests waiting. Sir Kalia was a tall man with long white hair and large blue eyes. The Apostle said that he needed time to purify his body and mind before he could hold this meeting. The Star Sword Master was displeased. He thought he had never heard anything dumber than that. Sir Kalia greeted Kim and said that he was happy to meet him personally. The Apostle said that during the competition between the academies, a member of their sect was watching the boy. Kim replied that it was unlikely that the reason they were all here today was because of the academy competition. The topic of today's conversation is exploration in the underworld, and Kalia wants to cooperate with the Star Sword for this purpose. The legendary master was unhappy. He seemed to be in a bad mood today, or he forgot to take his pills. Kalia reported that there was information about distortions in one of the country's dungeons, and the Star Sword should know about it. Bon thought it was nonsense. It was a decision of the Warrant of Truth, so he had to check everything personally. The experienced warrior looked at Sir Kaylee and asked if this was the purpose of his visit to their city. It seems that the Apostle wants to strengthen his position in this way. Everything he said was just a trick. He asked the Star Sword if he was ready to help him, and Bond replied that it depended on the offer. Sir Kalia said he had heard rumors that the Star Sword's granddaughter had founded her own hunter academy. As soon as he said this, the room immediately grew darker, and there was a real desire to kill the legendary Star Sword. Master Bond said that if someone tries to drag his granddaughter into this situation, that person will immediately die a terrible death. Kalia smiled, immediately apologized, and admitted his mistake and apologized to the guest. He said that he had nothing to offer, so he offered to fulfill any request he made in return for help. Bond was not very satisfied with the terms of the deal, so Kalia suggested that he additionally swear an oath to the Order of Truth. After some thought, the Star Sword agreed to these terms, and Sir Kalia immediately swore an oath to the Order of Truth. After that, the Apostle looked at Kim and said that now we need to talk about this talented young man. He decided to get straight to the point and said that the Order of Truth wanted to sponsor Kim. They meant sponsoring the boy's various activities, which can help in situations where his academy does not support him. Sir Kalia assured that they do not need anything in return, and that the only thing they want is for Kim and the Order of Truth to be close. Although the Apostles said that the boy could refuse, Kim realized that it was not as simple as it seemed. He replied that he was not interested in the offer, and that if Mr. Kalia answered his questions, he would consider it. Kim was worried whether the Apostle would answer this question honestly or whether he would try to cheat. He thought it would be suspicious if he asked this question directly, so he decided to take something out of his pocket. It was his favorite phone, and he took it out and showed it to the Apostle and asked if he could see anything on the screen. Some people say that the meaning of existence is the soul, and if you believe these words, it is the soul that shows who you are. Even after death and reincarnation, the essence of life should remain the same. The guy asked what the Apostle saw on the screen, but Kalia tried to avoid answering and said it was a difficult question. A few seconds later, he said he couldn't see anything because it was a dark screen. Smiling, he asked the boy if he was satisfied with this answer, and Kim replied that it was enough. After a few seconds, the guy looked at the Apostle and officially refused the offer of the Order of Truth. Kalia didn't seem to expect this. He thought the young man would be extremely happy to help the legendary order. A guy in a black cloak, his name was Kaz, approached the apostle and said that no distortions were found in the dungeon. He swore on oath that he had repeatedly checked this information. Kalia didn't see anything special about Kim, but the question about the phone screen surprised him. Kaz wanted to tell the other apostles about this, but Clement replied that their priority was to be distorted in the dungeon. Kalia kept thinking about the dark screen of the phone that Kim was showing him. Meanwhile, the boy and the Star Sword Master went for a walk in the evening city. Bond asked the guy why he refused Kaylee's offer, and the guy said that everything was too suspicious. According to him, he did not want to make a deal with suspicious individuals because he did not know anything about the warrant of truth. He also decided to ask the Star Sword what exactly the concept of dungeon distortion meant. Bond replied that this is a distortion of magic, and most often dungeons break through earlier than they should. Such distortions have many disadvantages for the universe, and there is also the effect of unexpectedly increasing the level of the dungeon. He also told the boy that during the Great Catastrophe many years ago, this happened almost constantly. Kim began to worry that Kalia might be hinting at a repeat of the disaster, and Bond replied that it was a mistake and a disaster in the past. The Star Sword Master said that he had to leave for some important business and said goodbye to the boy. He also reminded him that if Kim decided to do something bad to Kira that could tarnish his reputation, he would die. The guy said he was glad they became close friends and went to the academy. The Star Sword thought Kim was a fool. Kim wanted to become stronger as soon as possible to be able to face any opponents and demons. At the academy, Kira met him and immediately asked where her grandfather was, and Kim replied that he had important things to do. The girl said that her grandfather had a bad temper and that she should have told Kim about it a long time ago, so that he would be prepared for it. The way the Star Sword behaves is certainly wrong, although there is nothing criminal about it. Kim replied that he hoped he would become a friend of the Star Sword and would no longer fight him, even in training. After this conversation, there was a short pause. No one knew what to do next and how to continue the conversation. Kira recalled that Kim was always saying that he needed money immediately and did everything to earn it. That is why while the guy was dating Kalia, the girl decided to help him earn some money. She said that soon there will be a competition to clean the dungeons, and this may improve its financial situation. It will be a competition between students of the hunting academy, and the winner will receive a fairly large sum of money. Kira assured Kim that he should take part in this and try to win. He will succeed and no longer need to worry about money. If those awakened during the disaster had a sense of responsibility for their country or faith, now professional hunters only want money. Unprofitable and forgotten dungeons have a low rating and are much harder to attack. If you do not clear the dungeons in time, after a while they explode, releasing monsters. Even if these monsters are low ranking, they're still a threat to society and can create many problems. At first, such dungeons were monitored by state hunters, but it was inefficient to send them to such a neglected place. They were real professionals at killing and were not afraid of anyone, and they were sent to fight low-ranking creatures. That's why the government decided to do something different and organize competitions to clean the dungeons. These dungeons are at such a level that even an ordinary student can clear them, and there are usually many people willing to do it for money. The state also promised that the results of these competitions would influence the rating of hunting academies. After analyzing all this information, Kim realized that there was no reason to refuse and agreed. Kira knew that he always wanted more, so she searched the internet for information on how to raise the academy's rating and found this option. But given the experience of previous competitions, we can understand that it will be difficult because we may meet serious rivals. The guy thought that this time he would definitely win and asked Kira how the competition would be held. The girl said that the competition will last for about a week. When it starts, the participants will be given a list of dungeons. Participants then have to book a dungeon through a phone app and are given 10 hours to complete the dungeons. In short, the winner is the one who can clear the most dungeons. Kira also told us that we shouldn't destroy the bodies of monsters because it doesn't pay much money. The boy said he wanted to do this process on his own and got his teacher very excited. He explained that if you collect all the bodies of monsters, you can earn a lot of money, and it would be foolish to refuse it. Kira disagreed with him and said that winning the competition was much more important and prestigious. Kim wanted to know everything about this competition to be as prepared as possible. He asked about the rules of the sweep. A few days passed, Kim signed up for the competition, and it was time to try to take first place. His progress has increased significantly through hard work, with every 10% of progress immediately felt during training. He met with Kira and told her that he had downloaded an app on his phone and prepared everything important for the competition. They stood together and waited for the assistant Kim had called for to arrive. as it seems the man had trouble finding the right way. Soon after, they met and greeted the assistant, Kim saying that he was very happy that Park had arrived on time. The man looked surprised and worried. He still didn't understand why he was called and what he was supposed to do. It all started a few days ago when Kim called his friend to propose. He said that he wanted Park to help him carry the corpses of the monsters that would be left after the competition and to be his personal driver. Kim also said that he would definitely pay for it, because even if the corpses of monsters are not worth much, he could still make good money. Park was interested in the offer, but he wasn't sure if it would work out if the speed of the task was also important. Kim said that he would personally take care of everything, so there was no need to worry. That's how Kim agreed with his friend to cooperate, and now the dungeon clearing competition has begun. Kira wished him good luck and left, and Puck said that he had learned all the rules, so everything should be fine. Kim reminded us that the winner is the one who clears the most dungeons, meaning that the victory depends on speed. In these competitions, you need two things: the speed of destroying monsters and the speed of moving through dungeons. Almost all of these dungeons are at the initial levels, and depending on the difficulty, the raid time will also vary. Kim said that he was ready for whatever they might face, and asked Park to go to the dungeon as soon as possible. He gave him his phone, which showed him all the dungeons and their locations. The guy also said that Park should plan a route that minimizes travel time between dungeons. The man was not very happy to hear this, but Kim assured him that the Park was faster and more accurate than any GPS navigation. Realizing that their earnings depended on speed, Park stepped on the gas and imagined that he was a Formula One pilot. The competition inspector, a young woman named Catherine, saw a new participant enter the dungeon. Given that this guy was completely unknown and studied at an obscure academy, she thought that he would soon lose. Catherine saw that an unknown man was always with Kim. Maybe they were scammers. Suddenly, the portal to the dungeon opened, and Kim came out, asking his friend to prepare for the transportation of the corpses. Catherine did not understand what was happening. She started screaming and said that outsiders were not allowed to participate in the dungeon raid. Kim replied that he knew all this and that the raid had already been completed because he had completely cleared the dungeon. Catherine decided to personally enter the portal to see everything with her own eyes. She was amazed because less than 10 minutes had passed and all the monsters inside had already been destroyed. She also did not understand why Kim was taking the bodies of the dead demons on her back and carrying them somewhere. He replied that it was nothing to pay attention to and that it was his personal business. And Catherine thought that this guy was from an academy for mentally retarded children. As soon as Kim exited the portal, Park would immediately help him with the process. Kim said that despite the competition, he cannot miss his tasks at the Cultivator's Academy. Park said that the demons are low level and have few profitable parts, and it takes 15 seconds to cut the body. Catherine could not believe her eyes. She saw a grown man taking out a knife and preparing to cut the dead body of the demon. Looking at her, Kim said that it was not prohibited by the rules, so there was no need to interfere with them. The girl was still in a state of shock. She thought it would be an ordinary competition between students, not a horror movie. After everything was over, Kim said that there was another dungeon nearby, and they should go there. Catherine has suffered a psychological trauma for the rest of her life, and it is unlikely that she will ever work as an instructor again. Kim was happy. He said that so far everything is going great, and they are working as a real team. Meanwhile, the instructor of the next dungeon was enjoying the great weather and relaxing. He was eagerly waiting for the next participants to arrive in the dungeon and saw a truck coming toward him. Without even saying hello, Kim immediately entered the portal and began to destroy the demons. He wasn't going to waste a single second and wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, win the competition, and make money on the corpses of demons. Very quickly, he handed over another batch of monsters for Park, and it looks like there will be less blood this time. Park said they had too much bone marrow this time and started working. The instructor watched this process in surprise, but unlike Catherine, he said nothing. He didn't even have time to say hello to the new participants and check out the dungeon before they left. It seems that for these competitions between academies, who really prepared professionally to take first place. In the evening, a lot of people gathered in the dungeon management team's office for paperwork. I had to check all the reports on today's competition between the academies. Mr. Baggio was in charge of this process and started checking all the participants to determine the winner. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the young student Kim had cleared 32 dungeons in first place. This is definitely a new record for the competition, and he even called his assistant to check if it was a mistake. He didn't believe that an ordinary person could do that much work in one day. He was even more surprised to hear that the average raid took no more than 10 minutes. The entire department started checking to see if there were any violations of the rules during the competition. Maybe Kim had someone helping her, However, it was immediately discovered that the rules had not been violated, and the boy had won the competition fairly. Very quickly, the employees found out that Kim was studying at the Golden Sword Granddaughter Academy, and now everything becomes clear. It remains to be seen whether the Star Sword personally participated in these competitions. Kim's victory upset many other participants, including a young girl, Julie, from the North Academy. The director of her academy yelled at her and told her that their school would suffer great losses because she failed to become the first. The girl said that she did her best, but her opponent turned out to be some kind of Superman. According to her, he was clearing the dungeon and finishing the raid every 10 minutes, which is impossible given the distance between the portals. The director of the academy said that it was possible if someone decided to help this guy. The current director of the academy is a former A-level hunter and is Julie's father, named Man. He asked his daughter not to be too upset and said that this is the law of life. The most cunning wins. The girl promised to train harder and said goodbye to her father to go on vacation. She remembered something. A guy she knew once said that a professional hunter should never have doubts. Julie replied that in this world, everything is decided by money and power, not by intelligence and kindness. His name was Leaner. He was Julie's brother, and he dreamed of becoming a hunter who would make everyone respect him. It was hard for her to remember his face. This guy was dead, and she dreamed of not remembering him anymore. It was a real hell for her, especially difficult to survive the nights when he came to her in her dreams. Meanwhile, Kim was satisfied with his easy victory in the competition and went to rest with Park for a while. The guys enjoyed this moment of happiness and discussed this difficult day. Then Kim began to calculate how much they had earned, and it turned out to be quite a good amount. Having finished the calculations, Kim said that each of them would receive about $3,000. Park said that he should get a smaller share because Kim did all the hard work, and he thought it was fair. Kim did not intend to divide the profits in this way, and said that they should split everything in half as full partners. The boy also asked his adult friend why he was not surprised by their victory. The answer was quite unexpected, as Park said he had already seen Kim's skills at the Academy's competitions a few weeks ago. Kim was very touched by the fact that his friend was secretly watching him compete. The guy thought that Park was a very good person, even though he was straightforward, and always supported him in a difficult moment. Having had a good rest, the next morning the boys set off to take part in the second round of the competition. They have already become quite famous after yesterday, so they began to be called monster eaters. Many people have heard about them and came to these competitions to see them in action. They had a lead over the second place and were close to the final victory in the competition. With 5 more rounds to go, Kim said he was very happy to be working with Park. Park replied that he was also happy to work together for a while and earn some money for his retirement. They were already calculating their potential earnings and dreaming of expensive purchases. The second day was again completed with a confident victory, and the two started the third round as absolute favorites of the competition. Puck pulled out his phone and saw something strange. He showed Kim that all the dungeons around them were now blocked. It seems that there are no free dungeons anywhere nearby, and it takes an hour to get to the nearest free portal. Did it happen by accident, or did someone plan to leave the guys without a title? Park believed that this was prohibited by the rules and that these dungeons would soon be available again. But these troubles continued all day. After Kim and Park cleared the nearest dungeon, they saw that everything around them was booked. It became clear that something strange had happened, as they had made only 10 raids during the whole day. Park probably said that Julie did it because she was in second place in the standings. Kim was getting worried. He was still in first place, and it was only the third day of the competition. If things continue in this way, he will lose. Which is why the guy asked Park to stop cutting up the monsters' corpses for now. Now winning the tournament is more important than that, which is why he decided to focus on raids. After some thought, he told Kira and his assistant that he had a plan, and everyone looked at him with interest. There was a real conspiracy against Kim and his team in the city center. Many people gathered and waited for Kim to book the dungeon to start booking all the available dungeons around it. As soon as this group of people saw that Kim had booked the dungeon, they immediately began to act. They did the same thing as yesterday. These people tried to do everything professionally, so they did not book dungeons at the same time. But suddenly things didn't go according to their plan because Kim booked a dungeon right next to Julie's. If they continue to book the dungeon, it can hurt the girl. Maybe you can cancel the reservation when she finishes the raid? But according to the rules, you cannot cancel your reservation within 10 hours if the raid is not completed. In such a simple way, Kim outsmarted his rivals and returned to the race for first place. Julie didn't know that her plan had failed yet, and she continued to clear the dungeon with confidence. She was destroying monsters at a fairly high speed and closing the gap with the first place. As soon as she was done clearing the dungeon, she would immediately get in the car with her driver to go to another portal. She ordered the driver to speed up, but for some reason he didn't start the car and remained silent. A few seconds later, the man explained that there were problems because all the dungeons nearby were currently blocked. Thanks to his intelligence, Kim continued to take first place, and due to the dungeon reservations, Julie was also unable to pass the test normally. The girl immediately came to her father to talk to him and assure him that she would still win. Man told his daughter to continue doing her job because he had come up with a new way to win. Time passed very quickly, and soon the 5th day of the Academy tournament began. Kim and her friend met Julie, and now these enemies will get to know each other in person. The judge immediately approached them and said that conflicts between the participants were prohibited. Julie greeted Kim and told her that she should win this competition. The guy said that whoever wins must be fair. Even though it is a competition, it must be fair. The girl replied that she was playing fair and did not understand what he was talking about. Kim decided not to answer her, smiled, and calmly went to find a new dungeon. These words made the girl angry, because she believes that people are selfish by nature. Even if they want to help, it is only for their own benefit, which is why there is no justice in this world. Julie focused on herself and continued to destroy monsters to win. When she came out of the portal, she saw an instructor watching someone enthusiastically. The instructor said that he did not believe the rumors and only now realizes that it is all true. As it turned out, he was watching Kim destroy monsters with incredible speed, and his friend Park chopped them to pieces. When he saw the girl, Kim greeted her again and said that she was faster than he thought. He asked her for permission to enter her portal and take away the corpses of demons she didn't want. He was so excited about this opportunity that Julie calmly let him do whatever he wanted. The guy was happy and was already mentally calculating the potential profit for that day. Julie decided to ask him what he was doing and why he was cutting up dead demons. The guy explained that he was performing a daily task at the academy and at the same time earning money on the bodies of demons. Julie thought it was a waste of time, so she turned around and walked away. The girl remembered her brother again and his dream of becoming a professional hunter who would make everyone respect him. The time has come when anyone can become a professional hunter. It's now a common profession. Around the same time, there was also fun outside the city. Master Kalia cleared other dungeons and fought against 10th level demons. He was not alone. He was helped by a star sword who was dissatisfied with what was happening. Master Bond said that distortion can't happen in this way, and it reminds him of what happened many years ago. He blamed these problems on the Order of Truth, and Kalia assured the master that they had nothing to do with it. Chiming, a disciple of the Star Demon, joined them and said she would also investigate the phenomenon. She immediately sensed an abnormal amount of mana from the demon, but it didn't look like a distortion. She asked Kalia if anything strange had happened to him while clearing the dungeon. Kalia replied that everything went as usual, but we have to admit that it all looks like a previous disaster. Although the chances are slim, the second coming of the Berserkers cannot be ignored. Chiming looked at the experienced craftsmen and said that they should find more information. While they were thinking about how to save the universe, the Academy's competition continued. Something unusual happened. The judges of the competition saw the two dungeons merge many times. But almost no one has seen 3 dungeons in one place at the same time with their own eyes. Kim had new problems. All the dungeons available to him were constantly being booked by someone. They were other contestants pretending to make a mistake and accidentally booking a dungeon they didn't need. All this happened throughout the day and made Kim and Park very angry. They went to the academy to try to resolve this issue and come up with a new plan. Even Kira was angry. She said that this could not go on and she would fight it even if she had to use her grandfather's name. They decided to write a letter to the Association of Academies to talk about this problem. Kim said that now everything should be fair and they can easily win this competition. After that, they got into a truck and went to continue clearing the dungeon. But it seems that their enemies were one step ahead again, as an unknown man slowed down in front of them and provoked an accident. The man said it was unintentional and that Kim lost his first place in the table because of this pause. Kira began to calm the boys down and said that the director of the dungeon management had promised to personally take care of the matter. Park was not happy. He said it would be too late when someone solved the problem. Kira told us that Julie's father is the director of the academy where she studies, and he used to be a professional hunter. The most shocking information was that even the Star Sword recognized him as a true warrior. Now it's clear who is behind all these problems and preventing Kim from winning the competition. That is why Kira said that it is unlikely that the investigation will be conducted before the end of the competition. It will be too difficult to win. The girl was very upset and began to apologize to Kim, and the boy did not understand what she was doing. He said that Kira had always helped him, supported him, and defended him. And if it weren't for her, things would have been even worse. Park agreed with these words and said that if it were not for Kira, they would have lost long ago. He looked at Kim and said that everything depends on him, so he needs to solve this problem immediately. Later, Man's assistant came to say that they had been overtaken in the table again. The assistant said that Kim only books dungeons when he is near them, which is why it is difficult to know where he will go next. It took this smart guy only 5 minutes to book and clear the last dungeon. His teacher also intervened and wrote a complaint against the inspectors who were doing their job poorly. The assistant also told his boss that the academy where Kim was studying was founded by the granddaughter of the Star Sword. Man realized that he could not do anything against such a strong opponent. He asked his assistant to find another way for their academy to win. They had no right to take second place. Julie continued to clear the dungeon step by step and remained at the top of the table. But her opponent had already come close to her and was right next to her. And it was interesting to watch this battle of the titans. While the leader of the competition between the academies was constantly changing, a meeting was held at the higher commission. It was very heated at this meeting because Kira personally came to achieve justice. She screamed and said that various unpleasant situations happen only to her academy. It can't be a coincidence. At the moment, there was a tie in the standings between Kim and Julie, and the committee said that there had to be a winner. Also, the director of the commission saw no evidence of fraud on Julie's part, so disqualification is impossible. After this meeting, the head of the dungeon management team was waiting to meet with the competition leaders. When they arrived, he began to tell them how the final round would take place, after which the winner of the competition would be determined. Each participant can choose one of the 3 dungeons and start clearing the second dungeon only after completing the raid in the first. Simply put, the first to clear 2 dungeons wins the competition. All 3 of these dungeons have the second level of difficulty. They are the same, so the participants will be on equal footing. Kim offered to be the first to choose the dungeon he liked, and Julie agreed. They quickly figured out the situation and started preparing for the test, and moment X came. At the last moment, Julie asked Kim in a quiet voice not to cry after the defeat and not to write letters to the association. The guy decided not to answer, and as soon as the judge gave the order to start, he immediately ran at full speed into the portal. Now he was thinking about nothing but winning. It had become a personal matter and he could not lose. At first, Kim thought there would be ordinary demons, but so far he hasn't heard anything. It was quite strange because it had been 5 minutes and he hadn't seen anyone, so it must have been a completely different test than before. After walking a few more tens of meters, he heard a terrifying scream, not at all like the scream of a level 1 demon. Later he saw that in this portal he would have to fight against Manticore. He didn't understand how a 4th level demon could be in a 2nd level dungeon. Maybe it was Julie's fraud again. Or maybe it was a portal error that led him to an unknown dungeon. But be that as it may, now he will have to fight alone against a very powerful monster, and it could end badly. Manticore started to attack. But today was not his day because Kim sent him to hell in a few seconds. He immediately ran to the exit of the portal, worried that Julie might have already completed her raid. As soon as he ran out into his world, he immediately started shouting at the inspector and saying that there was a demon Manticore in his dungeon. The inspector was amazed. He did not believe that an ordinary student could defeat a 4th level demon on his own. The guy was sure that Julie had already completed the first stage and shouted that he wanted an official rematch. The inspector said that it was impossible to do this because the contestant Julie had not yet completed the clearing of the first dungeon. It was quite strange. Perhaps she had also encountered something much more dangerous than a kobold during her raid. Julie also couldn't find the demons during her raid for a long time. She didn't even realize she was being followed. The girl again recalled her brother and how she helped to heal his injury after the competition. He said that she had ruthless hands, and if she switched to running monsters, the universe would die. Linar also asked why they obeyed their father. He didn't want to deceive anyone for his own benefit. Linar believed that there were things that should not be done, and he was even willing to go against his father's orders to do so. The girl started shouting at him and said it wasn't funny anymore. Other people at the academy called him a reckless fool. Linar was now considered to be the age of professional hunters. The era of heroes had passed. They had either all died or become thieves. Julie replied that she disagreed with him and believed that there are still real heroes in the world. But in his opinion, there are as many heroes in the world as there are honest politicians. It's hard to believe, but Julie still believes that the day will come when she will meet her brother again. He always said that he was a person who did not care about personal gain and did not think about becoming someone's hero. That was until that very autumn day when something happened that could not be changed and Linar died. His father said that Linar was stupid and tried to protect a stranger on the street in vain. In his opinion, his son died trying to help others and not knowing his place, and this was always his problem. Man hoped that his daughter would be different from Linar and make him proud. It was then that she promised her father she would never live like her brother. Many years have passed and she has changed, but so far she has stuck to the words she said on the day of that disaster. The inspector explained to the boy that he had won the academy competition, and now there was no need for a rematch. All he had to do was enter another dungeon to officially become the winner and receive a cash reward. But the guy was in no hurry. He was sure that the dungeon's mistake was no accident. It was probably a trap for Julie. One of the additional instructors said that the manometer is behaving strangely and already shows that the level is more than 4 stars. Kim immediately began to worry. Now he was sure it was a trap. He recalled how the Star Sword told him that the dungeon meant a distortion of magic. Such distortions have many side effects, such as dungeons breaking through before their time. The instructor said that this was the first time in his 20-year career that he had seen such figures, and he suggested calling in professional hunters to investigate. The inspector was about to turn to Kim and tell him that he had to continue the competition later, but the guy disappeared into one of the dimensions. It happened because Kim remembered that the Star Sword said that such situations happen during a disaster, and it used to happen very often. At that moment, Julie was having a very difficult time in her dungeon. She was seriously injured and close to death. The girl was left without an arm, and a huge monster was trying to destroy her, and it seemed to be the end. Is this the same poetic justice her brother, the 6th-level monster Nerkor, spoke of? He was a real giant with big horns and green eyes, like a symbiosis of a goat and a dragon. The girl had no chance in the fight against this demon, and she prepared to die. Perhaps now she will meet her brother. The last thing she thought was that there was no place for justice in the world. It only happens in fairy tales. The only thing that comforted her was that at least she would not die a stupid death like her brother. But at the very moment when Julie accepted her death as something inevitable and completely relaxed, he appeared. The same hero she once believed in, and in whom her brother disbelieved so strongly. He came at the most difficult moment, risking his own life to protect her and stop the level 6 demon. He asked if she could move, and Julie said it didn't matter and told him to get out of here. Kim replied that he had no time to argue and ordered him to get up as quickly as possible and escape through the portal. The girl asked why he had come here. Was someone willing to risk his own life for her? Kim was not afraid to see a level 6 monster. He knew that to win, he had to keep attacking. He called this goat's head and said that such a chupacabra should not offend little girls. His plan worked, and the demon immediately turned its attention to the boy and attacked. Now the hardest part was to kill the monster and stay alive, and Kim was sure he could do it. Kim realized that one hit from this monster and his body would be torn into hundreds of pieces, but this did not stop him. He quickly realized that the demon's movements were familiar to him and began to seize the initiative. It was at this pivotal moment that he remembered all his training and all the lectures he had watched at the Cultivator's Academy. Despite all this knowledge, the fight was too hard, and he received a deep wound in his chest. As soon as the demon smelled blood, it immediately began to roar and try to finish off its wounded prey. Kim remained optimistic, saying that this goat was stronger than he thought, and the fight was unlikely to end soon. Julie continued to watch the fight and asked the guy why he was doing this and why he came to save her. What was his benefit from it? She understood that it didn't concern him, and he could easily clear the last dungeon and win the academy competition. The girl said she knew that Kim came to this competition for the money, and he confirmed her words. When she heard this, she told him that he could go and take the award. He knew about everything she had done and knew that he would not hear words of gratitude for saving her. Kim replied that her actions were wrong and he did not want to forgive her. But he did not think that she should die because of it. Kim also said that he did not think that this reason was enough to not help Julie. Looking at him, the girl remembered that sooner or later the day would come when she would meet her brother. She recalled the moments when he said that he was a person who did not care about personal gain and would do everything to become her hero. Right now, she was standing in front of the same guy who said that there is no more valuable reward in this world than a saved human life. Nerkor was not going to wait for all these touching moments to end. He wanted to kill. Kim was ready to fight forever to protect this girl. His motives were not clear. It looks like he's really doing this without any benefit to himself just because he wants to save her. The guy tried to mobilize all his strength and energy and focused on his opponent. Intuition is a part of the mind, although most students do not quite understand these words. By part of the mind, I mean assessing the situation, because if you are assessing the situation, you will not have time to make a decision. At these moments, Kim was happy to be watching lectures from experienced professors, as they could save his life. He tried to unite his mind with his feelings, and the feeling of assessing the situation is the union of the mind with the feelings. This is a true form of intuition of a professional cultivator, which he had heard so much about from his professors. And now he has felt progress in his skills and has gone beyond the body and understanding of the universe. We are watching an ordinary young student fight against a 6th-level demon. The most interesting thing about all this is that this young man somehow fights back against the demon. By focusing on his body and assessing the situation, Kim began to see where the asshole was attacking. He could feel every movement of his muscles and thus could deliver counterattacks. His plan was simple: wait for the arrival of professional hunters. The inspector should have called them a long time ago, but there is one problem: Julie may not wait for them. So, realizing that there was no time to wait, the boy began to attack the demon with the power of tearing a mountain out of the ground. It was one of the first techniques he read about at the Cultivator's Academy, and this spirit can turn the entire universe upside down. The demon prepared to attack the boy and was going to swallow him alive like a donut. Seconds before the collision, Kim felt his intuition telling him that he would win. With his usual spear, he tried to use his aura. It is now that everything will be decided. Either the demon will swallow the boy and evil will win, or a new hero will appear in the world. A few seconds later, there was a pile of blood around. It looked like a real horror movie. Jolie continued to watch it, and there was no need for 3 days glasses and popcorn to fully enjoy this performance. It looked impossible, but Kim defeated the 6th-level demon and survived. It lost a huge amount of energy, but its progress in all key parameters immediately increased rapidly. He picked Julie up and started trying to drag her out into the real world until she died of blood loss. He said that there was no time to rest because she had to be taken to the hospital immediately. They successfully got out of the dungeon and immediately called an ambulance. The situation was extremely difficult, and every second counted. It would have been terrible if all his efforts to save the girl had been in vain. She continued to act like a fool and said that she did not consider him her hero. In her opinion, he behaved recklessly and made a mistake, and Kim unexpectedly replied that he did not want to save her. The inspector did her best to help her and stop the blood loss. As soon as the news about the dungeon cleaning competition came out, people expressed their dissatisfaction. The fact that a 6th-level monster appeared in a 2nd-level dungeon is not a mistake or an accident. There had never been a case of such a situation before, so it attracted the attention of not only ordinary people, but also associations and states. All of them were naturally surprised that an unknown student was able to defeat a level 6 demon. Kim's story immediately became a legend, and everyone started asking what academy he was studying at. Kos came up to Master Kaylee and said that the Apostle of Abstinence was looking for him. Perhaps it was about the recent events in the city. Meanwhile, Chiming was showing the Star Sword the news that a level 6 monster had been destroyed by a boy from his granddaughter's academy. Star Sword replied that it was true and that it was really done by an ugly dwarf named Kim. Meanwhile, the same ugly dwarf was extremely upset about losing a significant amount of money. Park tried to calm him down and tell him that money is not the most important thing in this world. But Kim kept shouting and being unhappy that there were 2 official winners in the competition, so the money was divided in half between him and Julie. He offered to play a game of rock, paper, scissors, but Puck reminded him that Julie was now missing one arm. Kim replied that he was counting on this one and said that it would be fair to choose a single winner and give him all the money. While Park was accusing Kim of losing his humanity, Kira came to the hospital. She didn't understand why Kim was so upset, so Park explained that he was crying because of the draw. The girl was surprised and asked the boys why they thought the money was divided in half. She said that Julie personally gave up the first place and half of her reward. She also told the commission about all the prohibited cheating during the competition and blamed her father, the director of the Eastern Academy, for it. According to rumors, the trial has already begun and Man may soon go to prison. Kim was surprised and did not understand why she did this. He immediately remembered that she did not consider him a hero. Julie asked Kier to tell the boy what he had done wrong. But besides this, she believes that this situation was also her fault. So in any case, Kim will receive her reward in full, and she will be able to buy whatever she wants. The state also takes responsibility for this situation and offered the guy some benefits. For example, tax exemption for the money he won, as well as coverage of all medical expenses. And the most important thing Kira believes is that their academy has now finally been promoted to the 3rd level. Their academy will now have several privileges, and Kim can now clear level 4 dungeons. Kira thanked the guy and said that all this was possible only because of his efforts and courage. Kim said that after this story, the academy should have many more students. Realizing that all the problems were solved, the young team of the Maria Academy went to lunch. After the boy had eaten enough and received his money, he realized that it was time to go shopping. Taking out his phone, he immediately went to the Cultivator's Academy's website to see what he could buy in their branded store. The guy was not very happy to see that the price of a lapless spear had doubled. He didn't understand how their calculation system worked and how to wait for the best time to buy a spear for the best price. If the price continues to rise, he will be forced to lose a lot of money and be left with nothing again. Realizing that the situation was difficult, he decided to look at other weapons in the store. There were a lot of interesting products, but he didn't trust the photos and didn't want to buy something he hadn't seen in person. Perhaps these cheap prices for other weapons are a trap for inattentive students. Kim wondered why the store didn't write about the product in detail. Was it an accident? It was like buying a pig in a poke, and Kim didn't want to lose the money he had worked so hard to get. He thought about finding product reviews from past customers. He found comments from an unknown student who bought more than 100 variations of weapons on this site. He wrote that the shield of the Aegis is not worth even 10 cents and is almost useless during a battle. The shield is supposed to turn opponents into stone, but the problem is that the owner of the shield also risks becoming a brick statue. So this unknown author said that he gave this shield 2 out of 10 points. At first, Kim thought it was a joke, and only then realized that this guy really bought 100 variations of weapons. He continued to read his comments about different weapons, and the guy was interested in everything. The guy from the site said that such weapons should be bought as fakes because the original costs incredible amounts of money. After reading these comments, Kim realized that the only weapon worthy of attention is kibbutz. The goddess Hera from Greek mythology had a pouch with the same name. After that, she gave it to the hero Perseus, who killed a jellyfish with this weapon. The boy immediately began to imagine that he could raid the dungeon and immediately put the corpses of demons into this bag. After realizing all the advantages of this mysterious bag, he realized that he had to buy it. As it turned out, 3 days later, this was not his only purchase. He finally bought a lapless spear. He also bought a kibisis and decided to test its effectiveness as soon as possible because of the unusual aura it gives off. That was the bad news. After all these purchases, he became poor again. But in any case, he was happy because he bought what he dreamed of and hopes that it will justify the money he spent. Kira came up to him and asked if he had decided to go to the dungeon raid again. Didn't he want to rest? The guy assured me that he was completely healthy and did not want to rest extra days, losing potential profits. Kira thought the guy had a lot of money after winning the competition, but he said he had already spent it all. In fact, without further ado, it was clear what he spent all his money on. The girl was furious when she saw that he had spent everything again and would complain about his empty pocket. Still, she had gotten used to him, so she couldn't hold a grudge for long. They went down to the 4th level dungeon together, and Kim asked Kira to stay close to him for his own safety. This dungeon was completely different. It was not like the places Kim had been to before. Given that this is a level 4 dungeon, the demons should have the highest defense rank. In this case, these monsters are ideal for testing the strength of Laplace's spear. Kim decided to use it without adding magic to see what this spear could do. He realized that Laplace's spear could definitely hurt monsters, and if it was dangerous, he could add magic. But it seems that the spear was so powerful that it could destroy level 4 demons even without magic. Kim easily cut the monster into 2 pieces, while Kira watched calmly. She didn't even have time to say anything during this time. It seems that her student is already on a completely different level. The girl thought that after all his successes, she would not be able to be surprised anymore. But it turned out that Kim was a real surprise man. She enjoyed watching her student continue to slice monsters like bacon. Kim saw that he had destroyed all the monsters and decided to hide them in his new bag. Kira did not understand how he wanted to put parts of huge monsters in such a small bag. But besides that, this accessory could also reduce weight by 70%. Kira was surprised. Maybe she didn't know something, and the guy had secretly robbed the city bank? She didn't understand how he was able to buy so many different interesting things. Was it all for the money he got for winning the competition? Kim explained that it was all bought at the same hunting shop. He also said that the store is located on a dark street near his house and is intended for students from academies. Kira also wanted to go there to buy some things for herself, but Kim told her that the store was going to close soon because the owner wanted to go on a trip. I think at that moment it became clear that Kim had the face of a real liar. This conversation was not destined to end because stones began to fall from the walls. Kira and Kim immediately tensed up and prepared for all possible scenarios. They saw that new monsters began to appear, and this time there were too many of them. Kira asked the boy not to interfere and let her destroy them herself. Kim was against it because he wanted to try something in the battle against the monsters this time. He said that Laplace's spear was much more powerful than he expected. Without any additional magical power, the spear cut the gargoyle like tofu. In this case, he wondered what would happen if he added the magic he had recently mastered to the spear, an incredible force tearing up mountains of earth and all obstacles in its path. And the spirit that is able to turn the whole universe upside down will rule over the enemies. It seems that the demons came at the wrong time because they are about to be exterminated and go to hell. I realized that it was better not to interfere with the boy's magic. Maybe he is a child of Harry Potter. Kira Kira did not understand what kind of incredible power he had mastered. The demons immediately felt on their own bodies what the encounter with Laplace's spear meant. After the last competition, Kim became much more experienced and confident in his own abilities. He's not the same guy as before. Whereas earlier, it was an achievement for him to destroy Manticore, now he kills similar demons without even straining. Kira was surprised, and now she is beginning to realize that she was right to choose her student and helped him become who he is today. Despite the fact that Laplace's spear could have been a fake, it showed incredible power with the help of magic. According to legend, this spear was used to kill Jesus while he was hanging on the cross. Despite the history behind this weapon, no one expected it to work at least a little. But after the first use, he realized that he had bought something incredible. Cabesus also pleased the guy. He probably needs to buy a few more weapons to increase his power. Kira turned to him and said that she had almost forgotten to tell him something. She said that Sister Chimin was very eager to see him and meet him. He didn't know who she was, so Kira told him that she was a disciple of a star demon, a rather famous person in the world of hunters. Kim realized that we are talking about a girl who no one can match, except the devil himself. Kira said that Chimin wants to see the boy to ask him about conquering the dungeon at the academy competition. She seems to be interested in Kim and his abilities, but he can refuse to meet if he doesn't want to make new friends. Kim said that the main thing is that Jamin shouldn't behave like a star sword, and Kira said that her sister is not that bad. The guy said that in that case, he would not mind meeting her, and Kira immediately ran to call her sister and arrange a meeting. Soon they talked, and Jamin said that she would come to visit them very soon. The Star Demon's apprentice must have super speed, because in less than 5 minutes she was already there. She was probably preparing to come here, even if Kim had said he didn't want to see her. Chimin said hello to her sister and asked to see the guy her grandfather had praised so much. When she saw Kim, she could not believe that this special warrior was a student of the academy. It seemed impossible to her, and she was so surprised that Kim thought she had nerves. She started shouting at him and asking where he got these special things for warriors. It seems she's even worse than the Star Sword. Kim replied that he would be happy to tell us everything if he understood what we were talking about. Kira realized that it was time to intervene and calm her sister down. The situation was out of control. Only now Kim realized that these two girls are sisters. Probably Kira is the only one in their family who does not have problems with her head. Kira began to apologize to the boy for her sister's bad behavior and said that she usually doesn't behave like that. He couldn't believe that this was a real student of the Star Demon. Maybe it was a mistake. According to the rumors, this woman must be over 40 years old, of course, if the internet told the truth. Kira explained that her sister is really 40 years old, but she uses some unknown magic to make herself look that way. Chimin said that this is the magic of photography and that it can help you maintain your body's appearance at the level of your 20s. She decided to repeat her question and ask the boy where he could buy this magic bag. So she was interested in the cabeces, and she wanted to know where she bought it and how big the space inside was. Kim was angry because he thought that Kira had told her everything, but she said that she had nothing to do with it. Chiming said that this little bag is the most amazing thing in the galaxy and most people can only dream about it. She started telling me everything she knew about the bag, while Kim thought she was talking too much. Chimin offered him an amount 10 times the real price of the bag. Considering this treasure, it was worth it, and Chimin promised to find the money for it very quickly. If she had found out that the bag had been bought 10 times cheaper or that it was a fake, she would definitely not have offered such money. But the guy decided not to tell the truth, and if she was so wealthy, let her pay. With this money, he could solve all his problems in life, but Kim refused the offer after thinking about it. He handed the kibbutz to Chiming and asked her to see for herself why he had made this decision. As soon as she touched him, strange things began to happen. As it became clear later, no one else would be able to use this magical thing except the boy. Kim assured me that no one would be able to touch the bag and no one would be able to resell it. When Chiming heard that this cabeces had 5 magical spells cast on it, she called it fantastic and asked where Kim had bought it. The guy told a rather interesting story about not remembering who sold him the bag and said that the store had recently disappeared. It seems that Kim was born not only to fight terrible demons, but also to write fairy tales. After listening to him, Chimin said that she would need his help in an important matter. The girl explained that you can touch the cabeces if its owner helps you with it. Kim didn't understand, did she really need this bag's help that badly? Without hesitation, he decided to agree and said that if he received a generous reward for this, he would be happy to help. Chimin told him that he would need this help later, and she would warn him in advance. She also answered a few questions for the guy in the end. She was interested in the situation in the dungeon at the last competition between the academies and asked me to tell her all the details. Kim politely agreed and told me everything he remembered about that day. When asked how he was able to defeat Nurkor, the guy said he was just lucky. Chiming replied that when you defeat a 6th-level demon, it means you're a true professional, and it is not luck. Kim recalled that the demon was almost invincible and only feared real magic, and without Merlin's lectures, things could have ended badly. The guy thought about it and offered Jimin to tell him about an interesting theory that he was constantly thinking about. As far as everyone knows, magic and aura depend on mana, and the guy wanted to talk about methods of using mana and how it interacts with the world. He had a crazy idea that the distortions that have been happening in the dungeons lately might be related to him. Jimin immediately got to her feet and ordered her to tell her all the details of this crazy thought. In his lectures, Merlin often mentioned that after using different magic, it is possible to distort the space of our world. Based on this information, we can assume that the deformation of the dungeons can be caused by someone's desire. This is because the deformation of the dungeons is not a natural phenomenon, which may mean that it must be the result of someone's actions. Kim said that it was just a theory and it probably looked pretty absurd, so it was better to ignore it. The girl was shocked and took these words very seriously, thinking that Kim might also be a magician. The guy replied that he was just an ordinary beginner who dreams of becoming a professional hunter. Chiming believed that it was impossible to come up with such a theory without mastering magic. She thought that this magic bag she saw could have been created by Kim herself. Perhaps he decided not to draw too much attention to himself as a brilliant magician, and so he decided to pretend to be an ordinary beginner. In response, Kim just started laughing and said that he had never heard anything dumber in his life. Jimin could not calm down and kept asking the boy how he came up with the theory. He replied that he had taken Professor Merlin's knowledge as a basis and supplemented it with his personal opinion. Kim did not expect this to provoke such an aggressive reaction, and he asked to be allowed to go home. He's just an ordinary student who dreams of becoming a professional hunter and doesn't understand anything about magic. He now felt like a professor teaching a new student at the academy, and maybe it was time to charge for it. The brainstorming session continued, and Jimin was not going to stop and wanted to find out the whole truth. The boy understood this wisdom about dungeons thanks to his discipline and constant review of the lecture. After a long conversation, the girl realized that Kim was not familiar with the concept of magical sciences. Nevertheless, what he said at the very beginning will have to be carefully analyzed. Seaman did not expect to hear such a wise theory from a beginner. Kira made sandwiches for her sister and Kim, but Jimin said that the job was done and it was time to go home. Kim was pleased, the Star Sword, Kalia, and now the Star Devil's apprentice. He was lucky enough to meet all these legends in a short period of time. Jimin was also excited because she was about to start researching this interesting topic. Kira said that now they would get more sandwiches and suggested that the boy start eating. Kim was very hungry after this brainstorming session and was happy that he didn't have to answer any more stupid questions. Soon as training continued, and the path to becoming a professional hunter takes a long time. He didn't like the fact that the process of progress was too slow. Couldn't it be accelerated? By increasing his efficiency with the help of Kibesis, he began to quickly complete individual tasks. But the problem was that soon the free access to lectures would be closed, and we needed to find money or speed up the progress. Kira was upset and said that she didn't have time to teach all the new students, so she had to find another professor. She could not invite a person from the street, and was also worried about the money she would have to pay the professor. Of course, he immediately realized that this was his chance to earn extra money, but was he ready to become a teacher? For now, he decided not to rush and asked Kira if there would be any new competitions in the near future. He asked me to check if there is something similar to a competition between academies where you have to clear dungeons. Kira picked up her phone and saw that there would be no competitions for the next 20 days. But there is one piece of positive news. A practice exam will be available next month. Since the professional hunter exam takes place only once a year, each academy has organized practice exams to prepare students in advance. They are held by the best academies in the city, and anyone can take part in these training exams. It is believed that the grades earned bring students closer to passing the professional hunter exam. Kim was sure that all the strong students like Wang would participate in this exam, and that there would be a lot of money for winning. But he was upset that this would happen only next month, when the period of free use of the lectures would end. Magic is not perfect, and it can be distorted at any time by changes in the situation. At such moments, intuition is needed, and this quality can exist as a pattern. Kim was happy to listen to Professor Kiron's lectures and thought that professional cultivators were amazing. Kim also saw that the start date of the cultivator training exam was approaching. The professor said that the main thing is not to focus on grades because it is just a practice exam. So Kim was not heard, and cultivators also have their own personal training exam, which is quite interesting. In other words, cultivators also have their own exams and even a license, much like professional hunters. Kim immediately remembered seeing an interview with a 5th-ranked Celestial and a 9th-ranked Swordmaster, and he thought it was just a joke. He thought it was too early for him to take such exams because he was too weak to be called a cultivator. He decided to continue his studies and watch lectures by masters, which should help him in his upcoming exams. The new master also began to say that training exams were approaching and urged all students to practice actively. Kim didn't understand what was going on. Almost all the professors started talking about these exams at the same time. All of these lectures were held in real time, not as previously recorded in advance. Professor Merlin and Professor Buddha also sent him a message that he should prepare for the exam. There were enough strange things at the Cultivator Academy. Is this exam really that important? He began to look at the comments of other students and saw that many young people were also unsure whether they were ready to become cultivators. All of them were still in the initial phase of progress, and the professors advised them to raise their level. One of the professors said that passing the practice exam would help students make more progress in their studies. Kim seriously considered whether to take a chance and try to pass the professional hunter and cultivator exams at the same time. The next day, he immediately went to the training complex to improve his skills. He received another message from the Academy of Cultivators that the first exam would be absolutely free. He decided to accept this opportunity because it would have been foolish to turn down a free chance to progress. He immediately began to receive the first questions of the exam. The first topic was combat power. He heard strange sounds and thought that maybe the exam would start right now in the training room. The website said that the exam would take place in 15 stages, and that the first stage could be a level 5 monster. Later, I received a message on my phone that the first stage was ready to start, and the phone began to glow brightly. In a few seconds, an unknown demon came out of his phone, and it seems that technology is developing rapidly. Kim had prepared his Laplace spear and was ready to show his full potential for success. It was strange to watch the demon that came out of the phone get bigger and bigger with every second. His life did not prepare him for such adventures. Is it still too late to give up the exam? A little later, it became clear that he would have to fight a dragon at the first stage of the Cultivator training exam. A message came on the phone that Kim had only 30 minutes for the first stage. Later, I received another message that the first stage had failed. It seems the dragon had destroyed the guy. But Kim was still alive, so it was all just an illusion. But how to defeat this powerful monster? This dragon is called Fafnir, because if the first stage is so powerful, then in the last stage you will probably have to defeat God. Fafnir's strength is incredible. Some of these dragons reach the 10th level of power. The guy quickly realized that it was an illusion, and everything was not as scary as it seemed at first glance. He learned that he had 10 attempts to pass the first stage of the test. Although at the beginning, it seemed that even 10 attempts would not be enough to defeat this dragon, the guy decided to try. He's already been an underdog and fought those who are several times stronger than him, so why not create a sensation once again? A few hours later, he failed 5 more attempts to pass the first stage of the test. Kim had no idea how to defeat this mythical creature, and even Laplace's spear would not help. Resting on the street, Kim was upset it would be difficult for him to become a professional hunter and almost impossible for him to become a cultivator. He wanted to do something to increase his progress, but the dragon killed him before he could move. Suddenly, he received a new message on his phone where the master offered to give a lecture on fighting dragons. This professor was called Optimus. He was very wise and his power was equal to that of the heavens. Optimus began to tell me that the task of the first stage of the training exam was the Dragon of Destruction Fafnir. It's a mindfulness task which creates some problems, but if you dig deeper, everything will be much easier. Most students may be intimidated by the first breath setup, which is the beginning of Fafnir as well as the end, whatever that means. Optimus said that to defeat the dragon you have to avoid breathing. Maybe Optimus has seen too many Transformers movies. But Optimus was as serious as possible and told the boy to look more closely at the dragon. He said that there is no need to cut the dragon's breath, you just have to dodge it. The dragon's breath is its most powerful weapon, so this should be the main focus. As soon as it regurgitates its energy breath, it needs time to restore its energy and becomes an ordinary lizard. And the moment comes when you can safely hit him and not be afraid of being destroyed. Kim was happy to continue listening to Optimus's lecture. He was sure that it would help him finally destroy Fafnir. In the video, the master used the staff of the sky of the moon and stars to show what shape the meteorite is falling. It was clear that he was a true master of magic spells and could easily become a professor not only at the Cultivator's Academy, but also a professor at Hogwarts. Even though this task tests the ability to understand the situation, it is only the first stage. The last thing Optimus said was that the harder it gets, the easier it gets. Of course, Kim didn't understand and thought Optimus was too old to learn. He wasn't sure if the lecture was supposed to help because now he had even more questions than at the beginning. In the comments of other students, he saw words about the breath of lightning, and this was not the first time Kim had heard of it. He didn't know how to master this technique and began to get angry, first at himself and then at the professors at the academy. He didn't know what to do and destroy the dragon. Could he really not make it to the initial stage of the exam? Kim also noticed that he had completely used up all the important free coupons. The last hope was a lecture by Professor Fried, who used the Christian sword Balmung and was the most famous dragon slayer. The dragon that helped him get the title of fighter was the dragon of destruction Fafnir. Fried, the dragon slayer, began to tell us that the key to defeating a dragon is its breath. The key task of anyone who wants to defeat dragons is to successfully dodge the dragon's breath. That's all Fried wanted to tell. Kim asked the professor to tell him about the peculiarities of Fafnir and show him another way to defeat this dragon. First of all, the dragon spews its breath where it is called, and almost all beginners forget about this. So if you call Fafnir and quickly run away from this place, the dragon's breath will pass you by. It's a common dragon trap, but knowing this, you can easily dodge its breath and save your own life. Fried said that there are mentally retarded students who can't even dodge the dragon's breath, so he will tell you another way to win. He said that to use this method, you need to prepare a gold bar. When Kim prepared the gold, the professor said that dragons love jewelry and are very greedy creatures. So you don't need to have a gold bar for this task, other jewelry will do. You need to call the dragon and throw the gold under his nose. Then Fafnir will not start using his breath immediately because the gold can melt. So it doesn't matter how you win, whether it's with your skills or with tricks, the main thing is to find the right solution. That was all Fried had to say. And if Kim wants to learn how to defeat other dragons, she can always watch his lectures on his website. The guy thought about it for a while and realized that in order to defeat the dragon, he needed initial capital. He has only 5 attempts left to pass the first level and continue his journey to the rank of Cultivator. He summoned the dragon and concentrated and prepared to use his mind instead of his strength. He took out an ingot of gold and threw it into the dragon's face, and the boy hoped it wasn't a joke. Perhaps Fried has agreed with the dragon that they will divide the gold bar in half and both will make easy money. The plan seems to have worked as the dragon immediately became a calm pet and stopped using lightning breath. Kim was happy that he had succeeded and had not turned to ashes, and now he could get down to business. But his happiness did not last long because for some unknown reason, Fafnir became angry again and looked like he was about to kill Kim. Professor Fried didn't tell me exactly what he said, but it seems that this old man was a friend of the dragon after all. As Kim watched Fafnir rage with rage, he did not understand how this dragon could be perceived as an ordinary lizard. Very quickly, even without the breath of lightning, the dragon defeated the boy again. Even the gold did not help. These lectures took so much time and still did not bring him any closer to passing the first stage of the training exam. The only consolation was that we received a message that the boy's progress had increased by another 3%. Time was running out, so Kim decided to continue his attempts to defeat this huge beast. Despite all his past defeats and numerous injuries to his arms and legs, the guy did not stop and continued to move forward. It was hard for him to even think about winning. All his energy was spent on dodging the lightning. The dragon was 10 times bigger than the boy and easily defeated him in these battles. This time, he decided to break Kim's spine with his tail, which probably shows that Fafnir is already completely bored. Realizing that it was too late to dodge this blow, Kim decided to get a kibitz. From this small bag, he took out a gold bar and threw it forward, and the dragon immediately turned its attention to the gold. During this time, the boy managed to dodge, although he almost died from the blow of Fafnir's tail. It seemed that the dragon understood the boy's tricks, and this made him even angrier. Did he really guess everything? As it turned out, the dragon was much smarter than it seemed and realized that it was not real gold, but a fake. Realizing that there was no choice, Kim again climbed into his magic bag and started throwing real gold around. The dragon was shocked by such generosity. It was a real holiday for him, and he did not know what to do. Taking advantage of this weakness of the demon, Kim decided to use a great power that destroys mountains. He also recalled Professor Chiron's lectures and tried to apply the magic of the incredible power of CI that covers the entire universe. He was sure that with the help of magic and Laplace's spear, he could pierce the demon's armor and kill it. Kim used all his energy and did everything he could, and at first it seemed like it was enough to win. But only then did he realize that the demon was completely indifferent to these attacks. He felt the dragon's cold breath on his back and guessed that he would not like what was going to happen next. A lot of blood immediately appeared around, which meant that the guy had failed another attempt to pass the first stage. It seemed to Kim that he was very close to victory, but now he could barely move and was lying face down on the ground. He saw that his progress in some parameters had increased, but this did not reassure him very much. If this continues, he will have completed one course of lectures by the end of the free course. Seeing that he had 3 more attempts to defeat the dragon, he decided to try again. A few days later, Kira met him in the training room and asked him why he hadn't been going on dungeon raids lately. Kim said he didn't have time for that because he decided to focus on his individual training. Of course, Kira didn't believe him. She saw that he still played on his phone every day, so she said goodbye and said she would return to the paperwork. Kim was upset that he had failed the training exam and received a very low grade in his first course. The problem was that the progress of the lectures was moving too slowly, and the only way to make rapid progress was to go into real combat. When a guy analyzes all the material he has learned and successfully applies it in practice, then his progress increases. The training exam for cultivators takes place every 3 days, so the guy waited for the next attempt. He wondered what tasks awaited him this time. It seemed that the Cultivators Academy had come up with something interesting again. A red fireball suddenly appeared in his hand. It didn't look like a demon. Maybe it could be used to see the future. While Kim was trying to solve the mystery of this magic layer, an interesting character appeared behind him. He received a message on his phone that he had to escape from the Dragon Khan and prevent him from getting the pearl called La Pura. He had an hour to complete this task, and the Dragon Khan is immune to any attack. Who didn't immediately realize what was better, running away from a terrible demon or trying to defeat it like the last time? While he was thinking about it, the dragon immediately destroyed him, and the first stage was quickly failed. The system said that the guy's 5 main senses would be blocked, so he had to destroy the Sphinx or survive. While Kim didn't understand what he was supposed to do, this practice exam was like a real puzzle. The guy said that maybe the right word is human, and immediately saw that his progress increased and the task was successfully completed. The 4th discipline is mana. If you don't fill the Pulsagari with enough mana, it will consider you food. Pulsagari is the god of beasts, a legendary animal with the body of a bear, the trunk of an elephant, the guts of a buffalo, and the paws of a tiger that eats iron. Kim began to use his mana in the hope that it would help him pass this incomprehensible task. When he realized that his mana did not work, he began to cry and run away before being eaten alive. The 5th discipline tested mental strength, and we had to hold out for 30 minutes listening to the Song of the Siren. It was strange because Kim liked listening to this music, and he passed the first stage quite quickly. He was able to pass the first level for the first time and now dreamed of completing the training exam with a victory. The next task tested mental strength again, listening to music from the world of the dead in Norse mythology. A little later, the results were announced, and Kim saw that he had scored an average of 3 points out of 100 possible. Nevertheless, his progress in the professor's lectures was growing, and if everything continues at this pace, he will be able to complete 2 courses. He had 2 disciplines to choose from, which had never been possible before. Is this some kind of new privilege? Kim thought about it and began to actively think about what he should choose. Doesn't he realize that he will fail the exam anyway? Kira came up to him and asked what happened to him because he had been looking very upset for several days in a row. Kim replied that everything was fine. There was no reason to worry. These were just some unpleasant moments in the learning process. With only 5 days of free use left, he can complete another course or quickly go on a dungeon raid. He decided that it was better to act than to sit still and wait for something to happen. The guy started to prepare for the raid, and his old friend, his mentor, appeared on his phone. He scared the guy very much, but he didn't apologize and asked how Kim was doing and what interesting things had happened during the time they hadn't seen each other. The mentor said that he was very busy, and that's why they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kim was not very happy to see this little crazy mentor. Without him, the guy's life was much easier. The mentor began to ask the guy what he had been doing all this time and what interesting things he could tell him. Kira heard strange voices and asked the guy who he was talking to, and Kim said that she had heard it all. He said that because he was tired, he had a headache and needed to go outside to get some fresh air. As soon as Kim moved away from Kira, he immediately asked his mentor why he hadn't come to him earlier. The mentor began to make excuses and said that Kim could easily learn the material from the professor's lectures without him. Kim believed that it was all a lie and did not believe the words of this little bastard. He asked him to be honest. The mentor said that he was going to check the guy's profile and come back right away, but he was very upset. He said that it was all about Kim's level. He decided that it would be best to let the boy focus on the professor's courses. The period of free use of the lectures is quite short, and the consultations will be useful only if Kim can raise her current level. The mentor realized that he was wrong and should have warned the guy, so he started apologizing. Then he said that it was time to check if Kim had missed any lectures and how well he was practicing. He pulled out his phone and started analyzing the boy's results, and Kim's personal profile had the entire history of his progress. He didn't like what he saw, and Kim could tell by the look on his face that he was unhappy. Kim started asking why the mentor was upset, but there was no answer yet. Kim said that he had attended all 4 lectures and that he thought he had learned all this knowledge well. For some reason, the mentor continued to be even more surprised. He saw that there was a mistake of karma, although this could not be. He said that the guy's initial level was too low and it was impossible to make such a big progress in 3 months. Even if all these are just initial lectures, it still takes other students 3 times as long to study them. Kim did not see anything special in this and said that the Cultivator training exam helped him a lot. Then he decided to ask his mentor about the disciplines he could choose from. What should he choose? The guy was also concerned that his personal profile on the website did not contain the ID of the Cultivator's Academy. What should he do about it? The mentor replied that this should have been done when registering on the site, but it seems that Kim did not do it. The mentor took his phone and started analyzing something again, saying that he had never seen anything like it before. After 15 minutes of analysis, he said that he had no choice but to contact the director of the Cultivator's Academy. The mentor said goodbye and said that he had some things to do and asked Kim to focus on her exams. He promised that this time he would definitely come back soon and decided on the disciplines of his choice. The mentor promised to return before the free period ended and immediately disappeared. Kim was a little sad because he wanted to ask him a few more questions and didn't have time to do so. But if he said that he would return before the end of the free period, then they will meet again soon and you don't have to worry. The progress of one of the professor's course has reached 100%. As soon as the course is completed, Kim will fully master the spear whose power destroys mountains. He could not believe that he had mastered some of the knowledge so quickly. He looked at his lapless spear and thought about trying to use this power right now. At first, he was not very sure about this idea, but as soon as he picked up the spear, he immediately felt the energy of CI. It became immediately clear that a tremendous force was overwhelming the spear. As soon as he was convinced of his new capabilities, the system offered him to listen to the epilogue lecture. The master said that he did not think that the day when Kim would finish this course would come so soon. The master is sure that everyone who has taken this course has changed a lot and can now use this boundless power. Now the students have to learn the spear technique and devote themselves completely to the path of becoming a cultivator. This path can be very difficult. There will be a desire to give up and there will be moments when students will doubt whether this is the right choice. That is why you need to believe that you have made the right decision and convince you to move forward. Speed is not important here. This is how the course of lectures on teaching the power that destroys mountains was completed. After that, Kim returned to the Maria Academy and met Kira, who was happy to see him and said they needed to talk. She said that applications for participation in the training exam for hunters start today. Since Kim had failed the cultivator training exam, he immediately agreed to take the hunter training exam. Kira filled out an application and was told that the exam would start in 10 days. Kim started thinking about who would win if he and Kira started fighting each other now. After that, the boy decided to ask her how the academy searches for new students. Kira replied that she had been concerned about this issue for a long time. How will her grandfather behave with her new students? Will he come back to beat them all up again? Kira said that she would somehow resolve this issue, but what worries her most is which professor to invite to the academy. Good academies have many professors so that each of them can teach his or her own area of expertise, but you don't want to hire everyone, and you don't have money for famous professors. The annual salary of a famous professor is about several $1,000s, and this is not the limit. Kim was amazed. Did famous professors really earn that much money? So they don't just quit their jobs as professional hunters and open their own academies, all for the sake of money. 3 days later, Kim tried again to take the training exam at the Cultivator's Academy, and he scored 29 points out of 700 possible. Of course, this was a terrible score, but at least he made significant progress in his lectures, and he had to finish Professor Chiron's course. At this time, his mentor came out of his phone, and he appeared again without warning. He said hello to the guy and saw that Kim looked unhappy. Maybe something bad had happened. The guy explained that everything was fine, and he was waiting for a mentor to appear after the course. The mentor was surprised that Kim had graduated so quickly, and the boy replied that he did not consider it a great achievement. Kim said that despite completing the course, he still could not pass the training exam. The mentor started yelling and said that he thought they were in big trouble. He said that before he reported to the director that Kim had no ID, he decided to check the boy's personal information. And this is the main problem because the mentor did not find any information. That is, the Academy of Professional Cultivators has absolutely no information about Mr. Kim. So the guy is not an official student of the Academy, but how is that possible? Kim said it couldn't be. He had listened to all the lectures, and if he hadn't been a student at the Academy, it couldn't have happened. The Academy of Cultivators strictly controls membership, and if you are not a student, you will not be able to watch lectures. The mentor also did not understand how this happened, he told the director, but even he did not help. The Academy has never had any systemic errors, unless you change your karma. The director said that there were traces of someone else's interference, but it is still unknown who it was and how they did it. Kim looked very upset. He asked what would happen to him. Would he be forced to leave the Cultivator Academy? The mentor began to calm him down and said that there had been a misunderstanding and that any expulsion was out of the question. The problem arose from the Academy. Kim had nothing to do with it, so when we talk about problems, we mean the Academy. So Kim doesn't have to worry, as the mentor used to say. A member of the Academy once is a member of the Academy forever. So this unpleasant situation will not affect the guy in any way, and he can safely continue to do what he was doing before. The period of free passes to the lectures was running out, with only 2 days left. Kim decided to ask his mentor what he should do next. The Academy's curriculum is divided into 4 stages: introductory, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Kim is currently at the introductory level, but even after completing the training program, he will still not be a full-fledged cultivator. The mentor told him that he needed to buy a free pass as soon as it ran out, and then take an individual course. He also recommended 2 new courses to train cultivators from new professors. The mentor explained that at the initial stages of training, one should learn the most important nuances, and only then move on to mana concentration and spear skills. Kim listened carefully to the mentor and began to look at how much it would cost to pay for the new course. He was immediately upset when he realized that he would have to pay a lot to continue his studies at the Cultivators Academy. The guy decided not to waste the moment and ask his mentor what karma was. For the Academy, this is the cause, and for the students, it is the effect. In short, it is an obligation to each other. The mentor said that the only goal of their academy is to help students become cultivators. Kim asked him why they were doing this, and the mentor looked away and thought. Then he said that at the moment, this is the maximum he can allow Kim to intervene and the maximum he can tell. Only when a guy can reach significant heights will he understand the meaning of these words. Until then, the mentor promised to help and do everything in his power to ensure Kim's progress. Kim also asked his mentor if there were many other students at the academy besides him. The mentor explained that it would be correct to ask whether all the students of the academy are in the same dimension. Since the answer will be ambiguous, he cannot answer this question in simple words. Among all the dimensions that use this academy, the place with the largest number of cultivator students has 4 people. There are 3 major hunting academies within the country: Ale, Huntermill, and Gaon. Each academy has a different specialization. If you want to learn magic, go to Ale. If you want to learn how to use weapons, go to Gaon. If you don't know anything, go to Huntermill. The absence of any features also means the absence of disadvantages. So a few days later, Kim and Kira went to the Huntermill Academy to take the professional hunter training exam. There were a lot of people at the academy, and Kim said that the feeling was completely different compared to the competition. He realized that compared to the competition, the magnitude and financial investment in this training exam was on a different level. Now he was only thinking about how to make money to buy a new free pass. It quickly became clear that in order to raise such a large amount of money, we would have to take first place. He was surprised to see so many participants. The competition will be at the highest level. Kira explained that this is normal for such a serious academy as Hunterman. She said that now it was time for him to be left alone against his rivals and wished him good luck. While Kim was waiting in line, he heard someone start to quarrel. Was it a fight before the exam? All the participants were very excited, and any spark could ignite a real fire. Among those who remained calm despite everything was Huntermill Academy student Ganchal. This conflict occurred because Ganchal was allowed to go first in line. But then when some of the guys were told that he was a student of the Huntermill Academy, they immediately calmed down. It was said that this would be the best training exam in history, and it is true because Ganchal is one of the top 3 specialists at the academy. Now Kim has personally seen this young star of the Huntermill Academy with his own eyes. Then he heard some young students arguing about the potential winner of the competition. Ganchal was considered a favorite, rumored to be supported by the Order of Truth, and most importantly, it was his academy that conducted the exam. This means that the director of the academy could tell his student additional information. These disputes did not stop for a second. Everyone had their own opinion and their own favorite. Then they all heard someone shouting very loudly and ordering them to let him through immediately. Kim also heard this noise and turned his attention to the conflict. Looking at this guy, he didn't understand why he needed so many weapons, a sword, a spear, a bow. Would he really use all of them? This guy said he was also a participant in the training exam and showed me his application. He was ordered to get in line. But this guy said that Ganchol had gone through without a line, and he wanted to do the same. Other participants of the competition started shouting at him and telling him not to hold up the line. Soon after, judges approached him and forcibly took him to the end of the line. Kim watched this calmly and thought that Hunter Mill Academy was fun. The competition should be interesting. Similar students from different academies from all over the country have really come here, and it will be very difficult to win. This unknown guy kept shouting even at the end of the corridor and saying that it was unfair. Very soon, interesting races began at the Hunter Mill Academy Stadium. It's time to meet a guy named Dosok, who is preparing to become a hunter at the 2nd Division Academy. He believed that he was on the same level as the talents of such giants as Hunter Mill, Ale, and Gaon. If you ask why only the 2nd Division, the answer is simple. It's all about money. People tried to comfort the boy and said that it was better to become the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but he disagreed. In his opinion, if you become the tail of a dragon, you can fight dragons. And if you become the head of a snake, you will have to compete with snakes. He decided to take part in a training exam and plunge into the world of real professionals. The 100-mile training exam, excluding the test part, includes 5 disciplines of a professional hunter. The first point is endurance, a simple task where everyone has to run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes. At first, Doskok thought Kim was a stupid weakling, but they've been running for the 15th lap and there's no one left but them. So he just had to recognize this guy who was running on the same level as him. Dosok tried his best to overtake his opponent and win this task. Everyone had their own motivation, and Kim thought about how important it was for him to win in order to get money for his studies. Dosok felt his heavy breathing and the pleasure filling every cell in his body. He completed the first test with a time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds. The guy was happy that he made the right choice and started fighting dragons instead of snakes. Doskok stretched his hand forward and congratulated his combatant on the victory. Kim continued to run, but Doskok was not upset because he got a good grade. Kim paid no attention to anything and thought about how easy these tests were for him. Later in the gym, the boys were surprised by what they saw. They watched Kim lift a very heavy barbell and thought that he might be a demon, not a human. It was easy for the guy. He had practiced lifting big monsters, so now he looks very confident. When everyone saw that the barbell was bent by the load, there was no doubt that Kim was a demon. He thought it was an easy task and was happy that the daily workouts strengthened his body. Perhaps it was all thanks to the Optimus lectures, and he wondered what would happen if he took a course in Hercules' lectures. Many students were simultaneously completing the strength task, and not all of them were able to complete it successfully. But there were those who did not yield to Kim's performance. For example, Ganchol also showed a good result and went to rest. Almost no one was surprised to see this, as it was a student of the Hunter Mill Academy. In fact, this exam is not very important for students above the average level. 3 of the strongest students took part in the competition just to warm up and to confirm the prestige of their academies. But this time it was more interesting, as an unknown guy approached Ganchol and advised him to watch the participant named Kim more closely. It was again a man in a black cloak whose name was Kos, and according to him, Kim was a very underrated talent. Kos supported Ganchol in all competitions without taking anything in return, speaking only when necessary, and remaining silent the rest of the time. Ganchol recalled hearing Kim's name before after the dungeon situation, and they had also met before the competition today. He didn't see anything special in the guy, and it looks like he'll soon change his mind about Kim. Ganchol saw the surprise of the other participants when the scores for the first endurance competition were announced. As it turns out, Kim is currently in first place, while Ganchol is only in third place. The difference between him and Kim is 11 points, which is quite a big difference between 2 students. I didn't understand how he could not be the first, and I didn't know the student who took second place either. He began to reassure himself that some students might be strong in endurance but weak in other disciplines. But a few hours later, nothing changed, and the test of strength showed that Kim was again in first place, and Ganchol was in third. Now Ganchol was really starting to worry if he could really win this competition. Kos came up to him and told him that he didn't have to do anything, just watch what Kim was doing. The third discipline of using mana, you need to hit the shield, after which the momentum of each participant's strength will be calculated. Of course, thanks to Merlin's course, Kim understood how mana works, but he wasn't sure of victory. Gradually, the participants passed the exam one by one, and it was Lisa's turn. Lisa is a student at the Ale Combat Academy, and Kim had heard of her many times and was a fan. It was her turn, so she prepared to use the power of mana. Kim has never seen Fire Mana before, and it looks like she represents one of the best academies in the country for a reason. The guy watched her as if mesmerized. Mana power is definitely one of her strengths. It was a very strong individual performance, and she is currently ranked first. Kim saw that Lisa could even change the form of mana and realized what real magic meant. The judge told the girl that she had one more attempt, but she said that she did not need it. After she finished the test, the judge announced that the next contestant was Kim. It was at that moment that I met Lisa in person and saw her up close. When they passed each other, Lisa barely smiled. It was a kind of hint that she would now watch closely and see what this young student was capable of. Kim was not very confident in this test and decided to try to show his best. He didn't have to worry about the power that destroys mountains. His main task was to focus on Merlin's mana. Everyone was watching this guy closely because they knew that he had suddenly become one of the favorites of the tournament. Kim used his lapless spear and something happened that no one expected. A powerful energy wave almost destroyed the judge, and the audience watched closely. Lisa was incredibly surprised. She had never seen anything like it before, but Kim was just as surprised as she was. After all this happened, no one said a word for a while. There was absolute silence. Immediately, the results were updated, and everyone saw that Kim had taken first place again. After that, the device that forms the shield was broken, and the exam had to be temporarily stopped for repairs. After everything was fixed, the competition continued and the final results were announced. The audience could not believe their eyes. The students of the country's best academies took neither first nor second place. Everyone also could not understand who Kim was and where he came from. Only then did everyone realize that he was the same guy who solved the dungeon problem and defeated the 6th-level demon on his own. Kira watched the boy closely and was also surprised because she did not expect such a strong student. This year, the level of participants is very high, and it looks like we'll have to reconsider the difficulty level of the professional hunter exam. Until now, everyone was shocked that Ganchal had such a weak start to the competition, especially considering that it was held at his academy. Everyone was wondering if there were any students at Hunter Mill Academy who were ready to compete with Kim. Kira watched the standings and was proud of her student. He is truly incredible. Meanwhile, the guy tried to ignore the extra noise and prepared for the rest of the exam. Yes, he realized that the practice exam was going to be incredible, but he remained calm. What surprised him the most was his own mana power. It seems he had underestimated his abilities. The sacred spear that was rumored to have killed Jesus really turned out to be a legendary weapon with incredible functionality. The problem is that first we need to find out all the nuances about this weapon, because Kim only knows the publicly available legend. He guessed that the sacred spear had the ability to ignore the mana shield, and that was expensive. Suddenly, he was distracted from these thoughts, turned around and saw an unknown student singing songs and dancing. Then he recognized this guy, the same student who, before the exam, wanted to pass faster than anyone else. So this is the same guy who was later taken by the hands and dragged to the very end of the line. This guy also recognized Kim and ran over to him to meet the superstar of the training exam. This guy was very polite. He said he was glad to meet Kim and told me his name. As it turned out, this guy's name was Minor, and he was the one who had been ranked second in all disciplines all along. Kim realized that this guy had a strange personality and was not really going to fight or show his grievances. 5 minutes later, the judge told the students that a raid on the dungeon would begin soon and that everyone should get ready. The judge also said that the dungeon would be created using augmented reality. The 4th discipline of the Hunter Meal training exam is a dungeon raid, and the main evaluation criterion is the time spent in the raid. It also became known that the enemy to be destroyed in the raid is 10 nerfs. Kim met these demons, so he immediately started cutting them up like slices of pizza. He quickly destroyed most of the demons and wondered why it was necessary to knock out the nerfs in this exam. Even if the monsters are created by augmented reality 1 star below the real ones, it's still too hard a level. Not all demons were destroyed, so there was no time to think about philosophy. This time it's completely different. Of course, there is a big difference between a real narcissist and an augmented reality narcissist. Even after realizing this, he felt that he was on a completely different level at the moment. 3 months ago, he was a nobody, working every day to survive, and was an ordinary person fighting for his life. But when he became a student at the Cultivator Academy and met Kier, he felt his life begin to change. Kim didn't want to show off because he realized that the path to becoming a professional cultivator was long and difficult. But perhaps in the future he will become the world's best professional hunter. He completed the dungeon raid discipline with the best result. Everyone around him looked at him like a real superhero, and that's how quickly an ordinary guy's life can change. Not everyone was delighted with his success. There were students who envied his talent. Now he is the favorite for the first place. If he is not disqualified, no one will want to participate in competitions where there is already a winner. Minor took second place again and was upset that even this time he couldn't win. Gunchal was also very confident at the beginning of the competition, but now all his confidence has disappeared. Minor was quite a strange guy. Despite the competition on the exam, he was very friendly towards Kim. Having gotten to know him better, Kim decided to ask why Minor brought so many weapons with him. The guy explained that no one taught him the art of fighting, so he learned everything himself. Kim was surprised to learn that one of the competition's favorites didn't have a coach and was training on his own. A self-taught person is someone who studies independently and does not belong to any professional academy. There are many such cases, and almost all of them involve students who do not have money. Kim said that any academy would like to have such a guy, and Minor said that he would be better off on his own. In fact, he has one teacher, but he doesn't know that Minor is his student. The guy did not have time to tell this story because the judge intervened and said that an unexpected problem had arisen. All the students who came to the practice exam were immediately tense. For some reason, Nankal seemed the calmest. Maybe he knows what the problem is. The judge explained that the people appointed as jurors could not come due to unforeseen circumstances. As soon as Professor Huntermill was on his way to the academy, the dungeon rifted. As it turned out, it was a 10th level dungeon, so the academy professors had no choice but to personally intervene. The judge said that an urgent meeting was being held and asked the students to wait for the results. Obviously, this was done by the order of truth, and the problem is that it threatens to stop the training exam. Hansol decided to appeal to the judge and said that the method of conducting the exam should be changed. The last discipline is a test of combat power. You can save the target and hold this stage in the format of a tournament between students. The judge said that these words made sense, but it would be difficult to implement. A lot of people take part in the Hunter Mill training exam, so it takes a lot of time to hold a tournament. Ganchal suggested that instead of judges, professional Class A hunters should be hired, and this could be done immediately. He explained that this was the best opportunity to continue the practice exam and not sit around waiting for something unknown. The guy also suggested holding a tournament where only those who apply will be able to participate. The exam is now broadcast throughout the country, and if it is not continued, it could deal a severe blow to the reputation of the academy. The judge listened to all these suggestions of the young student and thought about it. Of course, this was a cunning plan by Ganchal, who did not care much about the prestige of his academy but only wanted to defeat Kim. He dreamed that all the achievements of this young talent would be passed on to him after the victory. Even if Kim wins the training exam, it is Gangchul who will be the new hero in the eyes of the people. Other titled students from various influential academies began to support this proposal. Even Minor started to smile and said that it was a really interesting offer, at least better than nothing. He turned to someone and asked if he would be involved. At that moment, the room was absolutely silent, and everyone was wondering what the exam favorite would say to this proposal. The guy said that one way or another it would be an unscheduled exam, so I should be paid extra for winning. Soon, the strength competition began and 15 students were announced, including all the main stars. The viewers were satisfied, and they were looking forward to a real live battle of the Titans. The winner of the first battle was a student of the Gan Hunter Academy named Don. Soon after, Lisa also won her personal battle. She used fire magic and burned her opponent alive. Ganchal realized that this was his chance and also started a competition of strength by defeating a student from an unknown academy. They all thought about only one thing: how to reach the final and destroy the main favorite of the competition, Kim. But the guy didn't care about that at all. He was happy that the reward for winning had been raised, and now he could earn a lot of money. He realized that he had already won first place in part, and if he won the contest of strength, he would earn even more money. Even if he buys himself a free pass to the Cultivator's Academy, he will still have a lot left over. To be honest, he wasn't too worried about the 3 students from the main academies. He was sure he would beat them. But Kim realized that there was one person in this competition who would be very difficult to fight. Oddly enough, he was referring to Minor, but he also started the competition with a confident victory, thanks to the combination of his weapons. Kim knew that professional hunters usually use only one type of weapon, but Minor has always had at least 8 different types of weapons behind him. Does he really know how to use them all? Despite his strange personality, he was a true professional, and he was very confident in various disciplines. When he didn't go to fight other students, he won because of his unpredictability at the moment of battle. First, he picked up a sword, and if it did not help him, he immediately switched to another type of weapon. Yesterday, this guy was completely unknown to the audience, and today he has become one of their favorites. His mastery of various weapons made us fall in love with him. Even the main favorite of the tournament watched his performances and analyzed his method of fighting. The fight with him cannot be easy because you don't know what to expect from him. He doesn't fight in a pattern. This is the style that is formed by those who have not received standard hunter training, just like Kim. He wondered if it was possible that Minor was also studying at the Academy of Professional Cultivators. Kim recalled his mentor's words that there are 4 people of the earth among the students of the Cultivators Academy. He also mentioned that Minor talked about a teacher who doesn't know that he has a student. Perhaps he was referring to a video lecture? Professors do not know who is watching their lectures, so anything can happen. Of course, Kim realized that he was most likely wrong, but he had enough reasons to doubt it. The announcer said that the last match was really fierce and spectacular. And after Minor's victory, it was time to hold the next battle between very skillful students. The announcer said that it was time for the fight that the audience wanted to see so badly. He asked me to congratulate the best student of the Ale Hunters Academy, the aggressive and uncompromising Lisa. After that, the announcer paused briefly and said that her opponent would be a student who had become a new star among the students. This is the first student in the history of the Hunter Meal Training Exam to consistently score 100 points in every competition, Kim. Lisa is a true genius. This is not an exaggeration because she has abilities that go beyond the definition of genius. She is one of the 5 strongest students at Ale Academy, and her talent has been recognized by the Devil's successor, Mrs. Chimin, a brilliant warrior and professor of magic. She believed that the Hunter Meal Training Exam deliberately underestimated her rating. In her opinion, if the competition had been held at the Ale Academy, the results would have been completely different. But anyway, now she was up against the favorite of the training exam and was going to destroy him with her magic. But what happened next was hard to believe. Kim remained very calm and destroyed the attack with her magic fire. Magical power is the girl's strongest point, and she has always defeated her rivals with its help. The moment Kim stopped this attack with one swing of his spear, he could not believe that he had succeeded. But you could see the real surprise on Lisa's face. She started shouting that it was impossible and thought that someone had helped the guy. She had never seen any of the other students able to have her magic. Lisa thought that Kim could destroy the magic in 2 different ways, by squeezing the mana or by learning the law of the magician and using a spell. In fact, Kim just thought about what would happen if he swung the spear and saw that it really stopped Liz's magic. Only now, he began to realize that his spear had some special effect, so he had to figure it out. With the money he will receive for winning the training exam, Kim decided to buy an additional weapon and compare it to the spear. But it is too early to dream of future achievements because his opponent is very angry and has prepared a new attack. She used her mana again to create a magic attack called Fire Arrow. Kim concentrated and tried to focus his attention on his breathing and remember everything he knew about defense against magic. Soon he picked up his spear and masterfully began to repel Liz's fiery arrows. The girl was not going to give up and continued to attack. She increased her pressure in the hope that she could win due to the number of fire arrows. But all this had no effect. Kim was like a Neo from the Matrix, dodging all her attacks. She didn't know what to do. She had never had to fight such a strong and powerful opponent before. Realizing that this was pointless, she threw her spear to the ground and fell to her knees before the mighty warrior. She couldn't beat him and didn't know why she even came out to fight him. It was a disgrace for Liz. Kim came up to her, put his spear on her shoulder and told her he had won, and then smiled. Lisa thought he was a real monster, and the announcer loudly declared that the winner of this battle was Kim from the Maria Academy. Then the announcer said that the next fight would be a confrontation between 2 real warriors, Don versus. Unexpectedly for everyone, this battle was very equal, a fierce battle of young students. Of course, the fighters thought differently. Don said he was much stronger, and the victory should go to him. Minor did not answer anything and focused exclusively on the fight. It was clear that it was hard for him, but he did not give up. Don was surprised to see an unknown student perform so well on the practice exam yesterday. His self-confidence did not always help, as Minor suddenly seized the initiative and began to attack dangerously. He used many types of weapons, thus preventing his opponent from concentrating. In this fight, he even used additional blades coming out of his hand as if he were a Wolverine. Without focusing on one thing, he constantly changed the style of his attacks and weapons, and now he was using nunchakus. Don could not help but pay attention to this. He realized that if this continued, the advantage would be on the side of his opponent. It was a very close fight, and the audience was happy. It's always more interesting to watch a fight between equal fighters than a total beating. Feeling his strength, Minor began to attack even more actively and struck a powerful blow to Don's stomach. The blow was hard to take. Don immediately fell to the ground and threw away his weapon. He couldn't breathe and lowered his head. The announcer loudly announced that another sensation had happened at the training exam. Minor was the winner of this fight. Don was unhappy with this outcome of the fight. He started shouting that it was against the rules, and no one fights like that. He shouted loudly that he was not going to recognize this result and considered the fight invalid. The viewers immediately started discussing it. Most of them believed that the strategy was not very important and that the winner was actually speaking. Kim silently watched the fight on TV and was sure that Don would have lost even if Minor had fought unarmed. In his opinion, the strategy and choice of weapons are not important. The main thing is intelligence and the level of martial arts. Ganchal also watched this fight. He was disappointed and thought that now it was clear why the Order of Truth did it. They weren't just watching one student, Kim and Minor. The Order of Truth was interested in both of them. When Ko said that we don't have to do anything but watch Kim, there was no other context to it. The real goal of the Order of Truth was to organize a fight between Kim and Minor. Is Minor a member of the Order of Truth? Ganchal was sure of this. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, a self-taught fighter will not be able to destroy the best fighters of the best academies. The announcer began to announce the next match, which will feature the owner of a power as strong as iron, who wants to defend Hunter Meal's honor. Meanwhile, Ganchal thought he was only asked to observe and did not know how best to start the fight. His opponent will be the main character of today's competition, who destroys everyone who stands in his way. Ganchal was unhappy and believed that the Order of Truth had planned all this and was trying to make living meat out of him. He decided that he would not obediently follow the plans of the Order of Truth and would do what he wanted to do on his own. The judge told the two students that they could start the duel, and Ganchal immediately drew his sword and activated his mana power. Kim didn't expect a second invitation either, so he picked up his spear and prepared to fight, knowing that he was facing the best student at Hunter Mill Academy. This is not an opponent with whom you can be relaxed and smile. At this level, one mistake can cost you your life. As soon as the fight started, the audience immediately realized that it could be one of the most interesting battles in the competition. The strength of the students was so great that the energy wave threw them both back several meters. Kim remembered how important it was for him to win and get the cash prize, so he couldn't lose this fight. Ganchal realized that Kim's weapon did not have the power of the aura sword, but for some reason, it easily blocked his aura sword. It doesn't just block blows, it doesn't let the force pass through at all, as if ignoring it. Most likely, the reason for such a high score on the Hunter Mill training exam is Kim's special weapon. So Ganchal realized that his main task was to avoid weapons, and the difference in abilities would almost completely disappear. After analyzing the whole situation, he immediately began to look more confident and thought that he could win now. Ganchal continued to attack without giving Kim a single second to breathe, which is expected because Ganchal is a real talent. Kim was focused because I realized that his opponent is stronger than all the other students he has fought. Kim's strategy now was to defend and repel the dangerous sword aura attacks. It was too early to think about attacking because Ganchal was relentlessly attacking. He is not for nothing called one of the 3 most promising students of Hunter Mill. It's hard to believe that a two-handed sword, which is inferior in efficiency in high-speed combat, can deliver such a swift attack. The announcer asked the audience to support the soldiers because history is being made before their eyes. Kim decided to give it his all to win, even if it meant spending all his energy. He began to recall the lectures of the Masters of Magic at the Professional Academy of Cultivators. Ganchal had never seen such tricks before. He didn't understand what was going on and what his opponent was planning to do. It's Kim's turn to launch her attack. No longer can she think only of defense. To win, she must give everything she has. The strength of the aura of both fighters was incredible. It was hard to pick a favorite, and the judges were not to be envied. Kim remained calm and showed with all his appearance that he was confident in his victory. Ganchal, on the other hand, began to worry because his best attacks failed to win, and now he felt that Kim's aura had changed. Until recently, his aura was like a calm wave, helping him to maintain balance and easily change his strategy. But now it seems to be completely saturated with heat, like a volcanic eruption. Just a few minutes ago, Ganchal was constantly attacking and not letting Kim breathe, but now the situation has changed. Ganchal has gone into deep defense, and Kim is now playing the role of a predator chasing its prey. The guy thought that Ganchal was rough, absurd, and strong, in a word, simple. Compared to Hunter Meal's high-level fencing and mana accumulation techniques, his movements are more like a normal sword swing. Kim was going to seize the moment and show his opponent what real strength and combat power is. There was a very loud explosion, and for a few seconds the audience could not understand who had won and whether the battle was still going on. It was a powerful shot from Kim that forced Ganchal to fly back a few meters. Ganchal didn't understand why it was so hard for him to cope with the simple spear swings Kim was using. It's not just about the weapon, as Kim didn't even use the power of the sword's aura at first. Ganchol wondered what would happen if his opponent decided to use this ancient technique. For a moment, life came to a standstill for Ganchol, and he looked at Kim and realized that this situation was very similar to what had happened to him in the past. It's just like when he met her a few years ago, this extraordinary girl. When he fell to his knees in front of her after she broke his sword and felt incredibly weak. She didn't understand how such a fool could be considered one of the most talented students at Hunter Mill Academy. That first meeting with Patricia has now haunted him in nightmares for several years. It was hard for him to remember this. He immediately felt a terrible despair that he will never forget. Ganchol was very angry and couldn't believe how these two people could look down on him so much. He believed that no one had the right to look at him like that because he was a Ganchol, one of the most talented fighters at the Hunter Mill Academy and a future professional hunter. So gathering all his anger, all his will, and all his strength, he ran forward no matter what. All he wanted now was for Kim to die and for people watching the fight to recognize him as the best warrior. But all these screams and emotions did not affect Kim in any way. He remained calm as a boa constrictor. Then the real action began, and the audience was shocked to see that Ganchol's huge sword was completely broken. A few seconds later, Ganchol was kneeling in front of Kim, and it seems that all his aggression and emotional charge did not help him win this fight. The announcer officially announced that Kim from Maria Academy was in the final of the Hunter Mill Academy training exam. Minor was watching these events in the waiting room, and the time had come for these two young and still unknown students to fight in the final. Judging by Minor's face, he was happy and satisfied, as if he had dreamed of fighting Kim. Meanwhile, the audience was actively discussing the last match. They called Kim a legend and did not expect him to destroy Hunter's best student. No one could predict who would win the final training exam. The chances were roughly equal. Very soon, the battle of two new stars will begin, who have taken off like rockets, leaving behind Hunter Mill, Gaon, and Isle. Minor was happy. He said he dreamed of fighting in the final against Kim. It looks like we're going to have an amazing battle. Coming closer to his rival, Kim said that he did not expect Minor to have a teacher. Minor said that his teacher didn't actually know that he had a student, and Kim asked him to tell him more about it. These words made Minor angry. He asked why Kim needed this information and immediately began to look aggressive. Kim replied that he might know someone who had taught Minor. Maybe they had even studied under the same professor. Kim was in no hurry, but he was already thinking about telling Minor about the Cultivator's Academy right away so that he would understand. But he decided not to say this because if Minor was not a student of the Cultivator's Academy, then everything would end in a misunderstanding. The guy realized that even if they both studied at the same academy, they were not friends at all, but rivals. Right now, he can't figure out how Minor will react, so he shouldn't be the first to put his cards on the table. Kim said that teacher Minor could turn out to be a real professional cultivator. Minor was surprised. He didn't understand how Kim knew all this and who he was. Kim said that the best option would be for the loser to answer the winner's question. Minor did not trust this offer very much. He wanted to hear guarantees that the answer would be true. As soon as Kim replied that there were no guarantees in this case, the judge immediately ordered the boys to start the final match. What everyone had been waiting for had begun. The audience held their breath and waited in suspense for the special effects. But then everyone started to wonder. Instead of starting a super fight with a lot of blood and broken bones, the fighters did not move. Kim immediately realized that his opponent was strong in confusion and was in no hurry to take active action. Minor tried to analyze his opponent but did not notice any weaknesses. Realizing that Kim was a really strong opponent, he drew his sword and ran forward. When Kim saw Minor holding a sword, he realized that given the opponent's method of fighting, he would constantly change weapons. So the guy decided to give it his all from the very beginning and try to break Minor's defense. Yes, it was nice to watch, like a real Roman gladiatorial duel in the Colosseum. The force of the spear was much stronger than the power of the sword, so Minor's first weapon was destroyed, and the boy barely managed to dodge. The match didn't start well for him, as in previous matches everything was much easier. When Kim saw this, he realized that if his opponent had thought a little slower, he would have died by now. Minor wasn't going to give up and wanted to avenge his broken sword, so he started shooting dozens of arrows at Kim. There was very little time to react. The guy did not have a shield, so we had to come up with another way to protect him. This turned out to be no problem for him, and Kim began to swing his spear and thus deflect the arrows. Minor seems to be enjoying this fair and equal battle and respects his opponent. He realized that Kim's weapon was really very interesting, and thanks to it, he was still alive. Minor decided to ask if he won the fight. Would Kim be able to tell him about his spear? Being confident in his victory, Kim said that it was not a problem, but he would win. In response, Minor just started laughing, and that's how it goes. A battle in the final without hatred for each other. These two students started the fight sluggishly, But now a real Mortal Kombat has begun. Not only were the spectators happy, Miner said that his opponent was really very cool. They continued to fight, and absolutely no one in the stadium could guess who would win. Kim was surprised his opponent did not hesitate to use techniques that could be considered a violation of the rules. Miner also behaves as if he is not trying to win at all. He seems to be completely unconcerned with the jokes about him from the fans in the stands, or the fact that all his tricks don't work. It seems this guy is really as strange as he seems. Does he really have no teacher with his talent? Kim decided to take a break during the fight and asked Miner if he wanted to beat him, and Miner said that he did. Kim said that he did not feel any desire to win from his opponent. Miner didn't understand anything. He said that he really wanted to win this training exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought. And then this strange guy explained that he wouldn't be upset even if he lost. The fans did not like the fact that instead of a real fight, they were watching a dialogue between students, and that's not what they paid for their tickets for. Miner smiled and said that his importance would not be diminished by the fact that others would condemn him. After hearing this most ingenious phrase in the history of mankind, Kim was silent for a while. As if realizing what his opponent meant, Kim looked into his eyes and smiled. If you look at this world more closely, you will realize that it is not as beautiful as we think. It's a struggle for existence. The strong eats the weak. Even the laws of nature make you disappear if you have no strength. That's why we always have to push ourselves if we don't want to disappear. If we don't want to fall behind others, we need to be better today than yesterday and better tomorrow than today. Miner's philosophical words made Kim recall a Buddha's lecture she once heard. This monk asked the boy if he had ever given his mind a chance to free itself from thoughts. Did you leave all thoughts behind, looking at the world from a completely different angle? This monk will tell you a story that happened during the introduction of a difficult service in the dimension called Earth. This story happened in ancient times when the Buddha still bore the human name, Gautama. When he had not yet received the title of Buddha, he served as an ordinary monk and lived a simple life. One sunny spring day, the young Gautama saw children organizing a running competition. For some unknown reason, these little children were constantly competing, and all the time one child was in last place. But to Gautama's great surprise, this child, who was always losing, was always smiling. A young novice monk became interested in this and decided to approach this little boy. He asked the child why he was running, and the boy replied that he liked it. After thinking for a few minutes, Gautama asked if it was hard to keep running. The little boy answered that running was hard, but he could switch to normal steps for a while. He said that he didn't care if others could overtake him. His finish was different from the others. Gautama pointed to a tree and asked the boy what he thought about finishing near that tree. The boy replied that maybe for someone else it was the finish line. But for him, it was just a point of passage. The conversation ended, and the little boy ran off to play with his friends and continued to finish the competition last. But many years later, the monk heard the news that this boy had won the country's largest running competition. At that time, the monk thought that life was a hardly built tower. He thought that by accumulating effort step by step, you build your own life for yourself. That is why the monk went through hard service again and again, trying his best to build the perfect tower. But after silently listening to this child's words, he thought that it was not necessary for the tower to be perfect. And sometimes you can even let it fall. Few people think about it at least once in their lives. Our world is filled with competition, and if you don't get better every day, you will be destroyed. If you lag behind, you will disappear. Natural selection. The strong destroy the weak. That's why Kim worked hard every day and felt that he was not inferior to others in his rapid progress. This applied to his work and his studies and continued for many years. But the further he went, the more anxious he felt. And he began to realize that he was fixated on the Cultivator's academy. He was overwhelmed by the pressure and felt he had to try even harder. Not to be destroyed, not to fall behind others, not to be overtaken, and to survive in the competition. This constant monotonous process seemed to never end. At that moment, looking at Miner, the boy realized how much he resembled the little boy whom Buddha had met. His importance will not be diminished by what others think of him. For him, this is just a point of passage. Only now can Kim partially understand the meaning of that lecture by the Buddha. It's strange that he had never thought about it before. It seems that it always takes time to understand really important things. Kim decided to use his magic pouch and hid his main weapon in it. Soon he got an ordinary wooden spear with which he began his training. Miner looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of a joke. Kim smiled and said that he hoped Miner would not see these actions as Kim looking down on him. Miner replied that he didn't think so at all, but he wanted to understand why Kim did it. In his opinion, with this magic spear, Kim would certainly win and take first place. It's true that Kim would have easily won with the Holy Spear if he had only defended himself against the oncoming attacks. He still wants to win, and he knows that winning with weapons is also a necessary skill. Kim recalled Miner's words that one's importance will not be diminished by what others think of you. And it is equally true to say that your importance will not rise if others praise you. Only you determine your value. The rest of the world is completely unimportant. Miner was delighted. His opponent's behavior really deserved respect. The guy said that Kim was much better than he could have thought. Without hesitation, Miner started throwing almost all of his weapons on the floor. He looked at Kim and said that he respected his behavior and wanted to show his respect in return. That is why he threw away almost all his weapons and left only one long knife. Miner began to say that the only thing his master had taught him was that winning was the most important thing. Kim smiled back at him. His master had taught him the same thing. Now the battle changed somewhat. Kim fought with a simple wooden spear, and Miner no longer used many weapons. Soon they have to decide who is the best of them and who should win the 100-meal training exam. As it turned out, Miner was very good at handling the knife. He smiled and thus showed his confidence in his own abilities. It was very difficult for Kim. He suffered several minor cuts, but he tried to defend himself desperately. If he had a holy spear, he could easily repel these attacks, but now Miner is a real threat to him. As if sensing that the chances were now equal, Miner tried to attack more and more and not take any steps back. The peculiarity of his swift attacks is his extreme mobility and flexibility, which are difficult to adapt to. Kim tried his best to stop these dangerous attacks, sometimes at the cost of his own health. Now he was more likely to defend and retreat, and without the power of the holy spear, his level became much lower. Kim noticed an interesting thing. As soon as he accepted the possibility of defeat, his body immediately became lighter. He realized that he didn't have to win, and that it wouldn't be a big deal if he lost. But for the sake of victory, he will sincerely give his best. He noticed that the process of fighting had never brought him so much pleasure, and without worrying about the outcome, he began to enjoy the moment. This is what the Buddha seems to have taught, that as soon as you stop clinging to material things, you immediately become free. Miner understood this principle a long time ago, which is probably why he was able to get so far in the practice exam. The guys were fighting so hard that the dust from the ground was kicked up into the air and almost nothing was visible. Taking a few steps back, Kim immediately tried to cover his face with his hand to prevent dirt from getting into his eyes. He almost completely lost sight of his opponent, which can add to the difficulty. Soon Miner completely vanished into thin air. As if he were a member of the League of Shadows, he became invisible. Does he really know how to use a technique of such a high level as the concealment technique? Although it is unlikely that he would have had time to perfect this technique, this should be taken advantage of. Without concentration, he constantly disappears from view, and Kim thought that this was Miner's last winning move. But Kim also had his own tricks. He decided to use the mana he had been saving up all this time. But suddenly he remembered all the moments of Miner's fight that he had watched in the waiting room. He saw many moments before his eyes from which he could analyze his opponent's technique. It was his technique of changing weapons, large-scale arrow attacks, and concealment techniques. Recalling all these moments, Kim thought about whether he was going to do the right thing. The point is not whether he is confident, but only that he realized something while watching Miner's freestyle of fighting. He realized how limited his own fighting style had been all along. Learning is always great, but if it becomes a habit, it can become an obstacle to self-expression. Because in any case, learning remains knowledge gained from another person. How long will you be able to claim that you are doing a great job using the knowledge gained by others? Sooner or later, every warrior will come to a point where training alone is no longer enough. The knowledge gained should only be a way to express yourself, not the other way around. Kim realized that he was releasing his own mana, not the mana of his professors, and that he needed to use his own method. So instead of using something else, he decided to create his own. But the knowledge of professors, Merlin's experience, Chiron's awareness, the enormous power of the Bulg, and Buddha's spiritual understanding should be the basis for something of our own. Kim focused on all this knowledge and for a second forgot that he was holding an ordinary wooden spear. He channeled his inner strength and experience to create a truly majestic force. As soon as he created the aura blade, all the spectators in the stadium immediately took out their phones to film it. Even hunters who have devoted decades to training are not capable of this. Everyone watching this duel at this moment was asking the same question: how could an ordinary student summon an aura blade? It looked really amazing. The blade of the aura was golden in color, and it added to the beauty of the moment. The boy's eyes also turned golden, as if he had become a god. Miner held his breath and could not say anything. It was the first time he had seen such an all-encompassing power and magical superiority. The aura blade was a few millimeters away, so there was nothing the guy could do. Kim was inevitable. Kim decided not to deliver the final blow and stop the aura strike at the last moment. His face showed confidence and understanding of what he had just done. But it was also interesting to see Miner. The guy showed sincere respect for his opponent with his whole appearance. After a short pause, Miner loudly admitted defeat, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Soon after, Cos entered Master Kaylee's office and reported that Kim had won the training exam. "It's not very much, Kaylee," he asked his assistant if he saw any distortion. Cos replied that he had seen the distortions but did not think it was really something dangerous. He also said that Kim changed his weapon unexpectedly and used an aura blade during the battle. Kalia replied that this was not expected and asked him to continue to watch the boy closely. Cos did not understand and decided to ask why they should do this. Because of the dungeon's destruction, the association launched a full-fledged investigation, and now it has become an obstacle to the plan of the Order of Truth. That's why Cos doesn't understand why he has to do everything for one person. Soon after, when Cos saw that Master Kalia was unhappy, he immediately apologized for his behavior. In this simple way, without saying a word, Kalia forced people to apologize. Later, he went down to the dungeon to the Apostle to talk about the recent distortions of the dungeons. Kalia reported that the situation was successfully resolved and that a guy named Kim helped to do it. Clement realized that the Apostle already knew about the situation, but why did he ask who had solved the problem? The Apostle told Caius to keep a close eye on everything Kim did because it could be very important. Caiaphas looked at the Apostle and asked him if he could find out the reason for following Kim. It seems that the Supreme Master did not like this question very much, so he immediately made Kaylee feel the force of his pressure. He knows that Clement has one of the strongest positions of all the successors of the Apostle of Chastity. But he forgets that this does not make him the next apostle. Feeling incredible pressure on his body, thanks to the Apostle's aura, Kalia immediately apologized for his inappropriate questions. Kalia did not want to spoil his relationship with his master and tried not to anger him. It is no coincidence that the Apostle of Abstinence occupies the most important place in the Order of Truth. For the whole world, he is one of the 7 apostles whom no one can contradict. The apostle knew that all this time Caius had to solve all the problems on his own, without the support of other craftsmen. That is why the apostle said that it was his mercy, taking into account all the merits of Clement. After the competition, the spectators were satisfied. They believed that after this day you could even die. Kira was the first to congratulate Kim on his victory, saying that she thought he looked more like a monster now. In her opinion, anyone would think so now, especially after Kim learned how to use the aura blade. She started asking where he learned it, but the guy, as usual, said that he was just lucky. He said he would be going home soon, but first he would meet someone. Then Kira realized who Kim wanted to meet. It was Miner, who at that moment was telling the judges that he would not go to teach his academy for any money. It was expected that such a talented guy would be invited to various academies. Even though he lost in the final, he attracted enough attention. Kim didn't know what he would do if this whole line of people followed Miner and didn't let them talk. A little while later, Miner ran up to Kim and said that he would now study at Maria Academy. This was quite unexpected. Kim immediately turned and looked at Miner with an expression of misunderstanding, and Kira did the same. There was no time to talk about it, so all 3 of them decided to run away to get away from annoying offers from other academies. Kim turned to Miner and asked him what it was that made him decide to say he wanted to join their academy. Miner said that although he did not say that he was not going to study at other academies, he did not say that he was not going to study at the Dream Academy. Of course, Kim did not understand what this meant at all and did not know how to react to it, especially since he was not the one who should decide whether to accept a new student into the academy or not. He realizes that if he refuses, Kira will listen to his words and refuse to teach Miner as well, so he decides to return to this issue later. Then Kim looked at the boy seriously and asked him if he remembered his promise he made during the battle. He wondered who Miner's teacher was, if they were both students at the Cultivator's Academy. Miner replied that he certainly remembered his promise and was not going to break his own word. He's an honest and well-mannered man who values promises, but the problem is that he doesn't know his master. You expect such unclear answers from such strange guys as Miner, and hearing this, Kim started to get angry. His face darkened like the devil's, and he asked the boy how long he was going to joke and deceive him. He recalled that Miner had told him that he had learned to use a dagger from a master. In addition, Miner said that his master was very strong, and his mind could not be embodied in any book. Miner said that he was not joking and really did not know his master. He did not teach him personally, Miner only observed. According to him, no one has ever taught him martial arts, and he is 100% self-taught. This usually means that a person wants to become a professional hunter and has neither money nor talent. But strangely enough, Miner's case was quite different. He had money, and he was certainly talented. He just didn't want to associate himself with anyone, and personally chose the path of self-study, which is why he trained alone in the mountains. The boy said that no one had ever taught him, but he still liked it because he didn't have to adapt to the uninteresting program of the academy. One day he was going to train as usual, but suddenly felt someone's presence. It was a man lying on the ground. He was wearing a black cloak and almost did not move. Minor was afraid at first, but then realized that maybe this man needed help and went to meet him. It was his first meeting with a teacher, and he didn't realize it at the time. He ran up to the man and asked if he was okay and if he had any injuries. The man did not answer anything, so Minor turned him on his back and saw blood on his body. The guy immediately realized that the wound was quite deep and he could not be left on the ground, so Minor decided to take the man to the hospital. But to his great surprise, the man began to speak and said that he could not come down from the mountains. Minor started shouting at him and explained that if he was not taken to the hospital immediately, he could die due to blood loss. But he kept saying that we shouldn't go down. Minor felt obsessed by these words, and then he had to abandon the idea of the hospital. The guy had no other options for treatment, so he decided to treat the man in an abandoned house in the woods. He bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding and prepared a delicious broth with his own hands. At the very beginning, this man was in a very serious condition and could have died at any time, but later, he began to gain strength step by step. A month had passed since Minor had treated this old man, and he hoped that today he would open his eyes. Minor did not expect the man to survive at all. At the very beginning, it seemed that he already had one foot in heaven. When the boy was returning to the abandoned house in the forest, he noticed many unknown soldiers in black cloaks. They talked to this man and asked him who helped him. This man said that it was none of their business, and he would not say anything. It seemed that they were not friends with these people at all. These unknown people began searching for the person who helped this man survive. They had to pay dearly for this because this man got angry and started to cut them up like bacon. He fought with his sword like a warrior from another galaxy. It was incredible strength along with lightning speed. His opponents were much more numerous, so they were also able to inflict some new wounds on him. But he still got to his feet and continued to fight to protect the unknown guy who saved his life. As Minor told the story, Kim saw how much his hands were shaking and his voice was trembling. Pausing for a moment, Minor said that that day was the first time in his life he had ever met someone who fought so skillfully. That unknown old man single-handedly killed at least 6 young soldiers. Smiling, he reminded them that they were too weak to see his attacks and stop his sword. Then, when the battle was not yet over, he told Minor to flee immediately and never return here in his life. As soon as he said these words, there was an explosion of purple fire that blinded Minor. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again and saw that the mysterious old man had disappeared. The guy could not understand what had happened, but his intuition told him that he had to lionize this man. That is why he gathered all his belongings and trophies and was going to go to the city immediately. He also noticed that the man had left a book on the table, and Minor decided to take it with him. He thought about returning the book if this man found him later, but to this day they have never met. Kim decided to ask why Minor called him his teacher if this man hadn't taught him anything. Minor replied that this mysterious book turned out to be a secret teaching related to the art of dagger fighting and the technique of concealment. The guy realizes that this amazing story is hard to believe, but he convinced me that it is true. Kim believed his words and realized that he was not really a student of a professional Cultivator academy. Meanwhile, Minor continued to convince him and Kira that it was true and began to swear by heaven. Minor also said that he decided to take part in the training exam only to find his teacher. Kira interrupted the conversation and said that Minor's teacher might be a rather famous person, a Master Dark Star. The Dark Star, along with his Star Sword, is one of the 5 heroes who saved humanity, and he also has the most hidden personality of all. Kira also told us that when she was little, the Dark Star Master sometimes came to her grandfather. Kim asked the girl to talk to her grandfather and ask him to look into this complicated story. When Kira said that she would definitely do it and even try to organize a meeting, Minor felt really ecstatic. After discussing this issue some more, the young people decided to go home to rest after a busy day. After heavy fighting, Kim was exhausted, so he slept for more than 12 hours. As soon as he woke up, he immediately picked up his phone and started looking at prices for different weapons and equipment. He was angry because despite the fact that he trains and works all the time, all his money is taken by this damn academy. Minor was the happiest man in the world yesterday, and thank God for meeting Kira and Kim. At first, he was not sure whether he should show someone else's hidden teachings to another person, but then he agreed to personally demonstrate his technique to the Star Sword, and today he is to come to the academy. Until that happened, Kim decided to buy a free pass at the academy and saw his progress increase again. Is it possible that the percentage of course completion is accumulated even in the absence of a free pass? Then he saw a message that after completing the course, he would have the skill of bone realignment. This is something completely new and unknown. It sounds like Kim will become half god. Delighted with the news, the guy started dancing and flexing his biceps like a bodybuilder. Only after many minutes of unrestrained joy did he realize that nothing had actually changed. After completing the last course, the guy immediately felt the power circulating through his body that could move mountains, but this time there was no such feeling. Judging by the action novels, bone realignment corrects skeletal problems and removes toxins from the body, making it seem as if you were born again. While Kim was thinking about what the new technology could do for him, a huge snake seemed to appear behind him. It was unclear whether it was a real beast or an illusion, but the guy immediately turned 180 degrees. He did not understand what it was and immediately felt shivers run down his spine. It felt like someone was holding a sword blade to your throat, and it was the first time Kim had ever felt something like that. He heard a voice. The man said that even if he was watching Kim, he could not believe that the boy could feel his presence. He asked us not to take him as a problem because he did not come to kill. This man said that Kim was very talented and proved to be a pretty tough opponent for a guy. After analyzing all these words, Kim realized that he was being secretly watched by the legendary Master Nightstar. He is a real legend, a genius of secret murder and a master of concealment techniques, and even talking to him adds to your training progress. Kim immediately began to look at the soldier and noticed a large scar on his face near his left eye. The Dark Star did not understand how the boy could feel his presence. It seemed to be due to the rearrangement of the bones received from Chiron's course. To be more precise, this is not a realignment of the bones, but more like psychicism. Kim told about his meeting with Minor and the fact that the guy knew absolutely nothing about his teacher. The Dark Star thought that his student was a fool. He also said that Minor would be here soon, and he had been dreaming of thanking his teacher for everything for a long time. Dark Star said that if he wanted to meet Minor, he would have done it earlier, but now it's better not to. In fact, he came to Kim and immediately asked if the guy was connected to the Order of Truth. The guy explained that he had no connection with them. He had only met Kalia once. The Dark Star said that the latter was following the Order of Truth, and Kim immediately asked why. The answer was very simple. The legendary master looked Kim in the eye and said that he did not trust the Order of Truth. Most people in the world know the Order of Truth as heroes of humanity and an organization that stopped a major catastrophe. But that's not all the information. Master Darkstar asked the guy if he knew about the giant berserker monster that the Order of Truth defeated. According to the legendary master, this huge, ferocious beast was not destroyed. The berserker is a powerful monster who was called the Second Catastrophe. At that time, he was destroyed by the Great Voice and the 7 Apostles. But as it turned out, this monster could not be destroyed and few people know about it. If he had been defeated, the corpse of the monster would have remained, but no photo or video evidence was found. Even despite the chaos that was going on at the time, it was too strange. The berserker did not disappear unexpectedly. It was obvious to the Dark Star Master that the Great Voice had done something to the berserker, but he was not destroyed. At first, the Master was not sure about this, but incidents that occurred a few years ago made him believe in his amazing theory. The Master asked Kim if he had ever thought about why the place of the Apostle of Chastity is now empty. The Order of Truth claimed that the Apostle had died, but this is too strange because he disappeared without a trace, just like the berserker. The 7 Apostles were together before the first great catastrophe, and only the Apostle of Chastity died of old age. The Master began to gather information about the Order of Truth and learned that these bastards decided to kill him for it. He also found out that the distortion of the 10th level dungeon was provoked by the Order, and oddly enough, Kim was the reason for it. Darkstar does not know why this happened, but he is sure that the Order of Truth is watching Kim. He came to ask for something, namely for Kim to take care of Minor. If the Master could do this, he would teach the boy himself, but this is impossible because the Order of Truth is watching him. They have their own unique way of tracking. They can see the consequences of the actions of the object of observation. This is called vision. The Dark Star has also fallen under their surveillance and leaves its mark on everyone it comes close to, which is why Kim must play the role of mediator. The guy thought that it also left a mark, but the Master said that Kim was an exception to the rule. They don't see the guy the same way as everyone else, and even after this meeting, they won't feel anything special. Kim asked why they couldn't see him, and the Master replied that there was no answer. The Dark Star managed to escape their watchful eye and was one step away from oblivion, but how Kim did it is a mystery. He wondered if it could be because the Cultivator's Academy did not have his data. The Master of the Dark Star approached him and asked him to give Minor something. He explained that he had written in a hurry last time, and this time there was much more information for his student in this book. He explained that he trusts Kim because people who are not seen by the order of truth are trustworthy. Then he leaned over to the guy and said he wanted to give him something as payment for his help. This is another hidden teaching that he wrote, and it can be useful for Kim. The boy calmly replied that he didn't need it and asked if the master had any other gift for him. The master thought that this fool did not understand that even professional hunters would slit each other's throats for this dark star technique. He asked the guy what he wanted, and Kim thought for a few seconds and replied that he was interested in money. The master was amazed at the impudence of this young student, but Kim confidently said that he would do nothing without money. The guy explained that tuition fees and new weapons cost a lot in this difficult time. He said that for $50,000 he would be happy to help an experienced craftsman do a good job. Kim explained that he was the only one who could do this because the Order of Truth could not see him. He also reminded us that he was supposed to help Minor, and given all the nuances and dangers he faces, this is an adequate price. He also reminded Minor that he was the only one who would trust him, and if someone else was watching him, he could go back to the mountains. And most importantly, Kim said that he would be in mortal danger, and that it would be expensive. After analyzing this information, he believes that he deserves to receive this money, perhaps even more. The master had smoke coming out of his ears, so he immediately agreed not to continue listening to it. Kim also reminded the Dark Star Master that it is advisable to bring cash to avoid paying taxes. The master said that the guy had no conscience, promised to transfer the money to him in a few days, and left. Finally, he asked Minor to warn him to keep his tales of the Dark Star's identity to a minimum. While Kim was analyzing this situation and thinking that the Order of Truth was watching him, Minor came to the academy. Kim immediately decided to tell Minor about everything that had happened because it was only fair. As expected, the identity of his teacher shocked the boy, and of course Kim did not talk about money. He said that the master of the Dark Star had to go about his business, and he asked me to give him this book instead. Kim was pleased with himself. He did everything the master asked, and he also made a lot of money. Now he wanted to listen to lectures by professional cultivators and buy a new weapon. Minor was surprised that Kim had given him the book honestly, even though he could have hidden it and kept it for himself. Kim didn't know what to say, for if he said he didn't need the book, he would offend the master, but he didn't want to talk about the Cultivator's Academy either. He had to come up with something more believable, and he started to think actively, or at least pretend to think. Nothing smarter came to his mind than to say that it would be wrong to steal this book. Minor said that after hearing these words, he decided to finally become a member of the Dream Academy, and it would be an honor to train with Kim. He was touched by his kindness and honesty, and he believes that Kim is a good friend and a good person. Minor was so happy that he was radiating a glow of universal trust that you rarely see. Minor continued to be happy to be a new student at the academy. He considered it the right move. Kira came to see them and was also excited about the news, saying that she would not mind accepting a talented student into her academy. Kim was not surprised that the girl would be happy to have a new person in her academy. To be honest, at first it seemed like a bad idea, but he realized that he could benefit from it. Minor will be practicing on his own with the help of the book given to him by the master, so it won't create any problems. But then he realized that if Minor was always around, he could ask the Dark Star for more money. Realizing that his head had come up with an ingenious plan, Kim was happy. He found the golden goose. While her boyfriend was thinking about how to increase profits with Minor, Kira realized that they could now participate in team competitions. She explained that there are different competitions where several students from the same academy participate. Of course, this increases the reward for winning the competition, and Kim paid special attention to this. If these two talented guys combine their efforts, they will be able to win all the competitions they take part in. Kim looked at this golden goose and thought that this guy was the best thing that had happened to him in a long time. He said he was very happy that they would now study together at the same academy. 3 days later, Kim began to watch the lectures of a new professor at the School of Cultivators. The lecture started with a guy who was working out in the gym and asked me to wait until he finished doing an exercise. In those 3 days, since Minor joined the academy, they were able to win several competitions and earn a lot of money. Kim has never made such easy money in such a short period of time. Now he was watching the first lecture by the legendary Professor Hercules, and he had long dreamed of saving up enough money to get access to these lectures. Hercules is the strongest hero of Greco-Roman mythology, a disciple of Chiron. For cultivators, the physical body is the most important factor. Strength and flexibility and other indicators are the foundation for passing the exam. Hercules promised to teach his students real strength and create killer muscles on his body. Strength, speed, and reflexes are all made possible by impressive musculature. The bigger your size, the heavier you are, and the greater your strength. The boy watched the professor closely and marveled at how Hercules, straining, doubled his muscles. The professor asked me to watch even more closely so that he could demonstrate his incredible speed. He explained that this was possible only due to very powerful and strong leg muscles. Then he broke a huge stone and explained that it was possible thanks to the strong muscles in his arms. Conditioned reflexes instantly respond to thoughts along with intuition, which is also important in the physical discipline. Hercules explained that his endurance is impeccable. He doesn't know what fatigue is, and all this is due to the wonderful muscles that completely cover his body. He was constantly tensing his body muscles and demonstrating his strength as if he were in a competition. Kim was literally and figuratively blinded by this impeccability and self-confidence. The main message of Hercules is that if you want to improve your reflexes and flexibility, you need to exercise your muscles. Kim thought that this is what happens when bodybuilding veterans become cultivators. Next, Hercules showed a training program for his students to increase their strength and endurance. It didn't look like a training program for young students. It seemed like only 10th level demons could do it. Kim thought that his professor had completely lost his mind because of these trainings. So the title of the lecture, which referred to 500 tons, was not a joke. It was the turn of Professor Zhang, the founder of the Wudong and Taoist clan, to give lectures. The master explained that a true cultivator must not only learn to move their feet, but also to integrate the movements of the whole body. This is called the technique of practicing movements, and the master said that he would now show the students a small example. Zhang said that in this lecture, he wants to teach students a technique called air walking. By relying on Neigong with the help of the Yun Quan acupuncture point, you can walk even in the air. He promised that they would learn the principles of this legendary technique a little later and asked them to listen carefully. Kim was amazed that if he could walk freely in the sky, all restrictions in the air would disappear for him. Notification that the daily individual task is currently being formed and calculated according to the student's karma ratio. He will need to run at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, fall from a height of 30 meters, and do all this more than 20 times a day. The guy was surprised, as his daily tasks became more and more difficult with each passing day. Suddenly, he heard the door open and an unknown person who came inside said he was looking for Kim. It was a girl, and judging by Kim's expression, he recognized her, so they probably already knew each other. He immediately invited the girl inside and made her coffee, wondering why she was here and how she knew he was studying here. It was Park's daughter. Her name was Lara, and she explained that after Kim worked with her father the last time, she found out where he was studying. She asked if he had called Kim and her father recently, and the guy said that the last time they spoke was at a dungeon competition. The girl looked very upset and could barely hold back her tears, and Kim asked her what happened. Lara said that her father had stopped answering the phone for some unknown reason, and she thought that maybe Kim knew what had happened. She very quickly realized that the guy didn't know anything either. He was very surprised and visibly began to worry. He asked her how long her father had been out of touch, and Lara said that it had started yesterday when he went to work. Kim began to calm him down and said that it had only been one day. Maybe he had been drinking and fell asleep somewhere nearby, as had happened several times before. But the girl was still very upset, so there must have been something else that bothered her. Her hands were trembling, but she started talking and said that yesterday, she and her father had a fight. She told him that she wanted to become a professional hunter, and Kim was surprised because Lara was not awakened. The girl explained that she was not going to wake up artificially because she had woken up about a month ago. That's why she said she didn't want to go to a regular university, because her dream was to go to a professional hunting academy. Nowadays, a hunter's earnings are better than a regular job, so Kim absolutely understood Lara's desire to help his father financially. But he was completely against this idea. No parent in the world would want their child to be involved in dangerous activities. Kim and Lara decided to wait a bit longer in the hope that her father would show up, and he asked her to be careful and call in case of danger. After talking to the guy, the girl calmed down a bit and went home with relief. Kim, on the contrary, became more worried after this meeting. Maybe something really happened to her father. As soon as he said goodbye to the girl and waited for her to leave, Kim decided to call her father on his own. But the caller did not answer the phone. So what could have happened to this ordinary man? The guy tried to calm himself down and remembered that this was not the first time he had failed to get in touch. It had happened before. Meanwhile, in the order of truth, Kos approached Kali and told him that the evil fate had noticed something. Kalia was unhappy with this news and immediately decided to change the subject and asked if there were any changes in the situation with Kim. His assistant replied that the guy was still missing and asked what they should do next. Kalia turned to him and said that the truth about the distortion of the 10th level dungeon should not be revealed to humanity. Under no circumstances should it leak to politicians and ordinary people. The next day in the morning, Kim performed his daily tasks at the Cultivator's Academy. His new task was to lift 1 ton to increase his muscles and his physical strength. He was happy that he bought a caboose. It had a lot of monster corpses in it, and he could lift it to train. The training sessions were very hard. Sometimes he thought his body was going to burst. Even with the help of the power that destroys mountains, it was difficult, and the guy realized that he needed the help of mana. For these daily tasks, I had to sacrifice a lot and feel constant muscle pain. But Kim's dream of becoming a professional hunter and cultivator was stronger than the physical pain. He never stopped training until he had completed his daily task, and only then could he rest. After Kim fell to the ground feeling incredibly tired, Kira approached him and asked what he was doing here. The guy asked him to save him and take this small but very heavy bag off his back. She tried to help him and asked him in surprise what he had put in this little caboose. Realizing that she could not lift him with one hand, she began to use all her strength. With the help of magic and mana, she managed to save the boy from the little bag. Her arms immediately began to hurt, and she thought Kim had gone completely crazy with his training. The guy immediately began to breathe heavily and thanked the girl for saving him, saying that he had already thought about dying. Then Kim asked how tall the building was, and Kira said it was about 15 meters. She asked him why he needed this information, and Kim replied that he wanted to jump off the building. Maybe it was suicide. He wondered if he would complete his daily task if he jumped from 15 meters. Kira didn't understand anything at all and asked the guy to take his time, but 2 seconds later, he disappeared. After a few more seconds, she heard the voice of a guy shouting that he had succeeded. Kira thought he was crazy and began to worry that if the new students of the academy saw him, they would immediately give up studying. Soon, Minor came to Maria Academy. He was in a good mood as always and greeted Kira. Then he asked what was going on with Kim, and she replied that she wanted to find out for herself. Minor asked if he always behaved like this in everyday life, if he had poisoned himself or hit his head. In fact, Kim was worried that Park hadn't been in touch for 4 days, and they'd known each other for more than a decade and never had this happen. Lara also said that she couldn't get through to him and had already contacted the police, and Kim realized that he had to do something immediately. He explained that he didn't want to fall off the building anymore. He was just going to look for his missing friend. Kira and Minor immediately became interested in the problem and started asking what happened. The guy said that he was not sure of his guesses yet and would tell us everything when he returned. He immediately went back to his old job, and the employees immediately recognized the new superstar in the world of hunters. Everyone already knew how well he had performed at the practice exam and wished him further success in his studies. Some even said that he would soon become a professional hunter after 9 years of hard work at the company to save up for his studies. They asked him why he had come. Did he really want to entrust them with the task of transporting the corpses of demons? The guy said that everything was fine, and he just came in to say hello to his old friends. He then asked if anyone had spoken to Park recently. The men replied that they hadn't seen him for a long time and said that he was probably drunk on whiskey again and sleeping in a place unknown. Although later one of the men said that Park had disappeared since he left alone. It was about 4 days ago. A strange man came and said he was looking for helpers to transport monsters, and Puck went with him. Another employee recalled that this strange man had promised to pay twice as much as usual. The employees immediately noticed that this man was strange. He did not order through their company but directly through them, which is always strange. The workers also mentioned that Park accepted this lucrative offer because he needed money for his daughter's education. Kim immediately asked them which dungeon Park had gone to with the man, but the workers didn't know. They said that this could be found out in the association, where they constantly report raids and transportation in dungeons. The guy thanked the men for their help, said goodbye, and said that he had urgent business. He immediately ran to the association and demanded all available information, but was told that it was forbidden to provide information to outsiders. An employee of the association said that the disappearance of the person was not confirmed, so he could not help. Kim was incredibly angry with these words because it was a matter of life and death for his friend. He went outside to get some fresh air and think about what to do next. Park has not been in touch since he left with the suspicious man 4 days ago. There is no doubt that something happened there, but the problem is that there are no confirmed facts in this case. Kim hadn't felt so anxious in a long time. His intuition told him that things were bad. He remembered his old friend and all those positive moments with him. He recalled how he offered him money at times when the boy needed it. At that time, he collected all the money he had and brought it to Kim at the hospital. Kim wanted to refuse because Park had to pay for his daughter's education. But the man said that when an adult gives money, you have to take it and thank him. It was a good example of honest and sincere help from a friend in a difficult moment in life. Uncle Park believed that money was just dust, worthless, and could always be earned again. When Kim, after 9 years of work, lost all his money due to an accident, Park was the first to come to his aid. He lived quite poorly himself, but he did not hesitate to give the boy all his money, which became the basis for his admission to the Cultivator's Academy. This is what helped Kim become who he is today, and he has never forgotten it. He could not sit idly by and do nothing when his friend disappeared. He decided to act immediately and took out his phone to make an important call. He called Kier and said that he had a very important request, to arrange a meeting with the Star Sword. Of course, the girl could not refuse his request and immediately called her grandfather to ask for his help. A few hours later, Kim and the Star Sword met, and Bond said he was familiar with the situation thanks to his granddaughter's stories. Star Sword immediately asked the boy what he needed to help him. Kim replied that he wasn't really interested and suggested something unexpected, that we should fight each other one day. At first, it seemed that the guy had problems with his head. Maybe he forgot to take his pills. But after a few seconds, everyone present at this meeting began to realize that Kim was absolutely serious and really wanted to do this. The Star Sword became even more serious than usual and asked if he had heard something. Kim said that if he wins this battle, the Star Sword will not only help him, but will also take an active part in this case. And in response, if he loses this fight, he will leave the Maria Academy. These words made Kier incredibly angry. The guy immediately said that he realized that he would not be able to completely defeat such a legendary warrior. That's why if he can wound the Star Sword at least once, it will be considered a victory. Kim understood that Park had followed an unknown person, but the association did not provide information about this situation. But if one of the 5 heroes of the country comes to them, the conversation will be completely different. Although it is a game of roulette, the guy has no other choice but to save his friend. Star Sword said that this was a very presumptuous offer, but he agreed to it and asked the boy to follow him. They went to a neighboring house, to one of the rooms where the legendary warrior lived. The Star Sword looked very angry, as if he was insulted by the offer to fight the young student. In this room was the weapon of the legendary warrior, of course. The sword was his favorite weapon, which is why it is called the Star Sword. He took out one of the most beautiful swords, and his assistant Simon immediately opened his eyes wide when he saw what kind of sword it was. He was incredibly surprised, because it was a legendary sword of the Azure Dragon, and there were many legends about it. According to the legend, the warlord of the state of Yoshin went to a neighboring city and met Nan on his way, receiving command methods and a sword from him. Despite the fact that it is only an imitation of a real sword of the Azure Demon, even so, the sword is considered the pinnacle of the creation made by the best blacksmith in the country. Simon was not surprised by chance. He knew that the Bond would only take out the Azure Dragon sword in one case. This happens when he is sure that he must kill his opponent. He hasn't taken out this sword since the last disaster. Frightened, Simon asked his boss what he wanted to do with Kim. Simon realized that if the situation got out of hand, Kira would be very aggressive towards her grandfather. Bond replied that he didn't care and reminded him that Kim was just a student who had to be ready for anything if he decided to challenge him in the Star Sword. The legendary warrior decided to have some real fun during this battle with the student. At the same time, Kira was shouting at her student and persuading him to refuse her offer. She said that her grandfather would help them if she asked him, and that she didn't have to fight him. Kim did not want to hear anything and said that it was his final decision, so there was no need to persuade him to refuse. He thanked the girl for her concern and said that it was a necessary act for the future. At the moment, he can't understand why Park disappeared. Maybe it was him. If so, it could happen again in the future, and he still doesn't have the power and authority to protect the people around him. And to do this, he needs to involve the Star Sword in this case, so that people understand that if someone offends Kim, the Star Sword will personally intervene. It was a very risky and interesting decision, and the guy promised Kier to come back with a victory. It was obvious how much she cared about her student. He was the first to join her academy and immediately became a close person to her. Soon, Kim took out his spear and went to the battle against the Star Sword, and there were many people who wanted to watch. Star Sword said that he would not give in to the boy for the sake of Kier, and for the last time offered to refuse to fight. Kim replied that he would not take his words back, and also hoped that the Star Sword would fight at 100% of its power. Bond replied that this decision was very rash and stupid, but praised the boy for his courage. He took out his legendary Azure Dragon Sword and prepared to give Kim a martial arts lesson. The Star Sword said that it gave Kim the right to strike the first blow, and he looked incredibly convincing when he got into character. From the very beginning of his journey as a hunter, Kim did not pay attention to authorities and was not afraid to be an underdog. Even if his opponent is a Star Sword, with his current strength, he can withstand several attacks. The guy prepared himself and tried to show Bond all the strength and power he had learned at the Cultivator's Academy. He realized that there was no time to look closely at the opponent. He had to show all his skills from the very beginning. In the moment, it all looked pretty epic, and the audience was definitely excited. As it turned out, the legendary warrior is considered one of the 5 heroes of the state for a reason. Even many years after the last disaster, he is still an incredible warrior and a dangerous opponent. Starsword stopped the guy's attack with one hand and asked him if that was all he could do. Then, without waiting for an answer, he pushed Kim away from him, again with one hand. Probably at that moment, the guy began to regret deciding to fight Bond. It was not like fighting against other students. But there is no choice. We have to do everything possible to win and inflict at least minimal damage on the enemy. Kim realized that he had to think about defense first, and only then to counterattack. It happens in life, you want to beat up an old man, but he turns out to be an incredible swordmaster. A few seconds into the fight, Kim realized that his opponent was serious and not going to lose. The eyes of the Star Sword burned with blue flames, and he hadn't looked so focused and aggressive in a long time. His every attack, his every movement, all of it carries a touch of deadliness. Now the guy felt on his body why the Bond was nicknamed the Star Sword. Probably no one else in the world is as good at this weapon as he is. Despite his old age, he was still very flexible and strong, and his wife is probably glad of that. The wave of energy that came from his blows almost made Keir fall to the floor, and Simon saved her. It was only now that she began to really worry about her student, realizing that the Star Sword wanted to kill him. The guy is facing a real hero of a major disaster, a professional hunter of the C rank. His level is sky high, and no professional hunter wants to meet such a rival. Yet strangely enough, with all his strength and experience, Bond still could not defeat this young student. At that moment, he realized that the guy was really incredibly talented and had high potential. Just a few months ago, when they first met, Kim looked like a typical juvenile fool with no prospects. Bond realized that he had a little potential, but his talent did not go beyond the level of a student. And yet the guy in front of him is still progressing and improving. He didn't care that a legendary warrior was fighting against him. He wanted to show everyone and himself that he was as good as the Star Sword. Kim combined defense well with dangerous attacks when he had a chance. But the Star Sword was still much stronger, and one blow was enough to throw the guy back 10 meters. But strangely enough, the blows that could destroy 10th-ranked demons could not penetrate the young man's defense. Bond was surprised. Even his appearance showed the guy's eccentricity, but how come he could stop his sword energy? If not for this, the battle would have been over long ago, but somehow, the guy is still alive. The Star Sword was not going to fight at full strength, but decided it was time to add a little seriousness. Kim was not at all afraid and looked ready for anything that might happen, but a Star Sword is a Star Sword. His powerful new attack caused him significant problems. The energy of the blue flame filled the room. It was not clear whether the boy survived the attack. It was an attack that was almost impossible to stop, and blood appeared on Kim's face. Having retreated a few meters back, the guy was still not going to give up, although it was very difficult for him. Faced with students like him and some of the stars of the academies, Kim hoped that there was no one better than him. Still, we have to admit that a student is a student, and his past rivals were just young guys who had not yet reached the level of professionals. Now Kim realized that he could not see this huge difference between him and the Star Sword. The guy was even upset when he realized that his opponent was not fighting him at full strength. But no matter what, even in the most difficult moments of his life, Kim is not used to giving up. He decided to strike a few more blows and still try to at least minimally wound the Star Sword. Bond looked at the boy and said that it was a mistake to challenge the Star Sword at his beginner level. But Kim didn't care. He had achieved the same confidence in his abilities as Bond. The same power so that when others hear his name alone, they become afraid and don't dare to touch his friends. Kim respects the power and skill of the Star Sword and wants to become just like him in the future. He is deeply fascinated by the path that Star Sword has taken to reach this level. He was too arrogant to believe in the false reputation of the Cultivator, and without realizing it, he disrespected the Star Sword. It was only after a long and hard battle against the legendary master that he began to realize this. The guy began to realize that he was weaker than a Star Sword, much weaker. It was probably the first time in his life that Kim was able to look at and evaluate his abilities objectively. And thanks to this, someday in the future, he wants to go beyond this adoration of the legendary hero, to cross the line of adoration just to become better and write your name in history in golden letters. But the future is unknown, and right now there is a battle going on that will determine a lot. His hand tightly clutches the spear, but strangely enough, the boy feels nothing, unfamiliar sensations. His every step at this moment feels unnatural, as if something is wrong. It looks like the Star Machete took advantage of this moment and inflicted a serious wound on the guy. There was a lot of blood. Kim immediately felt unbearable pain, which cannot be compared to the pain of hard training or being hit by rivals in competitions. Kira immediately started screaming when she saw that her favorite student was seriously injured. While the girl ran to rescue Kim, the Star Sword assistant said that the guy showed a very strong fight, but this was to be expected. Master Bond did not show any unnecessary emotions on his face and stood directly opposite his wounded opponent. The only thing he said when Kim was falling to the floor was that he hoped the guy would keep his word. The young talented student challenged the legendary master and lost in a fair fight. Kira looked at her grandfather with great anger in her eyes, as if she hated him with all her heart. Kim was lying on the floor face down and did not respond. It was unclear whether he was alive or not. Far from this place, interesting events were taking place in absolute darkness. These events were closely intertwined with the history of the confrontation between the Kims and the Star Sword. Park was running with an unknown man on his back and said that he would never have come here if he had known what would happen. The man replied that he could not have expected the dungeon to be distorted. He would have gone alone if he had known about it in advance. Park said that there was no point in discussing it and asked the man not to worry because their disappearance had been noticed and the search had probably already begun. But this man said that this was unlikely to happen because he asked the association not to discuss the case. In his opinion, it will be very difficult for them to get out of this hell alive. Park still had hope for rescue and was sure that a little rascal named Kim would find a way to save him. The man didn't understand what he was talking about, but Park said that it didn't matter. The main thing was to believe that they would be saved. After a while, it became clear that Kim would survive if he was treated in time. Soon he woke up and saw that Kira had been sitting next to him all this time. He asked how long he had been unconscious, and the girl said it hadn't been long and suggested he rest. Kim said that he had no time to lie down and rest, and that the Star Sword was much more important now. Strangely enough, as soon as he said this phrase, the door to his room immediately opened and the legendary master entered. Kim immediately came on and tried to figure out what was going to happen now. Maybe a second round? But a second later, the Star Sword took out his legendary weapon and threw it into the boy's hands. It was the same Azure Dragon Sword that he used to win the battle and severely wound Kim. His assistant Simon immediately began to worry and ask what was going on, and Kira also did not understand anything. Kim asked why Bond was doing this, and the master replied that he just wanted to keep his word. He told him to bring the sword as evidence to the association, and they would immediately understand what it meant. According to him, it will be much better if Kim solves this problem without his help and does as he wants. The Star Sword said that as soon as this problem was solved, the sword would return to him. The Association of Professional Hunters is an organization that controls the activities of hunters. It is also a commercial organization created by professional hunters to protect their rights, and Master Tukan is its president. Soon after, Kim personally went to him and brought him the Azure Dragon Sword. The guy said they hadn't met yet and told me his name. He apologized for the unexpected meeting and said he had a few questions. Tukan recalled that not long ago, Master Dark Star had come to him and forced him to transfer a large sum of money to Kim. Kim said that 4 days ago, his friend Park disappeared in one of the dungeons and he needed information about it. The president said that before answering the question, he had to check whether the sword of the Azure Dragon was real. Kim was not against this initiative, but he was worried that everything would go as quickly as possible. Tukan began the process of checking and was immediately blinded by the radiance coming from the sword. Soon he realized that it was indeed a real Star Sword, and he had to help the boy. Kim asked Tukan if it was true that Park went to the dungeon with the evil rock. Tukan confirmed this guess and said that the evil rock was investigating the recent distortion of the dungeon. Before he went there, he said that he had found a clue and asked to keep the investigation secret. Kim mentioned that the Dark Star believes that the problem with the dungeons is due to the Order of Truth. It's a really complicated matter. The guy thanked the president and asked him one last question. Could he leave the Azure Dragon Sword to the association to get a loan in return? A little later, Lara called Kim and asked if he had found her father in the meantime. The guy said that he hadn't found it yet, but he was close to it because he knew where it was. He said that he was sure Park was in the dungeon. He was running an errand and there was a problem. Lara was very scared. Her mother died 11 years ago because of the dungeon's distortion, which is why it's so hard for her now. Moreover, her mother gave her own life to save her daughter. Who knows? Maybe that's why Lara wants to become a hunter so badly, so that she never loses people she loves to monsters again. The girl started crying and did not understand how to live, but Kim calmed her down and promised to bring her father home. According to the president, Park and the evil rock entered the dungeon where the 6th-level monster Driada lives. Although the evil rock is old and injured, he is still one of the 5 heroes. So there must be a reason why he cannot get out of the dungeon. Perhaps the Order of Truth ambushed him there to kill him. If someone interferes in this matter, the Order of Truth will immediately know about it through the vision and will act. That's why no one can intervene in this case except Kim, who received money from the Association for the Azure Dragon Sword. The guy did it to buy a new weapon at a cultivator shop. If the evil rock can't get out of the dungeon, then the guy needs a half-hearted preparation. He immediately went to the online store and started buying what he had been dreaming of for a long time. First of all, it was Gungnir, and it's still unclear what it is. It looks like Harry Potter's Elder Wand. Now he was completely ready to travel to the dungeon and open the portal. When he got inside this dungeon, he saw that there were a lot of trees around. It was unusual. He knew that in this dungeon there was a 6th-level dryad monster, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary tree. Kim realized that he had to be very careful. It would be bad if Dryada attacked him unexpectedly. The boy wondered how he could find his friend and decided to try to use the power of his tactile senses. Everything around me immediately opened up in a completely different way, as if in a dream. He also experienced different feelings, discomfort that is difficult to describe in ordinary words. Wandering through the dungeon, he looked at trees that are very similar to each other and have almost no differences. Soon he decided to get his new toy out of the library and test it in real life. It looked like a rather interesting weapon, but as soon as the guy activated it, it became immediately clear that it was something very dangerous. He activated the weapon and threw it at a tree that seemed very suspicious to him. Perhaps it will turn out to be an ordinary tree, and the guy will destroy it now. An environmentalist will immediately sue him. And yet, the strength of his tactile senses did not let him down. This tree really turned out to be a level 6 monster. Dryada got angry when he saw a deadly weapon flying at him, but managed to dodge in time. When Kim saw that his strike missed the target, he began to worry that the demon might strike back. He began to fight the demon, and the weapons flew around them, as if enchanted. After a few seconds of battle, the Gungnir finally hit the target and made a huge hole in the level 6 monster. Kim watched this beauty as if mesmerized, as if he had bought a real radio-controlled rocket. Gungnir is a spear used by Odin when he tore apart the body of Ymir and created 9 worlds from it. Kim expected this spear to have incredible power, but he thought the fake would not be as powerful. The fact is that despite the fact that it is a fake, it was created by a real professional cultivator. According to the myth, in addition to hitting any target, Gungnir's spear also has the ability to call back. He had read about this feature of the weapon and decided to pretend that he was Thor calling for his hammer. Despite the fact that this is not the Marvel Universe, the guy still managed to pull off this trick. To begin with, there is indeed a summoning feature, but it consumes a lot of mana, so it can only be used a few times during a battle. In ancient myths and legends, it constantly returned to the owner, but fakes have their limitations. Kim's current level will allow him to do this only a few times, but one day he will do it all the time. If in the future the Star Sword gets angry and tries to kill him, Kim will throw Gungnir at him and run away. This weapon is really powerful. The level 6 monster, the legendary Dryad, was destroyed in a few seconds. Not far from the boy, Park was still alive and carrying an evil rock on his back. He was in a great hurry because living trees were running after them at full speed. That's right. Dryada was not alone in the world. There were many of these monsters in this dungeon, and they were very close to tearing the 2 old men into many pieces. One of the monsters managed to catch the men with his hand, if you can call it that, and knock them down. Park fell to the ground and thought that his life was about to end. He was driven to a dead end. But suddenly he saw that the evil fate was not so old that it had lost all its power and might. This legendary old warrior activated the power of his mana and said that Park was running away while he detained the demons. The evil doom said that he was not left long to live in this world, so this would be the right choice. He realized that it was because of him that Park was trapped in this dungeon and was now risking his own life. The evil rock kept yelling at Park and telling him to run away as fast as he could while he had the chance. But Park did not know what it meant to leave a man in trouble. As soon as the evil rock lost his strength and fell to the floor, he immediately rushed to help him. He mentally apologized to his daughter, whom he would leave an orphan in this cruel world, but he could not do otherwise. At the most difficult moment in his life, salvation came unexpectedly, and it was the one he had been waiting for. It was Kim, and he greeted Park and said that he couldn't go out for so long because his daughter was worried about him at home. Park had never been so happy to see this little rascal in his life, and tears even welled up in his eyes. The guy said that they should leave the conversation for later and ordered Park to take the evil rock with her and run away immediately. As soon as the boy appeared, the evil demons immediately turned their attention to him, which is exactly what he wanted to do. He decided to immediately start his attack with the strongest Dryad, and after killing him, switch his attention to the others. There was a bright light ahead of him, as if the monsters had decided to blind him in the eyes. Of course, this did not help them, and now, thanks to his new weapon, he has become even more dangerous and powerful. The problem was that no matter how many times he tried to cut off their limbs, they still recovered quickly. In the current situation, it will be difficult for him to get close to the demons. It is better to deliver a powerful blow to Gungnir's trunk to the main demon. But first, it would be nice to find Gungnir, because with these dangerous battles, he has completely forgotten about him. Soon he saw his new toy, a spear lying on the ground not far from him. In parallel with this dangerous battle, Park tried to escape as quickly as possible with the evil rock. But their speed was not enough, and they walked only a few dozen meters, like old people with disabilities. Kim realized that he had to act immediately to protect his friends and launched a dangerous attack. Then, having made sure that they had already moved away enough, he realized that he could deliver a decisive blow. To do this, he had to distract the demons and take his new weapon. Kim quickly ran to Gungnir, hoping that the evil trees were too slow to catch up with him. Luckily for the young student, everything worked out. He took this spear in his right hand and threw it at the main dryad. In front of his eyes, this legendary spear Odin cut the demon into two parts, and now he can light a fire if he wants. There was a very loud explosion, and probably at that moment, Kim realized that this was now his favorite weapon. Although he defeated the main monster, all his other helpers remained alive and dangerous. That's why Kim started looking for Gungnir in a hurry to use it again. He raised his hand and commanded the spear to return to him. Kim thought this trick should work again. As if feeling a strong calling, the spear immediately flew into the air and into the boy's hands. It looked very epic, and Kim even thought he should go to Hollywood to shoot superhero movies. Now holding in his hands the spear of the majestic Odin, the holy spear that killed Jesus, he felt immortal. The guy got so into the role of a dangerous guy that he felt like he was playing the role of a Terminator. At first, the demons thought he was mentally retarded, but when they saw this theme of the weapons of the Titans, they realized they were going to have a bad night. After he took out his weapon, they did not try to attack as aggressively. The guy started laughing, thinking that it only took a few attacks for them to realize how dangerous it was. The trees of hell told the guy that he talked too much, and now he would regret it. One of the dryads was the most talkative and constantly threatened Kim with death. That's why the guy decided to kill him first, so that everyone else would understand how to treat the future cultivator. Although this angered all the other hell trees, they became even more afraid of the boy. Just when Kim thought that today's battle was even easier than his training, something interesting happened. He saw that these monsters were doing everything possible to prevent him from using Gungnir anymore. But they didn't know that the tree trunk was causing him the most problems. And now he would only be grateful if they approached him. Perhaps the monsters forgot that besides Gungnir, the guy has another legendary spear in his hands. He gathered all his power that can destroy mountains and magic mana and prepared for the second round. Soon it was all over. The boy went deep into the forest and found his friend along with the evil rock. Park was happy to see him, although he said that the guy was too slow and should have saved him earlier. Kim asked why Park had quarreled with his daughter, and the man replied that it was his business. He also said that the evil rock master was feeling bad and had lost a lot of energy to protect him. The condition of this old man is very serious, and it is unclear whether it is possible to save him now. Kim said he would have to start by using an elixir he always carries with him for emergencies. It is almost the same as the help of qualified doctors. The elixir should greatly improve the man's condition. He took some of this magic liquid out of his pouch and helped the evil doom drink it. When the old man regained consciousness, Park told him that he was the guy they were waiting for. The evil rock looked at Kim and asked if he was a student of the Academy of Professional Hunters. The man did not understand how the boy had guessed where to look for them, and how he was able to destroy the dangerous monsters. Kim said that it was his intuition and active training at the academy that worked. Then he asked why they came here. Evil Rock explained that he needed an assistant to study the monsters because he was old and couldn't do everything on his own. He did not use the help of a transportation company because he was afraid of drawing too much attention to himself. Kim asked him if he acted alone because he was afraid of being seen by the Order of Truth. The man wondered how this young man could know all this, and suddenly they all heard a loud sound. Kim thought it might be an earthquake. Because it was hardly the sound of a demon, it was too loud. But the experienced master replied that it was the same monster who had taken all his powers. Kim could not understand why such a great master as Evil Rock was locked in a dungeon. It seems that in this strange dungeon, there is something that even the legendary Evil Rock cannot cope with. At first, the guy thought a huge mountain was coming at them. But a little later, it became clear that this was not a mountain, but a huge dryad. This monster was bigger than all its predecessors. Although it's not clear that he can be called a monster at all, Evil Rock said that this is the first time he's encountered this kind of demon. Perhaps it is some kind of anomaly or mutation. There is no difference between the other demons, except for the difference in size. The boy suggested that they try to escape and return to their world as soon as possible, but Park replied that they had already tried to do so and failed. As soon as they tried to leave the dungeon, this demon would immediately attack, and it is because of him that the evil rock is so traumatized now. This is not just a mutation. Its bark is so strong that it cannot be penetrated even by strong magic, and if it is immediately restored. Magic is not enough in this case. Perhaps this monster has evolved and gotten rid of the weaknesses of other dryads. Evil Rock explained that he could pierce his bark with magic and slow down his regeneration, but the problem is that at that moment he becomes completely vulnerable. The master is too old for this. To pierce the bark and destroy the core, you need to strike with one powerful blow. As soon as Kim heard that one powerful punch would be enough to win, he immediately smiled. The boy proposed a plan so that the evil rock could weaken the monster, and he would destroy its core in the meantime. Of course, he was referring to his new weapon, but the men did not understand him very well. The master said that a simple blow would not destroy the core. He would try to do everything to weaken the monster, but it would be difficult. And the most important thing is that they are unlikely to have a second chance if things don't work out. Kim realized that this old master was too weak, and if he didn't succeed the first time, he might die. The boy came closer to the master and assured him that this plan could still work. He showed him his weapon and told him that this spear would strike the monster very hard. And it seems that his convictions worked because the evil rock opened its eyes and mouth wide, as if it had seen a Big Mac. He did not understand how such heavy magic chains could not conflict but exist with each other in a military weapon. He was incredibly surprised that there was a magic chain that he could not decipher. That the evil rock was so excited to see this weapon that Park had never heard him talk so much. Now the master realized that it was really possible. Thanks to the power of this spear, there was no need to weaken the monster. He looked at Kim in surprise and asked where he could buy such a fantastic weapon. Kim smiled and said that the spear had been bought for him by a star sword master. The boy thought that selling the Azure Dragon's sword and buying Gungnir for the money were the same thing, so it was decided that Kim's plan should be implemented. The guy was happy that now they would start hunting for the real demon boss. Kim decided to go over all the details of the plan once again to make sure everything was perfect. Though the plan was incredibly simple, the evil doom weakens the monster and Kim destroys its core with his spear. The boy asked the evil rock if he could activate the magic of weakening immediately. Kim assured him that he would immediately distract the monster's attention to himself so that the wizard could prepare the magic well. At first, he will distract the monster, run in front of it, and try to get all its attention. During this time, the evil doom will gather all its vitality to prepare for the activation of mana magic. Once the weakening magic starts working, Kim will launch Gungnir into the monster and destroy its core. Although it's not really that simple, there are a few nuances that can arise in this regard. Firstly, Kim can die during the distraction phase, and secondly, the monster can sense magic and start attacking the evil doom instead of Kim. If Kim pays attention, the distraction phase will go well, so you need to focus on the evil rock and its functions. So if an emergency arises, Park must intervene and save the entire plan. Park replied that he was not going to die early and asked the old master to stay by his side if he wanted to live. He reminded me that he had been carrying an evil rock on his back all this time, so the master should trust him. So it was decided to slowly start implementing this brilliant plan. As expected, it was not difficult to find the monster. It is so big that even a blind person can see it. The boy asked the men to stay away because the monster could sense the magic and start attacking. The evil rock asked Kim to be more careful, and the boy replied that today was the time to take risks to win. He said that we had to start acting because they must have been tired of walking in this place for several days. Park laughed and said that he had long wanted to go home to his daughter and wished the boy good luck. Kim ran forward to fulfill his part of the plan, his task to make the monster pay attention to him. As he ran closer to the monster, he thought that even from a distance the demon seemed large, and up close it looked gigantic. But what is most important is that he feels a very powerful energy around the monster. Now Kim realized why this battle against Dryad was so difficult for the evil rock. Luckily for him, the monster destroys everything around him, so there are no helpers nearby. Kim tried to concentrate his attention as much as possible because he realized that only one mistake could lead to death. As he got even closer to the demon, he began to shout and try to make the monster pay attention to him. Of course, it worked, and in a few seconds, the drone turned toward Kim. The boy stood right in front of him and with his whole appearance invited the monster to start attacking. The vision of the world in the eyes of a demon was not quite the same as that of ordinary people. It was like a predator looking through a thermal imager at a potential victim. The angry demon was not used to such impudence of his rivals, so he immediately began to attack the boy with his tentacles. Kim immediately felt the fierce power and strength of a level 6 demon. He didn't understand why the demon was so long and tall. When the guy was planning his strategy, he didn't think about it. Dryad didn't give Kim even a second's respite. It was as hard as fighting against a green sword. His attacks turned out to be much faster than the guy expected, depending on the initial plan. While Kim was running away, he was simultaneously thinking about whether the spell of weakening from the evil doom was ready. But at that moment, it was better not to think, but to focus on staying alive, because he had never fought such a big opponent. The problem was that the tentacles of this huge tree were almost everywhere. The tentacles not only attacked the guy from the sky, but also grew out of the ground, which added to the danger. Kim realized that no matter how hard it was for him now, he had to hold on to survive and destroy the monster. He needed to use his holy spear for defense and continue to keep the monster's attention on him. Kim used all his mountain-destroying power and magic to defend himself. But even this was hardly enough. The monster was too strong and attacked from all fronts. The pressure on the young student was incredible. Even the air around the demon was completely different. If everything continues at the same pace, problems may arise. Although Kim tried to run away and defend himself as much as possible, he still had to strike back to survive. Then at the last moment, he saw a flash of red light behind him, and men who said that the preparation for the spell was complete. So the evil doom has come in time, and now they need to move on to the second phase of their strategy. Kim started calling the monster to him and calling it a wooden scarecrow and a wooden doll. Of course, a level 6 monster couldn't like that. He wasn't used to talking to himself like that. Dryad was furious and wanted to scalp the guy and keep him as a memento of his talkative rival. As soon as the wooden monster began to approach, Kim immediately began to run away and lure it after him. Now everything was ready for the final phase of the plan, but we still had to stay focused. The demon was trying its best to reach the boy with its wooden tentacles. Kim was dodging and showing incredible flexibility at this point. Perhaps he was a gymnast as a child. He stopped to look at the demon, having moved forward a little bit. The enraged Dryad continued to chase him, almost without lagging behind. There was only one last dash to get to the planned place where the magical attack of evil doom was to begin. The main task at the moment is to do everything possible to make sure that the monster comes to this place. Kim continued to break world records for short-distance running speed like Usain Bolt. He was constantly checking to see if the demon was chasing him, and the boy played the role of a great bait. Suddenly, when the demon entered the planned territory, real magic began to happen. Chains of fire appeared, shackling the monster and preventing it from moving freely. His movements became heavier and his strength noticeably decreased. The magic of the evil doom worked exactly as it was supposed to. So now that the second part of the plan has worked, the final blow remains, the destruction of the demon's core. Dryad was screaming and making some incredible screams. Maybe he was afraid that they were going to make him into a million pencils. The monster wasn't going to give up easily and started aiming for the exact spot where the evil rock had activated its weakening magic. The evil doom has used up a lot of magic power, and Uncle Park is not even an awakened ordinary man. They can only dodge a few times. So realizing that he had only one chance, Kim took out his new spear and prepared to strike the decisive blow. He decided to channel all his power and strength into Gungnir to destroy the demon's core. The main thing is to be calm and not nervous, because now it looks like a sniper's work. While Dryad was restricted in his movements by the evil rock magic, Kim tried to find out where his core was. Kim hasn't looked so focused in a long time, and now, instead of strength and speed, he needs filigree precision. Waiting for the right moment, the boy swung his arm and sent this decisive blow directly at the demon. Dryad, who was held by magical chains, saw that death was approaching and would send him to hell. There was a very powerful release of blue energy after Gungnir fell into the demon. I heard a loud crunch of wood and the screams of a monster that was panicking, realizing it was dying. Kim froze in an epic pose. His martial arts professors from the Academy of Professional Cultivators would have been proud of him at that moment. The guy fell to the ground and watched this titan in the world of demons screaming in agony and fear of death. Kim put so much energy into this punch that his head started spinning and his strength left his body. It's good that he managed to land an accurate shot, but in this state he can't even call Gungnir back to him. As soon as he regained his strength, he immediately ran to find his friends to check if they were okay. Evil Rock said he was fine, but Park said he was slightly scratched. As he expected, even if the monster is weakened, it is difficult for an ordinary person to dodge its attacks. The injury was not serious, and after a little treatment, Park will be as good as new. Park said that if he were 5 years younger, he could run away from the monster for 3 days with Evil Rock and Kim on his back. The monster's core looked completely destroyed, so there shouldn't be any problems with returning to your world. While the Evil Rock was helping his new friend up, Kim said he was going to go get his spear back. But what he saw in front of him changed absolutely all his plans for the near future. He didn't understand how it was possible, but Dryad with a hole in his body stood up again and prepared for another attack. So far, he did not understand how this happened, because all other similar monsters died as soon as their bodies were pierced by Gungnir. Perhaps the problem is that the monster's core was not destroyed by the spear. Although this seemed absolutely impossible, Kim came up with the idea that a monster could have two cores in its body. When Park and the legendary master saw that their plans had worked, the smiles immediately disappeared from their faces. And now the real party will begin, because now they have no prepared plan and will be forced to improvise. Kim picked up the holy spear and prepared to defend his friends with absolutely no plan, just to fight as if it were the last time. But he did not have time to use his power, because evil fate intervened and used his legendary magic. It cost him his health, and after spending a lot of energy on magic, the man began to cough up blood. Kim saw that the evil rock had spent a lot of mana and would not be able to last long, so to win, he had to destroy the remaining core. But to do this, we must immediately find Gungnir, who is nowhere to be seen in the vicinity. There were a lot of wooden branches around, which made it almost impossible to find my weapon, so maybe the demon hid it on purpose. But Kim still has the holy spear, and if he can strike it directly, he has a chance to destroy the core. The evil rock immediately understood the boy's intentions and said that he could use the magic of holding and weakening and distract the monster. There was no time to think about many steps ahead. We just had to act and do what was possible. So the evil rock tried to restrain and distract the monster, and Kim ran forward to strike the decisive blow for the second time. It was at this moment that he demonstrated his flexibility, speed, and unpredictability to get closer to the demon. He realized that only one teaching of the monster and he would die, so he had no room for error. The evil rock is now giving all its vitality to give Kim the opportunity to finish off the wounded beast. So the guy can only act and believe in his luck, which has always helped him in the past. Meanwhile, the evil doom continued to restrain the monster with the power of mana. Kim used this magic to get close to the demon. He was close enough for Dryad to see him with his own eyes and realize that he was in trouble. It was hard for the guy. He realized that to destroy the core, he had to be as close as possible, but he couldn't do it. This task is very different from getting the monster's attention, which is a different level. But this was only the beginning of the guy's problems, as the demon's wooden tentacles began to attack his legs and arms. Fortunately, the evil rock still activated the magic of weakening, so it helped to restrain the opponent. Seeing that Dryad was bound by various mana chains, Kim chose the perfect moment to attack. He ran to get close enough to strike with his holy spear, as long as the evil fate did not preclude the magic. Kim saw that the number of chains holding the monster back this time was smaller than last time, and they were not as strong. As expected, reactivation with insufficient magical powers has limitations. But now was not the time to think about the ideal plan. We had to do our job as quickly as possible. Kim got closer to the demon and saw its weak spot, and that's where the second strike should be. The boy continued to dodge the wooden tentacles on his way to his goal. After that day, he can confidently open a course of personal lectures and teach how to destroy the dryads. But he was still not a professional in this area. A hell of a tree to break free of his chains and strike back. Now the guy felt the real power of the tree. He missed a punch in the stomach and started coughing up blood. The guy fell to the ground and was again too far away to strike with a spear. He realized that the holy spear was a powerful enough weapon to destroy the second core. He thought that everything would work out if he got closer to the monster. But his body did not obey him when he had to dodge the attacks. The monster realized that now was his chance for the final victory and went forward to kill Kim. Luckily, salvation came again. The evil rock was still alive and used his mana to protect the boy again. The legendary master has never seen a student achieve such incredible strength at such a young age. He thought that in less than 5 years, the name of this young warrior would be known to everyone in this country. Someday this guy will be able to become better than the heroes of the disaster and will become a great hero of all mankind. But now he is still not strong enough, so he needs to be saved even if he has to give his own life. The evil rock started shouting at the boy and ordering him to run away, but Kim said he didn't want to do it. He still did not give up, and despite his serious injuries, he got to his feet. The evil rock was angry and said that now was not the time to show his character. He explained that he would soon die of old age, so Kim had to stay alive. He asked the boy to look at reality and be objective, and now it was time to make adult decisions. Kim, who was bleeding from the lips, looked at the legendary master and asked why he didn't leave them and run away. Why didn't he leave the park? If he wanted to do so, he would have done so much earlier. Why, even now, at a time when the situation is critical, is he still trying to give his own life to save others? Kim didn't understand the answers to all these questions, but the evil rock silently continued to direct the last remnants of his mana at the monster. As the evil rock said, the best option is to run away and let him sacrifice his own life for the sake of others. It's quite simple. You just need to take Uncle Park with you and quickly return to the real world. The worst choice in this situation is to fight a monster. The answer's already there, but for some reason the guy doesn't want to run away. Maybe it's the wrong decision, but he doesn't care now. Despite the fact that his mouth is bleeding, and despite the fact that he has almost no strength left, he still does not want to run away. Unexpectedly for him, the guy remembered a lecture with Professor Hercules. Hercules is the strongest hero of Greco-Roman mythology, a true legend and role model. In his last lecture, he emphasized the importance of muscle strength, but this was not the strength he wanted to teach his students. Strength is nothing more than physical power. Someone will ask what Hercules thought strength was. At this point in the lecture, the video stopped, and Kim began to wonder what it could mean. Then the lecture continued, and Hercules said that he had gone through the path of redemption. He could not overcome the madness that Hera sent upon him, and he killed his wife and children. Guilt was destroying him from the inside, and he wanted to end his life. But his friend Theseus guided him on the path of the 12 tests. We had to destroy the Nemean lion, the Lernaean hydra, catch the Corinthian doe and the Aramaean boar. Also clean the stables, kill birds, tame the Cretan bull, and catch Diomedes' wild horses. And finally, to steal Hippolyta's belt, find Gerion's cows, pick Hesperides' apples, and catch a Cerberus. With each new test he completed, his fame grew more and more. But over time, people began to ridicule him, as they believed that a murderer of his wife and children could not be called a true hero. But Hercules continued to move on. He decided to continue living for the sake of others. If he continues to do this, then in the distant future, thanks to this strategy, he will be able to forgive himself for his past sins. This is how Hercules accomplished 12 legendary feats and earned the title of a true hero. And then he performed a miracle and saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy, which was nicknamed the end of the gods in Greco-Roman mythology. Hercules, who killed his wife and children because of a curse, became the greatest hero at the end of his journey of repentance. The power that enabled him to reach all the heights is repentance. He explained that when you are going to do something or become something, people will start saying that it is impossible. They think of hundreds of reasons and explanations for your potential failure. Hercules also listened to a lot of criticism during the trials, but now he wants to say that none of it matters. There are thousands of reasons why you will not succeed in becoming someone, thousands of reasons that others will find to dissuade you from doing so. Hercules doesn't force you to go against the grain, but when you decide to achieve something, that's your only reason. The only reason that makes an ordinary person a real hero. The evil rock continued to shout at the boy and said that it would be a very stupid thing to do if he did not run away. The evil rock said that the boy should realize that he would not be able to compete with such a strong monster. The guy did not deny that he could not win, but he could not bring himself to run away. He immediately recalled the words of Hercules, when people all over the world would say that nothing would work. When everyone tries to dissuade you from acting, you have to take a step forward anyway. You have to keep going no matter what, and despite the shadow of doubt and the voice of fear. This is the real strength that comes not only from the muscles, but also from the human soul. It is a divine power that is stronger than the power that breaks mountains. It can completely change your life. The guy believed in himself so much after remembering Hercules' lecture that he even suspected something strange when we came in. Kim felt this incredible power, as if a flame began to burn in his lungs. It was a force that could destroy everything in its path and make a great hero out of everyone. Drea didn't care about all this mythological stuff. He started attacking the guy to end the performance. It wasn't easy for Kim. Even with the help of the evil fate, the monster was still too powerful. The legendary battle began when an ordinary student of an unknown academy challenged a 6th-level monster. The fire illuminated the entire forest around it, as if the sun had risen in the middle of the night. Even the legendary master was already powerless. His mana was almost completely gone, and he could no longer restrain the demon. The only thing he could do was hope and believe that this little warrior would save his ass. Despite the bright rays of light, he looked up and saw that Kim was very close to the demon. The boy seemed to be walking on air. Had he already mastered the Zhang technique? There was a powerful explosion, and at first it seemed like an atomic bomb went off. It was so large. The evil rock noticed the boy in time and used the remnants of his magic to catch him as he fell. At that moment, the sun rose. The clouds disappeared and the wounded Pak got to his feet because he was worried about his friend. He immediately ran to Kim. The boy was lying on the ground and there was an evil rock near him. His wound is not superficial and it does not look like his life is in serious danger. Probably the loss of consciousness is the price for using a force that exceeds his capabilities. With a sad look, the evil rock said he was very scared for the first time in many years. He is not afraid of the thought of death, or to be more precise, he's afraid of what will happen to the world after his death. People have always believed that the world they live in is very safe. So as death approached, the evil rock began to worry because he realized that the world still needed his help. That is why he decided to find a student who could replace him after his death and take care of the universe. Shimin was the best of all, even better than the master expected, but he still couldn't let go of the darkness that lived in his heart. But looking back, I realized how unnecessary all these experiences were. Because there is a person in this world who can protect the universe and people even without him. In this young hero who refused to give up, he saw a hero of a new generation. A hero who can find the strength to lead all of humanity. When he realized what a treasure he had found, the evil rock was relieved and no longer worried about the future of humanity. Now he looked at the world, knowing that he didn't have to worry about it, because there was a hero who would save him in case of danger. After a while, Kim opened his eyes, scared, because he thought the battle with the monster was not over yet. As it turned out, he's in the best hospital in his city, and Puck explained to him that they managed to return to the real world. First of all, he started asking his friends how they were feeling. Park said that his wounds were shallow, and with proper treatment, he should not have any problems. Evil Rock replied that he was also fine, and that perhaps thanks to Kim's help, he would soon be able to feel great. When Kim found out that he had been in the hospital for half a day, he immediately began to worry whether his friends Lara had called. Park replied that he had already spoken to his daughter and also said that Kira had called him. Kim didn't understand why his teacher called Park, but the man explained that she was very worried about her student and was on her way here. Of course, Kira was worried because the boy went to look for his missing friend and disappeared with him, taking her grandfather's sword with him. Puck reminds his new friend that his daughter wants to become a professional hunter, and for this, she will need the help of the evil rock. Puck hoped that the evil rock would keep his promise and give him money for his help. But the master replied that he could also teach his daughter on his own. It was an incredible, unexpected offer that one can only dream of. Perhaps this old warrior has Alzheimer's and no longer understands what he is saying. Puck didn't understand why the master decided to offer such a generous offer. The evil rock replied that he had only a short time to live, and he had nothing to do until then, so why not do a good deed? Of course, if she doesn't want to become a cool wizard, he won't be able to help. Then the evil rock looked at Kim and said that he was also his hero, and he might as well start training the boy. Kim started laughing and said that if he wanted to thank him, he should pay him with money, not lessons. As soon as the legendary master agreed to this offer, the guy immediately began to calculate the price. While we were talking, someone very angry came into the room and kicked the door. As soon as Kim realized that the Star Sword had come with his granddaughter, he realized that he would soon die. Star Sword was very angry and said that he was going to tear this little rascal to pieces. Kira ordered Kim to run away. The guy didn't know what to do, maybe jump out the window, but the Star Sword could still land on the sword and catch up with him. Luckily, salvation came from nowhere. The evil Doom smiled and asked if it was the legendary Master Bond. As it turned out, these two old men were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They immediately calmed down and started talking about the glorious years of the past. And thanks to this, Kim has remained alive for now. Evil Rock did not expect them to meet in the hospital because of such an interesting story, as if they were young smokers and spent time together all the time. Star Sword also recalled this glorious time and asked his old friend how he was doing and why he was in the hospital. Evil Rock began to tell what happened and how he got into this ward, while everyone else was not quite interested in listening to the elders. The Star Sword said that it was all fiction and nothing terrible could have happened, but the Evil Rock replied that he really almost died. He pointed his fingers at Kim and said that if it were up to this young man, he would already be in the ground. For some reason, when the Star Sword turned its attention back to the boy, it began to get angry, and its eyes began to glow like a predator's. Kim explained that he did it unintentionally and had no choice. Master Bond ordered him to shut up and reminded him that he had not given him the Azure Dragon Sword to sell it. He began to defend the guy, saying that Kim was actually a very talented and honest person and deserved to be forgiven. Star Sword said that he had turned a blind eye to the boy's actions for too long and said that Kim did not know the boundaries for normal behavior. The Evil Rock did not understand why the boy had angered the Star Sword Master so much. Master Bond started shouting and said that this little rascal was so stupid that he sold him the sword of the Azure Dragon. Evil Rock said that the guy told him that Master Bond had bought him a weapon called Gangnir, When he heard that his lies were coming out, he thought that his life would be over. He began to shout at the Star Sword that he hadn't actually sold his Azure Dragon Sword, but had only pawned it. Kim emphasized that he could easily buy the sword back for a small amount of money. The Star Sword has already activated its mana to kill the guy. Then the old master was persuaded to let the boy live. But in return, he had to strike one blow at Kim. It seems that he wants to put a bold point on the problem rather than solve it. The Star Sword warned the boy that he could dodge or deflect the blow or die, of course. Kim tried to stop the legendary warrior and shouted that he would definitely return the Azure Dragon Sword. Master Bond replied that of course the sword should be returned, but that did not cancel the punishment. It activated all its power and like lightning prepared to strike. But at the last moment, when it seemed that Kim's face would turn into mashed potatoes, the unexpected happened. The guy decided not to wait for a decent death, but to repel the blow of the legendary hero of the past. Of course, Kim was still too weak to withstand such a load, so he immediately fell to the floor. He instantly felt his arm hurt incredibly and started screaming and moaning. Yet, strangely enough, his arm is as if it were new, although it should have broken or even shattered into several pieces. This angered the master, and he prepared for a new attack. Kim began to shout that the agreement was only for one blow, and he was allowed to defend himself. Taking advantage of the pause, he immediately said that he had to go outside to get some fresh air and ran away. The Star Sword thought that this guy could not be fixed. He had to either accept it or kill him. The evil rock started laughing and said that his friend was too old. He thought that the Star Sword would kill the boy, but he restrained his aggression. Bond explained that if he had really killed the guy, it would have only caused him unnecessary trouble. Evil Rock said that it was all just an act and that Bond couldn't really hate Kim that much. Perhaps all this ostentatious hatred is only because Kira likes the guy? Starsword asked to stop talking and sat down next to his distant friend. He changed the subject and asked what the hell happened in that dungeon. First, in the 10th level dungeon, where the distortion occurred, traces of the Apostle of Abstinence were found. Second, a mutant appeared in the dungeon while following the Order of Truth. And of course, at the same time, the whole situation was saved by an ordinary student of the Hunting Academy. Starsword was surprised by the boy's success. Only a few days ago when they fought, Kim was too weak. The evil rock looked his friend in the eye and said that he could see that he still could not recognize this guy. Bond explained that this was true and that he could not trust the current professional hunters, and it would be difficult to convince him. Also, among the C ranks, he hadn't met a single really strong hunter. They were all like garbage. The evil fate agreed with him. When people think of the heroes of a major disaster, they think of heroes like the Golden Sword or Evil Doom. But now everything has changed, and now people become professional hunters only to make good money at this job. The warriors of the past dreamed of peace more than anyone else and waited for it to come. The world is not as safe as ordinary people think. Someday all the heroes will disappear, and if the world is threatened, will it have the strength to stop it? Perhaps all this is a cunning plan of people called the Order of Truth. The evil rock told his friend that sometimes it seemed that someone who seemed weak could do things that others could not. Their century is already coming to an end. Perhaps their time has already passed, and they have not even realized it. Brand new young talent is emerging to take responsibility for security across the universe. Even if these young talents seem weak, it does not mean that they are not worthy of taking on the role of heroes. Too much time has passed. Things are different now, and instead of shouting at them, it's better to help them. Meanwhile, on the street where Kim, Kira, and Park were, a rather sentimental situation occurred. His daughter came running to Park, hugging him and crying like a little child. Watching this, Kim was happy. He personally saw what he risked his own life for. Park looked at his friend with tears in his eyes and sincerely thanked him for saving him. The guy replied that this was just a manifestation of true and sincere friendship, and even Kira started to cry at that moment. They say that the best outcome is when everything returns to its place. A few weeks later, all the characters in the dungeon story were discharged from the hospital and were able to return to where they needed to be. Some continued to work with monster corpses, some returned to teaching young students, and some continued to train. But still, some aspects of their lives have changed. Firstly, the legendary Evil Rock personally accepted Lara as his disciple, something that seemed impossible before. It happened. Secondly, having fulfilled his promise, the Evil Rock paid Kim for the saved life and gave him a lot of money. The master explained that he was not sorry to spend money on young talents, as he was going to give his money to the country's needs after his death anyway. Of course, Kim immediately allocated a significant amount of money to return the Azure Dragon Sword to Master Bond. Obviously, he almost died in the process. In any case, this story ended perfectly, with the Hercules course progress increasing by almost 50% thanks to these adventures. Now Kim can stop thinking about money problems and enjoy the progress. and new weapons. As soon as Kim returned to the academy, he was immediately happy to see Minor. Kim asked him why he didn't worry about his friend and never came to the hospital. Minor said he was worried, but Kira asked him not to interfere with Kim's recovery from her injuries. The girl was also very happy that now their little team is all together again. As soon as classes resumed, Minor approached Kira and asked her to find one interesting thing. At the same time, Kim was already completing his daily tasks at the Cultivator Academy. In this time of change, only Maria Academy remained unchanged, continuing to guard its place. Now the building of the Maria Academy is associated with his own home, and he feels very comfortable here. In the last lecture, Hercules drew attention to what the power of God is, and sometimes there are students who can immediately understand the meaning of these words. This student may now be surprised that his progress is so rapid, but there is nothing to be surprised about. This course is made to teach the power of God. In a word, the percentage of progress has increased because you have understood and mastered this power. But this does not mean that you should not listen to Professor Hercules now. The power of God brings us closer to the basics, and in order to fully utilize the almost infinite power, we need a vessel that can withstand it. Only a trained body can withstand the power of a god, which is why Hercules talks about the importance of strong muscles. To summarize, Kim can now use divine power, but his body cannot withstand it. Nevertheless, it is possible because of the progress of 50%, but the daily tasks are almost completed. The guy wondered what he should do: buy a new course at the Cultivator Academy or buy a new weapon. If the guy had enough mana power to constantly summon Gungnir to him, he would already be almost invincible. In addition, the Cultivator shop has a lot of interesting things that add mana power. So you need to think very carefully before making a decision so that you don't regret it later. After a few minutes of active reflection, Kim decided that it would be better to purchase a new course of lectures at the academy. Right now, he is not ready to absorb all the energy of the elixir. For this, he needs to learn how to cultivate mana. The guy turned to his mentor and said that he had accumulated karma and needed a course to train his mana. He wrote a letter to his mentor and mentioned that he usually responds in about a week. Soon he received a reply in which the mentor advised him on some courses. The guy saw the prices and realized that he didn't have enough money, and that's why he went to Kira. She was surprised that he spent everything he had again, and now asks to know when the next competition will be. Kira started screaming and asking why the hell he was spending all his money and making the same mistake every time. Did she think that maybe someone was eating all his money, or did it all mysteriously disappear at the same time? Kim apologized and said that all the courses at his academy were very expensive, and he was also tired of making money. After calming down a bit, the girl looked at her diary and said that the competition would be held soon. She made the guy happy by telling him that he could get $50,000 for winning, but there was one problem. Only teams can participate in this competition. It is not an individual event. She explained that only a team of 3 students from one academy can participate in the competition. The guy thought it was a big problem and immediately remembered the new student at the academy. Currently, there are only 2 students at the Dream Academy, and they can achieve great success if they unite. But according to the rules, a 3rd student is required. Kim hoped that maybe there would be some new student who would want to start studying at their academy. But on the other hand, even if they do open up for enrollment, there are no guarantees that a newcomer can be trusted. Is there really no one you can contact and really trust at competitions? It should be a future hunter who has not yet entered the academy. Kim knew many young boys and girls and for some reason could not make an obvious choice. Only a little later did he start thinking about Lara. Maybe it would be a really good option. He immediately proposed this candidacy to Kira and waited for her to respond. At first, the girl began to doubt that it would be right to lure Lara to their academy to participate in team competitions. She remembered perfectly well that Lara was now studying at the Evil Rock, so it seemed rather wrong. It was unclear how they could interest the girl. She was being taught by a legendary warrior, so she should be happy. Kim replied that it was not just for the sake of competition, although it was unclear what he meant. So soon it was decided to go straight to the house where Evil Rock lives. The boy went into the living room, and one of the master's assistants asked him to wait until the evil eye came. That's how quickly his life changed. One phone call, and the young student was already sitting in the living room of the legendary warrior. The master came into the room and said that only a few days had passed since their last meeting, and now they met again. Evil Rock said he was always happy to see guests like Kim and sat down across from him. The guy noticed that the master was walking with a cane, so he was probably not in the best shape. He also asked how Lara's training was going, and the master replied that she was currently studying elemental magic. It's incredible, only 2 days since she became a student and she already knows how to use mana. Even chiming took longer to master this technique. Such talents are sometimes hidden from view. Since the master had a short time to live, he decided to give all his free time to his students, and it turned out to be quite fun. Kim chose a rather interesting strategy to lure Lara to Maria Academy. He began the story by telling us about the Dark Star and his student who studies with them, and explained that this is done through following the order of truth. The master was shocked by these stories. He did not know that the Dark Star was afraid of the surveillance of the order of truth, and he did not know that he had a student. He explained that the order of truth might become interested in Evil Rock again, and that this might draw attention to Lara. According to him, if he is involved in this case, the order of truth will not be able to see those who train with him. That's why he suggests that the legendary master refuse to teach Lara and allow her to transfer to the Maria Academy. Of course, it was a lie, but on the other hand, the guy was partially right. It would really help the girl's safety. He explained that Lara was like a little sister to him, and even without competition, he would like her to study with him. On reflection, he realized that he shouldn't have made rash decisions just because he had little time left. Kim saw that his plan had almost worked and was immediately overjoyed. Sometimes it seems that there is no limit to his cunning. After thinking about it for a while, the Evil Rock replied that he agreed with this proposal because it was the right thing to do. He agreed that he shouldn't restrain the girl for her own safety. She would be really dangerous with him. If you think about it, gaining experience and practice is also one of the best ways to train. Kim brought the lucky girl to his academy, and Kira and Minor were happy to see her. Minor was the first to come up to meet the student, and he had already heard a lot about her. The happy and cheerful boy told us his name and began to tell us that his teacher was also a legendary figure. Lara was curious, but Kim intervened and put his hand over Minor's mouth, reminding him that it was actually a secret. Strangely enough, 2 seconds later, he told the girl that this guy's name was Minor and his teacher was a Dark Star, so there was no need to look for logic here. He told his friends about the girl and asked them to be kind to her. He also said that she was still at school, so you can't pick on her. The girl replied that she was actually graduating from high school and did not need to be treated like a child. Then the guy approached Minor and Lara and told them that the three of them were participating in a team competition. Of course, as soon as Minor heard this, he started to rejoice as usual. Sometimes it seems that he will be happy even if he finds out that he has cancer. The guy said they would definitely win because they had Kim on their team. According to him, he and Lara may not even need to do anything. Kim's efforts will be enough for all three of them. When she heard that they had decided to participate in the competition, Kira said that they needed to come up with a name for the team. Everyone immediately started thinking and coming up with various interesting options. I couldn't think of anything interesting except the name Disabled, and everyone started looking at Kim. Minor smiled and said that Kim was the captain of the team, so he should come up with the name. Kira said that this shouldn't be a problem, because the most important things have already been done. The team has already been formed. At that moment, Kim was only thinking about how to win the competition, and he had no options for a name. He began to look at the building of their academy, hoping that it would help him think of something. Soon after, he suggested a rather original name, calling the team Dreams. Minor and Lara were pleased and said that it was a rather original name that suited them. So the Dream Academy team was called the Dream Team. I've never heard anything dumber in my life. After the decision on the name was made, Kim looked as if he had won the math Olympiad. After that, their team decided to start hard training in order to be perfectly prepared for the upcoming competition. This is how this legendary team was formed, whose name would become known around the world behind the bar. This team is made up of real freaks, a girl who has only recently become an awakened magician, a self-taught guy, and an inadequate cultivator. Raid competitions are organized by a private company, or rather they are held with the support of large guilds. Of course, there is a reason why big guilds give money to these competitions. All of this is done to recruit the best students with the most talent. Although there are professional hunters who work alone, most gather in guilds and operate in teams. That is why not only personal talents are evaluated, but also the ability to work in a team. The hidden objective of the competition was to analyze and study the hunter's potential. All of this is, of course, done to win him over to their side in advance, while he is still studying at the academy. As a result, large guilds began lobbying the state and the association under the pretext of sponsorship. Various channels and organizations, smelling the money, united in these competitions were born. Only first and second-rate academies can participate in these team competitions. In other words, competitions between academies are held for the elite, whose interest is focused on money. So people who come to watch these raids between the academies can see real young stars. The best students from the best academies take part in these competitions. Gyeon Academy presented this year's top-class team of 3 students who are among the top 5 of the academy. After seeing these predators, The other participants were interested in who would represent Huntermill and Ale. Could Huntermill send to this competition the very girl who is considered the most talented in the history of professional hunters? There are even rumors that this girl is a student of one of the 5 legendary heroes. Miner said that their team captain is also very famous, but for some reason no one recognizes him. The first round of the raid competition is the destruction of the 7th level Arachne monster, with the evaluation criterion being the speed of execution. It seems that this time the dungeon has a high rank, because a lot of teams failed the first round. There were also rumors that various mutations were found in the dungeons, and therefore students may have trouble overcoming monsters. Guild President Ares ordered Dohar to recruit as many talented newcomers as possible. A little later, the first team to make it to the second round was Gaon Academy. Dohar watched the competition with interest and wondered who would be second, Huntermill or Isle. A little later, all the fans were a little surprised, because the announcer of the competition said that the second team to complete the task was the Manga Academy. Of course, no one had ever heard of this academy, so maybe it was some students from the village. The Heirs Guild couldn't even believe that this academy completed the task in 9 minutes. They told the judge that their equipment was broken. The scoreboard showed 9 minutes, which seemed impossible because Gan had finished in 30 minutes. A little later, the referee apologized to the fans and explained that the results were indeed incorrect. In fact, Manga Academy completed this task in 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Whether the fans like it or not, a new star, a dream team, will shine at this competition. The first round was quite easy for them, if you look at the final result. But in fact, it was not easy to destroy level 7 monsters. These spiders are really dangerous. Kim thought that if Professor Arach found out that this huge spider was called Arachne, he would go crazy. So far, Kim hasn't used Gungnir and has been waiting for a more dangerous task. He was sure he could easily handle the spiders, although their webs are legendary for their strength and flexibility. But this did not scare the boy, because this web is nothing compared to his spear. This legendary net will become just a tangle of threads that will be torn in a few seconds. Kim made significant progress in the martial art, and now enjoyed fighting monsters. He quickly changed his position and attacked the monsters from different flanks. Lara didn't interfere too much, as if she were watching something incredible. Her attention was riveted by these 2 incredible guys who destroy a huge number of monsters without effort. Later, she realized that she could not just stand and watch, so she had to act. During this time, the young sorceress has already managed to learn several interesting spells thanks to the evil eye. But her enormous potential immediately showed itself in all its glory, and she would probably have easily destroyed Voldemort. Now it's time for the boys to watch her skills and enjoy her talents. This is how this young team, which was only recently formed, finished the first round with an incredible result. Miner said that the captain constantly surprises him with his incredibly fast progress. Kim said it was just luck, and asked Miner where all his weapons were. The boy calmly replied that he had thrown away all his weapons because his teacher did not like to use everything. He left only double daggers and a bow and arrow, which should be enough to kill the spiders. This time he used only daggers to stay close to Lara and protect her. At that moment, they noticed that everyone around them was looking at them, and a similar story about 9 minutes spread very quickly. The fans immediately recognized Kim. They already knew the guy and remembered that he had won the competition in Huntermill. Of course, most people haven't forgotten that Miner was standing next to him, with whom he fought in the final of that competition. At that moment, the Gaon Academy team entered the room and the tension immediately rose. Kim noticed it right away, but Miner didn't care, because he was happy that they were being recognized. Miner started shouting that Kim was their captain and they would defeat everyone, but Lara intervened and ordered the boys to shut up. It was very hot in the room and everyone was discussing the results of the Manga Academy. The divine team of Huntermill Academy completed the task in 30 minutes. When they entered the room, they thought that everyone would immediately run to get their autographs, but no one cared. It seems that no one is interested in these idiots, because a new star called Maria has appeared on the scene. In the second round, they had to find a magic crystal in a dungeon in a limited time, and Kim and company did it again in record time. In the third round, they had to destroy an artificial monster with time as the evaluation criterion. This task was accomplished with the help of Gungnir, and Manga Academy took first place again in just 19 seconds. In the fourth round, the teams were required to defend the magic crystal and hold out as long as possible. During this test, Miner reported to the captain that he had run out of arrows. That is why the guy took out 2 daggers and went to defend the left flank. Kim worked with his spear and behaved like a true team captain. During this test, there were really fierce battles, which was interesting to watch. Because new monsters were constantly appearing, it was difficult to get rid of them. Then the dream team saw something in the air, and there was a huge concentration of mana. It was almost impossible to see this object with the eyes, but Chiron's sense helped the boy. Is it the core that forms the dungeon, or some kind of monster-generating medium? Kim could not relax because new demons were constantly attacking him from all sides. The legendary Gungnir and decided to check what would happen if he ran this unknown kernel. First, there was a rather loud explosion, and a blue glow blinded everyone in the dungeon. But then, when Kim looked closely, he realized that Gungnir had only bisected the air. Maybe the boy thought there was something there, or maybe he was hallucinating due to the air in the dungeon. All of these options are possible, but Chiron's feelings have rarely deceived Kim. The situation is quite confusing. In all this time, unlike Gungnir, the boy has not yet been able to learn all the effects of the Holy Spear. He was sure that the spear had options that were as good as Gungnir's, and perhaps even better. Kim wondered if it was the perfect time to test what the Holy Spear could really do. Despite the attacks of monsters from the dungeon, he ran to the blue core to test this theory. One day you can take a chance, although it would be a shame if the Holy Spear broke. The Gaian Academy team was also undergoing this test in parallel, and they had a lot of problems in coordinating team movements. They began to quarrel because some team members did not protect the necessary areas in time. Still, they are among the best of their academy, so this should be enough to successfully complete this test. They completed the task in 44 minutes and were confident that this was enough to take first place for the round. The team believed that they had chosen the right strategy and were hardly wrong. It was the maximum they could do. They passed the Maria team, their main competitors in this competition, in the corridor. They entered the dungeon at the same time, but as it turned out, the Dream Team finished this challenge earlier. Suddenly, one of the members of the Gaian Academy saw the results and said that there must have been a glitch. They couldn't believe it was really possible. Maybe it was a joke. In the arena, the announcer was also surprised, saying that something had happened that was considered impossible before. Everyone knew that the magical core in the dungeon existed as purposeless matter. The announcer said that the Dream Academy had successfully passed a new test and that the result was impossible to measure. It's only been a month since the Hunter Mill exam. Are they really progressing that fast? If everything continues at the same pace, they will enter the world of professional hunters at the next exam. Now was not the time to explain the information. Dohar was ready to do everything to recruit his dream team. While the guilds dreamed of recruiting at least one member of the dream team, Kim was enjoying success. He was splitting his holy spear and thanking himself in the past when he bought this weapon. From the very beginning, he guessed that the holy spear could have the effect of ignoring the shield from mana. Gungnir can do the same, so they're just big sticks, only with a difference in levels. The guy guessed that the holy spear might not be able to do this, but decided to take a chance. When you're young, it's much easier to take risks, and you don't really care about the consequences. He applied a holy spear to the magic core, and as it turned out, it worked. Oddly enough, Gungnir was unable to help at this point, and the holy spear showed its best. Perhaps it's all about the ability of the holy spear to inflict damage on the object itself. He thought that in the future he should test this theory and find out the answer. The guy was focused on his own thoughts and did not hear his team celebrating their success. Gaian, a member of the academy, approached them and asked what tricks they had used to destroy the core. It was Changshi, one of the leaders of his academy team. The other members of Gan's team were upset, so it was Jiangshi's personal desire to find out the truth. This impudent guy from another academy ordered me to answer quickly and not to lie to him in any way. Of course, such conversations made Minor very angry, and he was already imagining how he would use an arrow to make several holes in his head. Jiangshi did not think that the Dream Team was engaged in fraud. He admitted that Kim really has incredible abilities. He had already been told what happened at the Hunter Mill training exam. But it's impossible that the fourth round couldn't have been fixed, although Hyun may have succeeded. Without waiting for a response from Kim, Jung silently walked back to his team. Minor didn't like that he made his captain angry and left. That's not how you do things. Jiangshu thought that he was acting too emotionally, that there was no need to compare Kim to a true genius. He believed that Hyun was a bird of a different flight from the rest of us. Even Lara got angry at these words. But she asked Minor to calm down because the fifth round would start soon. She decided to ask if their victory was not yet official. Kim replied that he did not know, although in fact it was much easier than they expected. As it turned out, they were being watched, and soon this unknown person called the Dream Team. They turned to face him and asked what was going on. Maybe they would be given money for winning. This person said that their team had received an interesting offer. If they agree to this offer, they will immediately receive $100,000, the same amount of money as for winning the competition. But there is one condition. Do they know that a level 9 monster will appear in the fifth round? Of course, a monster created by magical technology is inferior to a real monster of the 9th level. However, the students are not strong enough to catch him, So the goal of the 5th round is not to catch the boss. The real purpose of the test is to see how students attack a strong monster and find its weaknesses. The overall score for the round will be based on the overall performance. Of course, the team that destroys the monster will be given the highest score. However, the raid battle is held only once a year, and no team has ever been able to win it. So the condition of the deal is to destroy the monster, and if it fails, the dream team must forfeit the reward. If the team refuses, nothing bad will happen. It's just a suggestion. They can go through the 5th round on their own and get the first place award. This offer is not from the organizers. Given Changshi's recent words, other academies believe that the Dream Team is not playing fair. So with this proposal, they plan to destroy the Dream Team and restore the honor of the best hunter academies. Minor and Lara said they didn't care, and asked the captain to make the decision for the whole team. The judge said that the organizers wanted the Dream Team to accept the offer. Kim immediately realized that the competition organizers were under pressure from channels and sponsors. In case of success, an easy $100,000. In case of failure, a loss of almost guaranteed $50,000. Kim didn't know what to do and offered to make a counteroffer. If the total prize fund is $100,000, then let the organizers add money from themselves and the fund will be $150,000. If this happens, the Dream Team will be ready to accept the offer. Kim explained that it makes no sense for them to take big risks and accept small offers. Even now, this little rascal was thinking only about money. He should have gone to the business academy. He also mentally imagined money in his hands and buying new lectures at the Cultivator's academy. And if his new plan works, he'll have enough money to pay for a mana power course and an elixir. The judge was shocked by the impudence of this young man. Isn't he ashamed? Dohar could not even imagine that his dream team would make a counteroffer. They understood the intentions of the organizers and showed their intuition, which shows their confidence in their own abilities. Everyone was wondering if these brazen young men would really succeed. The guild boss hasn't seen Dohar so confident in someone in a long time. This time, a revenant will be created, a level 9 monster that does not feel pain and dies only after being killed twice. Dohar assured that even this would not be enough to stop the Dream Team. As it turned out, Kim and the company had already entered the dungeon and soon everything would become clear. Inside the dungeon with the 9th level monster, Lara asked the captain if he was possessed by a money spirit. Minor explained to the girl that their captain had always been like that, although now he was even greedier. Kim asked these little slugs to shut up and reminded them that this was the last round, so they should try to earn big money. At first, the team was very happy when they mentioned the money, but then they realized that they had difficult obstacles ahead of them. It was very dark around, and you could feel how heavy the air was in this place. Soon they heard strange voices, as if this 9th level demon was somewhere nearby and was preparing to meet them. When people saw the broadcast from the dungeon, they were shocked. Would Draugr really be a rival of these young students? It's not a level 9 monster at all. It's worth at least 10 stars and is famous for its killer difficulty level. It seems that the organizers decided to kill the entire team, and the creation of a mental monster is strictly prohibited. Dohar didn't understand what this monster was doing on the list of rivals for students, but decided to intervene immediately. In fact, the creation of a 10th level monster is such a big deal that students are not in danger of dying from a monster created with magic. But in one case, this monster can really kill when it uses a mental attack of a monster of a mental type. This will happen because the human brain takes all the mental damage. It may be a fiction, but only the mental damage is perceived as real, which is why Dohar was so scared. In the past, when students died in competitions, a level 6 monster was created. But now they are facing a monster of at least the 10th level, which is not a level that a student can compete with. It attacks the brains of its victims and makes them imagine various scary scenarios, such as the death of their parents or the death of Iron Man in the Avengers. If this is not stopped, the Dream Team will soon meet a horrible death due to a mental monster. Dokar ran into the organizer's room and started shouting at them to immediately force the students to return from the dungeon. He was told that they had already sent a person to help, but due to overloading, he could not get into the dungeon. Dohar was very angry and said that it was necessary to immediately destroy the magic core or cut off the power supply. He called the organizers fucking psychos who left people to die for a few million, and these are children who have a great future ahead of them. It seemed to have an effect on the organizers, and they began to try to come up with a way out of this situation. But then strange things began to happen on the TV screens broadcasting the events from the dungeon. Everyone who was watching the Dream Team at that moment fell silent, as if they had seen their own death. Even the Gan Academy team was watching and waiting for the outcome. An unknown mythical black figure with huge red eyes appeared on the screens. It was like a ghost approaching Kim. All his friends were already lying on the ground unconscious. Kim was smiling for some reason. He probably didn't understand what was going on. It seems that this is the same Draugr we have recently heard about. Miner and Lara got to their feet, but they, like their captain, were as if mesmerized by the monster's hypnosis. They saw strange visions. Miner shouted that he didn't do it, and it wasn't him. Lara cried and asked her father not to die. If Kim had also seen the scary visions, he would probably have imagined that he had lost all his money. But the boy was not fascinated. He watched his friends fall to the ground and did not understand what was happening. The demon said that the guy might be winning now, but how long will it last? The demon called the boy garbage who will not be able to behave the same way when he becomes a professional hunter. Kim did not lose his mind, but the whole situation was very unexpected for him. He did not know how to react to it. He was facing a real 10th level demon, but how exactly could he defeat it? The progress of the Buddha's courses immediately began to grow rapidly. The guy smiled and asked the monster what he wanted. All he heard in response was a growl, so he decided to take out his holy spear. Maybe he could make the demon believe in God? Without thinking twice, as usual, Kim decided to run forward and attack his opponent. Looking at the boy, the demon said that without the Academy of Cultivators, he was nothing. Kim guessed that this was not the voice of the real Draugr, but the thoughts in his subconscious, which was worried about the monster. These are the seeds of his anxieties and doubts, all the things he has been carrying around inside him all along. Buddha spoke in his head, and he said that he hoped the boy did not limit himself in his mind. Randomness is transformed into connection, and connection ultimately turns into destiny. Your accident will turn into fate in the end, and the guy's progress grew in parallel with these words. Doubtful thoughts kept creeping into his head, and it was hard for him to ignore them. The demon said that neither before nor in the future would the boy be able to achieve anything on his own. If a depressed person talks about the past and an anxious person talks about the future, a calm person will talk about the present. If an artist is attacked by stupidity and randomly applies too many colors to the canvas, he will only end up painting everything black. Sometimes you have to learn to release your soul from the burden. If your soul feels heavy and doubtful, try to accept the existing reality. Climb a mountain, lie down on the grass and listen under the water. See how the mountains, water, and earth surround you. You are a child of the universe, and you deserve to stand in this place, even if you don't feel it yourself. At such moments, Professor Bud's help was worth all the money in the world. The guy immediately felt incredibly motivated and began to feel confident that he could overcome this monster. The demon replied that the freedom of the present moment and rest for the soul are only the words of a fool who deserves nothing. It was like an internal struggle in Kim's head, with the thoughts of a demon on one side and the thoughts of a Buddha on the other. The Buddha continued to tell various motivational stories, and it seems that he has loved taking illegal substances since childhood. He said that he was not really made of only those moments of greatness that the world remembers. In fact, every moment of life we live gives us something and also teaches us something. A great image that the world remembers is really just a tribute to what you have gained by living your life. If a person does not accept the moments of his or her life, then there will be nothing to give. If you are empty from the inside, then you will have nothing to share. These are ancient Eastern truths that have been forgotten in the present time. All the moments that fill your life while you breathe in and out of the air create the real us. It is these precious moments that give you the strength you need at the right time. After hearing the voice of the legendary professor in his head, the boy seemed to become a saint. This gave him the strength to attack the voice of the demon in his head and destroy it. Having cast aside his doubts and uncertainties, Kim now clearly saw the goal in front of him and ran at full speed toward it. This target was a mental monster that made his close friends suffer and tried to subjugate his own consciousness. Soon, in a few seconds, a real battle of infinity will begin. The guy has no choice but to win. Every nerve cell in Kim's body responds with a loud ringing sound, as if a current had passed through it. But the seeds of anxiety and doubt that have been firmly planted in my soul have already withered and are no longer dangerous. Now Kim was sure that no amount of thinking could shake him, and this could undoubtedly be called ataraxia. The progress of the course of Buddha's lectures continued to grow, and the boy's hands felt like real divine power. This incredible power was transferred to his holy spear and prepared to attack the demon. It seems that this dark monster is no longer so cheerful and confident in his abilities. His tricks with scary stories did not work. Kim felt he had seized the initiative on the battlefield, smiled, and said it was too late to run away. The boy told the demon that he was one of the best teachers and then pierced his body with a holy spear. The energy that broke out was truly terrifying, and the radiance illuminated the entire dark dungeon. This stroke of the holy spear was so strong and powerful that the connection with the dungeon was destroyed after that. The broadcast directors didn't know what to do, a situation that happened for the first time in the history of team competitions. Everyone also wondered how an ordinary young student, whom few people had heard of, could kill Draugr. Draugr is a 10th level mental type monster. It has no flesh and physical attacks have no effect on it. To be honest, none of the recruiters present could have survived Draugr's mental attack. That is why all 8 dungeons from Draugr that appeared in the country in the past could be cleared only by a soul star. But it was incredible to see that a young student who used only 1 stroke was able to do it as well. Dohar thought that his guild would not be able to meet the needs of such a talented student. The students' waiting room also watched this incredible fight against a level 10 monster. No one understood how Kim was able to do it. A level 10 monster, even though he was artificially created, is an incredibly strong personality. Jungshu recalled saying that only Hyun could do it, but it seems he's never been so wrong. Perhaps we need to admit that even this legendary student does not reach Kim's level. Meanwhile, the guy was happy that he didn't lose consciousness like the last time after the battle with Dryad. Over the past 90 days of free passes, his progress has risen by 17%, and in the past hour, by 15%. Draugr seems to be a great professor, and we should invite him to the Cultivator's Academy. At the same time, Minor and Lara woke up and did not understand what had happened to them. They saw their captain and asked what had happened and if he was injured. They also could not believe that Kim was able to defeat a level 10 monster on his own. The guy replied that it was too early to celebrate and that it was better to return to the real world first. He was weakened and slightly injured, so they helped him through the portal. As soon as Kim returned to the arena, he immediately felt that he had become a legend that everyone wanted to invite to their guild. All these people offered him incredible money and privileges. Some even offered him the position of director. The Lion Guild offered to fully cover all the costs of the next raids and begged the boy to join them. All the representatives of the guilds surrounded Kim and gave him their business cards. The judges began to stop this arbitrariness and said that the Dream Team had just experienced a mental attack, so they needed to be examined. The Dream Team was rescued from these invaders. One of the organization's representatives led them. Kira was also watching the competition on TV, and when she saw what happened, she immediately ran to Kim. She was worried that the guy was badly injured, but he said that he was not seriously wounded. He reported that Minor and Lara had survived mental attacks, so they need to rest for a while, but everything will be fine. The boy reassured the teacher and explained that everything had actually ended well, and there was no reason to worry. On the way here, Kira was very worried and thought that this time something bad would definitely happen to Kim. It also realized that it was no longer possible to regard him as an ordinary student, although sometimes he seemed to be an ordinary fool. The girl began to recall how they first met a few months ago. Since then, he has changed incredibly and shown tremendous progress, but Kira has heavy feelings in her heart. Seeing that the girl was upset, Kim asked what was wrong, and Kira said that everything was fine. It seemed that there was an element of gentle romance and understatement in the air. And at that moment, there was a knock at the door. An unknown man in a nice suit came in and apologized for his unexpected arrival. It was the head of the association, Mr. Tukin, a well-known person in the world of professional hunters. He said that he had heard the news about the incident in the dungeon, and that's why he personally came here. Kim was pleased that the chairman of the association was worried about him and decided to personally check if he was okay. Tukan recalled how this young man came to him with the sword of the Azure Demon, which Starsword did not trust anyone. When the head of the association heard about the appearance of the 10th level monster, he was already mentally preparing for Kim's death. But the boy destroyed the demon on his own, and now it becomes clear why the Starsword appreciates the student. Moreover, he has a granddaughter with him whom the Starsword keeps as his most precious treasure, and this says a lot. Mr. Tukin was very pleased to personally come to check on the guy's health. He asked how Kim was feeling, and the boy replied that he was actually fine and had only a few bruises. Realizing that there might not be a better moment, Kim asked Tukin what had happened, why a level 10 monster had entered the dungeon. At first, they said that the Dream Team, like the other participants, would have to fight against Revenant. The guy was very surprised to hear that it was due to an overload of the dungeon's magic core. The head of the association explained that they had been conducting mutation research, and the results of this were used for the first time in these competitions. If the reason for the overload of the magic core is due to the studied mutations, then it turns out that distortions can be created artificially. Kim began to think perhaps the distortion that caused the great catastrophe happened in the same way. The head of the association apologized to the boy and said that they would be careful not to repeat their mistakes. It was unexpected. Knowing Tukan's reputation, one might have thought that this case would be forgotten. The chairman of the association said that apologies alone would not be enough and asked Kim what he wanted. Of course, we all know what this greedy boy said. He asked for $100,000 to resolve this conflict. Tukan expected this. He already knew from the last meeting that the guy was very fond of money. Kim immediately explained that there were 3 people in their team, including a teacher, and they were all to receive $100,000. This was no longer funny. The head of the association was used to stealing such sums from the budget, not giving them to other students. But realizing that the situation was very dangerous and could cause reputational problems, he agreed. The raid battle between the teams, which was very difficult, is finally over. The Dream Academy team easily defeated the entire elite of the country's best academies. Thanks to the battle with the monster, because of the problems with the magic core, the whole country was discussing this competition. The guilds were developing strategies to lure members of the Dream Team to join them, and they were ready to give all their money for this. Ordinary people were also talking about this, and everyone thought that after this competition, Kim should immediately get a professional hunter's license. Meanwhile, the members of the Dream Team were dealing with a very important issue. They were deciding how to divide the money. Lara and Minor said they wanted to take only half of it, and the other half should go to the captain. The guy was shocked. He said that the victory was won only with their help, and he only intervened at the very end. During this time, they became very close and became not just a team academy, but a real family. They received prize money from the competition, money from the head of the association, and donations from sponsors and major guilds. Given that Minor and Lara took only half of the money, Kim inherited a great deal of wealth. He just needs to save a little more, and he will be able to buy a course of lectures by a sage who is as powerful as the sky. When he went to Kier's office, he found out that their academy had now been promoted to the first league. When he heard this information, he asked if they could now raid dungeons of the 6th level. Kira answered that this requires that each hunter has a minimum A rating. The problem is that Kira is a B-ranked hunter, so they won't be allowed to raid. The girl started to apologize, but Kim immediately reassured her and said that without her help, they would not have been able to even participate in the previous competitions. When he left her office, he thought it was a waste of time to come in and ask. Now he began to think about how to get into a raid in a level 6 dungeon, the only place where he could make a lot of money. He also wondered whether to continue earning money or buy a course of lectures on the power of mana. He decided that the best solution would be to consult with his mentor and began to write him a message. It was not expected that the mentor would appear immediately. Usually he only responds to messages. Kim said that the mentor needed to choose another way to appear, or he would soon have a stroke. The meter replied that he was having fun in this way and asked why Kim had called him. He explained that he was completely confused and did not know which lecture to start with. The mentor started to think and replied that maybe Kim's current level was enough. Then he said that the guy could get a discount for karma and then enroll in both courses in parallel. Kim was immediately interested in this offer, but he did not understand what the karma discount meant at all. The mentor told me that an incredible event is happening now that will allow you to get a discount on the karma calculated for each person. Kim didn't know that the Academy of Professional Cultivators had discount periods, let alone a 50% discount. The mentor explained that the guy had misunderstood everything and that with great luck, you can get a discount of up to 100%. In other words, Kim had a chance to enroll in a course with a great sage whose power is equal to that of heaven for free. The mentor stopped the boy's joy and explained that it would not be easy to get a discount. He began to tell me that the Cultivators Academy is currently hosting an event to support excellent students. This event will help those who scored the highest on the practice exam. Naturally, Kim was upset, and he immediately remembered that he had completely failed the training exam at the Cultivator Academy last month. Yet unlike last time, he now has the technique of movement and divine power. Kim's progress in psychology has also increased, and he could score much more points now if he tried again. The mentor said that he had misunderstood. It was not about excellent students, but about those who showed a tendency of progress. That is, the main criterion is an increase in the score compared to the last time, and the discount will depend on this. Therefore, it is not necessary to get the best score. The main thing is to show progress and finish the practice exam better than the last time. The mentor said that with Kim's current level, it was possible, and asked if he would try. The guy realized that he could not miss such a great opportunity and immediately agreed. He and his mentor went to Central Park to try to pass the training exam again. He had a fake gold in his hands. He was already experienced in this business and remembers how Fafnir lost his head over gold. The guy hoped that all the tasks from the previous practice exam would remain unchanged. The mentor said that you can take the exam for free only once, and now you have to pay. Kim began to calculate various mathematical formulas to figure out how much money he would have left and what discount he could get. So to get a 60% discount, He needs to score 3 points for each of the 7 tests. So he immediately pulled out his phone and confirmed his participation in the new training exam. The guy was informed that the first combat mission was being formed and asked to wait. Kim began to prepare for a new meeting with the dragon Fafnir, as their relationship was tense last time. As soon as I received a notification on my phone that the task had been created, everything started right away. Kim almost broke his head. The mentor also did not expect such a rapid start, and he already regretted staying with the guy. Kim realized he had to act immediately, picked up a fake gold bar and threw it at the monster. Then he quickly took the holy spear out of his magic pouch to defend himself. He decided to act quickly while the dragon was distracted by the gold. This was his chance to finish the test quickly. But as it turned out, the tasks of the training exam had changed this time, and it was not the dragon Fafnir who stood before him. It was a kind of multi-headed monster like a hydra, and this monster did not understand why gold was thrown at him. When he saw Hydra, the guy immediately panicked. No one had informed him about these changes in the rules. He started to calm himself down and said that the dragon Fafnir must have mutated, and that's why he grew 9 heads. The mentor said that the task had really changed. You had to kill a Hydra in 30 minutes. He looked at the guy, said he would succeed, and wished him good luck, and Kim probably already regretted deciding to try. He asked the mentor to stop and not run away, and started shouting that he had not been warned about the changes in the rules. The mentor explained that the tasks on the exam could not be repeated, because it would be easy to pass the exam a second time. Now the mentor understood why the boy was preparing the gold, and he probably should have warned him in advance. But there is no more time for doubt and despair. We must immediately gather our strength and defeat the monster. A Hydra is not a gift for any hunter. This monster simultaneously attacks with its heads and leaves no chance for its victims. Kim immediately felt the power of his attacks, but he was only concerned about one thing, the need to score 3 points for this test. With the help of his holy spear, he was ready to go through real hell for his goal. He activated his new skill, skywalking, to climb to the Hydra's head. Meanwhile, the mentor watched this interesting fight and was pleasantly surprised by the guy's progress. It's unbelievable that Kim managed to learn the technique so quickly, even in the air, which usually takes at least a few years. Using this technique, the guy climbed up to the side of one of the monster's heads, although it was a really dangerous journey. This demon was releasing from his mouth something that looked like fire, some kind of purple magic that could turn a person into ashes. Kim did not have time to dodge in time and therefore suffered an injury to his left arm, not fatal, but dangerous. The mentor expected that this would calm the boy down a bit, but Kim got angry and immediately went on the attack. The Hydra looked at the guy like a fool. This monster was not used to students attacking him. Usually everyone just defends themselves. Kim quickly decided to stop his attack because his wound began to hurt incredibly badly. Very quickly, due to unbearable pain, I failed the first stage, and it was much easier with the dragon Fafnir. He didn't understand why he was in such incredible pain, and tears began to flow from his eyes. The mentor explained that the Hydra's venom is very dangerous, which is why the monster is classified as a demonic beast of the highest rank. In ancient mythology, a Hydra poisoned Chiron, who could not bear the pain and begged to be killed and renounced immortality. Now Kim was experiencing somewhat similar emotions, and it was impossible to bear. The progress of Professor Zhang's course has increased by only a few %, probably because it is the initial phase of the exam. If everything continues in the same way, the guy will be able to get a discount and increase his progress. The program offered him to repeat the test, and Kim asked his mentor if it was possible to finish it. The mentor replied that of course he could finish and go on vacation, but it was unlikely that he would be able to score the required number of points. That is why it was decided to repeat the test and challenge the dangerous monster again. One way or another, this is a combat power task. In other words, you can only score points if you damage the Hydra, but it's much easier said than done, and it's not so easy to injure this huge 9-headed beast. That is why Kim decided to use his secret weapon, his joker called Gungnir. This weapon has almost always saved his life, and now it should help him again. Kim saw that Gungnir had hit the target and smiled. One less head of the Hydra. Now the task is simple. Attack the other heads and finish off the wounded beast, or so it seems. What happened next was obvious, but for some reason Kim did not know that the Hydra could regenerate. 2 new heads of the demon grew in place of the severed head, which did not make the boy happy at all. He didn't know what to do or how to defeat this demon, and it looked like he was going to fail the first task again. He started thinking about a new strategy, but no interesting ideas came to him. A few seconds later, the first stage of the training exam was failed again, with absolutely no chance. Kim was screaming because he didn't know what to do and how he could defeat the 9-headed monster. Last time he received 4 points for once sticking a holy spear into the body of Fafnir. He didn't know how the points were calculated, and if the criterion was the effectiveness of the shot, it was too strange. Seeing that Kim was having great difficulty in this task, the mentor suggested watching a lecture with explanations. This lecture will slightly lower the final score, but the guy can still get a high grade thanks to the knowledge in this lecture. So Kim has to choose whether to watch the lecture and get a reduced grade, or do everything without additional instructions from the professors. Kim decided to take his time and try again to defeat this legendary monster on his own. The Hydra frightened him so much that tears came to his eyes again, and he had never had such a hard time fighting a demon. Unlike the boy, the mentor was in a great mood and danced to support his student. When Kim saw this, he said he hated his mentor, and that his dream team was cheering for him better. Soon after, there was a huge explosion, and the guy was just dust, so the mission was failed again. The Combat Force Discipline exam is over, and the next exam will take place in 3 days. When Kim saw that he had scored almost 9 points in the first exam, his mentor said that he was making incredible progress with each meeting. He was really impressed with the speed of progress. It was much faster than any student he had ever seen. Although the level was certainly one of the worst, Kim said it would have been better not to say the last sentence. In any case, the guy is happy that he has achieved an increase in his scores in the first discipline. He thought that he should continue at the same pace and then he would get a great discount. But suddenly something strange began to happen. His mood immediately changed, and everything around him went black. He fell to his knees and said that it was over, but it's not clear what that meant. Next, we see what happened 9 days ago during the basic endurance discipline. The guy's task was to hold the sky for 1 hour, which seemed like a very difficult task. 6 days ago, the third discipline was the talent of adaptation, and we had to win the Argus gazebo. It was difficult because this monster had dozens of eyes, and while one eye was opening, another eye was closing. To be more precise, the Argus has 100 eyes, and Kim will not be envied in this test. The next day, the mana power was tested, and it was necessary to withstand a mana attack from Archilic for 10 minutes. This bone monster ordered me to kneel before him and beg for mercy. Kim smiled and replied that he hadn't yet taken the course on mana power, so he got only 1 point for this task. And now came the very day when he fell to his knees and started screaming that it was an absolute failure. He scored 11 points less than he had planned and asked the mentor to lower his expectations and give him a 50% discount. The mentor replied that only those who had already earned a 50% discount could receive the privilege. So Kim really got himself in trouble and he started to regret spending the extra money. The 5th discipline is mental strength, and you have to listen to Archilic for 30 minutes. Seeing the boy, the demon asked him not to disappoint him this time and laughed. Kim was serious and hoped he could score a lot of points. Otherwise, he wouldn't get the discount. A few minutes later, in some incredible way, the guy was able to successfully pass the 5th stage of the exam. Recalling the last training exam, the guy realized that hell was about to break loose. In the second level, he has to drive a level 9 demon out of his mind in 60 minutes. This is a familiar test for the boy. He immediately heard the demons say that they are one and Kim will not be able to get rid of him. The guy, who was experienced in these processes, said he had never heard such nonsense and immediately expelled the demon from his head. That's how quickly he passed this test and moved on to the 3rd stage. Here everything became much more interesting. He needs to escape from the spell of the goddess Aphrodite. I would also like to pass such a test. When he saw this legendary goddess, the guy said hello and asked her if she was cold. Almost immediately, the 3rd stage was successfully completed, and the mentor did not understand what was happening at all. Just a few days ago, this guy could not pass the initial tasks and was crying because of his injuries, and now everything has changed so much. On the 4th level, one must listen to the cries of the martyrs in Avicha hell for 30 minutes. They were all screaming all the time, some asking to be saved, some asking to be killed, and some saying that they were in hell because of Kim. They blamed him for all their problems and also forced him to save them. Looking at his face, it became clear that he didn't care at all. Probably to see his emotions, we should only talk about money. Kim replied that he was sorry, but it was the first time he had seen them, and did not know what they wanted from him. The martyrs continued to sing their song and say that Kim was to blame for everything. Perhaps they were referring to the Korean dictator. Soon 30 minutes passed and the 4th stage was successfully completed, and the mentor continued to be surprised. The 5th stage began, and I had to withstand 60 minutes of pleasure given by the incarnation of the demon king Mephistopheles. Even Faust could not resist the temptation. The 7 deadly sins are paradise embodied in 7 deadly desires. Fornication is a paradise that will allow you to realize all your innermost desires and fantasies. Greed, where you can get everything you want, is a paradise where there is no lack of abundance. The hell of gluttony is a place where food never ends no matter how much you eat, and abundance thrives there. The hell of laziness is a place where even angels cannot hold back their happy smiles. This place is constantly resting. The hell of wrath is a place where you can mock your enemies, a paradise for those who dream of revenge. The hell of envy will allow you to get what you couldn't get before. It's a hell where you can be happy. Even Kim was surprised at how he managed to survive the previous disciplines, with only a little bit left. It was time for the last test, the last of the 7 worst human sins, pride. But at this stage, something went wrong. The guy failed this stage, even though he was in pretty good shape before. He returned to the real world and thought that this stage was much tougher than the previous ones. Kim tried to repeat this stage, but all 10 attempts were unsuccessful, and the mental strength test was over. The exam for the next subject would be held in 3 days, and he was upset because he could not resist the hell of pride. The mentor tried to understand the reasons for the failure. He asked what percentage of progress the boy had made in ataraxia's lectures. Kim replied that at the moment, his progress in this lecture was 31%, which seemed to him to be a little bit. But the mentor replied that this was a fantastic result in such a short period of time, because in their last meeting, the progress was half as much. The mentor was so surprised that he said he wouldn't believe these numbers until he saw it with his own eyes and took the phone away from Kim. As it turned out, he saw that the boy's progress in all the main courses of the academy was rapidly increasing. Kim replied that he was only lucky, but it must be incredibly lucky to have made it to this level. The mentor said that this was impossible, and he was especially surprised by the progress in psychology, which even the best students of the academy would find difficult to repeat. Kim didn't want to hear anything and said that he was just lucky, which made his mentor even angrier. A little later, the results of the mental strength discipline came in, and Kim scored 22 points, 13 points more than last time. A few days later, the final results of the training exam were announced on the Cultivator's Academy website. Kim's overall score has almost doubled, and instead of the planned 70%, he will receive an 80% discount. Now his dream will come true, and he will finally be able to buy a course of lectures by a great sage whose power is equal to that of heaven. And he could do all this with an 80% discount, while the mentor still couldn't believe the student's anomalous results. Kim wondered how many points she needed to score to get the professor's praise, and the mentor replied that she needed to score more than 60 points in each discipline. Even if the total score is higher, as long as there is at least one discipline that does not score 60 points, the exam is considered failed. The ideal score depends on the exam, but usually to become a cultivator, you need to score at least 90 points. So taking into account all the disciplines in the exam, the total score should be 630 points at least. The figure is certainly incredibly high, especially if we consider that Kim has now scored only 52 points. The guy was upset. At first he thought he had done a great job, but only now he realized how weak he was. Kim realized that he needed to continue his studies and immediately decided to buy a course of the great sage. He did not know which course to buy in terms of mana power. He began to inquire about the price of the course, hoping that the 80% discount would be enough to make his money last. He was again upset by the information on the website, because in order to buy a course by a great sage, you need to learn the great sage's method, block, puncture, and grip. But fortunately, there were other courses by this professor, such as the basics of staff and spear skills. Even with a huge discount, the price was quite high, but the guy didn't really care. He immediately began to enter his bank card details to pay for the great sage's course immediately. Soon he had access to the course and immediately clicked on the video. He couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, the video stopped and did not continue, and he began to worry that he had lost money for nothing. But then the video continued and the great sage appeared, apologizing several times for the delay. Excited, Kim could not take his eyes off his phone. He had long dreamed of hearing the truth from this master. The great sage said that he was very late because he had been summoned by the monk Tripitaka on important business. Kim was happy to hear his voice and did not care that the great master was helping ordinary monks. The master once again apologized for the delay and said that he would definitely give a very interesting and instructive lecture. He promised to teach the boy how to use a staff and a spear, and at the last free lecture he had already explained what an interception, block, and piercing were. These are 3 spear and staff racks, so now we can move on to the art of wielding a staff and spear. But perhaps some of the disciples had forgotten, so the great sage said that he was ready to show the truth again. Kim listened attentively and tried to memorize everything. For so much money, this course should make a god out of him. A great wise man said that the first thing he would tell you about the block is a lunge from the inside out. Then he started showing it in real time, and to be honest, it was not clear how students were supposed to understand anything. But Kim seemed to fall in love with the professor and could not stop idolizing his knowledge and talents. Next came the explanation of the interception. After throwing the staff forward, you have to twist it inward. The great sage, whose power is equal to the power of the sky, again showed real fantasy and promised that students would also be able to master this technique. Now it's the turn of the last nuance. The piercing is one of the main elements of this legendary technique. In order to use this power, you need to pierce the target through and through, and to do so, you need to aim at a single point. These are the legendary basics of staff and spear skills: blocking, grabbing, and piercing. If students are going to learn the star staff of the sky and the moon later, they should get the basics before they do. This applies not only to the star staff. These three stances are an integral part of other martial arts that use a spear and a staff. That is why you must remember what the great sage showed and learn the blocking technique before the next lecture. Kim again received some incredible daily tasks. He had to repeat the blocking technique 1,000 times. The mentor explained that the initial lecture included basic courses, but starting in the middle years, Kim moved on to studying cultivation lessons. The main difference between what happened and what is happening now is a change in level, a rather obvious truth. The mentor said that the boy would be able to understand it faster by starting the training than by talking about it. Kim listened to his mentor's advice and thought that he should practice the blocking technique at least a few times to start with. He slowly began to make different movements with the spear, just as the great sage had said. It began to shine with a blue flame, which is probably a good sign that everything is going well. Very quickly, Kim learned to make real magic with his spear. His rapid progress is really impressive. He didn't even know that his holy spear was capable of such miracles. Maybe it can still print money. After making a few more swings of the spear, Kim realized that he had almost destroyed all the surrounding houses. The mentor was pleased to see his student's progress and told him that it was a completely different level. For now, let's take ourselves somewhere else and distract ourselves from this interesting guy. In a rather wealthy house that had been renovated in an old style, 3 people were sitting at the table. They were a representative of Vile Academy, whose name was Huan, and a representative of Gaon Academy, Jinsen, who looked like young men. Across from them sat a more elegantly dressed man with glasses, a representative of Huntermill Academy Company. As soon as they finished lunch, they immediately began to talk about how the prestige of their 3 academies had recently fallen below the permissible level. Now everyone around me is saying that there is 1 strong man and 3 weaklings. But what to do about it? Should we kill Kim? Seo offered to break all of his bones, but Jinsung said it would be suicide because the boy was protected by a star sword. He explained that just one mistake in this complicated matter, and not only would Seo lose his head, but the entire Hunter Mill would be razed to the ground. He stood up at the table and said he would pretend he hadn't heard the stupid suggestion, and Haven also said she had to go. But the representative of the Hunter Mill Academy said a rather interesting phrase that immediately made his comrades stop. He started talking about a friendly meeting. Is the time for it approaching? Hyo-wan was the most surprised of all. She looked at the guy in fear and asked if he was going to call Hyun. Seo smiled evilly, as if he were a supervillain who wanted to destroy the world, and asked them what they thought of it. Back to Kim, he only made a few swings of the spear and already made a lot of noise, as if he had released some of the power of a god. Of course, it took a lot of energy, but the course of a great sage, whose power is equal to the power of heaven, is of an average level. Considering that Kim started his studies after completing the God's Power course, it is not surprising that he is having such a hard time now. The previous courses were the beginning ones. So it wasn't such a great idea to sign up for a high-level lecture. I should have looked at the academy program. Kim was upset. It would be impossible to do 1,000 locks in a day. The most he could do was repeat the technique 10 times. The mentor asked him not to be upset. If it was really impossible, he would have asked him not to choose this lecture right away. He suggested one interesting idea to make it work: start taking a mana power course at the same time. Given the high percentage of divine power progression, along with lectures on mana power, this will be a fairly easy task. Kim was immediately excited and realized that these words really made sense, that maybe everything would work out. Kim reminded us that if you choose stability, then this is Negan training. And if you need efficiency, then the power of mana and aura. The mentor advised me to choose what I liked best, and to start by listening to a trial lecture. So the choice was made, and the guy turned on Master Liu's lecture on meeting the true self and the celestial breathing technique. The accumulation of Nugun is like the expansion of the contents of a vessel, and by this vessel we mean Dan Tang, as if we know what it is. Thus, Dan Tang reflects the most key areas in the human body. It is customary to distinguish 3 main Dan Tang: upper, middle, and lower. The guy continued to listen attentively to all this unknown nonsense. The upper Dan Tang reflects the spiritual life of the adept, allowing one to cognize the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism through contemplation. Simply put, it is the final vessel that goes to the world of cultivation, that is the process of returning the Shen spirit to the void. In other words, the upper Dantang can be called the most important, but oddly enough, this course will not be about that. So far, Kim did not understand anything, but intuitively, with the help of Merlin's course, he felt what was going on. The guy realized that the upper Dantang is responsible for the brain, so it is the area of the mind. The upper one is the brain, the middle one is the heart, and the lower one is the abdomen. So to summarize, the effectiveness of the new goon in the average Danton is lower, but it is easier to accumulate. So if you want to choose stability, these are breathing techniques. And if you want efficiency, these are techniques for mana control. Kim was trying to make a choice and analyze everything he had learned today. After a few minutes of reflection, he said he had a question for his mentor. He asked if it was impossible to study several lectures at the same time, and the mentor thought the guy had completely lost his mind. Based on lecturer Liu's explanation that the upper Negong is the area of the mind, it turns out that the Buddha's ataraxia is responsible for the upper Dantang. Ataraxia is a mandatory subject in the process of learning about cultivation. We can say that all cultivators are professionals in this. So when choosing a course in terms of mana power, we use two Dantangs at the same time, upper and middle or upper and lower. So the guy was wondering if it was possible to use all three Dantangs at the same time, or was it some kind of fantasy? The mentor could not help me, he thought for a long time, and then said that he did not know and did not understand all the subtleties of the lectures. Seeing that Merlin's progress in the course had improved, the boy became confident in his theory. He asked if other students had talked about it. The mentor replied that they did not think about it because they chose what they liked best. He had never heard of it. KHM thought it would be great to ask the professors. He would write in the academy community, but he can't post on the site. Besides, it would be more correct to ask qualified masters, or is it impossible because the lectures are uploaded online? Perhaps it's all about money again, but my students can still ask me questions about the lectures. The mentor could not answer all these questions, although the boy dreamed of studying two subjects at the same time. Is it really all about money again? This academy of professional cultivators is skillfully extracting the last money from poor students. Kim decided to wait for his mentor to return, and in the meantime, he wanted to return to the Dream Academy. There he immediately met Kira, who was happy to see him and said he was on time. Kim was very surprised to see that they were visited by three unknown young people, and they were representatives of the best academies in the country. Kira kindly introduced him to them and told him that they were students of the Hunter Mill Academy, Isle and Gan. These young talents smilingly greeted the boy and said that they were very pleased to meet the new star. Kim could not understand what could have brought representatives of the best academies here. Seo explained that it was a friendly and unofficial competition in which three academies, Huntermill, Gan, and Isle, were participating. But under the current circumstances, the Dream Academy also has the right to join them, and they hope that Kim will grace them with his presence. Kim did not expect such a turn of events and did not know what to say, although he instinctively realized that it could be a clever trap. The guy started to think. Meanwhile, Kira said that she had nothing against the proposal, so it was up to Kim to decide. Of course, he immediately thought of money, as he always does, and asked if they would give any awards. He was immediately told that there would be no awards in these competitions, and his heart was broken. Representatives of the academy explained that this was just a friendly meeting. Its only goal was to improve the skills of geniuses through a duel. Kim asked his teacher if it would be of any benefit to their academy, and Kira said no. It's just an unofficial competition, and if he wants to participate, he can. If he doesn't like something, he can refuse. The guy's answer was quite predictable. When he heard that he would not be given any money and that his academy would not receive any bonuses, he refused. The students of the best academies were amazed. Would he give up the opportunity to exchange experience with geniuses like him and lose his chance? Kim said that he didn't care about all these beautiful words and replied that he was not interested in competitions that would not give him anything. Students from the best academies continued to persuade him, clearly showing that they were interested in his participation. Kim met Minor, greeted him, and invited him to take part in a friendly meeting. At first, Minor was interested, but then he asked why Kim refused to participate in the competition. Kim replied that he didn't have any extra time, so Minor thought he could accept the offer to test his new technique. So happy Kim said goodbye to the representatives of the best academies and said that Minor would take part in the competition instead. Later, representatives of the academy gathered together to decide what to do next. A little earlier, they continued to persuade Kim to participate in the competition, but he said that he would only agree if the prize was $200,000. They didn't know what to do. No one expected this young talent to be so obsessed and in love with money. Kim said that without money, they might not even invite him, and if he refused, the meeting would lose its meaning for them. That's because the primary goal of the friendly is to clip Kim's wings. But it's a disgrace to give a reward at a friendly. Minor asked his captain what he needed the money for again, and Kim replied that he hadn't come up with a purpose for it yet. Soon, representatives of the best academies came up to talk to the captain of the dream team again. It seems they had different opinions during the discussion, but now they have come to a consensus. CO said that frankly they wanted to meet with Kim because they hoped that their students would learn a lot from competing with him. But since the captain of the dream team refused to participate without a reward, they had to think about it. That's why they finally decided to schedule the people for the legendary friendly meeting. But as it turned out, it's not all that simple because they want something in return and have several conditions. Soon Lara was extending her training. The girl had a clear talent for everything related to magic. She quickly mastered new knowledge and controlled magic as if she had been born at Hogwarts. In difficult moments, she would immediately think of her teacher, who constantly reminded her to use her mana more actively. Not only was Lara actively training at the Dream Academy, but Minor was also learning the legendary Dark Star technique. He also worked quickly because the knowledge his teacher had passed on to him was incredible. Sometimes Kim even watched him, and the boy also noted his friend's very rapid progress, perhaps even envying him sometimes. Aside from his lectures at the Professional Cultivators Academy, Kim rarely trained, having relaxed after his successes in previous competitions. As a reward for winning the friendly, a financial payment of $100,000 was still awarded. The second and third place winners will also receive large sums of money, and the competition will be individual rather than team-based. But Kim got a few conditions in return, because in any case, the costs of the competition would be borne by Huntermill, Gaon, and Ale. That is why they will personally set the rules and methods for this friendly meeting between the academies. So they said that they wanted all the members of the Dream Academy to participate in these competitions, which is logical because they take the main responsibility. Minor said he didn't care, and Lara agreed because she had been practicing a lot all this time and wanted to test her skills. Kim was pleased that all his friends would attend the friendly meeting and asked if there were any other conditions. CO said there were no more conditions, but another person did not give his consent to participate in the competition. Kim wondered what he meant since there was no one else in the academy except the three of them. Kira began to worry and asked if they were referring to her. It seems to have worked, and soon the granddaughter of the Star Sword began active training to get in the best shape possible. Looking at her, Kim still didn't understand why she was forced to participate in a friendly if it was an individual competition. The guy watched her train so hard and felt guilty towards her. He approached Kira and told her that it was all because of him, and he didn't want her to take too many risks. The girl started laughing and said that she had only ever received help from Kim without giving anything in return, so she wanted to help at least once. She started pushing him outside and told him that she would be fine, and that he shouldn't bother her. She asked me not to worry about her health and to focus on preparing for the training exams. Kim thought that it would be really good for him to start training, at which point Kira got very upset for some reason. Going outside, the guy remembered his mentor. Why hasn't he been in touch? Suddenly, his phone received a new message. It was a mentor. He said that he didn't need to come to the course on mana power yet. It was quite difficult to explain everything in the messages, so the mentor asked the director about it. And as soon as he received an answer, he would come to Kim. He decided not to pay much attention to it and to start working on his basic courses. A few days later, the training of the Dream Team ended, and the morning of the day of the friendly match began. It was said that this meeting would be unofficial, but judging by the scale, it is no different from a raid battle. Still, we must admit that the three best hunting academies in the country are considered elite for a reason. While Minor was thinking about how much corn he could eat, Kim was watching the other participants. Also, the captain of the Dream Team saw a crowd of people. Is it really what he thinks? And are they really journalists? Apparently, the organizers really want to allow journalists to attend a friendly meeting. Kira started looking at her notes and saw that the first test would be a tournament between the participants. As soon as Minor and Lara heard these words, they immediately stepped aside and began to pray. They asked that the captain be the last person they would have to fight. Minor asked that Kira be his opponent. They had seen how hard Kim had been training lately, and no one wanted to stand in his way. They probably saw him practicing the technique of a great sage who is stronger than the power of heaven. That day, Kim was very attentive and focused, and he immediately heard that the journalists had seen the famous student Hyun. This is what the title of superstar means. She came with her bodyguards and immediately captured the attention of journalists and other participants of the competition. She looked quite beautiful, short and young, and it was immediately obvious how confident she was in her abilities. The journalists immediately surrounded her and started asking for interviews, and someone asked if she knew why the friendly meeting was made public. She was also asked whether she would participate in a friendly meeting, or whether she came to participate as an ordinary spectator. One journalist said that there are rumors that Hyun is not participating in other competitions because of Kim, which is interesting. One of her bodyguards did not like these words, and he approached the journalist to punish him for these brazen rumors. The journalist immediately began to apologize and said that he meant something completely different. At that moment, Hyun said the words that would make the front pages of future newspapers. She smiled and asked, "Who is Kim?" This was enough to make one of the journalists fall to the ground, and all the others just fell silent in surprise. The Dream Team was also watching this situation. Minor finally learned what this famous Hunter Mill student looks like. Minor said that she was very beautiful, and this made Lara very angry. So later, he had to say that he was joking. She was angry that he had never called her beautiful, and the guy replied that she was still a high school student. Lara said that it had nothing to do with her beauty and continued to yell at him. Was it jealousy? During this argument, they heard someone talking about Kim in the Dream Academy. Now, the entire team of their academy understood why this meeting was partially open to the public. The journalists ran up to them and started asking various questions, all wondering if Kim was ready to fight against Hyun. In response, the guy just laughed and said that they had to run away from these annoying cockroaches. As previously reported, the use of personal weapons and clothing is strictly prohibited at a friendly meeting. That is why the team of the Dream Academy received weapons from the organizers. Everything was fine, but the problem was that they were not used to these weapons. Lara smiled and said that a true master would never blame his weapon. Minor said that real craftsmen never use such garbage because they have good tools, and he probably didn't realize that Lara was joking. Meanwhile, their captain was looking at his new spear, not quite what he was used to. Minor thought that the captain didn't like the list, and Lara replied that a real captain wouldn't blame the guns. Kim wanted to intervene in this conversation, but it was too late. The battle between King Kong and Godzilla had begun. Students from other academies were watching them, wondering if the Dream Team was so strong that they were forbidden to have their own weapons. Soon the judge came in and asked if all the students had read the rules. Our old friend Chung Sha said he was not going to participate in this meeting. His friend asked if it was because of the rumors about Hyun's involvement that even the great Jong Shu was afraid of her. Jong replied that this was not the case. The problem was that Kim was also participating in the competition. This young talent has already become very famous, and soon he may catch up with Hyun in terms of Instagram followers. The patron did not believe that his friend was really that afraid of Kim. But now he has a chance to show who the real star is among the newcomers. The judge announced that the fight was ready to begin, and Kim immediately disappeared. The patron did not understand what had happened. Did he really miss his opponent's move? It is not known where Kim came from and started attacking. He was motivated to show his full power. Patron immediately realized that it would be very difficult. It seems that he is not a real star among the beginners. He didn't understand how Kim had so much strength, especially since he was fighting without his own weapon. Although the battle looked quite epic and spectacular, almost always only one fighter attacked. Despite the fact that his weapon was an ordinary wooden list, Kim showed miracles of skill and strength. He was constantly pressing and not giving his opponent a chance to rest. Like a real boa constrictor, he increased the pressure and was approaching a certain victory. The patron did not have time to constantly defend himself and was already millimeters away from his own death. He had no choice, so he immediately gave up, and the judge officially announced that Kim from the Dream Academy had won. After the fight, Kim saw that his spear had failed. He knew it would happen. He felt uncomfortable all the time. If the battle had lasted a few more minutes, his spear would have been reduced to ash. So he immediately began to call one of the organizers of the competition and ask for a replacement weapon. He said that because of the poor quality of the spear, he could not show his best. He was immediately given a new weapon. To be honest, he was worried as soon as he received the spear, but he did not realize that it would start to crack after the first blows. You may have to replace your weapon after every battle, but that's not a problem. Minor and Lara looked up to Kim as a god, and he was a true model of professionalism and talent for them. They told him that they had only seen a small part of his technique and training, and now everyone is talking about him. Kira started laughing and said that they had already written an article about Kim. The article focused on a potential meeting between student Kim and student Hyun. This super fight was expected by everyone, and this article was probably written by one of the journalists standing at the entrance to the building. Kim thought Hyun was incredible, but Minor said that Kim was the truly incredible one. Minor said that only low-grade journalists can compare some girl to a real monster in the world of hunters. Everyone around us had the impression that Hyun was an invincible wall, But now everyone is starting to doubt it because Kim has appeared. Kim started laughing and said it was too early to draw such conclusions. The fight would show everything. Meanwhile, news of the article and the gossip also reached the star of the academies, Hyun. She asked Seo what he thought of this talented young man, and Seo replied that Kim was really worthy of attention. The representative of the academy immediately told her not to worry. They had already prepared a plan in case of her defeat. Hyun tried to assure her that she should win, because the guy's singularity was not higher than her mana level. Seo said he believes in her talents and that she will win and show everyone the power of their academy. Then he continued to observe this interesting and talented guy from the Dream Academy. Kim, meanwhile, did not know that he was being followed and told the judge that his spear had broken. Seo felt excited. There used to be no students who could challenge the best academies, but now times have changed. The tournament continued with a series of lightning-fast victories for the Dream Team, with Minor, as expected, moving up with a significant lead. His teammate Lara kept up with him, and even though it was hard for her, she still beat everyone. And of course, Kim also continued to confidently defeat his opponents and win the hearts of the public. His only problem at the moment in this friendly was the poor quality of his weapon, which had to be constantly changed. Even though he promised to control his power, it's not as easy as it sounds, because all his rivals are great hunters. He had already changed his weapon 9 times, and given that one spear costs $5,000, the tournament organizers were beginning to worry. They had already spent too much money because of his strength, but they could not refuse to give him weapons either. The organizers approached him again, and the guy thought that he would finally be allowed to use his own weapon. The guy explained that this was not help at all, but only a necessity, and asked the representatives to change the rules. People from the organization said that they would analyze this issue, and Kim would be happy if he was given the opportunity to use the Gungnir, or Holy Spear. Very soon it was Lara's turn to speak, but at that moment she was shaking for some reason, as if she were ill. When Kim saw this, he immediately ran to her to make sure she was healthy. Her face turned completely white. She explained that she was actually fine and healthy, and that she was worried because her next opponent was Hyun. The guy now understood why she was so worried. The reason for it was really quite strong. Lara has only recently started studying Evil Rock, so it's a lot of stress for her to have such a strong opponent in the competition. Kim realized that he had to try to calm her down and say the right words. Although, knowing him, he could only make things worse. The guy said that this is not a dungeon raid. Losing means nothing, just like winning. The desire to win is good, but you shouldn't focus on it. But these words did not help much. Lara felt that she was superfluous during the raid battle and became even more upset. She recalled the feeling of overcoming obstacles together with everyone else, hearing the recognition of other people, and feeling the results of hard work during training. All of this really gave her pleasure, and that is why she finds it so difficult to accept the difference in levels between team members. From the very beginning of her training at the Dream Academy, she realized that Kim and Minor were on a completely different level of skills and talent. That's why it's so important for her to show everything she's capable of and prove to herself that she also has great potential. She wants everyone to see that she has the right to stand with real geniuses. A few seconds later, it was announced that Lara from the Dream Academy was to be the next to enter the arena, and Kim wished her good luck. She thanked him for his support and walked forward with her head held high so that everyone could see that she deserved this right. When she arrived at the site of the upcoming battle, she was still nervous, but she tried to concentrate and focus on her skills. Her rival came almost close to her, and Hyun smelled of confidence and Chanel. As soon as the judge realized that both sides were ready to fight, he gave the go-ahead, and Hyun immediately threw a titanic first punch. The blow knocked Lara back a few meters, but she took it and got ready to respond. At first, she thought that Hyun would continue to press and try to end the fight as quickly as possible. But this superstar stood there and did nothing, and then said that she wanted to see what Lara could do. Lara asked what it meant, and Hyun told her that this was the only way she could understand her own insignificance. So that's why she has to try her best and do everything she can. These words took away Lara's confidence as well. Hyun's body language showed that she didn't think her opponent was really strong. She pulled out her weapon, but didn't even take a fighting stance. Of course, this arrogance made Lara incredibly angry. She gathered all her magical power and said that she would make Hyun regret these words. Hyun just smiled in response and said that everyone told her the same thing, and then they would be defeated. Lara activated fear, and fear is a magic that releases killing energy to crush an opponent. Then she decided to hide it with the help of concealment techniques. Probably all these tricks were taught by Evil Rock. The spectators watching this fight were excited and anxious. Now the real war will begin. Not only the spectators were interested, but even the organizers of the competition and representatives of various academies were watching closely. Many people were surprised that the sorcerer uses melee techniques, which are usually rare. This is especially a big risk when you fight someone like Hyun. It can be a fatal mistake. Lara ran up to her opponent and struck her with a powerful blow, but Hyun calmly dodged and defended herself from this attack. She seems to be really talented, because even without much aggression and desire, she shows incredible skill. Lara, however, was not discouraged and continued to attack, trying to achieve her goal, period. Although she's still learning the basics, she's already able to quickly change direction and use magic at the same time. Now representatives of other academies understand why the Dream Team is so dangerous during competitions. The mage's only role in the team is to stay safe and cast powerful spells while helping his partners. But in a real battle, things are not so simple. Mana distortion can occur, or restrictions can be placed on sorcery and mana. Real combat is very unpredictable. Every moment can change everything. So a sorcerer who is ready to fight at close range is a top-notch wizard. Everyone knows that almost no one uses this method after Evil Rock. So now it's clear what he taught her. The Evil Rock used a similar method in his battles. He was the hero of a great catastrophe and a true god for all other sorcerers. In the midst of a major disaster, Evil Rock became famous for looking like a natural hurricane. Everyone found out about it, and abroad he was called a combat magician. If you watch Lara fight now, you can recognize elements of Evil Rock fighting in her technique. It's not a coincidence at all. But even such a talented girl with such a legendary teacher cannot always become invincible overnight. There are other students who have been awakened since birth and have been honing their filigree technique all these years of their lives. Hyun was a perfect example of such a student, easily defending herself against the young sorceress's attacks and counterattacking. And her attacks were as sharp as the blade of a star sword, and her speed was on par with St. Patrick's. Soon she inflicted very severe wounds on Lara. The young sorceress began to cough up blood and now realized how big the difference in their levels was. But she didn't want to give up so early. It wasn't her master's style, so she approached and hugged her opponent. No, it was not a manifestation of romantic love. It was an insidious plan to activate an explosion of mana. But unfortunately, Hyun was so strong that this attack could not even injure her. It seems she is really one of the best students in the world. Kira couldn't believe that her powerful close-range mana blast hadn't done any damage to her opponent. Not even a single scratch on her body. Is there really such a big difference in levels between them? It seems so, and now it has become clearly visible. Continuing to show a minimum of emotion, Hyun struck with her left hand, which was enough to knock her opponent down. Even without making much effort, these blows caused a lot of damage to Lara. Of course, the other members of the Dream Academy were watching at the same time, and it was very hard for them to watch their younger sister being killed in battle. While Minor and Kira were upset, Kim was incredibly angry and aggressive. Meanwhile, Lara was almost completely unconscious. She fell face down on the floor. Hyun came up to her, picked her up by the shirt, and prepared to deliver the final fatal blow. At that moment, Kira was incredibly scared, and Minor immediately reacted and ran to save his friend. This angered Kim so much that he gripped his spear tightly and was close to destroying another weapon for $5,000. This situation was incredibly heated. Everyone was so emotional that it could have ended very badly. Lara looked at him and asked him not to interfere. She said that everything was fine and it was just a defeat. These were the same words that the boyfriend had said to her before the fight, but now they had completely different colors. The judge immediately intervened in this fight. He ran up to Hyun, started shouting at her, and asked her what she was doing. Looking into the judge's eyes, the girl said nothing and immediately threw her opponent to the floor like a piece of shit. Then she calmly walked away, while Kim immediately ran to provide his friend with first aid. She was in a very bad condition, and Hyun said that there was no point in taking care of this miserable girl, which made Kim even angrier. He wanted to turn around and break all the bones of this ill-mannered girl, but Lara grabbed his hands at the last moment and stopped him. She was crying, but she asked him not to do it because all this happened because of her weakness. Meanwhile, Kira and Minor were running to her, and other representatives of the competition were also rushing to help the wounded girl. Very powerful doctors were immediately brought to her, and fortunately everything turned out to be not so bad, and she did not have serious injuries. For the use of excessive violence, which looked more like a reprisal, Hyun was only given a warning, a clear example of dishonest organizers. Soon Minor fought with Hyun. He really wanted to take revenge for Lara, but he also lost. He asked the captain to be careful because Hyun is really one of the best. Kira was panicking. Two of her students had been severely beaten, and she was about to go protest against the organization of the competition. Kim calmly said that he didn't need to do that, and the girl asked him what it meant. He replied that no matter what it meant, the main thing was not to interfere with this friendly meeting. After that, the tournament continued, but it was not memorable at all. Kim remembered only Kier's upset face and broken copies of weapons. And of course, the moment when the announcer announced that the Dream Academy student Kim was to take his position in the arena. Soon after, the announcer announced that his rival would be the legendary Huntermill Academy student Hyun. Right now, the match that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The anticipation of this fight could be compared to that of the Infinity Avengers, the World Cup final, or the American presidential election. The greatest tension was felt just a few seconds before the start, and the representatives of the Hunter Academy could not find a place to sit down from excitement. I had to admit that the organizers of the competition, Kira, and all the other spectators were also worried. Just before the start, Kim approached his opponent and asked her to answer one of his questions. He asked if this was really necessary, since Hyun was the strongest student in the history of professional hunters. This means that it has never felt upset by the reality that makes you stand still, no matter how much you try. But we have to admit that these efforts are the embodiment of efforts. But Hyun killed the efforts of another person with her own hands. Kim believed that the insignificant abilities of this arrogant girl did not give her the right to look down on everyone else. As always, Hyun remained as calm as possible, and then asked if he had finished his lecture. The upset boy replied that the lecture was over, but it was unlikely that the student would understand anything from the words alone. When the referee announced the start of the fight, Kim didn't move and told her that he wanted to see everything she could do. That's right. These are the words that every self-respecting student should hear when they fight with Lara. And now she is in the same place as this young sorceress, and now Kim is telling her to at least minimally resist. The guy kept standing there and told her that now she would feel that her abilities were dog shit. Hyun replied that Kim was too confident in his abilities. She said that he belonged with the losers on his team. The guy replied that she had jelly instead of a brain, and now he would publicly show that her talent was nothing more than an exaggeration. The judge said that we should end these lectures with insults to each other and start a real fight. Hyun immediately got into a fighting stance and grabbed her sword, probably offended by the boy's words. Kim continued to do nothing and stand calmly, one of his hands holding a spear and the other in his pocket. She asked him what he was doing, and he said that she should show him everything she could do. The girl said that her talent was incredible and her strength was more powerful than a 10th level dragon. But Kim was not going to listen to this nonsense. Oh yes, finally this impudent and ill-mannered student of Huntermill Academy showed her emotions. She was very angry. No longer able to listen to Kim's words, she ran forward with the intention of cutting off his head. Kim continued to stand calmly. Perhaps he had popped 10 tranquilizers before the fight. In addition to her super speed and strength, the girl also tried to activate the energy of the flame. Finally, all the spectators of these competitions saw that she was starting to turn on high speeds and demonstrate all her power. But now, with all due respect to her past rivals, she is facing a completely different beast, a beast that considers her its prey. While the girl was waving her sword and trying to intimidate him, Kim started yawning as if he was sleepy. He did not use his weapon at all and showed with his whole appearance that his attacks were nothing more than a warm-up before training. Then he asked her to stop, came closer, and asked her if this was really all she could do. He pushed her with his hand without even making an effort, and the girl flew back 5 meters. She said that despite the fact that Kim was trained by a star sword, she also knows how to handle sharp weapons. She began to show the power of mana and a blue glow appeared around her. Perhaps this would help her at least wound her opponent. Kim immediately saw that she was using an aura blade, and if he continued to stand there with his hands in his pockets, he might get in trouble. That's why he finally started using his list and defended himself against Hyun's first attack. We must also recognize that her attacks were really powerful, and watching her, one could understand why she is called the most talented student in the country. The blue radiance that her blade of aura showed blinded many people around her, and one can go blind in this way. Only the members of the Huntermill Academy watched calmly, as they had probably seen what she was capable of many times during training. The girl continued to attack with all her might, but she didn't understand how Kim could push her away. He did not show that it was difficult for him. It seemed that he was defending himself from the aura blade without any extra effort. Soon he got tired of it and pushed the girl away from him, and now she realized that he was also a real young genius. It must have been hard to admit Hyun is used to being considered the best of the best, and now that someone of equal strength has appeared, it's hard to believe. Kim began to activate his power in response and said that we should not expect him to restrain his power. Hyun tried to raise her morale and constantly thought that she was special, that she had always been special, and that she would always be special. Unlike others, she didn't have to work hard to get to the top. Her outstanding talent is about her. True talent is stronger than any effort, and everyone around her began to say that she was the most talented professional hunter in the history of professional hunters. But this did not make her feel a bit proud or happy, because they were saying obvious things. And now that Kim has said that we should not expect him to restrain his power, something has changed in her mind. Did this young man who has been talked about so much lately not fight to his full potential until now? Kim dreamed of revenge for his friends and realized that it was the perfect time to show off a new technique in his arsenal: blocking. Hyun immediately felt what kind of ancient technique it was, and her mouth bled after the boy's first attack. She didn't understand what happened. Kim just made a simple movement with the spear, and she almost fainted. Now it's time to show her what the capture technique is, who he felt was his finest hour. The powerful force turned the girl upside down, and the audience is probably surprised. They have never seen Hyun look like that during a fight. Kim continued to press and attack. He felt that he had to confidently finish the match with his victory. That's why it was time to apply the third technique he had recently mastered, the piercing. This is a full-fledged combo of ancient techniques that he learned through lectures at the Academy of Cultivators. The explosion was so powerful that even his 10th spear could not withstand the strain. But Hyun's was much heavier than the boy's weapon. She fell to the ground and for the first time in her life felt that she was no longer special. It was a strong blow to her pride. Realizing the strength of her opponent, the girl began to panic. It was even more like hysteria. She did not believe that this was really happening. In her opinion, he could not be stronger than her. It was absurd, abnormal, and impossible. Hyun thought that he had no right to be so powerful. How could there be anything in this world that was stronger than her? She was sure that she had the best talent in the history of professional hunters, and she couldn't believe that it turned out to be untrue. Kim said that the fight was not over yet, but Hyun said that she would never accept that she was not the best. She grabbed her aura blade and ran forward to finally cut off the head of that annoying student. It was a telling moment for everyone who watched this fight. Kim demonstrated why he is considered incredibly fast during the fight. Hyun did not have time to strike with her blade. The boy was ahead of her and knocked her out with a right hand. He was probably not taught that girls should not be beaten, but this made Hyun even angrier, and she called him the son of a stupid dog. The referees were about to intervene and stop the fight, but if you look at it in general, Hyun has a weapon in his hands, and Kim is fighting with his bare hands. Hyun is not going to stop, although the most interesting thing is that Kim wins even without weapons. He beat her with his hands and feet as if she were a punching bag. Kim said that she probably doesn't know that there are people in the world whose life is constantly getting hit in the head. There are those who find life very difficult, and unlike Hyun, they were not rewarded with incredible talent. That is why they can only live an ordinary life and constantly feel the blows of fate. Hyun thought all these words were nonsense and continued to try to kill the boy, but she failed. Kim continued his lecture and said that the most interesting thing about these people is that they don't care how to hit back. The philosophy of this young student is really on an impressive level. It seems he has watched too many Buddha lectures. Even living a life that brings only blows every day, these people still value this life. That is why no matter how hard a blow they miss, they never break under this pressure. Step by step, they move forward, miss the blows, and then get up again. They may stumble, but they still continue to move forward. That is why the only way to win a battle that is lost in advance is to not let it end. As Kim approached his rival, he looked at her and said, "That's what real talent means." Hyun replied that this was nonsense, that it couldn't be a real talent because she was the real talent. Kim said that Hyun could not be the most talented student in the history of professional hunters because she was very weak. In his opinion, people like Hyun have no right to mock and ridicule people without talent. After finishing his explanatory philosophical lecture, Kim decided to use his last weapon, the power of God. It seemed that it was at this moment that Hyun realized that she could not win this battle and accepted defeat. A girl who has never trained hard and was able to reach incredible heights only through sheer talent. She was always sure that she was special, but the moment came when all her brilliant dreams were shattered like glass. Strangely enough, these dreams were shattered by an ordinary poor guy who had no incredible talent and acquired all his skills through hard work. At first, he worked for many years at a regular company to save up money for the academy and then eagerly studied new information. And it is he who can now enter life with one blow. Hard work is stronger than talent. Discipline will always beat class. Thus, the superstar of hunting academies lost her title as the most talented and fell to her knees before the new hero. It was a real shock for everyone who watched the match. Even the judges did not expect such a turn of events. Kira, watching her first student, was happy with barely visible tears in her eyes. All of Hyun's dreams were shattered, and her heart must have broken at that moment as well. Kim looked into her eyes and asked her calmly if she understood all the words he had said to her. The first stage of the friendly ended with Kim's victory, and the Academy representatives decided what to do next. It was a very painful blow to their reputation, and no one knew what to do. Academy Representative Gyunjin Song said that even if he fought Kim, he would not be able to win. Although too much time has passed since his resignation, the C-ranked hunter is now saying these words. Seo didn't want to admit it, but he completely agrees with his friend. Kim uses the piercing technique especially dangerously. It's not at all the level of a student. Even during the raid battle, he was not that strong. Apparently something happened after that competition. Although the friendly is not over yet, it is no longer meaningful. No one can beat Kim. We have to recognize the obvious facts. No one can stop this talented guy. But a representative of the Academy said they could turn the situation in their favor. Meanwhile, journalists began to attack the new superstar, asking if he was really a student of the Star Sword. Everyone was also curious about what Kim would do after he successfully passed the professional hunter exam. The guy didn't like the extra attention of strangers. He didn't like all those photographers and journalists. Meanwhile, Sun said that although they lost the battle to Kim, they did not lose to Dream Academy. For now, let's go back to the waiting room where Kira was waiting for her team captain. Kim answered the door and said he was back. He looked quite relaxed and happy with his last performance. He said he could barely move through the crowd of journalists, and now it's part of his life. Kira showed him that articles about his victory had already been published, and the whole country was talking about the new superstar. People even started talking about Kira and other team members in the comments under these articles. The girl said that she didn't care what anyone said about her. It didn't bother her at all. The girl approached Kim and told her that she had to start thinking about what to do in the second stage of the competition. According to rumors, it could be a team raid to clear the dungeons. But the problem is that Lara and Minor are now in the hospital. Kira said that we should definitely contact the organizers of the friendly meeting to discuss this issue. She promised to return soon and left Kim alone. He sat down to rest and thought that he shouldn't have used the power of God at the end. It took too much strength. At that moment, he was completely overwhelmed by emotions, but now he realizes that it was not necessary. Suddenly, something Kim did not expect happened. His mentor appeared on his phone again. He really scared the boy by his appearance. He needs to be warned in advance of his arrival. Even though the mentor now looks guilty for showing up unexpectedly, he will do the same next time. The mentor said that he had asked different professors questions, and to find out the answer, he even left a request to the director. To begin with, all the lecturers said at the same time that it was impossible to study several topics in parallel. But the principal said something else, that maybe a really talented student could do it. According to the director, this is only a theoretical possibility because from the very beginning, the director also said it was impossible. Kim did not understand and asked why he could do it. The mentor explained that he was going to express only the director's position, not his own opinion. First, each creature, depending on the type, will help absorb and use a limited amount of mana. Mana is a source that forms the true essence of a creature. That is, it is impossible to go beyond the established volume. The limit of the source that a creature can withstand is the limit of karma, usually measured by either the middle or lower Dantang. Therefore, it is the one who has gone beyond his limit of karma who will either break or die. The mentor explained that even though Kim uses upper and lower Danton at the same time, there is no high chance of breaking and dying. This happens oddly enough because Kim's karma cannot be calculated. The mentor explained that absolutely no one knows why they can't calculate the guy's karma. He recalled that the last time he spoke with the director, Kim did not have a profile on the site. If it is impossible to calculate karma, then a person has no set limit, so there is a chance that Kim will not break down and die, even if he uses 2 Dantangs at the same time. The director also said that when using 2 Dantangs, one should pay attention to several points. First, one has to release 2 Dantangs simultaneously, and second, one has to withstand the burden of enormous karma. When you release 2 Dantangs, the amount of mana you need to fill them increases. Not just increases, but increases exponentially, which is why Kim will be able to use incredible strength. But it cannot be covered by regular training, so the guy will have to pay a lot of money again. The mentor said that in his opinion, the risk was worth it, and it was worth a try. The director said it was possible, and she doesn't throw words to the wind. If she said it, it means it is. A cultivator who uses 3 Dantangs at the same time, if this is really possible, then something unimaginable will happen. The mentor explained that even the director is interested in this, and if this happens, Kim may become the new director of the Cultivator Academy. The guy asked, "Who is the director of the Cultivator's Academy now? Who is this person?" The mentor replied that he could not reveal her identity, but only tell a little about her level. To be honest, it can be called the second cultivator. Kim did not understand anything, so the mentor decided to tell him the story of the formation of the Academy of Professional Cultivators. As soon as he started telling this interesting story, Kira immediately returned to the room. The guy immediately asked her if she had discussed the terms of the second round with the Academy representatives. The CEO said that he had just finished the interview and would tell me everything. The Academy's social gathering is a really great chance for students to share experiences and see real talents. That's why the organizers and representatives of the Academy held an interview and decided to hold the second round. Knowing that the Maria Academy had problems with the number of active students, they slightly adjusted the rules and methods of the round. Teams will be formed not only from students, but also from one student and one teacher of the Academy. Kim immediately realized that this was the way he and Kira would raid the dungeon together. But the problem is that Kira is a B-rank hunter, and all the other representatives of the best academies are at least A-rank hunters. She decided to ask what the additional reward for this competition would be. In her opinion, if the organization and representatives of the competition do not change the rules as expected, there should be compensation for academies. It seems that Kira got money sickness from Kim, and he tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to him. She smiled and made a cute face, saying that there was no need to worry about her and she would be happy to help. The girl also explained that the opinions of other people do not mean anything to her. Then Kim started to speak. He said that before they named the required amount of compensation, he wanted to put forward a counteroffer. He said that representatives should replace teachers in the teams. Kira is the director of the Dream Academy, so let other teams have directors instead of teachers. The guy also added that if he received $100,000 at once, he would accept any conditions offered by the organization. And if the organization of the friendly refuses to do so, he will not participate in the second round. So according to the rules of the second round, students from the best academies will form a team with their principals to clear the materialized dungeon. The dungeons will be divided into 3 versions. The first dungeon will be cleared by students, the second dungeon will be cleared by representatives. As soon as each of them clears their dungeon, a magic crystal will appear that needs to be placed on the altar, and this will summon the boss in the third dungeon. The Academy representatives have to kill the boss together, and the Academy that does it the fastest will win. Kim received his coveted money and immediately bought Professor Liu's Heavenly Breathing Technique course. While he was buying another course on Dragon Aura, the judge came into the room and asked him to get ready for the second round. Kira was also next to him preparing for the test, and it was obvious that she was nervous. The training room of the second round of the Dream Team was fully equipped and ready to go. There was also a ready-made place to insert the crystals to create the third dungeon. Nothing can be done about the fact that Kira is inferior in talent to representatives of other elite hunting academies. In fact, it doesn't really matter, as the conditions of the second round are not personal records, but a set of team achievements. Kim realized that the key to winning the second round was to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. To begin with, he prepared 3 dantangs, but he wasn't sure he could be faster than the previous C-rank hunters. The judge said it was time to start the test, and before entering the portal, Kim wished Kira good luck. As soon as he entered his dungeon, he immediately saw that it was a very dark forest. After a few steps, he also saw that his new friends were already waiting for him. They were real werewolves, and the problem was that there were too many of them. Seeing that a delicious dinner had come to them, the werewolves immediately prepared to attack and tear Kim to pieces. Kim immediately got ready to show them what real fighting techniques were and told them to attack. He started waving his spear and was preparing an attack that could destroy mountains. He hadn't used it for a long time. Activating the power of his mana and making the right movements with his hands, he struck a powerful blow. This scared the werewolves, but they quickly realized that Kim had missed. It seems he hadn't practiced this technique for a long time. Realizing that they were facing a real talent in the world of hunters, the werewolves turned around and started running away. Of course, he caught up with and killed all those dogs, but he would have spent much less time if they hadn't been running away. Having completed all his business in the dungeon, Kim returned to the real world. He was immediately confused when he saw that Kira had not yet completed the dungeon raid. He remembered that he had to quickly insert the magic crystal to fix the time of the dungeon's clearing. But when he got closer, he saw that the time of the sweep was being broadcast online. The guy immediately realized that they were in trouble because other academies were doing it just as fast. He started shouting and getting angry. Was victory going to slip through their fingers? The problem was that there was too big a gap between the first and second dungeon. If he slips in the magic crystal now, victory is assured. But Kira is bound to get a lot of criticism because of her slow speed. But if he slides the crystal in, adjusting to Kira's pace, then they could lose the victory. In addition, the difficulty level of the second dungeon is 8 stars, and there is a chance that Kira may lose during the raid. He started to worry and did not know what choice to make. He didn't care about other people's opinions at all. He was only thinking about his dream academy. Meanwhile, Kira continued her raid in the second dungeon, which was like a trip to hell. Instead of werewolves, she had to fight fire lizards, which were a symbiosis of a dragon and a lizard. It was very hot around and the fire was burning everywhere, and the girl spent a lot of energy to protect herself and survive. She continued to kill these miserable creatures, but there were too many of them. She used a sword as a weapon. It was clear that she was trained by a star swordsman because she showed a very good technique. She was chopping these demons into pieces like bacon, but she didn't really enjoy it. When the lizards died, they exploded like atomic bombs. It was very dangerous. Kira managed to survive the last explosion, but her arms and legs were almost blown off. These miserable lizards continued to attack her from all sides, trying to cut off her head. The girl had to demonstrate not only her speed, but also all her talents to dodge fire and counterattack. Kira was constantly thinking that she had to hurry and clear the dungeon in time. She realized that Kim was already waiting for her outside, and so even if she couldn't save time, she should at least get through the dungeon. But she had one problem. The number of lizards in her dungeon was abnormally high. She couldn't relax even for a few seconds. She felt something slippery on her foot. Maybe it was a slug, but it was not the slug we were all used to. The lizard set a trap and attacked it from different sides. The girl was ready for it and dodged it instantly. She can't be defeated by such cheap tricks. To be honest and forget about emotions, Kira never had any special talents. She was the granddaughter of one of the heroes of the Great Catastrophe, and she had been trained by the Star Sword since childhood. Although she respected her grandfather, a hero of the Great Catastrophe, she also hated the fact that she was constantly compared to him. In addition, she considered herself a worthless hunter and hated herself as well. At that difficult moment in the hot dungeon, she remembered how Kim had wished her good luck before the start of the second stage. Since childhood, the girl told her grandfather that she did not want to be a hunter at all. Her dream has always been to teach others, but when you are the granddaughter of a star sword, things always go your way. She finished clearing the dungeon and killed all the lizards while finding a magic crystal. Then Kira remembered the first time she met Kim, when she thought they could use each other. She thought that he was a really talented guy and would be able to raise the level of the Dream Academy and make it famous. But after going through a lot of hardships with her boyfriend, she began to think that she wanted to be with Kim longer. There's not much time left before the exam for a professional hunter, and after this friendly meeting, they will probably go their separate ways. We must admit that it was a regular communication that lasted for some time, and this communication reached its final station. Kira thought that it would be great to be able to help her student in some way, at least in the end. If she stops dragging him down and can bring him at least a little benefit, that will be enough. The girl came out of the dungeon and immediately saw Kim in front of her, and he immediately greeted her. Looking at him, she dropped a magic crystal on the ground. What could it mean? She said that she did it unintentionally, and Kim looked closely into her eyes and decided to come closer. The guy said that he really needed a lot of money, but money was not the most important thing in his life, so he was probably lying. Then he said that you can always earn money and spend it at any time. But unlike money, once a soul is broken into many pieces, it can never be put back together again. He picked up her crystal and thanked the girl for everything she had done. He wanted to walk the path of a professional hunter and a professional cultivator, not alone, but with such people. He activated the 2 magic crystals, and the Dream Academy's readings appeared on the screen. The room immediately turned green, but this hardly means an early victory. The total time for completing the Hunter Mill Academy challenge is 58 minutes and 53 seconds. So to win, you need to destroy the boss in 48 seconds. Kim told Kira that if he had been alone all this time, he would never have been able to get this far in his life. He also added that it is for this reason that he's counting on Kira this time. And then he smiled and added that it would be better if she took care of him in the future. It was too emotional and pleasant, and Kira couldn't stand it and started crying after these words. Kim said it was true and added that she was the only one he could truly trust. That is why if problems arise now and he loses consciousness, she must save him. And now it's time to show an incredibly fast result and destroy the boss in the 3rd dungeon. Kira did not understand why he was talking about this. What could his words about losing consciousness mean? It is impossible to find and destroy Basilisk in the remaining time, which is why Kim is going to deliver a blow that the dungeon cannot withstand. So his plan is simple: activate the Aura Blade with divine power and destroy the dungeon. When he started trying to put his plan into action, he realized that even this incredible power would not be enough. That's why he quickly went to his smartphone, found the website of the Cultivators Academy, and bought the pure energy elixir. Now his plan must be fulfilled. Now it will be really fun. Everything around her turned blue, and Kira felt that even the air began to vibrate. She didn't understand where he got this strength from, but all this energy came from his body's resources. First, he activated the lower dantang, and then it was the turn of the middle dantang. He recalled the professor's lecture and the information that when using the spreading block, it is important to make sure that the spear movement does not go beyond the body area. You have to do it from the inside out and then swing the weapon as if you were slowly pressing it, which is how you can activate the blocking technique. Once this technique is out, it's time to capture the internal type. It's like throwing a punch forward and pulling it back in. Kim was doing great so far, and Kira watched in amazement at these unknown to her techniques. It was the turn of the last technique, the piercing, for which the spear blade should be an old extension of the body. You have to imagine that you are trying to ram one specific point. Kim listened to his professor's voice coming from inside and activated the piercing technique. Probably if he could look at himself from the other side, he would think that he looks like a professional cultivator. At the same time, students and representatives of the country's best academies were watching. No one had seen or even heard of all these strange and ancient techniques. It seemed like something from the realm of fantasy, like Kim had gone through a game called Life. A few seconds later, the results were updated on all monitors, and the first place in the second round went to the Dream Academy team. Some time passed and Kim finally regained consciousness. Frightened, he immediately got up and saw that he was in the hospital again. When he saw that Kira was sitting next to him, he began to ask her how it all ended. The girl asked him to calm down and not to shout because everything was fine and they had won the friendly. She asked him if he was feeling okay and if he had a headache, and Kim replied that he was strong in body and mind. According to him, he is mentally tough, and several feigning spells are not a problem for him. Kira looked at him with a sincere smile and said she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. The guy looked at her. He felt incredibly close to this girl. He replied that he was the one who should thank her, and at that moment, unknown people began to enter the room. It was journalists again, and fortunately, there was a guard in the ward who said that Kim needed to be left alone for the moment. Everyone wanted to interview the new superstar and take a picture of him for the cover of the magazine. Everyone was also wondering how he was able to destroy the dungeon, whether he really destroyed it with force, or was there some other way. One of the journalists also said that the best academies in the country refused to recognize the victory of the Maria Academy. They said they lost only one student, but not the entire Dream Academy. Kim replied that he was also a student of the Dream Academy and hadn't really done anything special. He said that all this happened only because he did everything according to the director's plan. Now journalists have started asking Kerr how she feels after her Hunter Academy became the best in the country. Kim was pleased with his work and communication with journalists. The journalists continued to attack the director of the academy, but Kira asked them to leave her alone. Videos about the shocking truth about the Dream Academy began to circulate on the internet. Anonymous began to say that today he would tell everyone the truth about Kim, who has made a lot of noise lately. The friendly meeting attracted a lot of attention from various people due to the participation of the Dream Academy team and its captain Kim. He not only defeated the most talented girl in the history of professional hunters, but also destroyed the dungeon, and because of this, the internet exploded with articles about his superpower. According to rumors, the power of this young student has reached the power of a god. He is no longer just a student of heroic rank, but can fight heroes himself. And now we need to talk about the most important thing. The main mystery is hidden in the director of the Dream Academy. She is not just an ordinary young girl, as it turns out. She is the granddaughter of the legendary hero of the Great Catastrophe, the Star Sword. In the second round of the friendly match, Kim destroyed the dungeon with the help of this girl, which says a lot. That's how the video of the unknown guy in the hood ended. He asked to like and subscribe to his channel. Kim watched the video and immediately started laughing. He didn't think it could harm his reputation. At the end of the friendly match between the academies, Kim received almost the entire prize because Kira gave him her part. As soon as these difficult competitions were over, he decided to return to the academy to assimilate the elixir he had recently drunk. Walking through the city at night, he saw a strange girl in front of him. She did not seem to be hiding her face. As he got closer, he realized that he was facing his opponent from the first round, the legendary and unique Hyun. She greeted him and asked him to give her a few minutes of attention, but he apologized and said he was busy. She hadn't heard such insolence for a long time, and she was very angry at the braggart's behavior. She said again that it was very important, and Kim decided to stop and let her say what she wanted. After a short silent pause, Kim said he wasn't going to wait until the morning because he had to go home. Hyun finally started talking, saying that she knew that Kim was a Star Sword student, which immediately interested the boy. Kim replied that this was a lie. If he were really a student of the Star Sword, he would use a sword, not a spear. He said that it should be obvious, and we should not believe in rumors from the internet. Without waiting for her response, he said that the conversation was over, turned around, and walked to his academy. Still, Hyun wasn't going to let him go so easily, and she caught up with him and asked if he had trained with the Star Sword. She was also interested in what he was taught at the Dream Academy, whether they had special training and what other students were like. Kim smiled and thought that she was too annoying, probably working as a journalist in addition to studying at the academy. He remembered his new skywalking technique and used it to escape from Hyun. But he was not the only one who mastered this ancient technique. The girl also knew how to do it and quickly caught up with him. Kim was surprised. He was using the step technique to speed up, but she could do it too. When he realized that she would not leave him alone, he started yelling and asked what she wanted from him. Perhaps she wants to find the reason for her defeat. Perhaps she hopes that she lost because of the Star Sword. Hyun replied that she was just curious. She seemed to be much colder and less emotional before. She also asked the boy about the director of the Maria Academy, and she saw Kim and Kira leave together after the competition. Kim said that he had a great relationship with the director and explained that Kira had other things to do, so she left early. After that, he asked me not to pursue him and not to distract him from important matters. Kim began to think about Kira, who ran off somewhere quickly after the competition. Perhaps she has an urgent meeting, but in any case, they will meet at the academy soon. But as it turned out, Kira really had important things to do tonight. She went to her grandfather's house. Star Sword met her with his assistant and was ready to start an important conversation. He realized that Kira wanted to tell him something and asked why she had come. In response, he heard what he did not expect to hear from his granddaughter, who said that she wanted to pick up a sword again. Even the Star Sword's assistant had never heard Kira talk about wanting to take up fencing. The legendary warrior asked her what the reason for this desire was, and she replied that she wanted to be on the same level as Kim. Star Sword is furious to hear about this fool. Does she really want to give up her own dream and take the path of a professional hunter as well? Kira said that she was not going to give up her dream. It was much simpler than that. She recalled a conversation with Kim when he said that he did not dream of becoming a professional hunter. Yes, he's training and saving money for this, but it is not his dream. Kim explained that according to a legendary master, a dream is a verb and a profession is a noun. That is why he believes that a profession cannot become a dream, and that is why he does not dream of becoming a professional hunter. The girl explained to her grandfather that she wanted to follow her own path using other methods. That is why she confidently stated that she wanted to pick up the sword again. Star Sword made a stern expression and looked directly into the eyes of his granddaughter. At such moments, he was the most terrifying person in the world. Meanwhile, Kim was thinking about money again, as if it was always there, but on the other hand, it was always gone. When I bought the pure energy elixir, Karma valued it at $50,000. I probably should have bought myself a car. But the main problem was that from that moment on, Karma increased and the price tripled, meaning you could buy a Lamborghini. Now he needs to find the money again. He heard strange noises and asked if it was necessary to always appear like this. His senses and intuition were already at the highest level, and the Dark Star Master came to him personally. The Master said that Kim surprises him every time he meets him. Even the bastards from the Order of Truth couldn't reveal him, but Kim manages to do it. The guy explained that he was doing it only because of his feelings, and perhaps the Dark Star is not as skillful as before. Kim asked the Master how he was doing and why he had come to him. The Dark Star said he came to talk about the Order of Truth, but first he wants to know how Minor is doing. Kim replied that the guy was injured in a competition, but he was fine, so the Dark Star gave him a few more books with training. Master Dark Star also reminded him of the money he had to give to Kim and promised that it would be done soon. Kim also told the Master that now at their academy, there is a student named Evil Rock. He explained that the Master had taken on another student. Before that, he had only trained chiming. The guy also said that the Evil Rock asked him to look after his student and paid 3 times as much as the Dark Star. The guy started making up all these beautiful stories and hinting that the money he was paid to look after Minor was not enough. Evil Rock asked him what he was getting at, and Kim replied that he was just telling the story. The sly rascal. Suddenly, the door to the academy opened and a man came in and asked what it meant. It seems that this is no longer an academy for professional hunters, but a club for retirees, because another old man, a Star Sword, has come here. He again had a stern expression on his face, which is always stern, and asked what the Dark Star was doing here. Are these two enemies really enemies, or are we about to see the battle of the titans with our own eyes? Star Sword activated his surrounding mana and asked the question once again. What is the Dark Star doing here? The Dark Star also began to get angry and loudly replied that he could appear wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Kim felt as if he was between two fires, and he asked them to calm down and stop this conflict. It didn't really help. The Star Sword said that the Dark Star hadn't changed at all after betraying them. The Dark Star Master replied that he had never betrayed his friends, but had only warned them of the danger. That the Star Sword said that this could not be an excuse, because he was still involved in the plans of the Order of Truth. Kim did not know what to do. Realizing that he had to intervene immediately, he activated his mana and showed what he could do. Experienced masters definitely did not expect this. They had never seen anyone activate the aura in this way. A little more time and that building would have been destroyed. Is it possible that this young man has made such progress in such a short period of time? Kim started screaming and asked if the Dark Star knew what would happen to Miner if the academy was destroyed, if he would run away to the mountains again. He also began to shout at the Star Sword, saying that if the building was destroyed, Kira would never look her grandfather in the eye. He didn't know what happened between these two legendary heroes. If they wanted to fight, they should do it elsewhere. The guy said that we should return to the original conversation and asked what the Dark Star wanted to tell him. The Master replied that there was no time for idle talk and said that the Order of Truth was planning something to do with berserkers. It is not yet known what they want to do with the giant monster, but the apostles have already begun to act. He believes that the apostles are influential enough to expect anything from them. Dark Star said that in any case, he wanted to conduct a full investigation and asked Kim to help him with this. He explained that he could not do everything on his own, so he needed help. According to the information, the freaks from the Order of Truth are constantly conducting some experiments aimed at a special dungeon. That's why the Dark Star wants Kim to explore this place. But the boy replied that he is still a student and some dungeons are not accessible to him. The exam for a professional hunter will begin soon, and after that there should be no problems with this. After listening to this conversation, Star Sword asked Dark Star why he was asking the boy to do this. The legendary Master of Concealment replied that no one could do it but the boy. He said that even if he told all the details, the Star Sword would not believe him. So there was no point in talking about it. These words made the Sword Master very angry, and it even seemed that he blushed like tomato juice with anger. They started a battle of looks again, and Kim started saying that they should fight in the street. Now these experienced and legendary heroes seemed to him like ordinary children. He stopped them and decided to ask the Star Sword why he came to the academy. If he wants to find his granddaughter, she left earlier and said she had important things to do. The Star Sword remembered yesterday's conversation with his granddaughter and began to get angry. Kim did not understand what was going on. Even the building felt the anger of the Star Sword, and it seemed as if an earthquake had begun. It seems the real reason he came to the Dream Academy is to destroy Kim. The guy felt the danger and immediately prepared himself. He was sure that he would be attacked. But as it turned out, the Star Sword activated its aura not because of this stupid boy, but because of a potential enemy. But this potential enemy turned out to be a young and very talented student at Hunter Mill Academy. So this cheeky girl continued to stalk Kim and observe his personal life. She said that she was walking down the street and accidentally found herself near the building of the Dream Academy. She felt an incredible accumulation of energy inside her and decided to take a look at what was going on inside the academy just a little bit, with one eye. That's how she got here, but now she may end up dead if Heian doesn't explain to the Star Sword who she is. When she saw this legendary hero with her own eyes, all her impudence immediately disappeared. The Dark Star asked the guy if he knew this girl, and Kim replied that it was the first time he had seen her, so she had to be beaten. The Dark Star then asked the boy if he would help him in the cause of the Order of Truth, and Kim replied that he had no choice. So they decided to return to this issue after the professional hunter exam, and Kim asked the master to remember to bring more money. Hyun, meanwhile, did not understand anything and sat on her knees in silence. She didn't understand how this young student could extort money from such a legendary warrior as the Dark Star. The girl was even more surprised to hear that the Dark Star was ready to triple his monetary reward to Kim. The guy replied that in addition to helping him, he also had to look after Miner, so the price should be 4 times higher. The Star Sword started laughing and called the Dark Star a fool because he was being forced to pay money. Kim began to calm them down again, saying that he would be very happy if they killed each other, but not in this place. Master Dark Star said goodbye to the boy and said he would meet him after the exam. After he said that, he disappeared, and Kim managed to remind him of the obligation to pay on time. As soon as the master disappeared, the Star Sword immediately asked the boy what he had to do with the Dark Star. Kim replied that it's actually hard to say that he has anything to do with the master, they only have a business relationship. Then he saw that Hyun was still kneeling next to him and asked what she was doing here. The girl said that she was not trying to follow anyone and it was just an accident. The boyfriend told her to tell everything, and if Hyun started lying, he would ask the Star Sword to cut off both her hands. Hyun decided to tell the truth and asked to be accepted to the Dream Academy. Kim thought she had a concussion after the competition. He didn't understand why she would go to their academy, especially since there was not much time left before the exam for a professional hunter. Then Kim thought about it and said, "Is she a spy for Hunter Mill Academy?" The girl denied everything and said she was telling the truth, and there was no point in lying. She really wanted to become a member of the Dream Academy. Starsword said there was no reason he should stay and listen to this nonsense. Kim asked him what to do with this girl, and the Starsword replied that the best option was to chop her up and barbecue her. Hearing this, Hyun begged to be left alive and not to be left alone with Kim. Kim told her not to be afraid because everything would happen very quickly, and she wouldn't even have time to understand anything. He did not understand whether it was telling the truth or not, but in any case, the director of the academy should decide on this issue. Realizing that Kira was away, Hyun decided to say that she would come back another time and immediately run away. Kim asked her to take her time, gave her a kibisses to hold, and told her to wait for Kira. Inside this magic bag was a pile of corpses of huge monsters, and even the strongest people in the world had a hard time holding it. The girl had to awaken her mana to withstand this load, and Kim responded by saying that he had to go to training and asked not to interfere. Meanwhile, the legendary Star Sword returned to its country house. When he opened the door to his office, he saw Kira kneeling in front of his assistant, a rather strange situation. He asked his granddaughter if she still hadn't changed her mind. Kira didn't answer her grandfather and continued to stare gloomily at the floor. Star Sword went to the closet and took out a very beautiful golden sword. As soon as he pulled out this sword, a very strong aura began to be felt in the air. This sword adds speed. It is famous for its high-speed attacks that easily make monsters into stakes. The impressive sword is designed to pierce through opponents. When using it, it is important to maintain distance. But penetrating the opponent is the fastest method of attack in fencing. A flexible sword with an incredibly powerful technique will show the opponent's weaknesses, which is why speed is important. But the main thing is the flexibility of the attack. A slow sword does not mean that it is not needed. Slowly approaching the opponent, you enter his territory. A strong sword adds weight to the weapon, and by putting force into each blow, you can quickly destroy a group of enemies. The heavy sword, the next step after the strong sword, adds even more weight to the weapon. This technique gives the most destructive power to any sword. The illusionary sword, unlike the flexible sword, has the effect of hypnotizing your opponent's eyes. The jet sword gently deflects the attack, concentrating the force on the return strike. It reduces the pressure of weight and disperses the opponent's force. The destroying sword is both fast and powerful, heavy and flexible, so using it will put your opponent under incredible pressure. This is how the Star Sword gave a small fencing lecture to his granddaughter. He explained that these are the main elements of the divine sword that can destroy the sky. The Star Sword promised to give his granddaughter the time she needed to learn the techniques he had described. He told her that she had until the end of the exam to become a professional hunter, and if she didn't learn these techniques in time, he would never let her pick up a sword again. Kira didn't answer, and his assistant said it would be impossible. The Star Sword said that if Kira thought it was impossible, she could give up right away. At first, the girl said she would try, and then added that she would definitely do it. The legendary hero told her to pick up a sword and learn all these important techniques. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Dream Academy, it was quite fun. Hyun watched as the energy around Kim was tempered and permeated everything in the room, and she didn't understand how it was possible. Although the boy continued his meditation, he told the girl to hold her hands up. Meanwhile, Minor and Lara were discharged from the hospital and met near the academy building. Kim felt that the vessel was too big. He couldn't fill it no matter how hard he tried. While Hyun was barely holding the kibisis, he was thinking about how many more bottles of the elixir he had to drink. Her arms are falling off now, and the guy has forgotten that she is here. Kim realized that the girl was still inadequate and asked her to continue this training. Then he quickly turned around, walked up to her and asked if she really liked him, and that was why she had come. The girl started screaming and said that if she could do anything she wanted, she would have killed him long ago. These words seemed to have had an effect on the young talent, and he allowed her to give her kibitsis. Hyun hadn't been this happy in a long time, and this relief felt like zen. But soon Kim called her again and asked her to pick up the kibbutz once more. As soon as she did, he started thinking, why isn't the tag activated? The last time the tag went off, Chimin picked up the bag, so how could anyone else but Kim touch it? The guy also recalled that the last time the bag squeezed his back, Kira was able to lift him up. The same thing happened when he lost consciousness after using divine power in a battle with a large tree. Then the bag was able to move Puck and the evil rock. Does the tag work only when it senses an intention to steal or use it? He asked Hyun to put the bag in his pocket, and it worked immediately. At that moment, Minor and Lara entered the room, and Kim wondered why they came together. Lara was unhappy and asked what Hyun was doing here, and Kim replied that she wanted to join their team. Minor said he hoped Kim would turn her down, but the captain said it would be up to the director to decide. Then he came up to Minor and said that his teacher had come and asked him to give him something. Hyun continued to hold the kibisis. It was so hard for her that tears appeared in their eyes. At first, she followed Kim to learn how to master the same power. This is her unique chance to see how he trains, and she promised herself to find out the truth. Then she heard Lara asking Kim not to jump out of the house at night because they were constantly threatened with fines. It was hard for her to understand how this bunch of idiots could be so strong and talented. Soon after, Kim approached her and asked her to return the kibisis because he needed to complete Hercules' task. Then Kim started calling for Lara and told her to help Hyun train. He asked her not to disturb Minor and to train with Hyun instead. Lara didn't understand whether it was okay to do this, but the captain said that Hyun wanted to join their academy, so it was okay. Lara mentioned that this girl is really very talented and strong, and she can help to make progress in training. So she agreed and immediately invited Hyun to train together. Hyun tried to refuse and was told that she was waiting to talk to the director, but no one listened to her. Now let's move on to the headquarters of the Association of Professional Hunters. It was a large building with a lot of offices, and each department had its own separate tasks. This time, the interview was too long, and I had to listen to the management almost all day. Everyone was discussing what had happened for the first time in the history of professional hunters, and everyone was also talking about Kim. Now, the whole country is talking about the upcoming exam for a professional hunter, and the reason for this is that Kim is an exception to all the rules. The entire community of the country began to discuss all the pros and cons of the upcoming exam for Kim. The director of the association came into the room and apologized for waiting too long. Everyone immediately began to ask what format of the exam was coming this year, and whether Kim would be exempted from taking the exam. The president said that he understood the concerns of others, and the committee discussed the issue of exempting the student from the exam, but it violated the rules and angered the community. There were also those who offered to make a separate exam for the boy, but this is also discrimination and additional responsibility for an ordinary student. So after long discussions, the Association of Professional Hunters decided that this year's exam should be slightly modified. Firstly, the exam for a professional hunter will be conducted according to the absolute evaluation system. Secondly, the level of difficulty of the exam will be increased, and the introduction of absolute grading may lead to a few students getting a higher score. That's why the association decided to raise the level of complexity to resolve this issue. The level of difficulty of the exam will be increased so that no student can achieve the highest score. Of course, the director of the association said that this is true even for a talented guy like Kim. Journalists started shouting and saying that these changes in the rules would lead to a lot of problems. The director also said that if no one gets a higher score, the hunters will be left without an A rank this year. Previously, 100 points on the exam necessarily meant first place. But under the new rules, first place does not guarantee the highest score. The association wanted to change this rule, but it proved impossible due to the huge influence of the guilds. Only professional hunters of A rank and above are eligible to establish their own guild. Therefore, the big guilds decided to prevent Kim from obtaining an A rank license in order to recruit him into their guild. Instead, a hunter who earns A rank this year will receive a 5-year privilege in dungeon raids. This year's exam will be public, and the moment Kim becomes a professional hunter, the whole world will enter a new era. What Kira saw at her academy upon her return was beyond her comprehension. She saw Hyun telling Lara how to use magic to add pressure and unpredictability. Kira immediately asked what had happened here while she was away. Was this a parallel reality? She went to talk to Kim and told her that she would hardly be able to come to the academy often until the exam started. She explained that she would have important things to do, but that this would not prevent her students from preparing well for the exam. Kim realized that they might not see Kira again, so he asked if he could come here even when he became a professional hunter. Even after the exam, he needs to continue training, and he doesn't have a suitable place to do so. He also said that he was very accustomed to the academy and made it clear that he wanted to continue to be a part of it. Kira was pleasantly surprised and smiled. She said she wanted to talk about it too. She asked the boy if he thought it would be a good idea if she turned Dream Academy into a guild. Because there are so few of them, we can call it a raiding team. Recalling Kim's words, Kira asked him, who believes that work cannot become a dream? But it's not that simple. The girl has her own condition. She said that Kim would be the head of the guild. He wasn't happy about it, but the girl explained that the guild could be formed by hunters of A rank and above, but her level was B. Therefore, at this exam, the guy must obtain an A rank hunter's license. Hearing this conversation, Minor started shouting that he supported the idea and Kim asked him to shut up. Minor explained that he also wanted to talk about this idea, but Kira beat him to it. Of course, Lara interrupted the conversation and said that she also fully supported this idea. Minor and she immediately started talking about who would be the vice president and arguing about who would make more money. Kim started to get angry because of their behavior, and Kira told him that he had to pass this exam. The girl assured me that if they acted like a real team, they would succeed. Their brief but fateful meeting finally reached its final destination. And at the same time, the end of this meeting helped us find connections and opened a new page in our history. The end of the acquaintance was not the end. It was just a touch of another life and turned into a new beginning. All of them continued to work together toward common goals and fell asleep dreaming of success. Time passed very quickly, and the long-awaited day of the professional hunter exam came. There were a lot of people around because the exam was public and Lara was upset that Kira was not present with them. Kira was absent. She apologized and said that she hadn't done what she had to do yet, but the team was trying to concentrate on the upcoming exam. Kim was trying to give a motivational speech before the exam, but he saw that Hyun had come along and asked what it was doing here. A few months ago, Kira told her that Maria Academy was no longer accepting new students. Lara began to defend her new friend and said that Hyun had helped her a lot. Minor also said that if Lara is happy with everything, he also supports Hyun. Kim replied that he did not want to argue with anyone and was ready to agree to the team's terms. A lot of people around saw that the local superstar was preparing to take the exam. Kim realized that there would soon be a lot of journalists around him, so he said goodbye and said that they would meet soon. He used his disappearance technique to escape in a second and not answer journalists' questions. Meanwhile, we are transferred to the VIP room of the venue where the professional hunter exam is held. The head of the guild, the legendary second-ranked player in the country, Lee Sin, said that this year there is a lot of talent. The head of the third-ranked Karam guild, Yumi, said that the Legend Guild would not be able to win this year because they had insufficient funding. The head of the Hibiscus Guild, the fourth largest in the country, Minsak, said that now was not the time to quarrel. The head of the Warrior Parents Guild, Khan, said that despite the small funding, their guild is looking for students who know the concept of honor. They started discussing a student named Kim and arguing whether he could get the maximum score. The fifth person at the table asked if they had all used their connections and fulfilled part of their plan. It was the head of the Black Dragon Guild, the first place in the country, Luther, who said that we shouldn't let the Kim get an A rating. Yumi replied that this would never happen and that they should immediately think about how to recruit Kim after the exam. She asked Luther how he wanted to recruit the boy, and the man replied that everyone was familiar with his methods. He said that we should focus on preventing the guy from getting an A rank, which is much more important than his refusal to join the guild. That's why you need to ignore the little things and focus on the most important things. Lee Sin said that everyone understands that Kim will take the first place. But today, even the very first discipline, the written test, holds all the records for difficulty. Even professional hunters would have to break their heads over this task. It's not the level of students. Kim immediately turned pale when he saw this task. It's much easier to destroy monsters than to do a written test. Although everyone knew that he would win and take first place, he would definitely not be able to get the maximum score. It was very funny to watch these guild owners when they saw that Kim scored 100 points on the written test. The exam consisted of 6 disciplines: written part, stamina, mana efficiency, raid, and combat capability against monsters and opponents. The exam lasted for 3 days, and today, on the first day of the exam, such disciplines as written test and endurance are being taken. Minor didn't understand how his captain had scored 100 points. He was sure he could beat him this time, but he only scored 50 points. Even Lara scored only 87 points, and she went up to the captain and asked him what he was. Kim replied that it was nothing special. He just looked at the questions and immediately realized that he knew the answers, just like that. His teammates didn't think it was funny, and he seemed to be the son of a god. Realizing that there was no point in competing with him, Lara decided to ask Hyun how many points she had scored. The girl answered that she had scored only 32 points, and everyone immediately fell silent and did not know what to say. That's how the most talented professional hunters in the history of the world turned into losers. Meanwhile, the owners of the big guilds didn't understand how it happened that Kim got the highest score. The most interesting thing is that he scored 100 points, not only in the test task, but also in the basic endurance test. You could turn a blind eye to the written test, but the difficulty of the endurance exam was just incredible. Yumi began to calm everyone down and said that the situation was not critical after all. The exam had just begun. Luther said that as soon as the exam is completed, the Dream Academy will be reclassified as a guild. He feels that Kim will become a director, and the granddaughter of the Star Sword will also join the guild. So no matter how stupid the people at this table are, they all understand what it means. The guild that will be helping the Star Sword is a real danger. Thanks to the new rules, they get the right to enter the dungeon early for 5 years. In other words, the position of other guilds, which they have been defending for many years, will be threatened by a newcomer. Yumi said that everything would change on the second day of the exam, and she formed tasks of the required type and level based on Kim's analysis. This time, he will definitely not be able to score the maximum score, unless something incredible happens in one day. The third discipline is mana efficiency, and the next day the students started to take this task and Kim again scored the maximum score. In the fourth discipline, he had to venture into a dungeon and organize a raid, all without change, and Kim scored 100 points. It was really funny to watch the owners of the big guild. Their plan completely failed. Luther started shouting at them and said he was sure there was a spy working for Kim. He was very upset, but he asked me how the preparation for the disciplines he had left behind went. There are only 2 disciplines left, the fight with the monster and the fight with the opponent, and if they lose tomorrow, who will become the A-rank hunter? Yumi tried to calm Luther down and told him that everything would be fine, but he said that they had to change the plan completely. The girl tried to say that it was too unexpected, but he looked at her so aggressively that she immediately fell silent. An active A-rank hunter from warlike parents was assigned to be in charge of combat readiness during the battle. Everyone said that this hunter was honest and would soon improve his skills, but Luther said that the examiner needed to be replaced. That evening, a rather interesting conversation took place that had an impact on the exam of professional hunters. The assistant asked the star how he could behave like that, and it was clear to everyone that it was done through the influence of the largest guilds to prevent Kim. We can't let anything happen to the boy, but the Star Sword replied that a true warrior cannot be broken by such trifles. Moreover, if he were so weak, he could not have gone so far. Most importantly, not only the top 5 guilds are involved, these people will not allow them to get to the point of absurdity. Then the Star Sword looked at his assistant and told him not to interfere in this situation. No matter what the Star Sword said, Simon could not stay away. He personally went to the training complex of the Dream Academy that night to meet Kim. When he saw him, the guy greeted him and asked what exactly brought him here at such a late hour. The guy immediately approached him because he thought something bad had happened to Kier. Simon didn't understand where this energy came from. His power, since the last time they met, could in no way be compared to his current strength. In just a few months, this young student increased his strength several times. Did the Star Sword know everything from the beginning? Simon said they needed to have a serious talk. The next day, the third stage of the professional hunter exam began, and everything will be completed on that day. In the monster combat discipline, Kim again took first place and scored 100 points, and none of his teammates were even surprised. For some reason, the captain looked a bit worried and upset, and no one could understand what had happened. A man came into the room and reported that in the last discipline, the examiner had been changed for combat effectiveness against the opponent. No one paid much attention to this. Everyone thought that the exam was expected to be very difficult, so nothing would change. Then everyone heard that the director of the top 5 guilds would personally become an examiner in this discipline. Kim looked incredibly upset and depressed, and the news didn't seem to surprise him at all. He was very serious and focused, and I hope he and Simon came up with a plan. Hyun was the first to be tested in the state of discipline. She put up a serious fight against her opponent, but still lost, scoring 64 points. Everyone was shocked that even such a legendary person as Hyun could not score more points, although she still performed quite well. Khan is still the master of the Sword of Absolute Truth. Even the Star Sword recognizes his power. The master told his assistants that this year's students were very weak. He said that he didn't like to cut down small trees, but it was part of the absolute truth. Next, the next student was invited to the arena. It was Kim, and now everything will be decided. Everyone around me was talking about this, that the exam was judged by the directors of the best guilds, and soon it would be Kim's turn to fight Han. Everyone was wondering if the boy would be able to defeat the experienced master, which had never happened in the history of professional hunters. The video and photos quickly spread on the internet, and everyone from an ordinary driver to a nurse was interested in this event. Of course, Kim had her own army of fans from her previous job. All the members of his team had already passed this test and hoped that at least their captain would be able to defeat the master. So the moment everyone had been waiting for came, the master of the sword against the young student, David against Goliath. Han greeted the boy and told him that he had shown incredible results in this exam, and that was very good. But there is a limit to this, and according to the master, Kim will not be able to score the highest score in this discipline. Kim calmly replied that he already knew about it. He remained focused and serious. The day before, he wasn't so serious. He was angry because the guilds were bothering him. He also found out that Kira would leave the academy if she didn't master fencing by the end of the exam, and all this worried him a lot. Simon explained that the boy would not be able to get 100 points tomorrow. He would be told that he was incredible, but would only get 99 points. Of course, you can protest, but it's unlikely to help. Kim said he was very sad. He respected the masters for their respect for absolute truth, but they sold their souls to the devil. The only way out in this situation is to ask the Star Sword, and if you offer it the right conditions again, it will agree to help. The boy asked Simon if Kira's fencing training was going well. The man replied that, to be honest, her task seemed impossible. She warned the boy not to interfere in this matter. Even if she could not continue on this path, she would like Kim to get the highest score. Kim asked Simon to tell Kira about this situation with the exam. The man didn't understand why they were doing it. Kira and Kim faced the impossible, and there was nothing wrong with failing. Kim replied that it was the other way around, that if he could pass the test, it would inspire Kira to do the same. Kim said that he would not go to the Star Sword and said goodbye to Mr. Simon. Simon returned to the house of the Star Sword and asked his master not to be harsh on the girl. She hasn't eaten or slept for several days now, only practicing fencing, which can cause great harm to her health. All the more reason to be honest and admit that it is impossible to learn such a difficult technique in a few days. But the problem is that she chose this path herself, and that's why we have to respect it. Looking at her, Simon began to understand something and smiled. He understood why she was so eager to start fencing again. Meanwhile, Kim told Master Han that he had to get the highest score because there was someone waiting for him. The master replied that the world of professional hunters is very cruel. No matter what happens, Kim will not get the highest score. The guy asked what would happen if the professor, who was taking the exam, was unable to give a grade. Who would do it? If a situation arises where a guy can't get anything but the highest score, what will happen? Khan smiled and said there was only one way to make an examiner faint. Kim replied that he hoped Han would not die and would only stay in the hospital for a month. The master hadn't heard such insolence for a long time, and his desire to beat this guy up only increased. He said that Kim was too self-confident and that his sharp tongue could get him into a lot of trouble. Kim smiled and said that he was obliged to get the highest score and let the master strike first. The legendary Master Khan prepared to send this guy to intensive care. From the very beginning of the day, he was not going to be particularly active against the students, but this was a special case. Activating his mana power, he began to attack and said that he would make Kim regret his words. A truly fateful battle had begun, and too much depended on it. Master Han wanted to quickly destroy this guy and show everyone that Kim was just a mortal. But the student was very strong and confident in his abilities. He asked the master not to die and said that this time he would fight with his own holy spear. 9 years ago, Kim told Uncle Park that his last name was the same as the director of the Warrior Fathers Guild. Park replied that Han's father had saved his father in the past, and that's why he changed his name in honor of him. He asked young Kim if he had heard of the period of the Great Catastrophe. There was a case when one vault was completely destroyed by monsters. At that time, the government and the army did not have enough power, and there were too few awakened ones. The people in the shelter could only sit humbly in the destroyed shelter and wait for death. At that moment, all 5 legendary heroes were defending themselves from the attack of other monsters and could not intervene. It was a very difficult situation, and people were already mentally saying goodbye to their lives. And just when everyone thought it was over, he appeared, the father of Master Han and the creator of the Sword of Absolute Truth. He looked at the monsters and said that if you decide to take the path of absolute truth, you have to ask yourself a question. Did you do everything in your power? Did you fight for life and death? And did you throw everything you had at your opponent? His technique was truly legendary. It was he who pioneered this method of sword fighting. Everyone thought that nothing would happen, but he cut up the bodies of a whole pack of monsters with one sword and saved 50,000 people without a single casualty. Unfortunately, in that glorious battle, this hero died defending others. Among those rescued people was a man who had a son named Pak, the same Pak we all know. Kim said that he had long dreamed of becoming a hunter and was trying to save up money for training. Uncle Park wished him good luck and said that he would succeed. While he was giving a motivational speech, their boss started yelling at them and ordered them to keep working. Later that day, Kim saw an urgent news report that the distortion of the 10th level dungeon had been stopped thanks to Hunter Han. The guy realized that this hunter was the son of the same legendary man who gave his life to save others. The most important thing in the Sword of Absolute Truth is not strength at all, but absolute truth. These were the words of the same character 9 years ago on television. Courage and bravery are the key foundations of the sword technique of absolute truth. At that moment, this young, unknown guy thought that someday he would be able to reach this level. Many years have passed, and now he fights that hero from the TV and makes him bleed. It seemed that this was Kim's finest hour. He fought skillfully and used his entire combat arsenal. The guy first used a blocking technique, then he made a takedown. After a few seconds, it was the turn of the classic piercing technique, which was very powerful. The legendary master was covered in blood, screaming in pain, and unable to stop the boy's attacks. Kim demonstrated why he is called one of the greatest students of the Academy of Professional Hunters. Everyone was watching this fight online. It's not every day that you see Principal Khan lose a fight to a student. This fight was not competitive at all. It seemed like a master fought against an ordinary person. Khan thought that if this guy had put all his strength into the punch, he would have died long ago. Kim showed with his whole appearance that he was only interested in the maximum score for the last discipline on the exam. As the examiner's one-sided loss approached, it seemed that no one could stop Kim. But Khan did not give up. He said that the referee was obliged to continue the fight until the student was able to continue the fight. Khan realized that if he gave up and admitted defeat, he would betray the path of absolute truth. He started shouting and said that when you take the path of absolute truth, you have to ask yourself if you have done everything in your power. Did you fight for life and death? And did you show your opponent everything you had in store? He activated the sword of absolute truth and promised the boy not to lose consciousness under any circumstances. According to him, he will lose consciousness only if he dies. At this point, Kim approached him and asked if that was why he had submitted to the Black Dragon. He also asked if this was the reason he agreed to such meanness against an ordinary student. Perhaps because he was afraid of losing everything in his hands and thought only about money? Is this the same absolute truth that Hunter Khan spoke of? The basis of the Sword of Absolute Truth is courage and bravery, as his legendary father said. His bravery and courage were truly admirable, and Kim said that Han would be ashamed to meet his father. These words made the master very angry. He ordered the boy to shut up and said that he had no right to mention his father. At the very beginning, the master asked the boy to kill him, and if Kim really wanted to, he would have done it. Kim said that he would keep his word and make Han stay in the hospital for at least a month. The master did not want to put up with these bold words of the student. He could not afford to lose in front of everyone else. He began to attack as if his life depended on this battle and said that one cannot talk to the spirit of absolute truth in this way. Kim said that a greedy man like Han only dishonors the name of the spirit of absolute truth. The guy activated all his incredible strength and dealt a hell of a blow to his opponent. It seems that nothing can help the artist. His path leads to resuscitation, not to absolute truth. He didn't understand what kind of killing blow the guy used. Was it some kind of forbidden technique? The master still did not give up and tried his best to answer. But Kim was much more agile, faster, and more powerful, easily dodging attacks and counterattacking. At this point, all the students who failed the exam must have been watching Kim beat the examiner. Again and again missing new blows, Khan realized that now he could not even fight properly. He knew Kim was really strong, but he didn't expect this young man to be several levels above him. Now it became clear that Kim is unattainable, and Master Han is not even close to him in talent. It was a truly incredible difference in levels. You could feel it on every millimeter of the arena. At the very end of their confrontation, Khan asked the boy to kill him to end this abuse. Kim probably took these words too literally. He charged his fist with mana and prepared for the final blow. In a few seconds, all those thousands of viewers who watched this fight online saw what true divine power means. After a loud explosion and a flash of fiery inferno, the examiner fell to the floor and could not get up. When Kim came up to him, he started begging to be left alive. It was a total disgrace. Kim believed that Han had not only disgraced himself, he was miserable garbage. This behavior is not worthy of someone who takes the path of absolute truth. And Luther probably conquered him in the same way. Although he has now promised the highest score, if the fight is completed, he can change his mind at any time. If Kim fails to get a higher score, even after defeating Han, and has to kill him to get the grade, he will be disqualified. Luther thought of everything in advance. From the very beginning, there was no way for the guy to get an A-rated license. But if there is no other way, the cultivators whose path Kim has chosen will create it themselves. That's why the guy forgot about all the restrictions and activated the power of 3 Dantangs at the same time. It was a very powerful blow, and surgeons will have to work hard to put all the bones of Khan's face back together. The explosion, which occurred after all of Kim's resources were activated, resembled the Hiroshima explosion. A strong spirit will not break before anything, and will not bend before anything. Absolute truth is a continuous and constant path that must be followed to the end. If you have decided to take the path of absolute truth, ask yourself whether you have done everything in your power, whether you have fought for life and death. This is the true spirit of absolute truth, although no, it is something much more. Having physically and mentally destroyed his opponent, Kim began to call Luther. This devil of the world of professional hunters was watching the battle in his office all this time. Looking into the camera, the guy pointed at him and said he was next. Although Luther did not respond, his face showed his disdain for this talented young man. All of the guy's secret and open fans at that moment were sincerely rejoicing at his victory. They were his friends, work colleagues, or just acquaintances, all of whom were united in their joy for this talented warrior. The grandmother who spoke to Kim in the hospital a few months ago was also among them, but her grandson did not believe her story. Of course, after the match, he was immediately warmly greeted by his favorite team, the team he always led. The forces of darkness hoped that victory would still be theirs. They mobilized all the internal forces of the guild, but again, everything went wrong. The principal personally intervened. He ordered everyone to tell Kim's situation as soon as the exam was over. He even called the journalists. Master Han has exaggerated the allowable rate of magical power that the body can withstand. His life is not in danger, but recovery will take 2 months. Looking at his assistants in this case, Luther recognized that it was a fiasco, both in terms of abilities, general opinion, and reputation. And this fiasco happened at the hands of some stupid kid who had just recently graduated. This guy showed incredible disrespect for the largest guilds and aroused absolute hatred for himself. Luther will remember this situation and will definitely come back for revenge. Lara called Kim a real devil of luck. For her, he became something like a real god in the world of people. Minor couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he thought that only video games could allow you to defeat legendary masters so confidently. Having seen with her own eyes what Kim was capable of, Hyun realized that the boy didn't even strain in their fight. They all kept calling him incredible and saying how proud they were of him, but Kim remained calm. Kim asked them to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Minor noted that now the Dream Academy no longer exists. Although only the name will change, the people will remain the same. It was still unclear whether their captain would receive an A-rated license. The association should officially announce this soon. They returned to the building of their academy and felt at home. Lara noticed that Kira hadn't returned yet. They were all hoping to see her after the exam. The girl turned to Kim and decided to ask him if he knew where Kira was now. When she realized that he was not answering, she started looking around and realized that he had disappeared. The similar reason why the guy was very serious and did not look happy is now clear. Even now, after his greatest victory of his life, he wondered if Kira would be able to pass her personal test at the Star Sword. When he arrived at the residence of the Star Sword, he tried to get inside, but was not allowed by the guards. Master Bond ordered not to let anyone in, but the guy said he really needed it. It seems that the Star Sword deliberately gave such instructions to the guards, knowing that Kim would definitely come. Although he wasn't going to back down, breaking down the door and beating the guard would have been too much. Luckily, Simon intervened at that moment and told the guard to let him through immediately. Although the Star Sword had instructed him not to let anyone in, Simon decided to take responsibility. He greeted the boy and told him to follow him and not to do anything stupid. He took him inside the house, where at that time Kira was kneeling in front of the Star Sword. She looked very bad, all beaten up and tired, as if she had survived some kind of cataclysm. Star Match was immediately angry. He ordered no one to enter, and his orders must be obeyed. Realizing that Simon had ignored his words, the master decided to show him what real rage means. Simon could not stand this black magic and immediately knelt down, but Kim remained calm and steadfast. The guy apologized to the Star Sword. He came uninvited because he wanted to say something. Looking at him, Master Bond thought that this rascal had become even stronger during this time. Kim is no longer the stupid guy he was at the beginning. Now this fool must be taken seriously. Star Sword thought that he could not give in to the boy and said that he had nothing to talk to him about and ordered him to get out. The Star Sword offered the granddaughter a basic qualification. Without even a base, she will disappear in this vortex, start blaming herself, and suffer even more. He thought it would be better if Kim and Kira could not continue their journey together. But the guy said that it was too early to draw conclusions. Kira had to learn sword techniques by the end of the professional hunter exam, but the exam was not over yet. Star Sword started screaming. He said it was not true, and the exam for a professional hunter was already over. Kim replied that now Master Bond had direct proof that the exam was not completed. According to him, the Association of Professional Hunters has not yet given him a grade, so the exam is still ongoing. The exam is considered officially over only when all students receive their grades. However, the association has not yet released the scores for the last discipline, a one-on-one match against an examiner. This means that Cyrus's battle is not over yet, and she has time to change everything. The boy was proud to have masterfully outplayed the Star Sword, but it was better not to offend this legendary warrior. Star Sword realized that the boy was absolutely right and agreed to give his granddaughter extra time. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Kim smiled at Kier and extended his hand to her. At that moment, she realized that he was actually a very close and human being. She took his hand and got up from her knees. It seemed impossible to her, and she had already mentally resigned herself to defeat and shame. But now this little rascal has turned the situation upside down again, saying that it's not a serious problem and they will overcome it together. He put a sword in her hands and told her that this time she would succeed, and Kira finally believed in her strength. She went up to her grandfather and asked him to speak to her again, this time with a very determined look in her eyes. Kim and Simon watched, everyone in the room focused and excited. As usual, Star Sword did not show his emotions. He was either emotionless or looked like a real devil. That's the kind of person he is. Kira immediately began her attack. She increased her speed to the maximum and used the flexible sword technique. Her speed was like Sonic's, and she began to combine the various sword techniques that the Star Sword made her learn. Kira very quickly mastered a flexible technique with sharp changes in attack angles. It looked quite skillful. Step by step, she limited the enemy's territory and used a slow sword. When she got close to the enemy, she added weight to her strike by using a strong ball. Finally, adding even more weight, maximizing her destructive power, she used a heavy sword. But Master Bond was a very skilled warrior. He had fought against demons in major disasters. His experience is beyond imagination. He said it was over and began to take the initiative, launching devastating attacks step by step. From the very beginning, Kira should have continued to attack with the flexible sword. Now she can't stand up to her grandfather's technique. Kim was very tense and serious. He realized how important this fight was for Kerr. The girl tried to activate all the resources of her body to win the long-awaited victory. This was enough to tear any demon into thousands of pieces, but the real devil was fighting opposite her. Changing her tactics, she began to softly disguise her attack, concentrating on the return strike and using a flexible sword. But the Star Sword was able to evade once again. Understanding is inferior to the speed of intuition. The sensation in the hand that clutches the sword seems unfamiliar. Kira grew up surrounded by great heroes. She saw a huge number of warriors whom others could only dream of meeting. It's a curse to be ordinary among famous people, and I always wondered if she had lived among ordinary people. Would her life have been different? With these thoughts, she continued to run away from reality until one day she met Kim. She no longer wants to give up, no longer wants to give up. Now she only wants to stand with him, this young man who has completely changed her life. A similar experience seems to be called a child's reflection. There is no certainty about it, but my grandfather always moves in the same way. These are truly vivid sensations. Kira can hear her every step. She moves without realizing it, on the subconscious level. There is a real fire in her chest that she can no longer contain. This fire cannot be extinguished. You can only let this power and emotion come out. This is exactly how the legendary technique works. A fast and heavy, clamping down on the opponent destructive sword. At this point, Kira said she was officially done, and Star Sword was surprised. This was her limit. Her current skills could not be enough to reach this level, but she tried nonetheless. Looking into her grandfather's eyes, she asked if she could now continue the journey with Kim. We'll find out if the legendary Star Sword will allow this to happen. When she didn't hear an answer, she began to rejoice and ran to Kim to tell her that she had succeeded. The guy was very happy and said that he never doubted her for a second. There are people in the world who, when you look at them, realize that their goal will certainly lead them to poverty and problems. But sometimes, very rarely, someone like him appears whose limit is impossible to see. People like Kim, on the contrary, destroy the boundaries for other people and force them to go forward with them. Sometimes someone who seems to be nothing can do something that seems impossible to others. These are the same words of evil doom that he said to the Star Sword. Master Bond did not understand what he meant at the time. Today, the Star Sword is especially sad for the past, but this is history that cannot be returned. In this way, they both won their fights on the same day, and what seemed impossible happened. On the way to the academy, Kira asked Kim what he would do if she hadn't succeeded, and he said he would go to the director of the association. And before acting, he would try to delay the announcement of the completion of the professional hunter exam. He received a message on his phone. Lara wrote that the director of the association had come to the academy and was waiting for Kim and Kira to return. After reading this message, the guy immediately told Kerr that he had to return to the Dream Academy as soon as possible. He explained that a lot of important people are waiting for her arrival. Kira immediately smiled when she realized that there were people who were worried and missing her. As soon as she walked through the doors of the academy, she immediately felt what true friendship is. Lara and Minor said that they were very worried and thought something bad had happened to Kira. They are very happy that she is back with them. But the academy was not only attended by students, the director of the association was also present. He greeted Kim and said that from now on, he should address him as a professional hunter. He congratulated the guy on officially passing the exam for a professional hunter, and now everything is settled. Kim got the highest score in the last subject, which is why he gets an A rank, while all the other students of the Dream Academy got a B rank. In fact, the director wanted the guy to get a C ring right away, but it was difficult to organize. All the other students of the Dream Academy said that Kim would definitely improve her level soon. The director also said that A rank hunters receive special treatment from the association, such as the right to enter dungeons early. Today, the director came not only to congratulate the boy, but also to ask if he was planning to start his own guild. Kim saw that everyone around him would be happy about this and immediately said that they were starting a guild. The director said that he would personally settle all the issues related to the establishment of the guild. To set up a guild, you need to go through many authorities, various documents and formalities, and it will take a long time to get a license. Well, if the director personally intervenes in this process, then everything will go much faster. He gave me a sheet of paper and asked me to write the names of those who will join the guild. But there's one problem. To start a guild, you need at least 5 hunters of B rank or higher, so they need another hunter. The director said that if he could not find this person, he would be able to help using his power. But if other guilds intervene, there could be problems. Kim understands that other guilds are dreaming of destroying him, but he didn't want to take a man from the street into his organization. It seemed that this fool did not see Hyun at all, although he may have considered her candidacy but doubted her honesty. Soon, he finally decided to name Hyun and say that she would be the 5th hunter. The director asked what the guild would be called, and Kim replied that they had already come up with a name. The new guild would be called the Dream Team, and everyone around them was happy at that moment. The news that Kim and his team had created a guild immediately spread. Other guilds wanted to stop him, but realized that they did not have enough power to do so. The problem was that the Dream Team would receive dungeon raiding privileges, which could cost other guilds large financial losses. Everyone was trying to come up with a solution to this problem, and the option of bribing people in the association was also considered. But suddenly a Star Sword walked into their office and said they had become too bold since their last meeting. He looked very angry and said that you could tell what they were up to by their faces. Of course, the appearance of such a legendary figure as the Star Sword immediately frightened everyone, but the master did not stop there and used the power of his soul. He said that there was no particular reason why he turned a blind eye to their actions all the time. He probably didn't want to kill them and become a thief, which is why he kept his distance all the time. The Star Sword said they stopped a great catastrophe in order to rule over others. But listening to the stories of these miserable people, it seems that they stopped a great catastrophe. After making them suffer, the Star Sword personally approached Luther. He said that Luther had grown very strong since their last meeting, and Luther replied that the Star Sword had become too old in the meantime. But a third person intervened in this conversation, and this person said that even a Star Sword is not allowed to fight in someone else's house. Judging by the face of the Star Sword, he was waiting for this person to appear. It was Kalia, and he realized that the Star Sword was not surprised at all, probably because he realized that the Order of Truth had always been involved in this. Star Sword said that he was laughing at the thought that some pack of disgruntled dogs decided to interfere with a guy who had a sword of an azure dragon. If they had such intentions, they would have come to kill Master Bond, but they didn't. So they have support behind them that didn't give the order. Kalia realized that Bond was looking for a meeting with him, but he didn't understand why he wanted to do it. Bond said that he decided to fulfill his grandfather's obligations. He knows that the Order of Truth wants to continue to create problems for Kim and his granddaughter. They found out that the Dream Guild had been founded and gathered here to create a plan to counter it. But the Star Sword came and sternly warned them that they should do nothing and not interfere. Kalia asked the Star Sword if they had the option to refuse. The Star Match activated his killer aura and said they could take the risk if they could withstand the consequences. Realizing that there was nothing more to talk about, Master Bond turned around and left. Kalia said he expected the Star Sword to destroy everything around him. It looks like he really got old. The legendary hero of the Great Catastrophe said there was no reason for this and disappeared. Kalia calmly told the directors of the best guilds to forget about everything they had planned. Is the successor to the Apostle of Chastity afraid and hiding his tail before the Sword of the Stars? Kalia replied that Mr. Luther was too self-confident and stupid to think he could say such a thing. He quickly approached Luther and told him that only a fool can look down on the Star Sword. Kalia knows Luther's abilities very well. He is close to the heroes of the Great Catastrophe, but this does not mean that he can behave like that. Luther is only close to the heroes, but he cannot compare with them. Having intimidated the guild director, Kalia said that it was not necessary to take revenge on Kim personally. There were a million other options. He said that fate cannot be changed, and these were his last words, which almost no one understood. Meanwhile, the Dream Academy, that is the Dream Guild, was having fun as usual. The day of the Dream Team's first raid came and everyone gathered together. Kira, a professional B-rank hunter and vice president of the Dream Team Guild, urged everyone to get ready. Minor, a professional B-rank hunter whose guild is his Dream Team, said he was always ready. Lara, a professional B-rank hunter guild Dream Team, was nervous about her first dungeon raid. Hyun, a professional B-rank hunter, the guild's Dream Team, reassured Lara and said that the worst thing that could happen in the dungeon was death. While these conversations were going on, their director and true captain approached the team. Kim, a professional A-rank hunter, guild Dream Team, said that a real dungeon is a chance to make a lot of money. Everyone immediately started talking about the captain's behavior. He had been strange before when it came to money, but this time he went completely crazy. They didn't realize that yesterday he ran out of money after buying energy drinks. And now he needed money for school again. The guy heard other team members gossiping about him and said that he wasn't really interested in money, and no one believed him. They were all waiting for their first dungeon as a professional guild team. But Kim asked them to take their time because not everyone had arrived yet. No one understood what the captain meant. In fact, all 5 professional hunters were already there. But another specialist came, Lara's father, and at the same time the captain's friend Pak. Now that the whole team is fully assembled, Kim said they can go on their first raid. They went to the city center to open a portal to the dungeon. While the Dream Team was conducting the raid, Puck was waiting for them in the real world, in an area that was monopolized by the Black Dragon Guild. Other hunters approached him and told him that he was not allowed to walk here, that this area, as well as all the dungeons in it, belonged to them. Park calmly replied that the director of their guild, Kim, said that they could raid even here. These words immediately worked. The hunters from the Black Dragon Guild knew who Kim was and began to worry. They asked the man what the name of the guild that raided this dungeon was, and Park replied, the Dream Team. This was enough to make the members of the Black Dragon Guild no longer oppose the raid. Meanwhile, interesting events were taking place in the dungeon, and the cleanup was in full swing. Kim constantly reminded his team to leave the corpses of the monsters so that he could make money from it. The girls asked to trust them and continued to destroy the huge monster dogs. No one would want to meet such a dog in person on the street, and even a tasty bun would not help. But for the Dream Team, this was not a big problem. They acted as a single mechanism. All these hundreds of hours of training gave them incredible strength and strengthened their bodies and minds. Soon the raid was completed, the dungeon was completely cleared, and the monster dog pipes were lifted into the real world. Park was amazed. He said that not even a few minutes had passed and they had already done everything. Puck is ready to do his part. He has to cut up the monsters as usual. Kim said he would help him, and they started the process. The members of the Black Dragon Guild almost died of fear when they saw so much blood. When Kim saw that they were being watched, he said that he didn't really like the Black Dragon Guild. This pack of little rats immediately began to apologize and quickly run away. Kira started laughing and said that now it was clear why they had come to this particular area of the city for the raid. Thus, the clearing of the dungeon and the loading of dead monsters was completed. The whole team did a great job and everyone was happy. Kim said that after selling a level 8 monster, each team member can't get good money. Everyone started to celebrate and imagine how they would spend the money they had easily earned. But Kim told them not to get excited because this was just the beginning. The guy realized that he needed a lot of money to study at the Academy of Professional Cultivators, so he had to conduct many raids. That is why they continued to travel around the city and clear various dungeons, killing various monsters. It was really hard work, and the team members weren't exactly happy about the workload. Minor asked the captain how much longer the raid would last. Kim started screaming and said they would work until they passed out. Lara fell to the floor and said that this was real slavery, and Minor suggested that Kim continue the raid alone. Kim was very angry. He said that her rating would rise if all the hunters reached A rank, and for this they had to raid dungeons. He continued to shout and said that taxes and commissions depend on the level of the guild, and this is all huge money. Therefore, everyone should improve their level, which will help raise the prestige of the guild and earn a lot of money. Lara said their captain was the devil and promised to quit if nothing changed. She asked Hyun to help her, but Hyun immediately disappeared. Then, as it turned out, she moved to another place and stood with Kim. Minor and Lara called her a traitor, and the girl apologized and explained that she did not want to feel the captain's anger. That's why everyone realized that it was time to turn to the guild's vice president for help. Kira replied that even her grandfather could not stop this scoundrel, so she could not do anything either. So Kim won and ordered the raids to continue. The director could not believe that he was seeing the results of the newly formed guild. They managed to clear many level 8 dungeons, and all in one day. Oddly enough, all the raids take place on the territory of the Black Dragon Guild, but Luther cannot stop them because the Dream Team has privileges from the association. But even if the Black Dragon has no way to stop it, it still remains dangerous. Suddenly, an assistant ran into the office of the president of the association and said that a dungeon of Dragoras had appeared. The association immediately sent a message to the Star Soul, but it is not known when the master will respond. The director realized that this was a failure. There is only one person in the country who can defeat a Draugr, one of the 5 heroes, a Star of the Soul. We can only pray that the hero will appear soon, but the director has an idea. He recalled how Kim had won a drag racing competition. Yes, it was only a prototype of a monster, but still. But would the guy agree? Of course, the profession of a hunter is risky, but you can take this risk for the sake of money. The director of the association was asked if the Dream Team was still in the dungeon. It was already evening, and Kim was walking on the street when he felt that everyone around him recognized him. He was angry because members of his team refused to clear a few more dungeons and ran away. He thought that making money was great, and he didn't understand why others didn't like it. He wanted to pay to continue his studies at the Academy of Professional Cultivators, but he didn't have enough money. Every 3 months it's the same thing, and I always need money to continue my studies and buy new lectures. He was thinking about how he could raise the progress of the Buddha course or earn a few more tens of thousands. Suddenly he heard someone greet him and say that he was glad to see him again. The director of the Association of Professional Hunters, Mr. Toucan, stood in front of him. The president apologized for his late arrival and explained that he had to come for an important conversation. He said that he had received information about the emergence of a dungeon with Draugr, the same mental-type monster that Kim fought in the competition. The president remembered well that the boy was able to defeat this monster, which is why he invited him to do it again. Kim was very surprised by this offer. He realized that this monster would be real, and this is a completely different level. Mr. Toucan was a very smart man. He knew how to talk to Kim, so he offered him money. As soon as he heard about the financial support, he immediately realized that this was his chance. He was offered $500,000, which is definitely enough for many lectures and continuing education. Over the past 10 years, the Draugr has appeared in the country only 8 times, a unique chance to increase the progress of the Buddha course. The guy thought he was ready to pay for this chance on his own, but it turned out that he would be paid for it. Kim said it wasn't much money and he needed to think about it, although he was incredibly happy. The principal thought that they had spent all the money on organizing the exam, but now they had no choice but to ask him for help. A Draugr is a ghost without a physical shell. If a crack appears in its dungeon and the Draugr breaks out, people will not be able to stop it. Therefore, it is imperative to destroy him while he is in the dungeon. The director said that if the boy could destroy the monster in the dungeon, he would get a C-rank hunter's license. After that, the Dream Team Guild will have a C-rank hunter, which will increase their power. After that, the earnings of the Dream Team will be increased, and taxes and commissions will be reduced. To be honest, Kim was going to do it even for free, and he was even ready to beg for it. But now he is the happiest man in the world. Getting $500,000, upgrading your hunter rank to C rank, and gaining additional power and strength for the guild is incredible. Kim tried not to show his joy and asked the director if the Soul Star had done this before. The director explained that they could not get in touch with the legendary hero. Realizing that this incredible chance could soon be lost, the guy said that he agreed to all these conditions. He said that he was ready to start the raid tomorrow, and then pretended that he needed to prepare for it. Kim is too cunning and clever. He professionally hid his desire and pretended not to care. The director of the association began to bow to him and thank him, and said that the Hunters Association would never forget what Kim had done for the safety of the country and its people. The guy said that all these words were unnecessary, and it was not a problem for him. The director realized that no matter how talented and strong a hunter is, he always risks his own life. This young man is really talented. He has more potential than some heroes. The director believed that Kim always rushes towards dangers without fear, and is a real hunter, that is a hero. Kim confidently stated that he would go into the dungeon without help to kill the Draugr. He explained to his team that he was the only one immune to the mental type of monsters, so it might be too dangerous for others. Everyone was amazed. It is always dangerous to let your captain go to fight against a very strong demon. But then the whole team realized that they could take a break from raids and have a great time. They wished him good luck and said he would succeed, and Kira promised to keep everything under control in his absence. This upset the boy. He asked if they were worried, and Kira said that they were worried about the Draugr. According to Miner, there is nothing in this world that can make a captain worry, maybe only the end of the world. Then Kira said that there was one thing he was definitely worried about: money. Kim smiled as he listened to their conversations, whatever they were, but they were his family. Kira offered to help Kim get ready for the raid, but the boy said that he would prepare himself. The girl did not understand how he could take such a difficult task so easily. After all, a Draugr is a real monster. Kim replied that he had to hurry before the Soul Star got in touch with the director. At the same time, it became known throughout the country that it was not the Soul Star who would be fighting against the dragons, but Kim. While the director of the association was thinking about where to get additional money to finance this situation, his assistant came to him. He reported that he had received a message from a Soul Star, which was unexpected. The director said that he would personally call the star of the show to discuss the whole situation. But the assistant said that the Star of the Soul was not far from the dungeon, and he would personally come there. Meanwhile, Kim was already inside the dungeon and was actively searching for a mental-type demon. But instead of a demon, he saw a dungeon Star of the Soul, so I'm also shocked it's a woman. When he first appeared in the dungeon, he saw that it looked like a ruined city after a monster attack. He felt dead energy around him, but it was not enough to increase his progress. Then he saw a person in front of him. He did not understand where this strange feeling came from. Dead energy cannot approach this person. Only a little later did he realize that she was a Star of the Soul, a heroine of a great catastrophe, and one of the 5 heroes. The Soul Star said hello to the guy and told him that it was too dangerous here, so Kim should return to the real world. He got scared and asked the heroine if she was going to clear the dungeons and destroy the Draugr. Kim said that this could not be allowed because there was a good reason why he should be the one to do the raid. He approached the Soul Star and asked to listen to him. The heroine was surprised. She did not feel his movements or traces of his presence. It seems he is really talented. The Soul Star ordered the boy to get out of the way and not interfere with the destruction of the monster, as this spirit of death must not be allowed to escape into the real world. Kim asked to hear him out and said that he was the one who should take care of this matter, but the Star of the Soul told him not to interfere. Hearing strange sounds, the Soul Star told the boy to hide behind her. It looks like the demon of death they were just talking about is already here. A level 8 mental monster, Draugr is a real challenge for any hunter. The Soul Star once again told the guy that she would cope with the monster on her own and asked Kim to quickly go to a safe place. But Kim never listened to authority. He always had his own opinion and did what he thought was right. He immediately felt that the progress of the Buddha's lectures had gone up, which was exactly what he needed. He approached the demon and asked him to give him more bad thoughts. Draugr thought the guy was crazy, but he liked the idea. He began to attack Kim's mind and gave him many nightmares, but the boy only enjoyed it. Kim asked for even more bad thoughts and nightmares for his mind, a monster he had definitely never seen before. Realizing that this guy was unusual, the monster decided to get close to him. He smiled and completely entered Kim's mind. It scared the star to death. She thought it was a real problem, and now Kim was in danger of dying. Kim is so strong that bad thoughts cannot break the defense of his mind, but unlike thoughts, obsession breaks through the defense and attacks the mind directly. Unless it is stopped, this child's mind will be destroyed in a few seconds. The Star of the Soul asked Kim to hold on. She ran to rescue the boy, but he was smiling and looking happy as he saw the progress of the Buddha course increasing. The Soul Star had heard stories about Kim before, but she didn't know he had head problems. He felt incredibly satisfied to realize that his progress was growing. Looking at his face, I finally realized that he had Down syndrome. Meanwhile, the 8th level Draugr monster was in the boy's spiritual world. There he met not Kim, but his professor, Buddha Shakyamuni. A few seconds later, Kim forced the mental demon out of his head through his ear, just as he had done in the competition. The boy felt that the monster was left without dead energy, and the Buddha's lecture probably helped him to realize Zen. The guy was pleased with himself. When he came to the dungeon, his progress was 33%, and now it has increased by another 5%. He began to calculate how much progress he would get if there were 10 more monsters in the dungeon. Only a little later did he realize that the Star of the Soul was watching him, and it must have already realized that he was sick. The Soul Star said that Kim can relax, because there is no point in pretending to be a normal person anymore. He explained that his strength was enough to destroy the monsters, so the Soul Star could rest. To completely destroy a Dragugor requires a spiritual ability, and a strong one at that, but Kim made the monster ascend. In all the times of great catastrophe, the Star of the Soul had never heard of such an incident. Kim said that this is his dungeon, and even if you are a Soul Star, You have to know the rules and wait your turn. The Soul Star tried to see his soul, but nothing happened. It could not even calculate his strength. This can only mean one thing. His spiritual level is similar to that of a Soul Star, but is this possible? The Soul Star said that after the conversation with the Dark Star, she had to check something in this dungeon, and until she did, she would not leave. Kim replied that he knew the Dark Star and said they had a business relationship. Dark Star suspects that the Order of Truth was formed by a Draugr, but is it possible to artificially form a dungeon? The Star of the Soul believes that this is impossible, and even if it is possible, there is no way to confirm it. Kim recalled that only a Soul Star can enter the Dragugor dungeon, and the Dark Star had no other way. Although there may be a chance to get a lot of money from the Dark Star, Kim is as usual in his repertoire. He smiled and told the woman that he would be able to help her in this difficult matter. Inside this peaceful and tranquil dungeon, they were lucky enough to stumble upon a flock of wild Draugrs. These monsters are dangerous creatures, and if you encounter a 10th level monster, you can quickly lose your mind. But strangely enough, these mental monsters are now a source of course progress for Kim. He told the Soul Star that if everything works out, she should definitely tell the Dark Star that Kim helped her a lot. While the boy was demonstrating his mental retardation, interesting events were happening in the Dark Star shelter. In this seemingly calm and cozy area, there were sudden outbursts of energy. An old acquaintance came to see the Dark Star and greeted him. He was not an ordinary childhood friend or neighbor, but an apostle of abstinence. The Dark Star did not expect that one of the 7 apostles would come to him in this God-forsaken land. The apostle replied that the Dark Star brought many problems. The Dark Star realized that he shouldn't have talked to the Soul Star and thought that he couldn't defeat the apostle alone. The apostle said that the dungeon of Dragoras, which has arisen in the country, is now on everyone's lips. He said he knew that Dark Star had started an investigation into the situation, and he knew who he had contacted first. The Dark Star realized that from the very beginning, the Order of Truth was not targeting anyone but him. He lost his vigilance and missed the attack of the Apostle of Abstinence. Dark Star asked why they were trying so hard to destroy all the heroes of humanity. The Apostle of Abstinence calmly replied that they were not really interested in destroying the heroes. They were only doing the will of God. The Apostle began to inflict severe pain on the hero and asked if the Dark Star chooses life, but deleting this moment from his memory, he said that the Dark Star had spent many years in suffering trying to delay the inevitable, but the truth is that he would not survive this war. The Apostle of Abstinence also said that no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to stop the Order of Truth. The Dark Star replied that he was right, and the Order of Truth cannot seek him. The legendary warrior who saved many lives during the Great Disaster was not going to give up without a fight. He took out a spare knife from his suit and began to attack the Abstinence Apostle. The Apostle managed to defend himself and said that a Dark Star has been using the same techniques all his life, which are already outdated. The Apostle activated the powers of his heavenly mana and launched a titanic attack. But no matter how old the Dark Star is, he has not yet lost the ability to suddenly disappear. The Apostle said that he had been worried for a long time that they could not see the Dark Star. He had brought the technique of concealment almost to Anatman. The Apostle's assistant said that he was ready to catch up with him, but the Apostle said that no matter how much the Dark Star tried, he could not change his fate. It looks like the Dark Star was trying to get to the dungeon faster and meet the Soul Star. The last words of the Apostle of Abstinence were that today the Star of the Soul would die. Kim continued to enjoy his stay in the dungeon. He calmly and effortlessly destroyed monsters. Suddenly he saw that the progress of the Buddha's course had stopped growing even after the destruction of the new demon. The guy started to panic, wondering if his progress had reached the limit, even though he was only 50% advanced. If you think about it, after every 10 percentage points gained in other courses, there was some kind of dramatic change. Kim thought that something strange might happen soon as well. Meanwhile, the Soul Star asked him if he was done doing his stupid things. Kim got scared because he didn't expect her to still be around, and he said that he was not doing anything. By the way, he thought it was strange he hadn't seen a single hint of obstacles during the entire time they had been here. He asked the Soul Star if there were any abnormalities in this dungeon. Since neither he nor the Soul Star felt any anomalies in the dungeon, perhaps it was all just a distortion. The Soul Star replied that she had thought about this idea, but had not felt any signs of distortion. But had she checked for other distortions? Kim said that he and Evil Rock had once been stuck in a similar dungeon associated with the Order of Truth, when a different kind of distortion, or rather mutation, occurred. The Star of the Soul said that there was some truth in these words, but she personally needed to check it all out. Its energy immediately gave off a completely different power than the Dark Star and the Star Sword. It was something quite strange, as if it enveloped everything around it in a hug, something Kim had never seen before. Her divine spirit appeared near her body. This is the purest and noblest soul of all souls in the world. It looked very convincing. A huge deer with big horns came up to the boy. Soon this reindeer began to hug Kim. The soul star saw such a reaction from her divine spirit for the first time. Previously, this had only happened with Santa Claus. The divine spirit is the purest and noblest soul in the world. If a boy had bad thoughts, the spirit would not even look at him. The most interesting thing is that this divine spirit did not show much interest in the other heroes of the great catastrophe, but began to hug this fool. But suddenly, Kim and the soul star felt bad thoughts around them. They felt that the energy around them was several levels higher than the Draugr. And until that moment, the soul star had not felt any traces of someone else's presence. Is the goal of these unknown beings the divine spirit? Huge, too huge and scary. The soul star had already encountered such evil purposes during the disaster. She said that their opponent was probably on par with a giant berserker monster and ordered Kim to hide behind her. But when he realized that their opponent was very strong, he realized that he would get a lot of progress for this. So he went ahead and promised to destroy the demon. It seems that no one can change this young man. He is ready to do anything to progress in the Cultivator's Academy. This situation reminded him of the moment when they were in a dungeon with an evil rock. But he was worried about one thing. Why was his goal not the soul star, but the divine spirit? In any case, the main thing is to destroy this demon before it reaches the divine spirit and get many % of progress. Later, he found the demon from which this dark and otherworldly energy was coming. He was an absolute being, according to legend, with power equal to that of a god who lived on the sixth circle and the top of the world of desire. So a real legend, the king of the demon kingdom, rose before Kim's eyes. His Majesty the Devil compared to him as a mental monster, a child's toy. But as I said, that fool Kim never recognizes authority. He only cares about why progress is not increasing. Because of this, the boy became very angry and ordered the devil to remove his ugly face from him. Kim didn't understand how it was possible to create such an ugly monster. He must have huge problems with girls. The devil had never felt such an abundance before, and he immediately recalled his school days and the bullying of high school students. Kim asked him why he hadn't died yet, and the devil didn't even know what to say. After a few moments of fighting, the demon was certainly not going to keep listening to these insulting words. Kim asked him to forget about these physical attacks and attack his mind. Probably this cunning fox decided to increase the progress of the Buddha's lectures again. The devil was very angry with every tax phrase Kim said. He wanted to rip out the rascal's tongue. When he saw that the devil wanted to hit him again, he said that things could not go on like this. Realizing that he was not going to make any progress in his psychology lecture, Kim decided to beat the demon up. This is how it happens. 6 months ago, you work at an enterprise and bust your back for a pittance, and then you become a super warrior and fight the devil. The Star of the Soul watched this battle, and now she no longer considered this boy a child. The terrible dark forces have completely swallowed up this land, and we need to get the guy out of there. The devil was enjoying this process. It seemed that he was about to completely destroy Kim. But suddenly there was a blinding flash of light, and usually dark forces do not like anything light. And so it was. The demon immediately removed the smile from his face. It was that annoying young talent again, who had just graduated from the academy and become a professional hunter. Seeing this flash of energy, the devil began to run away to save himself. But he was far from hell, and in this dungeon it would be difficult for him to escape from an annoying guy who uses the technique of running through the air. Kim caught up with the devil and began to attack him with his power of light. Kim looked like a dog that had broken free of the chain. It was a real untamed strength of spirit. The devil could do nothing and screamed in terrible pain. Probably it would be better for him to burn in hell than to be in this place now. It seemed to be an official victory, with Kim standing over the body of the devil with his holy spear. The woman was very scared and did not understand how the boy could defeat this monster. This A-level milk baby asking the heroine of a major disaster to stay away because of the danger is unprecedented audacity. Kim approached the devil and asked if he was dead, and the demon immediately woke up. He activated all his strength and began to put pressure on the boy's consciousness. The Buddha's voice spoke to his head again, saying that there is only one question in life that everyone really wants to know the answer to. The radical choice of whether there was a point in the life you lived will be the last question on your path. Everything else is nothing more than details, and then you have to ask yourself why you don't end your life. This was true wisdom from the wisest man of all time, and each of us should think about these words. Actually, I'm joking. Of course we won't think about it. Kim was not in a hurry to fight the devil. He decided to see his progress percentage first. When he saw that the percentage of progress remained unchanged, he realized that this could not continue. But still, why he didn't end his life, this question haunted him. Perhaps it is necessary to answer questions to increase progress. He asked the devil to wait until he solved all his problems. While Kim was wondering why he wasn't dying, the devil was looking at him as the most daring man in the history of the galaxy. Even the Star of the Soul was shocked by this behavior, and now she realized for sure that there was no way to help this guy. The devil was already losing his patience and was preparing to tear off both his hands for this impudence. Because Kim was distracted for a few seconds, the devil immediately began to attack the consciousness of the Soul Star. Kim was going to take revenge for this, but the demon instantly disappeared without saying goodbye. A very rude behavior. It's not every day that you see a real devil running away from an ordinary guy. But in any case, they are inside the dungeon, so it will only be a matter of time before they find it. The Soul Star said that it was impossible to allow the divine spirit to feel these terrible thoughts. Before she could speak, Kim immediately started running in the other direction. He was in a great hurry because I understand that the devil was aiming at the divine spirit from the very beginning. It is possible that the devil found out the location of the divine spirit when he plunged into the subconscious of the Soul Star. They saw a divine spirit in front of them, but it was not the same being as before. The divine spirit turned dark red, as if the devil had completely taken possession of it. It was hard to believe it. Even the Star of the Soul did not understand what had happened to the divine spirit. A few seconds later, dark forces again entered her head and the Soul Star began to scream in pain. Until that moment, the boy was very curious why the devil targeted the divine spirit. Only a little later did he realize that the devil had created the real scam of the century. The reason why the devil attacked the divine spirit was to distract everyone and attack the Star of the Soul. This happened because the divine spirit is inextricably linked to the Star of the Soul. The devil planned to use the divine spirit to directly attack the mind of the Soul Star. If left unchecked, the Star of the Soul can be severely damaged. And the guy didn't care about his progress and realized that he had to destroy the devil. But it's not that simple. Now the divine spirit and the devil have been reunited. Can we strike at the devil alone? He realized that there was no time to think about it. He had to act immediately. It is necessary to destroy this hellish monster so that the mind of the starry-eyed soul can become free again. But then quite strange things began to happen that Kim could not predict. It seems that the Soul Star is now also completely under the power of the Hell Monster. What a plot twist. The Soul Star began to activate the power of its mana to attack the guy. Kim tried to tell her that he was not an enemy and that he was her friend, but his mind was completely clouded by dark forces. She said that in any case, Kim is just like everyone else. A real megaphile began. It was like a battle between Zeus and Hades. Kim tried to show all his power, but he realized that he could not kill the Star of the Soul. Of course, first of all, she is one of the 5 eternal heroes of humanity. And secondly, she will not be given progress for this. All attempts so far have failed, and Kim could not get close to the evil spirit. To destroy it, you first have to defeat the Soul Star, but is that even possible? The Star of the Soul is the heroine of a great disaster. Even if she fights to the fullest, Kim cannot be sure of victory. Even if he wins, his Soul Star will suffer, so it's a very difficult decision, and it's not quite clear what to do. Whatever the guy chooses, someone will have to be sacrificed in any case. There is no other way out. Kim made one last attempt to bring the Soul Star back to consciousness. He asked her if she wasn't the hero of a great disaster that saved the whole world. The legendary heroine asked him not to believe in stupid thoughts. She said that she used to be the same way, and for many years she dreamed of creating a new world, in which no one will suffer, but the times of the great catastrophe were too cruel. She asked the boy if he had ever seen people trading children for food, if he had ever seen streets completely covered with dead bodies. Did he live in a time when you had to sacrifice others? And did the thought that death did not come for you today give you comfort? The era of the great catastrophe was called the end of the world, and people went crazy because of extinction. Their rules and laws were destroyed. Instead, the morals and principles that remained somewhere in the subconscious were torn to shreds. She has always tried to save the world, but nothing has worked out, and now her existence brings only suffering. Monsters cannot speak, unlike humans. Silent demons and beasts in the modern world are the only thing that distinguishes a person from a monster. She created this world, so she decided to change it again, but her friends held her back. They said that if you do everything with force, they will be no different from demons. Although they could see how people suffer and decline, her friends, like everyone else, turned away from her. So after all this, the Star of the Soul left them and locked herself away in an unknown place, saying that she would conduct spiritual training. But the longer she stayed there, the more she was broken by her resentment of the world and the dead souls. There is much too much pain in this cruel and unjust world. There are a lot of strangled cries. They ask why only we can be happy. They ask why all this was done to them. Those who suffer in the created world are those whom the star of the soul could not save, those whom she could not hide in her arms. And feeling their pain and hearing their screams, she hates herself for it. It will no longer turn a blind eye to the insults of those it is supposed to protect. The death of one is always a tragedy, but the death of 100 is a statistic, which is why she will destroy the majority to restore balance again, just like her idol Thanos. Not only the evil spirit is to blame for the fall of the star of the soul, but it only allowed the seeds of doubt and torment of the heroine of the great catastrophe to grow. The guy again mentioned the question of why he continues to live. Only now did he understand. He finally understood. The soul star, or what was left of it, began to attack and try to destroy the one who was interfering with it. Kim remained calm, and probably at that moment he realized why the Buddha had asked him this question. The star of the soul changed beyond recognition. Its eyes became large and black. But Kim was still on the side of the light and asked her why she was looking only at them. He reminded her of her words. The world is not as good as it seems. Many people die, and justice always wins. But there are not only strong thieves in the world who cannot be defeated, and not only weak people who need her help. Everyone lives with their own problems, and it is difficult and tiring to get through the day. It is said that a person's true face is revealed when they are driven to a dead end, but it is completely unreasonable to judge people from this point of view. Because they just died, and they have no opportunity to suffer for others, because if the day didn't make you suffer, you can assume that it didn't happen. The Soul Star said they were heroes of a great catastrophe, and her friends should not have turned away from the world. Kim asked her if the heroes of a major disaster are not human. Of course, many people in the world died unjustly. There are those who committed suicide because of difficulties. There are many of them, and this is sad. But why doesn't the star of the soul miss them? Does she really think she can carry this sadness on her shoulders all her life? Does she really think she can hold out until all the sorrows of the world disappear? Even if this is true, isn't it hard for her to bear this burden? This speech made a deep impression on the star. Kim had listened to a lot of philosophers during his lectures, and he clearly took a few psychological techniques from them. All people have to live for the present. Life is built in a constant flow of days that follow one another. We live with the fear in our hearts that tomorrow will never come, but this is her life to survive. Amidst all this, there are small moments of joy, small moments of happiness for which one should live. These moments of happiness are not created by anyone else, but by you. The everyday life that the star of the soul returned to people by stopping the disaster. It gave ordinary life to people who wanted to survive. Is she going to continue to look only at those who suffer? All these words must have been very convincing to her, and the evil spirit immediately felt it. He began to show his discontent through the body of the divine spirit. But despite all this darkness around him, Kim continued to bring light to this world. He blinded her with this light and told her not to take her eyes off her happiness. Don't turn away from happiness by denying life. That's how goodness loses its way. Goodness loses its way because of the contradiction that goodness cannot protect the same goodness. Life is like a flower path in reverse, and only after you've walked it can you realize how wonderful it was. Now the star of the soul has traveled this path, and it should not forget that this path has turned into a road covered with flowers. Buddha's progress in the course has increased by another 13%, and a little more, and the guy will experience Zen. The evil spirit began to realize that this was the beginning of the end for him. Kim jumped on him and said that he too should know that once the mind breaks down, the physical body becomes no stronger than a piece of paper. Now he must do everything in his power to free the divine spirit from this demon. A few minutes later, the star of the soul came to her senses and realized that it was over. When she regained consciousness, she saw Kim and the divine spirit sitting next to her. The guy said that she could still lie down because the devil was destroyed, so there was nothing to worry about. He also explained that the divine spirit is now in perfect health and is not in danger. The boy was afraid that with the death of the devil, the divine spirit would also die, but Attaraksha Buddha destroyed only the devil's soul. Now he can influence the environment with peace of mind, and the effectiveness of the 3 Dan Tangs has increased. The star of the soul realized that this child was not inferior in strength to the heroes of the great catastrophe. Moreover, it won't even be a year before he becomes stronger than them. If in the future this force goes down a bad road and turns its spear against the world, will anyone be able to stop it? The Soul Star said that she hopes that Kim's soul will never be broken by evil. The world is absurd, and nothing can be done about it. The guy replied that things are not that bad. People have already started to appreciate each other's kindness, and the world is gradually becoming a better place. The Soul Star said that she was worried that the boy might be disappointed in this world. Kim replied that the principle of equality caring for the weak in a world without discrimination is definitely not hypocrisy. The guy replied that he believed in this world and would always be on its side. The star of the soul only smiled in response, as if the heroes of the great catastrophe had someone to leave this world to. Then she had a fit of laughter. Probably the old lady forgot to take her schizophrenia pills. She said that the tree grows straight and she worries about the crooked shadow. Probably her brain still hasn't recovered from the devil's attack. Too much time passed in sadness and sorrow, while the star of his soul drowned in powerlessness. Why do you continue to live? This question is probably addressed not only to Kim, but to everyone who lives this life. Even now it's hard to give a complete answer, but the day will come when Kim will complete the Buddha course. And perhaps one day he will be able to answer this question, but now he is given strength and reason to live for the star of the soul. A few hours later, the Order of Truth office already knew what had happened in the dungeon. Clement reported to the apostle that the devil had been destroyed, although it was very difficult for all of them to believe it. The apostle replied that the devil cannot be called dead. Only the physical body disappears, but his soul is immortal. The apostle could not believe that this young man was able to destroy the real devil. It seemed incredible. He said that this was a very serious issue that could not be ignored, because even her master had told her about it. The apostle knew that Kalia had already met with Kim and asked him to use the strongest guilds in the country to limit the guy's activities. He also said that Kalia should personally intervene because the situation had already gotten out of hand. Then he turned to Kaylee and said that he had to fix the deviated line of fate, which sounds pretty scary. Meanwhile, the Soul Star regained her vitality and felt much better. All this time she has been living in isolation from the world, but now she realizes that it was a mistake and wants to return to the world again. Kim was happy to hear this, and he offered her to live in their guild until the Soul Star found a permanent home. He said that they had recently been formed, but they would be able to find a place for such a respected heroine. This was also his cunning plan because he wanted to find someone who could convince the Dark Star. The Soul Star said that she did not want to cause discomfort to the young hunters, but the guy replied that it would be an honor for the Dream Guild. The heroine replied that it would be fair if, in return for this help, she taught Kim her spiritual skills. She believed that the boy would be incredibly happy and thank her for it for the rest of his life. The Soul Star wanted to start from the very basics, but Kim said he didn't need to. She couldn't believe he really said that, but the guy repeated that he didn't need it and said that it would be enough just to live in their guild. The transfer of spiritual mastery is a $1 million proposition. Even a C-rank hunter will not hesitate to change his qualification to a spirit master. Although this young and talented guy can probably teach others himself. The Soul Star offered him money as a token of gratitude, and Kim immediately began to rejoice in his mind, but again did not show it. He said that money was not the most important thing in his life, but he would be grateful if she paid him. The thought of money made the guy's mouth water, which meant that he would buy a few more Buddha lectures. He said that the Soul Star would not be sad in their guild because her old friends come to them all the time. They returned to the real world, and Kim brought the legendary heroine to the Dream Guild. He said that this legend would live with them for some time and asked them not to pay much attention to it. All the team members were very surprised and did not know how to react. But then, as it turned out, they didn't think about the Soul Star at all, but only worried that Kim wouldn't make them go on a raid again. As soon as he replied that it had been a hard day and he was tired, everyone started to rejoice. After that, he ordered everyone to go about their business and not to interfere with the Soul Star's familiarization with the house. Each of the guild members continued their training. While Kira was improving her fencing skills, Lara and Minor were conducting magic battles. Hyun was quite calm, even strange at times, but she seemed to be practicing with a sword. Kim was doing the hardest work out of all the team members, sitting and looking at his phone. Watching this new generation, the Star of the Soul thought that the world would soon end. Then she saw Minor training and realized it was a mysterious Dark Star technique. A little later, she was even more surprised when she realized that Lara was using evil rock magic. When she realized that the vice president of the guild was the granddaughter of a star sword, she almost fainted. So here are the successor to the Dark Star, the student of evil rock, and the granddaughter of the star sword, along with the most talented boy in the galaxy. The only one she hadn't noticed until now was Hyun. Looking at this calm girl, she thought that she also had an incredible teacher. But Hyun said that she had no teacher and she was absolutely nothing. The girl looked very upset and stood apart from the entire guild team. Kim didn't pay any attention to it at all. He was already calculating future profits from the Dark Star and planning a shopping spree at the Cultivator store. Because the lectures cost so much, he thought he could forget about them. But now things are much better. Having increased his karma, he wondered if he could buy 2 courses at once, but he would have to ask the Soul Star for even more money. As it turned out, he said it out loud, and the legendary heroine did not like these public thoughts very much. He went up to the Soul Star and said that they needed to go and talk. They went behind the office of the Dream Guild, and the Star of the Soul did not understand where he was leading her. Soon she saw an unknown figure emerge from the shadows. It was a dark star, and judging by the reaction of the Soul Star, the hiding technique still works. Dark Star could not understand how Kim constantly sees his footprints. Even the Order of Truth cannot do this. The Star of the Soul saw her old friend's injury and began to panic like a loving mother. The Dark Star replied that they should talk about this later and asked for all the details of the dungeon raid. The Star of the Soul said that this child saved her life. As soon as she started to tell the whole story, Kim immediately stopped her. He looked quite worried and said he wanted to tell me about the raid himself. Judging by his sly face and strange smile, he was up to something again. He began to tell me that the director of the association had personally entrusted him with the destruction of the monster. After he arrived in the dungeon, he met a Soul Star. The guy put some lies in his story to make himself seem even more legendary. He told me how they were clearing the dungeon and how he smelled the Order of Truth in the dungeon. Kim asked the Soul Star if he was telling the truth, and the woman replied that she was not sure. Kim explained that the star had a devil in her subconscious, so her memory could have deteriorated. He also said that perhaps the memory of the Soul Star could have deteriorated due to its age, probably more than 3,000 years old, judging by its appearance. And of course, he devoted most of his story to the story of the salvation of the star's soul. That's how the dungeon raid ended, and Kim also did not forget to remind us that he saved millions of lives. He said that it was a very difficult test, and he hopes that the Dark Star will increase the price of the reward. Dark Star asked him to finally shut him up and promised to give him as much money as he needed. He also said that the Order of Truth wanted to kill not only the Soul Star, but also all the heroes of the Great Catastrophe. He also explained that this dungeon was created for this very purpose, and the devil was summoned. He did not yet know the reason for these evil plans of the Order of Truth, and said that he was almost killed by an apostle of abstinence. Kim realized that if an apostle was involved in this case, it meant that the Order of Truth was really serious. But it wasn't clear why they wanted to do it. Maybe it had something to do with the Berserker monster. It's just a guess. Kim said it's too early to consider this as the main version, but he has thoughts on it. The Berserker disappeared, but nothing was said about his death, and the Great Eye with the 7 apostles could have had a hand in it. The legends of the Great Catastrophe say that the Berserker was not just strong, he was invincible. He was so terrible that even if all the heroes of the world fought against him, no one could guarantee victory. This means that no one knew whether the world would end or whether the Berserker would be defeated. Kim's main idea is that the Order of Truth could have known about every step in this battle. All this is due to the vision of the future. If the Order of Truth sees the future, it may be an incomplete picture. But if they have control over the future, even if not completely, then this is a different conversation. Perhaps the Order of Truth is also monitored by the same force. The Order of Truth saw the heroes defeat the Berserkers, albeit with huge losses. That is why the Great Eye and the 7 apostles could deliberately make the monster disappear. And that is why the Order of Truth wanted to destroy the heroes, because only they can defeat the Berserkers. That is, instead of releasing the monster now, the Order decided to wait and destroy the heroes one by one so that their plan would work. Once there is no one left to stop the monster, the Berserker will reappear and the world will end. The Star of the Soul did not understand the motives of the Order of Truth, because the heroes of the Great Catastrophe would eventually die of old age anyway. Kim believes that the Order of Truth cannot hold off the Berserkers forever, and they are out of time. That's why there could be distortions in dungeons due to the surge in Berserker power. 3 possibilities come to mind. Either the Berserker's seal has weakened, and his power has spread throughout the world, causing distortion. Either the Order of Truth has only recently learned how to harness the power of the monster, or all of these 2 options together. But all of this is just a guess, and it may turn out to be correct if the goal of the Order of Truth is to destroy the Earth. Although the real actions of the Order do not look like this, everything is quite confusing. If the Order had really conceived of such a plan, they would not have needed to save people along with the heroes by sacrificing their own lives during a major disaster. Too little is known about the Order of Truth, and there are too many inconsistencies in their behavior. The Dark Star said it was an absurd idea, but if Kim is right and the monster returns, will the world have the strength to defeat it? Kim asked the Dark Star what he was planning to do now. The Master replied that he had spent a lot of time studying Berserkers, and now he realized that it was more important to start studying the Order of Truth. To do this, he will need to leave the country. The Apostle of Abstinence wants him dead, So now we have to conduct our activities outside the country. It is also necessary to find out whether the Order of Truth could have done its evil deeds in other countries, perhaps even on other continents. The Dark Star asked his old friend what she thought about this, and the Star of the Soul replied that she was not sure about anything. She has been living away from the world for too long and doesn't understand what is happening, so first, with Kim's help, she wants to get used to the environment. Dark Star said that he understands why she lived away from home for so long. Being here and being a part of this world can sometimes be unbearable. But he advised me to loudly declare to the world that the Star of the Soul had returned. An interesting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps that's why the Star Sword is not being attacked by the Order of Truth. The same can be said about Kim. He advised the guy to be very careful. All this time, the Order of Truth was watching him but did nothing. They probably considered him not very important. But it is highly likely that they will soon realize how important Kim is. That was all the Dark Star had to say. He promised to come back when he found more information. At the last moment, the guy asked him for a few more words. Those were very important few words. He said that before the Dark Star left the country, he had to pay him money. On this day, an important meeting of the Association of Professional Hunters took place. It was difficult for the president. Many people thought he spent too much budget money, and he appointed Kim as Ran, even though he is not yet worthy of it. Other hunters train for years for this, and this impudent guy gets everything for almost nothing. Some people thought that he was too young and had only recently become a professional hunter, and that C rank was too much for him. The president was expected to be fair and treat everyone equally, and not to pay special attention to anyone. The director of the association believed that usually they are only interested in money, but today they decided to condemn Kim for some reason. Looking at them, it is not very difficult to guess why they behave this way. Luther is 100% involved in this. The toucan started shouting at the gathering of fools and said that he had not come to joke. He agreed that Kim is treated specially in the association, but there is nothing wrong with that. If he says he will give Star Sword a C-rated license, will anyone want to stop him? He kept shouting and ordered me to answer this question, or would someone want to stop him? Yes, the Star Sword is a legend that saved millions of lives during a major disaster, but it has never participated in raids. The Star Sword doesn't have the combat experience that others talk about, but no one would stop the director, so everyone understands the Star Sword's abilities and sacrifices. The same goes for Kim, a professional hunter. In this situation, they are very similar. The director explained that he was being fair to a heroic-level hunter. If someone thinks this is a special treatment, let it be so. Regarding the money from the budget, the director asked the others how it should be used to avoid wasting it. The money from the budget should be used for the sake of citizens, and that is exactly what he did. The distortion in the dungeon of the Draugr could have cost the country 1,000 times more, and it is not known how many people would have died. So the money spent was invested in the safety of citizens. Taxes are paid for this purpose, so the decision was right. Couldn't Mr. Toucan understand what equality everyone else was talking about? Doesn't the fact that their salaries are much higher than others contradict this very equality? Yes, they solve important issues, but Kim also does that, so the director thinks the guy is worth the cost in the C rank. Toucan understands why and who is trying to destroy Kim, and it's not hard to guess that Luther is behind it. He doesn't think the money was wasted on the guy. He thinks some other politicians are not worth their salaries. He said that if they get money at the expense of citizens, they should learn what shame is. So from now on, Kim is officially considered a C-rank hunter, and everyone should remember that. Despite the stormy emotions and disgruntled shouts, the director remained calm. He believed that those who did not respect Kim's merits were hypocrites and fools. At that moment, Kalia approached him and said that it seemed to be their first meeting with each other. Kim was also approached by one of the important people in the association. It was John, the head of the Dungeon Control Department of the Association of Professional Hunters. He showed his business card and said that he had come to see the boy for an important conversation. Kim replied that the director of the association was planning to visit him, and John said that he was here for another reason. He said that the director was very busy and would not be able to come, but at that moment, Kim began to activate the power of his mana. He started yelling at John and said he didn't even want to hear that they didn't have enough money and he wasn't getting his money. But John calmly replied that this was not why he had come, and in fact, the transfer would be made soon. John also said that the idea of giving Kim a C-rated license met with considerable resistance, but the director is actively promoting it, and there should be no problems. Since there have been no such situations yet, the director is fully focused on resolving this issue, which is why he could not come. That's why John came. He said the money would be transferred to Kim's account tomorrow. The young association's worker immediately noticed that the guy didn't care about the C-rank license because he was only thinking about money. If you grab any person on the street and ask them what they would rather have, a license or money, 100% of them will choose a license. A C-rank hunter is the pinnacle of the world of professional hunters, and the fame and respect that this license brings cannot be valued in money. But John did not feel a single drop of greed from Kim. He seems to be focused only on money, but his behavior shows that he sees money as a means to an end. And at the same time, this young hunter does not pay attention to what is really important. John noticed that Kim is different from the heroes of a major disaster, but they have some common features. John said goodbye to the boy and returned to the office of the director of the Hunters Association. He told Toucan that he is constantly solving Kim's personal and general problems. There were no problems with the hunter's exam and the establishment of the Dream Guild, but the C-rank review will be difficult. John admitted that Kim is a truly outstanding person and has something heroic about him. But at this rate, the director could be in trouble. If a professional hunter who only pursues money is considered a trend of this era, then the rest of us can only accept it. The director agreed that the current world of professional hunters is very different from the past. The big cartels, also called the 5 big guilds, have ruled this country for decades. They were making not only the world of professional hunters rot, but the whole country. Director Toucan explained that he had always tried to fix this, but he had failed. All this time, he consoled himself with the fact that he could not change the trend of this era on his own. But strangely enough, he thinks that Kim will be the one to do the impossible and solve this problem. This guy's the one who is able to ignite hope for humanity when the soul is full of sadness and anxiety. Isn't that what a C-rank hunter should be like? John replied that he finally understood the director's point. Soon after, John went to see Kim again and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for saving the country. It seems that hope has appeared in his soul, that this guy is capable of protecting the world. The next day, the whole internet was talking about Kim and his conquest of the dungeon of the Draugr. The guy didn't care about it at all. He was only happy when he saw that money had been credited to his account. He was planning to buy 2 additional courses, and the elixir had completely worn off, so he needed to buy a new one. After calculating how much money he needed, Kim realized that he needed to earn twice as much, and this path seemed endless. He didn't understand the point of raising his guild rank and personal rank. He was losing all his money anyway. He began to watch the chat of the students of the Cultivator's Academy to see if everyone had problems with karma, or if it was just him. As it turned out, this was a common problem. Everyone was looking for this damn karma. Despite its accumulation, it always disappears quickly. There were even people who said that they would teach others to copy karma with their mouths taped shut. Realizing that he was not the only one with this problem, he felt a little better. Soon after, the director of the Hunters Association came to visit him and apologized for coming so early. He asked where the Soul Star was, and Kim replied that she lived on the 2nd floor, where she had a separate room. The director explained that he was only asking out of curiosity, but he came to see Kim. He said we needed to talk seriously, and yesterday Kalia came to see him. Kalia asked for help, and after these words, Kim was nervous. The director did not pay attention to this and asked the boy if he knew what was happening in Europe. Kim immediately opened his phone and started searching the internet for news about Europe. What he saw there was unheard of. Huge wild monsters attacking ordinary people. There were many destroyed houses around, and according to official figures, thousands of people had already died. It was hard for Kim to watch. It's strange that he hadn't even heard about it. His mind was probably preoccupied with thoughts of money. He asked the director how such chaos was allowed. How could there be a shortage of hunters in the age of artificial awakening? The director said that Europe was attacked because of abnormal dungeon distortions. Italy mobilized all the professional hunters in an effort to resolve the situation. But their efforts were not enough. A soul star appeared and asked if there were so many distortions that Luke couldn't even handle them. The Star of the Soul referred to the Italian hero of the Great Disaster, a true legend for Italians. The director told us with sadness in his eyes that Luca had recently died. There are few details, but they say that there was an accident in the dungeon, according to rumors. During the cleaning, there was a distortion. This is happening not only in Italy, but across Europe. A large number of heroes of the Great Catastrophe are fighting an unequal battle. And in this situation, the European Union had to turn to the Order of Truth for help. Kim didn't understand what he had to do with it. Toucan explained that Kalia had asked them to help Italy. Is everything so serious that even the Order of Truth cannot resolve this situation? The director replied that in the case of Italy, there was another reason. It was because of Luca's death. Luca was not only a hero of a major disaster, but also the godfather of the Mafia. The Sicilian Mafia. He was the first to unite a global criminal organization. Luca was a real psycho, and he claimed that sooner or later he would revive the Sicilian Mafia. Of course, the revival of a global criminal organization sounded like the absurdity of a deranged person, but he really succeeded. Of course, conflicts arose within the Mafia, but no one could go against the hero of a major disaster. It's not hard to guess how mad dogs that have lost their unifying power will react. Anarchy will break out in Italy. As far as we know now, the country's leadership approached the Order of Truth secretly, and the Order realized that this was a serious problem. Of course, the principal refused, because a child should not do what the hero of a major disaster could not do. But Kalia asked him to tell the boy what he said. Tukan looked at Kim and said that he was not obliged to interfere in this. It should not waste its strength on other countries and expose itself to mortal danger. The director of the Hunters Association and the star of the show looked at the boy and waited for his answer. Soon afterward, Kalia came to the Apostle of Abstinence and said that this guy was asking for money again. Realizing that Kim did not know about their goal, the Apostle asked Caius why he needed the money. Kalia replied that this young talent was obsessed with money and playing games on his phone. But if you pay him generously, he will not go alone, but will take a guild team with him. The Apostle calmly answered that his request should be granted, but Clement did not expect it. The Apostle explained that the monster who destroyed Luke is still in Italy, and if Kim wants to go there is no point in stopping him. He explained to Kaylee that the ceremony of ordination as an apostle would take place soon, so he would understand everything himself when he became an apostle. Kalia replied that there was something else important, and Kim asked for an advance payment. After how many days, Kim told his team that they were now going to Italy. For the most part, everyone was very happy about this news. Everyone wanted to eat delicious pizza and pasta. Kim said that they are not traveling to enjoy the sun and relaxation, but to work. The star of the soul and went to the kitchen to drink delicious coffee. She peed herself again and thought that today she was shaking more than usual. The dream team received permission to travel to Italy. Kim took 60% of the profits for himself and distributed the rest to other team members. It was decided that the dream team would travel to Italy in 2 weeks. The Soul Star woke up in the morning and went to watch the guild team train and prepare for the upcoming raids. She didn't quite understand what was going on here. She looked at Kim and saw him sitting down with the kibbutz as usual. This is probably again one of his daily tasks at the Academy of Professional Cultivators. This team was truly legendary, and only later will people realize what talents were in the dream team. In addition to the Star Sword student, there was also a Dark Star student. Of course, we can't forget about the second student of Evil Rock in history, the talented girl Lara. All of them have incredible talent and came together because of the desire of the most talented hunter in history. The Soul Star watched their training with pleasure, but realized that there was one exception among them. This exception was Hyun, and it was clear that this girl, although talented, was out of harmony. Usually the color of a person's soul energy depends on their character, so the legendary heroine decided to check Hyun's soul. Such a deeply dark color of the soul means only that the soul of this person is evil. The experienced Soul Star asked the girl how she ended up here, but Hyun could not find an answer to this question. From the very beginning, his soul had to be completely blackened, and that is when he would have become an evil even worse than Luther. But now the color of her soul began to brighten. Perhaps this child named Kim destroyed her limited world, in which there was no one but her. She doubts herself, tries to change, but doesn't know how to do it. She is a confused child. It is said that a person is a mystery even to the sky, and the Star of the Soul advised Hyun to start working on herself. She invited the girl to follow her, but for some reason, Hyun did not respond. That's why the Star of the Soul realized that the girl needed a little push to develop and to the side of goodness. The Soul Star said that there were only 2 weeks left before the trip to Italy, but Hyun did not understand what this meant. The Soul Star smiled and explained that it meant that I had to get rid of the rotten soul inside me. Soul Star and said that she would now train hard and purify Hyun's soul. Even Kim overheard this conversation. As he rarely takes his eyes off his phone, we all get a little Kim sometimes. He was looking at potential courses to buy. There were many interesting lectures that offered interesting opportunities. 2 weeks later, the news of the Dream Team's trip to Italy quickly spread throughout the country. There were many voices filled with concern along with hope, but still most believed that Kim and the team could save the day. A day after the flight, the Dream Team landed at the airport in Italy, and everyone looked happy. Lara and Miner immediately said that we should eat first before the raid, especially if we were having pizza for dinner. Kim reiterated that they were not here to have fun and that they needed to take things more seriously. He heard some strange conversations behind him and turned around to see people who looked like the Mafia. He felt an air of unease, but at that moment Kira came up to him and asked what was required of them. The guy replied that a man from the Italian side was supposed to meet them, and they should wait for him. But as it turned out, it was a woman. Her name was Linda. and she was in charge of the hunter management department in the eastern region. Kim greeted her and said that he was very pleased to meet her and introduced her to his entire team. She immediately noticed that there was one A-rank person and 4 B ranks in front of her. Although the Order of Truth had promised to send a C-rank hunter, she said she hoped for a great cooperation and promised to take the whole team to the hotel. But at that moment, 2 burly men approached them. They started saying something in Italian, but nothing was clear. Kim asked Linda what they were saying, but she said that he shouldn't pay attention. He saw that Hyun had a spiritual communication transmitter. Her level was not enough to establish communication, but enough to understand other languages. This is quite a powerful progress in 2 weeks of training with a Soul Star. Thanks to these skills, they heard what the Italians were saying. They considered them weak and said that this was their territory. Kim tried not to pay much attention to them and thought they were just bandits. The Italians also said that without their help, the Dream Team would soon die in this country. They also started discussing the girls from the Dream Team and said it would be nice to meet them. Kim was not going to listen to this talk about his close friends and decided to intervene. Linda realized that things were bad. She knew that these were real mafia men, and it was better not to mess with them. These are not ordinary hooligans. They are a mafia in which almost all are experienced A-rank fighters. Even the country's leadership is turning a blind eye to them because they can't contain them. And Linda knew about it and wanted to reassure Kim. But at the last moment, Kira stopped her, saying that everything was fine and that she shouldn't interfere. Linda looked at the rest of the team and was surprised that they were so calm at this point. When Kim approached these men, they started laughing and saying that this fool would go to the intensive care unit if he said even one bad word to them. Kim told them that things were very bad in their country if garbage like them was walking around in the airport. This was quite a daring behavior of a tourist, but Kim did not stop there and broke the asphalt with the head of one of these men. Seeing this, all the mafia members who were nearby immediately started attacking the guys. But these pizza lovers didn't know who Kim was or what he was capable of, and his team didn't even pay much attention to it. Only Linda was surprised how a young guy who had recently graduated from the academy could beat a pack of A-rank fighters so easily. Kim said that the fighters in his country were much stronger, smiled, and said they had to go. Soon they reached the hotel and ended this hard day with a great rest and a delicious dinner. In the morning, Linda came to them and told them that they had to go to Naples immediately. She said that yesterday Kim did not actually fight with the mafia. They can be called a pack that broke away from the main group. The girl explained that after Mr. Luke's unexpected death, the mafia split into 3 groups. These are Agnes's neutral group, Francesco's powerful group, and Antonio's gang, the official heir apparent to Luca. They are strong and powerful in name only, but in reality, with the exception of Antonio, the other 2 gangs are ordinary and not very dangerous. Nowadays, dungeons are breaking all over the country, but hunters do not have time to react in time because they are trying to tame the mafia. Linda said that they were ashamed to admit it, but they wanted the Dream Team to solve the problem of the dungeons. Kim told them not to worry and assured them that the issue would be resolved immediately. Suddenly, the car began to rock and Hyun hit her head hard. It was not clear what had happened. Everyone went outside and saw ordinary people running away from someone. Linda was the first to see what had happened, what she had been so afraid of. The opening of another dungeon in the city center. Kim also went outside and saw what was happening, and realizing that the situation was very urgent, he immediately took out a Gangnir. A few seconds later, the monster saw a flash of incredible light, and at first it seemed like a laser. Linda was amazed at the boy's confidence, and it hadn't even been a few seconds since he was attacking monsters. It became clear that the trip to Naples had to be postponed for later. Now it was time to work on the monsters. It was a stellar moment for the Dream Team, all of whom had been preparing for this very situation for a long time. I don't think I need to explain that this incredible team completely destroyed the monsters and cleared the dungeon. There was a discussion in the Italian parliament that a mafia group was currently occupying Catanzaro. The director of the Italian Association of Professional Hunters, Mr. Marcello, said that they tried to negotiate, but the mafia firmly refused. He also said that at the moment, Catanzaro is occupied by Francesco's group. The Prime Minister of Italy, Mr. Samuele, said that if Francesco was not given the presidency within a week, he would kill all the people of Catanzaro. Mr. Antonio is not doing so well either. The infamous bastards have surrounded him and the hunters and won't let them leave Sicily. If the legendary Luke were alive, they would not have dared to do this. No one could have imagined that the absence of a hero of a major disaster would shake the country so much. We urgently reported that we had learned about the distortion of the dungeon in Latin. At the moment, the authorities can call on 500 D-rank hunters, 150 B-rank hunters, and approximately 20 A-rank hunters. Marcello was asked if there was any news about professional hunters from abroad. Will the country's authorities have to sacrifice innocent citizens again? The Prime Minister ordered to call everyone possible and tell them that the main thing is to save people. The director of the Association of Professional Hunters was approached by an assistant and given a report. The Prime Minister looked at Francesco worriedly and asked him what had happened. The president of the association reported that it was impossible. No one died during the distortion of the dungeon in Latin. It looks like the Dream Team did a great job. Usually dungeon distortion takes a lot of lives of ordinary people, but for today, a real masterclass in destroying high-ranking monsters took place in Latin. While Lara activated the release of Hellfire, Miner used a secret method to chase the ghost. After that, he began to destroy the huge demon wolves with the help of 2 blades of chaos. Kira also did not rest and used the divine sword that destroyed the sky, which is a thunderbolt sword technique. Hyun also mentioned the mysterious spiritual techniques of the elements. She used a tsunami of spiritual energy. People were amazed by this help from unknown hunters. Linda helped them get to the hideout. Everyone asked who these amazing people were, and Linda said that they were professional hunters who had come to help them. For the first time in her life, she saw huge wooden monsters of the 8th level in front of her. But Kim did not allow her to see them well. The boy used the force of his Gangnir spear. As a true guild captain, he had to set the pace of the battle and set an example for everyone else. Just 5 people destroyed a whole bunch of monsters in a few minutes, which would have required dozens of hunters. Linda heard her phone ringing. It was the director of the Hunters Association, Marcello. She greeted me and said that Linda, the head of the Department of Hunter Management in the Eastern region, was listening. The whole team was surprised at how technically proficient Hyun was with spiritual techniques. Lara was amazed at how Hyun had mastered some of the Soul Star techniques so quickly. It was a real progress. Miner didn't want to say that his victories were due to a dark star. He laughed and said that he had always trained on his own. Kira said that she is surrounded by real superstars, against whom she is an ordinary person. Linda, the Italian Prime Minister and the director of the Hunters Association, were impressed by the confidence and strength of these young people. At this point, Kim said that we should cut the monsters into pieces and sell them. And Lara said that she was sick of talking about money. Before he could start cutting up the monsters, he saw that serious people were watching. He said hello and said he wanted to sell the corpses of monsters and hoped that it was not forbidden in Italy. He had not yet met these 2 very important people for the country. When Linda told him who these people were, he wondered why these men would be in this dangerous place. The Italian Prime Minister greeted the boy and asked him to shake his hand in gratitude for the lives he had saved. The men said that the Dream Team proved to be the best of the regiment and saved the city from disaster. They communicated with the help of Hyun, who activated her magic, and she was not very happy to act as a translator. Kim asked Francesco why they were meeting, and the man replied that their country needed help from the Dream Academy. The director of the associations and the Prime Minister said they were ready to pay any money for it, and Kim realized that this was his finest hour. The Prime Minister thought that the money would not be enough because such a talented hunter must have been bored with money. In this difficult situation for the country, money is the only thing he can promise. But he also said that Kim can take the bodies of the killed monsters with him. Kim tried his best not to show that he was incredibly happy about the offer. His team immediately realized that their captain would certainly accept the offer. The Prime Minister said that he wanted to entrust the Dream Team with the city of Lazio, an administrative region of Italy with the capital city of Rome. The Prime Minister said that he understood that the region was very large and they were asking for the impossible, but the guy wanted to clean up the whole country to make more money. He continued to play the role of a brooding hunter, and to be honest, he was quite good at it. Kim saw a helicopter on the mountain and he realized that Samuel and Francesco had come in it. That's why he asked these influential men to give his team this helicopter to work with. This brazen guy was never afraid of authority, and Kira was used to it and liked it. So from that moment on, their interesting adventures across the country began. Kim agreed that they would not only clean up Lazio, he assured us that their forces would be enough for the whole of Italy. Every few hours they cleared dungeons in different cities, Campobasso, Basilicata, Taranto. They had already been cleared. While Lara was getting sick of the constant flying, the captain asked the chief pilot to speed up and fly to the next city. The Prime Minister was told that many dungeons in his country had already been cleared of monsters. It seems that he has never felt such a thrill in his soul since he became Prime Minister. Although, after thinking about it for a while, he remembered that this had already happened once. A long time ago, the hero of the great disaster, Luca, came to him and said that he wanted to revive the Mafia. It was an absurd thought, but he succeeded, and it seemed that with his death, the country would be finished. Samuel realized that he could not miss the chance that these foreign professional hunters gave him. He ordered Marcello to entrust the safety of people to a dream team from that moment on. and to select all professional hunters. Marcello immediately understood the Prime Minister's idea. He wanted to destroy the Mafia bastards. The newspapers had already started to write that foreign hunters were saving Italy, and everyone was wondering who the Dream Team was. The office of one of the influential Mafia families has also already learned about the Dream Team. Albano was entrusted to meet with Agnes's killer, and he said he would do everything right. And as for Catanzaro, the boss of the group, Francesco ordered everyone to be killed. The Dream Team was met everywhere as real national heroes and did everything for their comfort. Linda said they had booked the entire hotel and the Dream Team could enjoy their vacation. While the other team members were cheering, Kim asked how much money they had made so far. When he heard that he had already earned more than $200,000, he realized that everything was going in the right direction. He began to mentally divide the money among the five of us and think about which lecture to buy, and Linda thought he had a mental disorder. Minor was already enjoying his pizza and asked Lynn to ignore the captain because he often behaves like that when the conversation is about money. Kim, meanwhile, was feeling completely ecstatic. He had already managed to buy one lecture at the Cultivator's Academy. He continued to dream and thought only about the money he would earn on this trip to Italy. Having lost the boundary between reality and dreams, he asked Lind how much is the annual budget of Italy. When he heard that we were talking about billions, he realized that he had to stay in this country for a long time. Linda didn't understand what was happening at all, although Minor and Lara said it was their captain's normal behavior. Atlanteus is a strong titan from Greco-Roman mythology who held the world on his shoulders, and in a battle of pure strength, he can defeat even Hercules. He asked what is most important in holding the world on your shoulders. Is it pumped muscles or incredible strength? Then Atlanteus said that this was not true. In fact, the most important thing is endurance. Of course, strength is also important, but this strength is nothing without the endurance of the body that can withstand it. He asked me to imagine that Kim was holding the world and someone was punching him in the stomach, or perhaps a poisonous snake crept up on you and unexpectedly bit you on the leg. Is it possible that there is incredible cold around you that makes you shiver? Or would you say that you can no longer hold the sky because of these problems? While Kim was listening to this lecture, he thought that a snake bite was a good enough reason to throw the world off his shoulders. Maybe a few seconds later, Atlanta started shouting at him and said that this was nonsense. He explained that these were just excuses and that Kim had to keep the world on his shoulders in any situation. No matter what happened, he couldn't let go. Atlant said that in this course he would teach the boy the 3 basics of endurance. The body is as hard as titanium. You can withstand any physical attack. Immunity to poison, no poison in the world can kill you. And immune to cold and heat, you can withstand even severe frost and withstand real hell. Atlanteus explained that this is true strength and its name is endurance. The guy saw his daily tasks after this lecture and was amazed. He had to take 1 lethal dose of a huge snake's venom every day. But what surprised him most was that this deadly poison also costs a lot of money. That is, he will have to spend a lot of money every day to drink the venom of a huge snake. He calmed down when he remembered that he could earn even more money for his success in Italy. He decided to listen to the second lecture he bought, which was by Professor Tilva. But he saw that the house began to shake, which meant that the dungeon was distorted somewhere nearby. But so far, no distortions were visible, as it turned out. Unknown people had entered the hotel looking for Kim. They told him to come out to them, or they would make him suffer. Linda was the first to see them. She said they shouldn't be here and they should leave. These men asked her to be quiet and not to interfere in other people's affairs if she did not want to suffer as well. But as it turned out, Linda is not an ordinary girl. She's mastered various martial arts a long time ago. After the men did not listen to her warnings, she broke one of them's neck. That's what a woman does. This angered the other bandits, and they all ran at the same time to beat her. They had different weapons, as if they had stolen her from a museum. But even this medieval weapon didn't help them much, because Linda started beating them, as if she were a hero of a great disaster. She masterfully destroyed her enemies without losing her femininity and beauty. No matter how hard the men tried to catch her, she was always one step ahead and demonstrated incredible speed. She decided to fight and stall as long as possible until help arrived. But there were problems with this plan, because one of the bandits hit the girl's head on the floor, a real gentleman. It was a pretty serious blow that could have caused a concussion, and now she needs help. It seems that this bandit recognized the girl. It was the same Albano from the Francesco Mafia family. She also knew him and asked him how he managed to get to Rome, as all of Sicily is now surrounded. He said it was none of her business, and ordered her to answer to Day Kim if she wanted to save her petty life. At that moment, he was being watched by his dream team, all of whom had gone out to dinner and decided to watch the fight online. As soon as they started living in this hotel, they spent almost all their time in the buffet. They didn't just stand there and watch, because they saw that the captain was approaching the bandit, and that a real blockbuster was about to begin. Albano immediately received a powerful blow to the stomach, and Linda was saved. The bandit didn't understand how this guy managed to appear and attack him so quickly, and was about to start a second round. Meanwhile, the Dream Team saw that their captain had become even faster, so they continued to watch and not interfere. Meanwhile, the boss of the Mafia family, Agnes, negotiated a temporary truce. Francesco said that this is exactly what he wants to propose, to temporarily join their efforts. He said that he had killed a rat instead, who had been passing information to Antonio, so he was trustworthy. He also said that Albano recently went to meet Kim, the same professional hunter abroad. The family boss, Agnes, said that Kim was a fool who didn't know his place, and if Albano took over the case, the guy would die. Francesco has already imagined this young hero dying unexpectedly, and then the whole of Italy will panic and beg for salvation. If we add to this the deaths of 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro, then real chaos will begin. It seems Francesco has always been mentally unbalanced. She called him a psycho. He explained that you can use any method to win, and he always does everything to win. He said that they are predators, and they don't need unnecessary morals and rules because they just want to follow their instincts. And everyone has different instincts, and they are quite ambiguous. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. This is how Francesco sees Italy in the new century. He dreams of starting a full-scale war and creating real chaos where he will feel like a fish in water. Albano, meanwhile, was surprised by the boy's technique. Although he was inattentive, he didn't notice his movements at all. Linda told Kim that Albano is one of the main people in Francesco's family, and his people came with him. According to the director of the association, they should be in Sicily, but somehow they ended up here. Kim asked why they came to see him, and Albano replied that they were very interested to see a foreigner trying to be cool in their country. The guy said that now they had seen him, so they could turn around and go fuck themselves. Kim told them all to pack their things and leave the hotel, and warned them that if he saw them again, he would cut off their heads. Albano said it was very thoughtful of Kim and they would definitely do it. But then he said that this would happen only in the next life, and now Kim had to die. Kim saw the beginning of his attack a week ago. He took out his spear and prepared to give a free masterclass. Of course, he was not happy that he had to do it for free, but sometimes he's in the mood to break someone's nose. Albano ordered his men to immediately attack this young Jackie Chan, but Kim had his team who, even if it was dinner, would always come to the captain's aid. They all prepared to quickly destroy the Mafia and return to the table. Hyun was upset that they were not allowed to kill these people. Of course, the members of the Mafia are also monsters to some extent, but the Prime Minister would be unhappy if he knew about it. Albano saw his dream team destroying his people. He used to think they were just a bunch of kids, but now his opinion has changed. The man who is known in Italy as the Butcher began to call out to his men and beg them to protect him from Kim. His people did not help him defend himself against the force because they were already unconscious. Choosing the best moment to escape, Albano immediately left his men to their fate and fled. Miner said that he had never seen his opponents run away so fast. It looks like he uses Duracell batteries. Linda started shouting that they shouldn't let this scoundrel go, that they should all be detained. Kim said, "I'll try to do it," and he calmly bent down as if to tie his shoes. And at the moment when everyone thought he would not be able to keep up with the bandit, the guy took off like a SpaceX rocket. Albano was angry because they had incorrect information about the strength of the Dream Team. As it turned out, the Mafia was not an authority for them at all. He believed that the most important thing for him now was to escape and tell his boss the truth, but his plan was not destined to come true. A few hours later, he woke up and saw all the members of his Dream Team around him. Linda asked him how they managed to leave Sicily. Marcello and Antonio had to completely block access to it. She warned him that if he did not say anything, he would suffer. In response, Albano started laughing like a fool, probably because he was wearing a Joker cosplay. Then he just said one word, Catanzaro, but that was enough for Lind. Then he added that it was too late, and they would not have time to do anything to prevent the coming catastrophe. Linda got angry and hit him in the face as if she clearly understood what was going on. She continued to beat him, saying that they were worse than animals and no longer had the right to be called human beings. Kim asked her what it meant, and Linda said that the situation was very bad and that many people might have died. The Mafia is demanding that they be given the place because they took 90,000 civilians of Catanzaro hostage. Bandit said that from the very beginning, they wanted to give the parliament a week to think, but the parliament used a strange trap. That's why Albano activated a magic bomb before he came here, and it's about to explode, so a catastrophe will happen very soon. Linda did not understand how the members of this criminal group differed from animals and monsters. The bandit said that they offered conditions. But the government didn't listen to them and called foreigners to help. So now 90,000 people will die. Kim looked very focused and angry, probably thinking about what to do in this difficult situation. He hit the bandit but did not kill him so that he could be interrogated again in the future. After that, he ordered all the members of his guild to get ready because they were going to go to Catanzaro right now. Having gathered everything they needed with them, the dream team boarded a helicopter and flew to Catanzaro. The captain asked her if she was sure she could do it, and she said she would know when she saw the bomb. Minor and Lara have to find the location of the bomb, and if Kira succeeds, she will try to neutralize it. Kim asked to use his concealment technique. It could help a lot. Minor replied that everything would be fine, and the captain could not worry. Hyun and Kira have to find the hostages together and evacuate them to a safe place. Linda told Kim that his plan was very risky. They had little time left, and if the Mafia suspected anything, a real disaster would happen. The guy said that their team had already gone through many difficulties and would not allow the bandits to kill innocent people. After that, the guy jumped out of the helicopter and activated his new ability, the speed of a god. His progress in Professor Tilva's course increased, and his daily challenge was to use the speed of a god for 5 minutes. This ability was very serious. It felt like the whole body could be torn into a million pieces. Although it's not the best time to take care of yourself, Atlanta's non-penetrative body has made things a little better. The dream team doesn't know when the bomb will go off, but if it hasn't happened yet, then the Mafia is probably still in Catanzaro. If the Mafia is indeed still in town, it will be until the dream team gets there, until Minor finds the bomb and Kira deactivates it, and until Kira and Hyun evacuate the population, Kim has to stall for time. So the guy continued to show the maximum speed of running through the air and hoped that their risky plan would work. Meanwhile, one of the most influential fighters of the Mafia family, Francesco, was holding the button to activate the bomb. His name is Cesare. He was told by his men that the residents of Catanzaro could not leave their homes and would not know that an explosion was imminent. Or now he is ordered to allow several residents of the city to escape so that they can tell about the strength of their group. Cesare said that it was necessary to raise the prestige of the Mafia, and he ordered to release about 10 people to choose from. When all his men were assembled, he said it was time to quickly return to Sicily before the bomb went off. People like Cesare were called capos, people who are in the hierarchy right after the boss. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and saw that an unknown young man had come to visit them. It was Kim, and he asked if they were the ones who occupied Catanzaro and were trying to kill civilians. They didn't understand who he was, but the guy said that he needed to keep them company for a while. Cesare thought that this was one of the people who should have been released, but his assistant said that this was the first time they had seen Jackie Chan. Capo said that the guy should run away because he was facing the strongest fighters of the Mafia group. But if Kim wants to die so badly, they are happy to help him. Cesare ordered his men to attack and show this ignorant man what the real Sicilian Mafia is all about. When Kim was flying here, he knew that this situation could happen, which is why he bought an additional course by Professor Zhang. Cesare told his men that he did not want to see this beating of the boy, and he went to get ready for Sicily. He was as calm as ever, because he knew that his guys would beat this foreigner up. He had already started to hear the sounds of suffering and thought that everything was going well. But when he turned around, he saw that everything had gone wrong. It was Kim who was beating his men, not them. The bandits got angry and tried to teach this overconfident foreigner a lesson. But for Kim, they were like an appetizer before the main course, and it was much harder for him in training than it is now. Cesare watched and could not understand what was happening and how this foreigner could beat a whole gang of powerful bandits. It looked like a bunch of ants decided to attack a person. It was an unequal battle. Cesare thought that he had to get to Sicily as soon as possible to activate the bomb, but he couldn't do it right now because he would also die. But Kim had other plans for him. He was not going to let this scoundrel go to another city. Kim finished beating up the other gangsters and now focused his attention entirely on the capo. But it wasn't that simple. The main gangster's assistant started attacking the guy again with a desire to hold him and let Cesare escape. Capo said that he would definitely repay them for this and asked them not to lose optimism. In fact, he didn't care about his people. He was sure that he would find a replacement. But no matter how many bandits there are, they still can't keep the most talented student in the history of professional hunters. Cesare heard the explosion and realized that he would soon be in serious trouble. Kim looked furious and like a real dark star. It seems he learned a lot from his predecessors. He used the holy spear and put the bandit on the ground, but Cesare had a trick up his sleeve. He pulled a detonator out of his pocket and said that if the boy harmed him, all the residents of Catanzaro would die immediately. Kim did not understand this logic. If the bandit pushed the button, he would also die. Capo replied that they would die together as a real team and that this did not scare them, a real suicide. That's why Kim should do nothing and listen carefully to the Mafia's orders. Capo said that he was surprised to see the movements of the Kim. Cesare is also a C-rank hunter. He said that if the guy made an extra move, you would press a button and turn the inhabitants of Catanzaro into ashes. His assistants surrounded the boy and ordered him to put the holy spear on the ground. But they probably forgot that Kim always looked up to Sonic and learned a few techniques from him. Sonic is probably also one of the professors at the Professional Academy of Cultivators. Cesare could not believe that the guy really decided to risk the lives of 90,000 ordinary people. Kim left him no choice, and the bandit immediately pressed the detonator button. But as it turned out later, nothing happened. They were still all alive. Kim smiled as if he realized that everything had happened exactly as he had planned. No, this is not some kind of magic power of Professor Zhang, but rather Kier's excellent work. After the city of Catanzaro, along with its inhabitants, was saved, it was time to interrogate the pagans. Albano woke up to find himself tied up and sitting on the floor in an unknown dark room. A little later, he mentioned that these foreign pests had captured him and would probably torture him. Suddenly, he saw the door of the room open and someone enter. Albano saw that it was his friend Cesare, and it was a surprise. He was glad that his friend came to save him. He said he knew it would end this way. No matter how strong Kim and his team are, they will never defeat the real Sicilian Mafia. But as it turned out, Cesare hadn't exactly come to rescue his friend. He also looked about the same. So the rescue of the professional killer is postponed for later. Kim has defeated the real Sicilian Mafia, after all. As it turned out, Cesare will now also be in this interrogation room. He invited Miss Linda over and told the boys that she had some questions for them. She greeted the bandits and told them that their plan was officially over, so let them answer how they managed to leave Sicily. Albano said that they owed no one anything, and Cesare tried to say something, but nothing was clear because of the broken teeth. It seemed that he had swallowed his tongue. His speech was like that of some animal. Albano ordered his friend to shut up, and because of this, he received a couple of kicks from Kim. Then he turned his attention to the second bandit and said that killing civilians was immoral. Kim said that if Cesare wanted to live, he had to tell him everything immediately. A little while later, Albano woke up again and saw Linda and all the members of the dream team in front of him. He also saw that his friend was lying unconscious on the floor, and he must have already told Kim and the company everything. That's why Albano said one phrase, 70 million euros. That's the incredible amount he's willing to pay his dream team if they don't kill him. As we know, when it comes to money, Kim immediately loses her mind. The guy asked him where he got so much money, and Albano replied that they were not ordinary bandits, but a real mafia. This scoundrel immediately told me that the Sicilian Mafia has many business branches, known and not only. Gambling, drug smuggling, contract killings, and other illegal businesses bring them more than 53 billion euros a year. He even told me that he earned the money in secret from Luke, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. When Kim heard about these sums of money, he did not feel feverish. Seeing that this hero cared about money, Albano offered to raise the amount to $100 million. But Kim was so greedy that it was not enough for him. He wanted to take everything the Sicilian Mafia had. Albano had never seen such greed, even among the community of real scoundrels. He probably needs to get used to Kim, because his team didn't even pay much attention to it. Realizing that Albano's boss was in Sicily, the guy asked if they were trafficking in human beings. The gangster didn't understand why he was asking about it, but Kim said he wanted to sell him and the Caesarea for organs. The professional killer did not like this plot twist. Miner couldn't understand why Albano was always sticking his tongue out when he spoke. Linda was against Kim dating Francesco because it was too dangerous. She explained that Sicily is the headquarters of the mafias, with at least 150,000 bandits there. In addition, Francesco is a C-rank hunter. His strength is equal to that of a major disaster hero. Kim said that the situation in Catanzaro made it clear that the main problem in Italy is not the dungeons, but the mafia. If we don't destroy the mafia, it will only get worse, and fortunately they have a plan to organize everything. There is a hidden tunnel through which the bandits came here, and the purpose of the visit will be a smuggling deal. Linda didn't understand what that meant, but Kim just grinned like a madman. The city of Messina, which is close to Sicily and connects the island of Sicily with the rest of Italy, is home to many professional hunters. The director of the Hunters Association said that Francesco and Agnes were behaving very suspiciously. It seems that these two have formed a mafia alliance, and this can lead to many problems. The official heir to the Bow, Hunter Antonio, took part in this conversation and said that Francesco and Agnes were preparing for a full-scale war. He also said that he had lost contact with the spy who worked for their organization and that he had probably been killed. The director of the Hunters Association said that they could not sit and wait. They had to prepare as well. Step by step, the situation is deteriorating, and now the security of the whole of Italy rests on the shoulders of the Dream Team. If Francesco and Agnes join forces, their number will exceed 150. And if the Italian army, which has 200,000 soldiers, starts fighting them, then a real hell will begin, which will lead to a large number of deaths. This is unacceptable, especially when the Mafia holds 90,000 civilians hostage. It seemed that the balance had been restored, but as it turned out, they were sitting on a powder keg. Someone else entered the room and apologized for the unexpected visit. It was Linda, and she told me that Kim had asked to meet with the Prime Minister, the Director, and Antonio. They realized that if a guy wants to meet with the actual government of the country, then this matter is really very important. A few hours later, the meeting between Kim and the 3 Italian chief executives began. Kim greeted the gentlemen and said that he was very pleased to meet them, and he also brought 2 hostages with him. The Prime Minister said they were ready to listen to all his proposals. Kim said he was going to make a deal, but he was not very familiar with the prices in Italy. He reassured the gentlemen and said that this was not the deal they were thinking about. Kim explained that he wanted to exchange Albano and Cesare, one of the most influential gangsters in the Sicilian Mafia. The price of these 2 bandits is about 70 million euros, which is quite a large sum. Before the distinguished gentleman could recover from this proposal, Kim continued to surprise them. He pulled out a huge purple ball and asked how much he could earn for 150,000 bandits. Nobody understood what this purple ball was. Maybe it was some kind of Kim's toy. Linda said she would explain everything, and then the Prime Minister began to bow to Kim. He said that instead of defending the country, they abandoned the innocent 90,000 people of Catanzaro. If the Dream Team had not intervened in this situation, there would not be news of the rescue of the population, but news of a brutal massacre. The guy asked the director of the association how much the lives of all the members of the Mafia would cost. As it turned out, this huge crystal ball was a bomb that was planted in Catanzaro. The Dream Team dispelled the magic that charged the bomb and prevented the explosion. But if you charge it again, it will be ready to use again. That is why the guy decided to plant this bomb in the tunnel leading to Sicily and take revenge on the bandits. Yes, this plan can destroy the Mafia once and for all, but Kim will have to sacrifice her own life to do so. He won't have time to get out of the tunnel, and it's pointless because the Dream Team has done so much for Italy. Kim thanked me for my concern, but said that I shouldn't worry about him because he had his own special plan. Antonio approached him and asked why he was trying so hard to help. Kim has nothing to do with Sicily, and no one would have condemned him if he had refused to fly and help Italy from the very beginning. So why did this young man decide to risk his own life to help another country? Kim said that there should be no reason to save people, and he does it because he feels it is right. Antonio immediately recalled the words of his teacher Luke, who said that people follow you not because of your strength, but because of your convictions. Now this young talent reminded him of his teacher, and it seems that there are still real heroes in this world. Kim asked me to prepare everything necessary to start the plan, but something unusual happened. The Prime Minister, the director of the association, and Antonio all began to bow to him at the same time as a sign of gratitude and respect. Perhaps these distinguished gentlemen do not realize that he is not going to die. He did not want to destroy this atmosphere of respect, so he took the bodies of the bandits with him and left. He promised to come back, even though it seemed impossible. Linda watched him and thought that he was a real outstanding hunter, and his back reminded her of Master Luca.